Welcome to the Highway Survival Gamido Stay Alive. You must remember a series of brutal rules. Each player starts with only a broken-down van and a hammer. All other supplies must be obtained on your own. Resource boxes are scattered along the route, containing both supplies and risks, so open them carefully. You only have one life. Death means elimination. Don't trust other players easily. They may cooperate, stab you in the back, or steal your resources. Upgrade your vehicle whenever possible. More equipment and better gear help resist disasters and dangers. Nighttime is more dangerous than daytime. Be extra careful. Every 10 days brings a disaster, and the closer to the final day, the more severe the disaster becomes. Initial disaster scorching heat. For this game, children under 18, adults over 50, and other unsuitable individuals will not participate. For more information, simply focus on the game panel, and an emotionless mechanical female voice will echo in your mind. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings, his confusion compressed into a thin line by the blinding white light. A highway hundreds of meters wide cut through the desert like a blade, with endless seas of sand and heat waves on both sides. Suchin sat in the driver's seat of the broken vehicle, instinctively rolling down the window, only to be met by surging waves of heat that scorched his skin, as if he'd been thrown into an oven. The blazing sun hung mercilessly in the sky, its light so harsh it shattered his vision inch by inch. Everything proved that the string of rules he'd just heard wasn't a hallucination, had indeed entered a world of highway survival. He withdrew his gaze, closed the window, placed his hands on the steering wheel, and looked at the desolate, endless road ahead. He exhaled softly, his tone unhurried, yet carrying a certain quietness that seemed out of place here. A highway survival game? Who would have thought that right after starting his vacation, after finding a girl to relax with for one night, he'd end up in this survival situation? Since he was here, he might as well accept it didn't scream or shout. Having read countless web novels in his previous life, accepting reality wasn't difficult for him. As a well-rounded young man of the 21st century, he couldn't say much about other things, but his adaptability was definitely strong. The only thing that left him speechless was being stuck with a broken van so worthless it couldn't sell for even 3,000 yuan. Could this thing actually run? The only consolation inside the vehicle was the display screen in the center. It looked high-end and could clearly present all the vehicle's status information. The panel ruthlessly listed the details. Level 1 broken van. Remaining fuel 200 units. Fuel consumption 1 unit per kilometer. Durability 100. Taking damage from attacks reduces durability. Vehicle equipped with crafting station. Can use blueprints plus materials to craft specialized items. Communication module includes unlimited private chat. Regional chat for 10,000 people with 30 messages per person per day. World chat 99,999,999, currently unavailable. Trading interface currently has no. Supplies. Starting equipment on hammer. The rules were crystal clear. To survive, you must upgrade your vehicle. With 200 units of fuel supporting 200 kilometers, it seemed sufficient. However, the value of fuel would only rise under the intense heat. What concerned him more was the crafting station on board. Located behind the driver's and passenger's seats, with a space for tools in the back, currently lying quietly, was the hammer. The crafting station could utilize blueprints and materials to create specialized items, which was the key to highway survival. Suchin quickly concluded that the treasure chests mentioned in the rules must be the entry point to survival. Searching for chests, opening them for resources, and using the crafting station to create usable gear, that was the core mechanism of highway survival. Or more directly, it was the most fundamental way for players to last until the next disaster struck. He distilled his thoughts into 5 actions. Drive, search for treasure chests, open chests, create items, trade, and then survive. Compared to human emotions, the game valued cold, hard processes. He understood. He turned to confirm the back seat space, his gaze sweeping over the hammer's dull metallic sheen. Clearly aware of its 2 uses, it could either smash open resource boxes or bash in someone else's head. Beyond that, there was no water or food. The game started at hellish difficulty. If he couldn't find water and food before running out of fuel, the survival game would end right there. He chose to hold off for now and opened the chat interface to look for useful information. The world chat was a blank slate. No one had spoken yet. However, the regional chat was already boiling over like water on the stove. What is going on? I don't want to join this game. I want to quit. It's so hot. Does anyone have water? I really want to drink. What the hell is happening? I can't drive. Is there anyone who can teach me how to drive? I can drive, but I learned on an automatic. How do you drive a manual? I'm the heir of Zhao's group in Magic City. My dad is Zhao Gang. If someone gives me a bottle of water, I'll give them 10,000 yuan when we get out. Suchin remained silent, calmly observing. Through their exchanges, he quickly figured out that the entire area he was in was indeed Magic City. Then he continued to check the trading system. The trading interface was straightforward. Players could list items for sale and prices, trading freely with no fees. Each player could list up to 100 groups of goods at a time, with no more than 10 of the same item in one group. The absence of fees was commendable. Essentially, a large personal warehouse listing an item at an unbuyable price meant free storage. Suchin clicked on the trading interface and was surprised to find someone already listing items. Selling 5 hard steamed buns. Price 500 milliliters of drinking water. A sinking feeling hit him. This person dared to trade water for steamed buns in the blazing desert, either incredibly bold or foolish. The value of water in the scorching heat was far greater than that of the hard, dry buns. Unless someone was foolish, who would trade water for those? Just as he was about to close the page, he saw that the trade had gone through. Someone had exchanged water for food. Unexpectedly quick, those willing to trade water must have either found a source or had some other means. Trading water for food would secure survival for the first few days. It was not a complicated operation, but made his heart race. He no longer hesitated, preparing to press the clutch and shift gears to search for resource treasure chests along the route. Just then, an ear-piercing yet emotionless prompt echoed as if from inside his skull. Ding. A handsome host meeting the requirements detected. System binding in progress. System binding successful. You have acquired the chest critical hit system. He was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed, feeling like he was propelled by a spring, suddenly bouncing, until bang, his head collided with the car roof, making him grasp his head to stop. Suppressing his joy, he immediately pulled up the system panel. Chest Critical Hit System 1.0. Simple, yet lethal in effect. When opening chests, you can choose to use the critical hit effect to randomly obtain 110 times the resources inside. Current opening points. 0. Each opening will yield corresponding points based on the value of the contents. Opening points can be used to upgrade the system. The system includes radar detection, capable of scanning for all items within a kilometer. Cost: 1 opening point per minute. Suchin's gaze flicked through the numbers, his heartbeat quickening with anticipation. Could experience it free for the first day for 10 minutes. Automatically activated. Being able to randomly obtain 1 to 10 times the resources? Absolutely amazing. Plus, the system comes with built-in radar detection, so he wouldn't need to strain his eyes searching anymore. The complimentary 10 minutes had already activated automatically. Before Suchin, a holographic-like circular scanning interface suddenly unfolded. At the center, a glowing dot representing his vehicle pulsed, topped with a tiny human figure icon himself. About 800 meters away, a faint red treasure chest marker blinked continuously. So that's a treasure chest? Suchin's eyes widened. If this was real, he'd be over the moon. With critical strike resources and built-in radar, what was there to fear in this highway survival game? Unable to contain his excitement, he immediately operated the beat-up van. Clutch in, brake, release handbrake, shift gear, clutch out, brake off, gas pedal all in one fluid motion. The engine roared as the vehicle shot forward. When he floored the accelerator, the distinct sensation of being pressed back into his seat made Suchin raise an eyebrow. This old van wasn't as terrible as he'd expected. Once up to speed, he immediately eased off the gas and lightly tapped the brakes. The target wasn't far. No need to waste fuel. In less than 2 minutes, a wooden crate appeared at the end of the road, roughly the size of a 12-inch cake box, sitting quietly on the scorching asphalt. Just as I thought, the radar can pinpoint treasure chests precisely. Finding things will be so much easier from now on. Though the desert highway offered a clear view, it was baked under the merciless sun, making visual searches not only time-consuming but prone to missing targets. Recalling the shop description, he guessed this chest so close to the starting point must be a starter pack for all players. Sweat trickled down his cheeks as he turned off the engine and got out. Though tempted to run the air conditioning, he worried about fuel consumption and doubted this old van's AC would be effective anyway. Better to endure for now. Once he'd accumulated enough fuel or upgrade materials, he'd work on improving the vehicle's performance. Wooden treasure chest, the most basic supply container, holding small amounts of resources. Suchin gripped his iron hammer and approached the chest, striking without hesitation. Time to test my luck. Silently, he prayed. Critical strike, please. I'll sacrifice 30 years of a human trafficker's lifespan. Give me a life source first. Thud. The hammer fell, with chips scattered, and he immediately stepped back several paces. The rules had warned that treasure chests might contain dangers alongside resources. After a few seconds of silence, Suchin approached again. System notifications appeared in succession. Base resources, 1 500 milliliters bottle of water, 1 biscuit. You opened a treasure chest and gained 8 opening points. You triggered a 10-fold critical strike. Congratulations, you obtained 10 bottles of water and 10 biscuits. Suchin quickly gathered all 10 water bottles and 10 biscuits. The mineral water bottle and cookie packaging were completely blank, showing only the basic product names. There was no production location, manufacturing date, or expiration date visible. Suchin simply concluded with a shrug. No label means it lasts forever. He casually twisted open a bottle and tilted his head back, gulping down the water. Glug, glug, glug. Half the bottle disappeared in seconds. The ice-cold liquid flowed down his throat, finally relieving the stifling heat from hours of driving. He saved the cookies for later. He wasn't starving yet. Time was precious right now, with the radar detection system's free trial still counting down. Suchin climbed back into the driver's seat, gripped the steering wheel tight, and floored the accelerator, pushing the beat-up van to its maximum speed. The entire wide highway stretched empty and eerily desolate, not even a single obstacle on the shoulder. He barely needed to watch the road, keeping his nerves taut as he stared at the radar interface, determined to scavenge another round of treasure chests before the free time expired. As the 5-minute window entered its final countdown, the screen suddenly lit up with a new dot ahead on the right side of the highway in the desert area, 900 meters away. Unlike the crimson red from before, this dot appeared pitch black. Suchun raised an eyebrow and immediately accelerated toward it. The free detection time hit 0 just as he approached the target, but it no longer mattered there in the desert. A wooden treasure chest sat clearly visible. He precisely decelerated, downshifting several gears as the old van kicked up a cloud of dust in a perfect drift, finally coming to a steady stop 10 meters from the chest at the roadside. Suchin grabbed his iron hammer and got out, staying alert. Red chests had given him resources. Black chests likely harbored danger. The difference was obvious, and he couldn't afford to be careless. He raised the hammer high and brought it down hard bang. The wooden chest split open with a crack. System notifications appeared in succession. You opened a wooden chest and gained 5 opening points. You achieved an opening critical hit and received a triple multiplier. Before the notification sound faded, the sand suddenly churned, and 3 snakes that nearly blended with the desert color burst forth. Suchun was ready sidestepped to dodge their initial strike and pulled back to create distance. As the snakes lunged again, he gripped his hammer tight and swung hard at the nearest one smack. The snake's body flattened completely. He repeated the process, and after 2 more strikes, only 3 flat snake pancakes remained before him. The system notification popped up again. Extraction successful. You obtained 3 pieces of snake meat. Suchin looked down at the dried snake meat strips in his palm. Feeling somewhat disappointed risking his life had only earned him this meager reward. However, this experience gave him a clear understanding of the radar colors. Red represented resources, black represented danger. If he wanted, he could completely avoid the black dots and further reduce his risk of death. But his thinking shifted in an instant. Suchun had a flash of inspiration. There was absolutely no need to waste these black treasure chests. He could list them on the trading post under the guise of mystery boxes and exchange them for more practical resources. As for buyers, choosing a mystery box meant accepting the unknown. They'd have to live with the consequences. This was a survival game, and Suchun was no saint. After extracting the snake meat, Suchin immediately returned to his vehicle. The scorching sun seemed ready to melt the earth itself, and dry heat waves crept under his collar, making it difficult to breathe, even for a moment. Bang! The car door slammed shut, finally blocking out the searing heat. Suchun felt his body was no longer being roasted alive. Though water and food were temporarily sufficient, surviving in this wasteland required as many supplies as possible needed to gather resources while it was still daylight. The free radar detection time had just ended, so he could only maintain moderate speed while scanning the edges of the highway and desert with his eyes, trying to spot treasure chests by sight alone. 10 minutes passed with nothing to show for it. Continuing to crawl along slowly was just torture, so Suchun decisively activated the radar. He had 13 unlock points left in the vehicle, enough to sustain 13 minutes of detection. As he pressed the accelerator, the van sped swiftly across the wide asphalt road. 5 minutes later, the radar screen suddenly lit up with 2 bright red dots. Red treasure chests. 2 of them, and one has a deeper color. After confirming their location, Suchun immediately shut off the detection function. Every point saved mattered. Soon, 2 red treasure chests larger than any he'd seen before lay quietly by the roadside. The car came to a stop, and he grabbed his iron hammer and jumped out. Based on his previous observations, these types of chests should be safe, but he remained cautiously alert. The 2 chests sat side by side, one wooden, one bronze. The wooden chest had a lighter color, while the bronze chest bore deeper engravings. Suchun swung his hammer at the wooden chest first. Thud! The wooden planks cracked. Initial resources: iron block 1, wood block 2. You opened a treasure chest and gained 15 unlock points. You achieved an opening critical hit with 5x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained iron block 5, wood block 10. Iron blocks and wood blocks, perfect materials for upgrading vehicles or crafting equipment. He loaded the materials into his car and turned his attention to the bronze chest beside it. 80, 80, 80. 3 hammer strikes later, the copper lock shattered. The moment the lid opened, Suchun froze completely. Initial resources: basic ice maker blueprint single-use 1. You opened a treasure chest and gained 500 unlock points. You achieved an opening critical hit with 5x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained basic ice maker blueprint single-use 5. Basic ice maker blueprint single-use. Crafting requirements: iron block 2, wood block 2, glass 2, Electronic Component 1. An ice maker? Are you kidding me? Looking at the 6 blueprints in his hands, Su-chan could hardly believe it. While people outside were going crazy over drinking water, he now had the chance to make ice in this sweltering heat. At this thought, he excitedly clutched the blueprints and rushed back to his vehicle. The stifling heat persisted. He grabbed the half-empty bottle of mineral water and took 2 gulps, feeling the sweet coolness flow down his throat as his spirits instantly lifted. After catching his breath, he turned his attention to the chat channel on the vehicle's electronic screen. Countless people were angrily complaining about the meager contents of supply boxes. I've been running for 50 damn kilometers and only found 1 treasure chest, and all it had inside were 2 pieces of glass. What's the point of playing this game? In the channel, an exhausted player roared. Don't even get me started. I opened one that had a snake inside. Scared me so bad I ran away immediately. I need water, but the chest gave me gasoline instead. Now I have tons of fuel. Anyone want to trade water for it? After lurking for a while, Su-chan finally opened the trading post and quickly posted a new order. For sale, 500 milliliters bottled water 1 biscuit, trading for 10 pieces total of wood blocks, glass, and electronic components. Free combination, but must include all 3 types. Limited to 5 sets. Note: open to private messages for other valuable resources. He had originally planned to trade just 1 bottle of water, but realizing that would practically drain someone's entire inventory, he decided to add a biscuit to make the deal more appealing. The moment his listing went live, it flooded the regional channel and caused an instant uproar. Holy crap! We can't even find 1 bottle of water, and this guy's already selling 5 bottles. Trading for materials? This master must have found blueprints already. 1 bottle of water and 1 biscuit for 10 items? I'd give you 2 at most. Everyone boycott this. Force him to lower his prices. Using water and food to trade for materials we can't use yet. Hats, such a good deal. Too bad I'm still missing 2 components. I need to hurry and open 2 more chests before others catch on. Su-chan's private messages soon lit up, with a profile picture showing the very player who had been complaining about his mountain of gasoline. Ching-feng. Hello, master. I don't have what you're asking for, but I have gasoline. Can we make a trade? Su-chan replied. How much gasoline? It's not an immediate necessity right now, and I've already sold 2 sets. By this point, he had only used about 30 units of fuel and still had 170 units remaining, so he wasn't in a rush. Ching-feng replied almost instantly. 200 units of fuel for 1 bottle of water plus 2 biscuits deal. He knew Su-chan wouldn't agree to more water, so he cleverly asked for an extra biscuit instead. Deal. Su-chan agreed without hesitation and confirmed the trade. He was convinced that fuel would become valuable later on. So far, aside from Ching-feng, he hadn't heard of anyone else finding gasoline in bulk, but right now, with no one feeling the urgency, prices were low. Stockpiling while it was cheap could only be beneficial. Meanwhile, Ching-feng slumped in his driver's seat, breathing heavily. When he saw the word deal, his face immediately lit up with joy. Finally, I can survive the first day. He quickly confirmed the trade, securing his prize before other players could buy up all the water and food. Twisting off the cap, he tilted his head back and took a large gulp. The sweet water flowed down his throat, bringing his entire body back to life. I traded 200 units and still have 800 left. Can't trade anymore. When everyone runs out of fuel in a day or 2, my gasoline will be worth a fortune. With his mind made up, he grabbed his backpack and jumped down from his seat. With daylight still remaining, he charged back toward the wasteland. While it's still daytime, I need to find more treasure chests. Across the wilderness, hot winds whipped sand and debris toward him. As Ching-feng ran frantically, he couldn't help but complain. Why do all the treasure chests I find only contain gasoline? Regional channel. Holy crap, how did you guys move so fast? You finished trading in just 1 minute? Hehe, I made the trade. Obviously, parts and materials are only useful in the late game. Right now in the early stage, water and food are the most important things. It's a super good deal. Exactly. I've searched several treasure chests and found nothing but materials, not a single bottle of water. Thank goodness for Boss Su's generosity. We can always find more materials later, but without food and water, we won't survive. Still complaining about the price? I think you guys just don't have enough materials and are just being sour grapes. While the regional channel erupted in heated arguments, Su-chan contentedly surveyed his haul. 200 units of gasoline, 18 wooden blocks, 15 glass pieces, and 7 electronic components, all spoils of war from trading bottled water. He carried the blueprints and parts to the crafting station behind the driver's seat and spread the blueprints out with a snap. The panel immediately displayed the required materials: 2 iron blocks, 2 wooden blocks, 2 glass pieces, and 1 electronic component. Everything was ready. Craft ice maker. Following his crisp command came a clear system notification. Ding. Crafting complete. You have successfully manufactured 1 basic ice maker. A pale blue light swept across, and a small device resembling a mini washing machine appeared on the crafting station. Basic ice maker upgradable. 1. Can actively freeze water into ice, taking 5 minutes to freeze 1 bottle of water into ice blocks. 2. Can automatically condense moisture from the air into ice blocks, with a theoretical efficiency of 2 cubic decimeters per day. Affected by environmental conditions, current efficiency is 1 cubic decimeter per day. Upgrade requirements. Intermediate ice maker upgrade Blueprint 1, iron blocks 20, wooden blocks 20, glass 20, electronic components 10. Beautiful. Worthy of my first time, finally got my first vehicle furniture. Su Chun stroked the cold exterior shell and nodded with satisfaction. Besides manual water input, the device could continuously condense moisture from the air into ice blocks, perfectly fitting his plan. While his luck was hot, he threw the remaining 4 blueprints of the same grade into crafting. Moments later, 5 basic ice makers lined up neatly at the rear of the vehicle, quietly beginning to absorb moisture. After finishing this, Su Chun took out his last 4.5 bottles of mineral water and poured them into one of the machines without hesitation. 2.5 minutes later, just as the ice crystals formed, Su Chun quickly grabbed that half bottle and tilted his head back to drink. The ice water slid down his parched throat all the way to his stomach, bringing a refreshingly cool sensation. Ha! This feeling is fucking amazing. He laughed heartily and took 2 more gulps before reluctantly stopping. Next, he opened the trading post and directly listed. For sale, 500 milliliters pure ice mineral water. Exchange for 2 bottles of mineral water or 1 bottle of mineral water, 10 pieces of other materials. Note: other valuable resources also welcome. Please message privately. Only an idiot wouldn't sell ice water, he muttered to himself. For someone who owned ice makers, this was practically a no-cost business. After posting the listing, Su Chun started the car and drove another 30 kilometers in one go, only stopping when a wooden treasure chest refreshed by the roadside. Wooden treasure chest. Open. The system determined a critical hit, instantly turning what was originally 1 pack of instant noodles into 4 packs, making him grin from ear to ear. Only then did he check the trading system. His 4 bottles of ice water had all sold out, bringing back 6 bottles of mineral water and 20 pieces of miscellaneous materials. His private messages showed 99, all inquiring about the ice water. Some people even went as far as asking Su Chun to name his price, wanting to buy his refrigerator. Clearly, many had connected his previous trading water for materials operation with his current ice water stall, firmly convinced that he had actually built himself a refrigerator. Su Chun opened the regional channel, only to be greeted by an overwhelming flood of messages the moment it refreshed. Apparently, the entire channel had exploded the instant he listed his ice water on the trading post. Su Chun, selling ice water in the front row, for bottles now available. Trade 2 bottles of regular water for 1 completely frozen bottle. Quality goods at fair prices. Honest dealing for all ages. The moment the announcement went out, the channel erupted. Brother Su Chun, you're not joking, right? Ice water? Aren't we all getting room temperature water from our drops? Holy crap. We're still struggling with regular water, and you're already drinking ice water, boss. I'm crying. You're actually thinking of sharing ice water with us, boss. You're too kind. So that's why you were frantically collecting materials to build a refrigerator. I want to trade, but I'm almost out of water bottles myself. Brother Su Chun, I'll give you 5 million when we get out. Get me a bottle first. Big brother Su Chun, I really want some ice water. How about I send you some cool photos? What the hell? I just blinked and all 4 bottles on the trading post are gone. Leave me some scraps, will you? Bro, opportunity favors the prepared. That ice water going down, damn. It feels amazing. Same here. I snagged a bottle too. Those ice crystals crunching. I'm pumped up now. Back to farming treasure chests. Su God, when's the next restock? I want another bottle. Su God, I don't have water, but can I trade something else? Please. Messages scrolled by like bullet comments reaching the horizon, while Su Chun's private messages instantly hit 99. He casually stuffed his 6 newly acquired water bottles into the ice maker before slowly browsing through his private messages. Most people were urging him to restock quickly. A few freeloaders waving the humanitarian flag tried to mooch a bottle, which he ignored completely. Others offered beast meat in trade, but in this sweltering heat, he couldn't even be bothered to start a fire, let alone grill meat. Looking more carefully, he actually found one decent private message. Yi Fei. Bro, is that refrigerator of yours for sale? I'll trade you a blueprint for it. How about it? A blueprint? Su Chun glanced at the 5 ice makers quietly sitting in his inventory. Losing one wouldn't matter, so he replied. What kind of blueprint? If it's useless junk, forget it. The other party replied instantly, clearly having been online in the chat channel the whole time. Yi Fei sent a message. Master Su, my water condenser blueprint is definitely better than your ice maker. You won't regret the trade, but I want the refrigerator plus 5 bottles of water and 500 units of fuel. Su Chun squinted, his fingertips tapping lightly on the screen. Water was a vital resource, and he set up his stall selling ice water precisely to accumulate more and more water. The fact that Yi Fei was willing to offer his water condenser blueprint clearly showed he was at his wits' end. The guy probably only had this blueprint left, lacking materials and running low on fuel, trying to trade paper for finished goods. But did he really dare make such outrageous demands with just a blueprint? Sure, no problem. But I don't have what you want right now. Need to save up for a while. Not sure how long. Suchin wasn't in any hurry. All right, I'll wait for you. Yifei took a deep breath and reluctantly ended the conversation. His judgment was spot on. Ever since arriving in this wasteland, Yifei hadn't stopped his vehicle, scavenging all the way just to find this blueprint. Yet he was broke and nearly out of fuel. Now, he desperately needed equipment that could sustain his survival with no investment, all profit, which is why he had his eye on Su Chen's ice maker. 5 minutes later, Su Chen listed 6 bottles of ice water on the trading post. They were instantly sold out the moment the listings refreshed, with the channel full of desperate purchase requests from parched players. His inventory immediately transformed into 10 bottles of ice water and a pile of miscellaneous materials. Another 5 minutes passed, 10 became 15, then 20, 30. Within half an hour, he had put up a total of 50 bottles of ice water in 2 waves. Just as he was humming a tune while continuing to make ice, Yifei, who had been holding back for so long, popped up again. Master Su, have you saved up enough? Not yet. Wait a bit longer. Su Chen replied casually, continuing his role as the ice water master. Another half hour passed. Su Chen had gradually listed a total of 100 bottles of ice water before noticing the sales pace had slowed down after all. The server channel's demand was limited. He secretly hoped the world channel would open for trading. Meanwhile, with his fuel completely depleted, Yifei gritted his teeth and played his final card. Master Su, I'll trade my water condenser blueprint plus a dagger and 10 iron blocks for 1 bottle of water and your ice maker. Is that okay? This is everything I have left. Su Chen's lips curved upward. Deal. But mine's an ice maker, not a refrigerator. Same thing, let's trade right now. Yifei's throat was parched. His speech urgent had reached the end of his rope. Dinga system notification popped up. You have a designated trade request. Please check. Trade successful. The moment the trading interface closed, Su Chen's original 5 ice makers became 4, while a blueprint appeared before him. The blueprint for the basic water condenser requires the following materials for one-time crafting: 5 iron blocks, 5 glass blocks, and 5 units of rubber. He had both iron blocks and glass, but he had never seen rubber before. However, he figured that if he didn't have it, others probably did. Su Chen posted, buying rubber, can trade for mineral water. Soon, someone responded, 8 units of rubber for 1 bottle of water? Deal. The transaction was completed immediately. After spending 1 bottle of mineral water, Su Chen successfully obtained 8 units of rubber. He then exited the chat and trading channels, took the condenser blueprint and materials, and headed straight to the crafting station. Craft water condenser, he commanded instantly. The crafting station immediately absorbed the blueprint and all materials, then quickly provided feedback. Ding. Crafting complete. You have successfully manufactured 1 basic water condenser. A flash of white light appeared, and before Su Chen stood another device that looked like a water dispenser. Water condenser upgradable, can condense moisture from the environment and convert it into purified water. Efficiency, 2,050 liters per day, varying based on environmental conditions. Current efficiency, 24 liters day. Upgrade materials, 1 intermediate water condenser upgrade blueprint, 50 iron blocks, 50 glass blocks, 50 units of rubber. Nice. Su Chen was ecstatic. Now he would never have to worry about water again. Combined with the ice maker, he could essentially be self-sufficient and trade for more things he needed. However, self-sufficiency had one problem. He lacked containers. The water from the condenser could only be stored within the condenser itself. So Su Chen posted again in the regional channel. Su Chen, trading ice water or mineral water for containers or blueprints work too. Private message if interested. He then took 16 bottles of ice water from the ice maker and listed them for trade. Before putting the 16 bottles of mineral water he had just acquired back into the ice maker. He listed all excess materials in batches, essentially using the trading post as storage. No choice, he was too wealthy. He had so many resources he had nowhere to store them. Soon, people began private messaging Su Chen. Dameli. Su, handsome guy, can I trade an empty bottle for 1 bottle of ice water? It's one I just drank from. Su Chen chuckled and ignored her. Trading a bottle with saliva for ice water? Did she think her mouth was made of gold? After browsing through several more messages without much success, just as Su Chen was about to exit the chat channel completely, another private message popped up. Yanxi. Hello Su God, I have a plastic bottle blueprint here. Can I trade it for 20 bottles of mineral water? A plastic bottle blueprint? Su Chen was slightly surprised. Speak of the devil. Just when he was feeling drowsy, someone brought him a pillow. He sent back 10 bottles. After a long while with no reply, Su Chen wasn't anxious. Right now, very few people would have water condensers, so the demand for plastic bottles was even lower. Relatively speaking, water was much more valuable. Yanxi. Minimum 15 bottles. Any lower, and I won't sell. Fine, no problem. Just list it as a designated trade for me. After paying 15 bottles of water, Su Chen successfully obtained the blueprint for the plastic bottle manufacturing machine. Plastic bottle manufacturing machine crafting resource requirements: 3 iron blocks, 3 glass blocks, 3 rubber blocks, 1 unit of electronic components. Perfect. Su Chun had all the materials needed for crafting. He rushed to the crafting station, dumped the plastic bottle making machine, blueprint, and supporting resources onto it, then hit confirm. Ding. Crafting complete. You have successfully manufactured 1 plastic bottle making machine. A flash of white light revealed a waste-time machine with a silver white shell, complete with feeding port, molding chamber, and output chute. The panel clearly displayed. 1. Can produce plastic bottles of any capacity. 2. Each unit of rubber produces 20 plastic bottles. That means 1 rubber unit yields 20 bottles. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately took out 1 rubber unit, set the capacity to 500 milliliters, and pressed start. The machine hummed quietly, and in less than half a minute, 20 brand new transparent plastic bottles slid out neatly, looking identical to the ones the system had previously rewarded him. By this calculation, I'm essentially getting 4 free bottles of water per hour. No need to worry about drinking water for now, he calculated quickly. Next, Su Chen opened the trading system. Besides his existing listing of ice water for materials, he added another additional offer, 19 rubber units for 1 bottle of ice water 5 discount. After posting the listing, he ignored the voices in the channel calling him stingy and returned to the driver's seat, continuing down the gray highway. With plenty of opening points available, he kept the detection equipment running. However, after driving 50 kilometers straight, he only found 1 black-marked box on the desolate roadside and it was broken. As expected, the newbie village benefits are over, Su Chen frowned. Previously, boxes appeared every 10 or even few kilometers, but now after a full 50 kilometers, there was only 1 broken box. This was true highway survival. He casually opened the regional channel, and sure enough, many people were discussing. I've been driving for over half an hour without finding any treasure boxes. What's going on? Yeah, before, we could find them every 10 kilometers or so. Now there's nothing for ages. If I don't find anything soon, I'm going to die of thirst. Looks like those first few hours were newbie benefits. Now it's real survival. This is too hard. Wait, my fuel is almost gone. Does anyone have fuel to sell? I'll be eliminated early if I don't refuel. Bro above, I haven't even used half my initial fuel. How did you burn through yours already? Finally found a stretch with no one around where I could floor it to 120. Got heavy-footed, and the fuel gauge just plummeted. Su Chun scanned the channel, quickly weighing the situation. If it really was 1 treasure box per 50 kilometers, everyone's daily resource output would be very limited. Most people would soon face the predicament of no fuel, no resources. Sympathy? Non-existent. He was thinking about how to completely monopolize fuel. From the looks of it, fuel was already quite valuable, and as time passed, water would only become more expensive. Whatever, he'd take it 1 step at a time. In a sense, water's value would continue rising. During the initial few hours of beginner benefits, almost everyone could open several treasure chests, and quite a few obtained water, so water wasn't particularly valuable at that time. Once the benefit period ended, the chest spawn rate plummeted, and water sources became scarce. At this point, the 200 bottles of mineral water Su Chun had collected from other players in his car's trunk were worth a fortune in the parched wasteland. Since chests were hard to find, he decided to patrol while driving and prepare to stir things up. He immediately listed the black chest he had just dug up on the trading post, labeling it as a wooden chest, with a price tag of 50 assorted materials. This price was clearly unaffordable and unappealing to everyone. Normal wooden chests contain resources worth only 10 to 30 materials. However, Su Chun had no intention of actually selling it. He wanted this outrageous listing to announce to everyone that chests could be traded. Once he stirred up the market, more people would put their uncertain boxes up for trade in exchange for things they desperately needed. And right now, what players wanted most in exchange was the survival essential, water. Water was the one thing he had in abundance. The moment the chest was listed, the regional chat exploded. Holy crap. Look, Su Chen's listing something again, and this time it's a treasure chest. You can sell chests? 50 materials for a wooden box. Why don't you just rob people? Are you brain dead? Su Chen's using the high price to block inventory slots. He's not trying to sell it. That's actually clever. Since items in the same type of chest vary so much, selling the chest directly is more reliable than gambling on luck. During the discussion, players indeed began following suit. Within 10 minutes, 4 or 5 chests appeared on the trading post, priced between 2 to 5 bottles of water. Su Chun immediately bought all the chests priced at 2 bottles without hesitation, and he didn't spare the 4 or 5 bottle ones either. Bought them all. After confirming the goods were in hand, he looked up at his detector. The screen showed both newly acquired chests glowing bright red, indicating excellent quality. Su Chen's lips curved into a smile as he parked his off-road vehicle in an empty lot by the roadside and arranged the 2 chests in a row. Yellow sand rolled in the wind, and his iron hammer gleamed coldly in the sunlight as he raised it toward the left chest's lid. System notifications flooded the screen. Initial resources: 1 bucket of braised beef-flavored instant noodles and 1 sausage. You opened a treasure chest and gained 7 opening points. You achieved an opening critical hit with an 8-fold multiplier. Congratulations, you obtained 8 buckets of braised beef-flavored instant noodles and 8 sausages. 8 buckets of noodles and 8 sausages piled into a small mountain, their aroma filling his nostrils. Su Chen's eyes lit up, thinking it would be perfect if he could get a can of ice-cold cola next. With this hope, he raised his hammer and struck the right chest hard. Initial resources, 300 units of fuel. You opened a treasure chest and gained 30 opening points. You achieved an opening critical hit with a 10-fold multiplier. Congratulations, you obtained 3,000 units of fuel. Excellent. In an instant, Su Chen's fuel balance surged from 300 units to 3,300 units. With no need to worry about fuel in the short term, he cranked the air conditioning to maximum cooling without any pressure, even if he kept it running the entire journey. With this newfound confidence, he immediately felt the urge to splurge when you can afford it. This sudden wealth made him want to buy all the remaining boxes. However, the trading post prices were far higher than the normal value of wooden boxes, and without the system's bonus, it would be a complete loss. Thinking about playing the long game, Su Chen forcibly restrained his impulse to buy. After driving another 50 kilometers along the highway, the detection radar finally showed a new signal, a bright red treasure chest. The color was much deeper than the previous wooden boxes, and the experienced Su Chen immediately recognized it as a bronze treasure chest. He parked the SUV at the closest position to the road, got out, and followed the coordinates into the roadside bushes. The treasure chest was buried extremely deep without a close search. Ordinary people would never spot it. Su Chen crouched down, dragged the box out of the bushes, and started hammering away. 80, 80, 80-inch. With the final crisp sound, the lock broke open. Initial resource, triangular military dagger. Opening points gained, 666. 9-fold critical hit triggered. Congratulations. You obtained triangular military dagger 9. 9 gleaming military daggers appeared in a row on the ground, about a foot long each, with 3 blood grooves reflecting cold light and an aura of menace. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly stored the weapons in his backpack. These are lifesavers. Back in the car, he opened the regional trading post again. There were now over 10 wooden box listings. The region originally had 10,000 people, but now only 9,846 remained, with over 100 having died. Su Chen figured most of them had gotten into trouble while opening boxes carelessly. Even ordinary wooden boxes carried significant danger. As usual, he instantly bought all 4 wooden boxes priced at 2 bottles of water. Leaving the overpriced ones alone, not a single bronze chest had appeared, showing that everyone treasured them and refused to sell. Su Chen directly relisted his 2 dangerous boxes on the trading post. He opened the remaining 2 boxes himself. Triple rate, 3 bottles of water, 3 pieces of bread. 5-fold rate, 30 pieces of iron. Having made a small profit, he was in great spirits. Just then, a system notification suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Challenge Hero. Challenge begins. Every day from 1 p.m. until sunset, rarer treasure chests containing more precious resources will spawn in the wilderness on both sides of the highway. The brave shall enjoy the resources first. If you're confident in yourself, venture into the desert to claim these resources. Good luck to all. A warm reminder, the resource-rich wilderness may also harbor tremendous dangers. Players are advised to proceed with caution. A thunderous roar, like a system notification, suddenly exploded, rolling past every survivor's ears like a clap of thunder. Hero's Challenge? Even rarer treasure chests in the wilderness? Opportunity comes with risk. The wilderness is dangerous? That's just high risk, high reward. The channel fell silent for barely 2 seconds before being flooded with a stream of excited messages, completely erupting. Let's do it. I haven't seen a single damn chest in an hour, and my fuel's almost gone. Since we're all gonna die anyway, might as well gamble in the wilderness. Fortune favors the bold. The wilderness has higher grade resource chests. Getting rich quick is right within reach. I think we should just stay on the highway. At least we won't die so miserably. Resources may be scarce, but we can survive. Stop talking. Even the safe highway has claimed hundreds of lives. Who knows how high the death rate is in that wasteland? If you want to throw your lives away, go ahead. Within seconds, the survivors split into 2 camps. One faction wanted to risk it all, hoping to strike it rich, rushing toward the wilderness. The other faction played it safe, refusing to leave the highway. Once decisions were made, both sides continued arguing and trying to persuade each other in the channel, creating complete chaos. Su Chen watched the screen, completely puzzled. Everyone makes their own decisions. Why interfere with others? However, this heated argument did provide him with a business opportunity. It opened up the market for his triangular military bayonet. Su Chen, selling weapon triangular military bayonet, one of a kind, can be exchanged for bronze chest or blueprints. Highest bidder wins. As soon as the message was sent, the already heated channel erupted again. Holy crap, he even has a triangular military bayonet. Is there anything this guy doesn't have? With this thing, survival rates when fighting for chests in the wilderness would at least double. Too bad I have neither bronze chests nor blueprints. So frustrating. I have blueprints. I want to trade with Master Su. Having a weapon for self-defense means gathering more resources definitely worth it. If this weren't a global survival game, I'd suspect your Master Su's alt account. Not an alt, but definitely a shill. Ding. Su Chen's notification sound chimed, and a private message popped up. Li Xiaofei, Master Su, I have a blueprint for car modifications. Can I trade it for the triangular military bayonet? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Someone's already knocking with car modification blueprints? Su Chen, send it over for me to see. The blueprint opened immediately. He glanced at it, and his mouth twitched slightly now. He understood why the other party was so eager to trade. Premium tires single use. Materials required, rubber 20, alloy 8, electronic components 4. Effect, vehicle fuel consumption 20. This was a tire with decent long-term benefits, but extremely impractical in the short term. Only 20 fuel reduction, yet ridiculously expensive to make. The other party clearly wanted to trade something currently useless for an immediately effective weapon. Su Chen, these tires require too many materials and the effect isn't outstanding. Not as good as other blueprints I have right now. He deliberately acted as if he already had better options, hinting for the other party to sweeten the deal. Li Xiaofei, these tires are definitely profitable long-term. I've gathered 10 rubber and 2 electronic component style bundle everything for you. Before Su Chen could reply, a new private message appeared. Wang Chong, I have a bronze chest, plus 2 wooden boxes. Can I trade them for the triangular military bayonet? A bronze chest. This was exactly what Su Chen truly wanted. Su Chen deal. In just a few words, Su Chen and Wang Chong completed the first transaction. The triangular military bayonet was of no extra use to him, better to trade it for urgently needed resources. The bronze chest was the most attractive prize at the moment. He hadn't expected the other party to resist temptation and actually give up the chest. Su Chen was thoroughly satisfied. The trade was quickly completed. On the other side, Wang Chong skillfully twirled the triangular military bayonet in his hand, his face lighting up with delight. Earlier, he had stumbled upon 3 treasure chests clustered together in the ruins, but uncertain whether they would yield anything worthwhile. He decided to trade them all to Su Chen for the military bayonet he had been dreaming of. As a soldier, he firmly believed that with this triangular bayonet in hand, he could scavenge far more resources in the wasteland. With the deal just sealed, Su Chen continued scrolling through his private messages. Among a pile of freeloading requests, one message with an attached blueprint caught his eye as solar water heater blueprint. The device could store energy and heat water to boiling point, but with all survivors currently dreading the approaching extreme heat, no one wanted to lug around a heater as dead weight, so the seller simply put it up for sale. However, this hit Su Chen right where it mattered. He had a stockpile of instant noodles in his vehicle, but nowhere to boil water. Your water heater is decent enough, but the price doesn't meet my expectations, Su Chen replied bluntly. Want it? Pay more. After all, anyone who could afford a triangular military bayonet had to have decent resource. It would be foolish not to squeeze them hard. On the other end, Wang Yang scratched the back of his head, glanced at the storage compartment in the back seat of his SUV, and played his final card. Water heater blueprint, plus 2 bottles of cola and 10 pieces of alloy. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Who could refuse cola? And those 10 pieces of alloy were exactly the scarce materials he needed. Deal. He cheerfully clicked accept and tossed the second triangular military bayonet into the designated trading slot. Solar water heater blueprint single-use crafting requirements. Iron blocks 10, alloy 5, electronic components 1. He had all the materials, but his trunk was already packed full, so he decided to wait until he actually craved instant noodles before getting to work. After finishing the trade, he jumped out of the vehicle and lined up the items he had just acquired. 1 bronze chest and 2 wooden chests. The detector quickly provided feedback. The 2 wooden chests showed up pitch black, marking them as duds, while the lone bronze chest glowed with a bright red aura. Su Chen pursed his lips, listed the 2 wooden chests on the trading post, and raised his iron hammer to smash the bronze chest. The system flooded the screen. Initial resources: crossbow crafting blueprint single use, crossbow bolt crafting blueprint single use. Gained 2333 chest opening points. Chest opening critical hit. Triple reward. Congratulations. Obtain crossbow crafting blueprint 3 single use. Crossbow bolt crafting blueprint 3 single use. Repeating crossbow crafting blueprint. Crafting requirements: iron blocks 5, wood blocks 5, hemp rope 1. Crossbow bolt crafting blueprint can be learned directly. Holy crap, a crossbow. Su Chen was stunned. A ranged weapon. If Wang Chong knew he had given up such a treasure, he might just cough up blood on the spot. He immediately learned the crossbow bolt crafting blueprint. Congratulations. Acquired crossbow bolt crafting method. 10 bolts per iron block 1, wood block 1. Su Chen had already stockpiled hundreds of iron and wood blocks, all obtained through trades with his free ice water. The only thing he lacked was hemp rope. Su Chen posted a trade offer. Su Chun trading 1 bottle of ice water for 3 hemp ropes, one deal only. After posting this message, he simply leaned against the wall to wait, while continuing to list his ice gold mineral water. The number of treasure chests was far less abundant than initially, so demand for ice water had naturally dropped, but Su Chun wasn't in a hurry selling slowly. There would always be someone who needed it. Once that brave challenge ended, he believed many people would have more resources to spare, and then his goods would sell just as well. The chat channel began buzzing with activity. Hemp rope? I don't think I've ever gotten any from chests. What a shame it sounds cheap enough. 1 bottle of ice water for 3 ropes is such a steal. You're thinking about this wrong. Anything boss Su Chun wants can't be ordinary. None of us have it, which shows the price definitely isn't low. Too bad, didn't get any. Seeing that most people didn't have hemp rope, Su Chun could only shrug. If there wasn't any, he'd take it one step at a time. Using the triangular military spike temporarily would work, though it would be slightly less safe. Just as he was thinking this, his private message box lit up several times. The first message was from Tanju. Tanju, little brother, I have hemp rope, but your price is way too low. Su Chun replied directly. Then give me your price, and I'll consider it. Tanju, I have 5 hemp ropes here, trade for 100 bottles of ice water. Good grief, 100 times markup. Su Chun's expression instantly darkened. Su Chun, a few hemp ropes, and you dare ask for 100 bottles of ice water? You've got some nerve. How about 0 ice water instead? Keep them, or don't. I don't care. After cursing her out, he exited the chat box and continued checking other private messages. Tanju, having been thoroughly scolded, looked livid but still grumbled in the channel about Su Chun's poor attitude, seemingly forgetting who actually needed those hemp ropes. Su Chun couldn't be bothered with her and opened the second private message. This person also had 5 hemp ropes and wanted to sell them as a bundle. 1 bottle of ice water plus 2 bottles of regular mineral water. Su Chun considered for a moment it was just water he'd gotten for free anyway, so when better to use it than now. Deal. After the successful trade, he was about to close his private messages when he noticed Tanju still cursing like a machine gun. After a few more insults, she changed her tune. Fine. Fine. I could negotiate down by 3 or 5 bottles. Su Chun snorted and replied. 2 wooden treasure chests for your 5 hemp ropes. When someone had only 1 treasure chest, they'd probably keep it safe, but with 2, they'd be tempted to gamble. Tanju deal. Her 5 hemp ropes had originally come from wooden treasure chests anyway and had been useless until now. Having failed at her outrageous markup, she settled for second best. Getting 2 wooden chests wouldn't be a loss. When entering the trade interface, Tanju deliberately changed the 5 to 3 before clicking confirm. If Su Chun caught it, she'd claim it was a slip of the finger. If she got away with it, she'd make a killing. Soon, the system notification appeared, trade successful. Tanju was overjoyed as 2 wooden treasure chests materialized before her. After thinking for a moment, she listed one of them in the trading post, gripped her iron hammer tightly, and smashed it down on the second chest. Bang! The wooden board shattered. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Maybe she could get several bottles of water? However, the next second, a black shadow shot out with a whoosh, lunging straight at her face. Ah! Meanwhile, Su Chun went straight to the crafting station and placed 3 crossbow blueprints along with the materials on top. Accompanied by a faint white glow, 3 finely crafted crossbows quickly took shape, their metal limbs sharp-edged and radiating a chilling aura. Each supported 10 consecutive shots with a maximum range of 100 meters and an effective range of 50 meters, though their bolt reserves were currently at 0. Let me make 100 bolts first. Su Chun took out 10 iron blocks and 10 wooden blocks, operating the crafting station to produce 100 brand new crossbow bolts in less than half a minute. He fully loaded all 3 crossbows and temporarily stored the remaining bolts in a large plastic bottle, tying it to his waist with hemp rope. Among the 3 crossbows, he tucked one into the compartment beside the passenger seat of his vehicle, strapped another horizontally to his waist, and gripped the last one in his right hand, ready to raise and shoot at any moment. The triangular military spike was conveniently inserted at the back of his waist for easy reverse grip retrieval. After finishing his preparations, he was about to venture into the wasteland when a private message notification suddenly flashed. It was from Li Xiaofei, who had previously traded tire blueprints for the triangular military spike. Li Xiaofei, boss? I'll add 3 more bottles of water. This is everything I have left. Can we make the trade? Su Chun raised an eyebrow. He had been so excited earlier that he almost forgot about this matter. It seemed the other party truly couldn't offer anything more. In that case, deal. Both parties quickly completed the transaction, and Su Chun obtained the premium tire blueprint. Having already gathered the materials beforehand, he threw the blueprint and materials onto the crafting station and confirmed the crafting. A white flash appeared. Crafting successful. Congratulations, you have obtained premium tires for 4 black rubber tires with sharp tread patterns and solid texture nearly filled the van's rear compartment completely. Su Chun immediately moved them out of the vehicle and compared them to the old tires, which indeed triggered an install option. Install. As soon as he spoke, The new tires replaced the old ones with clicking sounds, causing the entire vehicle to shake briefly before settling down quietly. What to do with the old tires? Just as he was pondering this, the system displayed a decomposable prompt when he approached them. Then let me decompose 3 of them first. You have decomposed ordinary tires and obtained rubber 16 alloy units 4. He placed the last old tire in the vehicle's rear as a spare for emergencies. With the minor vehicle modifications complete, Su Chun mentally planned. In the future, he needed to unlock more blueprints to transform this van into a comfortable RV, complete with a soft mattress. Ahem. And if there could be a woman lying on that big mattress, bah. What nonsense was he thinking about right now? Getting back to business, it was time to explore the wasteland. He locked the car doors and tucked the keys into his pocket. Although he hadn't encountered any other survivors so far, no one could predict when he might run into someone. And at that point, the supplies in his vehicle would definitely be tempting bait. So he couldn't stay away from the car for too long. Lost in thought, Su Chun gripped his crossbow tightly, tucked a bottle of ice water close to his body, and stepped toward the desert area beside the road. The moment he left the highway, he was hit by an oncoming wave of heat. The scorching sunlight felt like it could melt a person, and even through his shoes, Su Chun could feel the burning heat of the desert sand beneath his feet. But Su Chun couldn't worry about all that now. He gripped his weapon and activated the exploration radar. A pale blue scanning screen slowly unfolded before him as he clutched his weapon tightly, his eyes vigilantly sweeping the surrounding wasteland while monitoring the radar's readings. The screen quickly marked 2 targets, 300 meters to the front left, a white tinged with red. 500 meters straight ahead, a pitch-black skull symbol appeared. The former wasn't a treasure chest, and the latter represented unknown danger, also not a treasure chest. After weighing his options for a moment, Su Chun decided to investigate the front left target first. Safety came first. He took a deep breath of the dry, hot air, pulled out a bottle of ice water from his portable cooler, twisted off the cap, and splashed it on his neck and cheeks. The coolness trickled down his skin, finally dispelling some of the oppressive heat. Swish, swish, swish. Only the sound of fine sand stirring beneath his feet and the soft rustle of fabric brushing against low shrubs could be heard. There was no other movement between heaven and earth. Following the radar's direction, Su Chun hadn't walked far before he spotted the white tinged target, a cluster of plump berries stubbornly rooted between rubble and yellow sand. These things can actually grow in this godforsaken place? He muttered to himself in amazement. But considering that the highway survival game actually existed in reality, he felt somewhat relieved. Su Chun pulled out an empty plastic bottle and crouched down to start picking. Soon, several large bottles were packed full of vibrant berries, leaving not a single one on the bush. With his supplies secured, he returned to the vehicle, neatly arranged the berries in the back seat, locked the car doors again, and headed straight for the black marker ahead. His plan was to first identify the source of danger, then figure out how to avoid it. As he approached the destination, the black dot on the radar suddenly shifted to the side, and immediately after, a deep red treasure chest icon appeared, its color darker and more vivid than a bronze chest. Su Chun's heart skipped a beat, higher grade than bronze. The Brave Challenger rewards were indeed maxed out. However, before claiming the treasure chest, he had to deal with the nearby danger first. He quickly took cover near the marker, crawling along the sand ridge to the top of a low dune, overlooking the target area from about 20 meters away. It was a mixed terrain of shrubs, rubble, and earthen slopes, with a treasure chest radiating brilliant white light sitting alone in the center of a mound. A silver treasure chest. Su Chun didn't rush down immediately, but carefully surveyed the surroundings. As expected, in the sand directly below the treasure chest, a fist-sized pitch-black hole was visible, bottomless, clearly some animal's den. After pondering for a moment, he pulled out the snake jerky he had flattened earlier, broke off a small piece, and attached it to his crossbow bolt. Then he raised the crossbow, aiming at a spot about 3 inches outside the hole entrance. He pulled the trigger. Whoosh. The crossbow bolt whistled through the air. Thud. The arrow pierced through the loose sand outside the cave entrance, pinning the foul-smelling snake bait firmly to the ground. The force was enough to blast a deep crater in the sand, rivaling the close-range power of a rifle. After firing, Su Chun crouched behind the sandbags, the dark crossbow muzzle still aimed at the cave entrance, while his peripheral vision swept across the radar on his wrist, alert for any red dots that might signal a surprise attack. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The faint scraping sounds emerged from within the cave, like needle points scratching against eardrums. The prey was about to show itself. Su Chun held his breath, fingertips poised on the bowstring, ready to fire a second shot the moment he spotted his target. Soon, a long, slender shadow appeared at the cave entrance, writhing along the ground as it headed straight for the snake bait. Under the sunlight reflected off the sand, those paired vertical pupils were particularly striking. King Cobra. Su Chun's eyes narrowed. To encounter such a top-tier venomous snake with his very first silver chest without the crossbow, and armed only with his triangular military dagger, he wouldn't have felt confident at all. But now, with crossbow in hand, the advantage is mine. He calculated the distance in advance, aiming for the spot roughly 7 inches from the head of the snake, dozens of meters away. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air, carrying violent kinetic energy as it struck true. Thunk! The sharp arrow buried itself in the snake's body, dark venomous blood splattering across the golden sand and exploding into a viscous crimson mist. Hiss! The serpent's body convulsed wildly, its tail whipping up waves of sand. Whoosh! The second arrow followed immediately, piercing straight through the snake's head. The massive body writhed a few more times before falling silent. Was it dead? Su Chen suppressed his racing heartbeat, waiting a full minute before cautiously approaching. A system notification appeared. Snake extraction available on King Cobra Corpse. Extraction successful. Obtained King Cobra meat 10. Extraction successful. Obtained venom 5 milliliters. King Cobra venom. A single drop could kill a bull. If he coated his crossbow bolts with just a trace, their lethality would double. Su Chen carefully stored the venom, then turned his attention to the silver gleaming chest beside the cave entrancia, silver chest, more precious than any bronze chest. He grabbed his hammer and pounded away with a series of clangs for over 10 strikes until the lock finally shattered. Initial resources: Desert Eagle Blueprint one-time use 1, Specified Ammunition Blueprint one-time use 1. You have opened a chest and gained 6,666 opening points. You have achieved an opening critical hit and received a 10-fold multiplier. Congratulations! You have obtained Desert Eagle Blueprint one-time use 10, Specified Ammunition Blueprint one-time use 10. Desert Eagle? The true king of firearms. Su Chen stood stunned for several seconds before it sank in. This was a double yoke, 2 types of blueprints bursting forth at once, with 10 copies of each type. The first would teach him to craft the pistol itself, while the second was exactly what he desperately needed. Bullet blueprints in not just any bullets, but 10 different calibers and types of specialized ammunition. This meant he could learn to manufacture 10 different types of bullets. The Desert Eagle blueprint requires the following materials for one-time crafting: 5 steel blocks, 5 alloy blocks, 5 plastic blocks, and 1 electronic component. The specified bullet blueprint allows for one-time manufacturing of a particular bullet type for the Desert Eagle. Absolutely no trading allowed. Bullets cannot be sold either. Su Chen carefully folded the 20 paper-thin blueprints and tucked them into his inner shirt pocket. After confirming that the radar remained accurate in the desert, he had no more concerns. Looking up at the vast yellow sand, he gulped down half a bottle of ice water in one go, feeling the coolness rush down his throat straight to his stomach. After walking in the predetermined direction for about 10 minutes, the radar suddenly lit up with a bright red. 800 meters to the right front, a bright red bronze treasure chest was buried there. Su Chen carefully avoided 2 ominous black spots along the way, his boots making rustling sounds on the fine sand. Soon he stood before the treasure chest. After several heavy hammer strikes, the lid shattered. System notifications scrolled across the screen. 1. You have obtained initial resources: Premium Car Steel Plate Shell Blueprint 1 one-time use. 2. You opened a treasure chest and gained 375 opening points. 3. You achieved an opening critical hit and received double critical damage. 4. Congratulations, you have additionally obtained Premium Car Steel Plate Shell Blueprint 1 one-time use. This blueprint could increase vehicle defense attributes by 30 and durability by 30, but the manufacturing cost was steep: 50 steel blocks and 50 alloy blocks. Su Chen rubbed the paper between his fingers, his eyes gleaming. Spending extra materials for safety was absolutely worth it. Tucking the 2 blueprints into his chest, he turned back toward the road. He decided that regardless of whether he could gather more along the way, he would first return to the vehicle to study the blueprints thoroughly. When he was still about 100 meters from the road, the radar flickered again. A pale red dot appeared in the upper left, indicating a wooden treasure chest. Every little bit counts, so Su Chen jogged over and smashed it open with 1 hammer blow, revealing a small box of matches that clattered down. System: 6 times critical hit, matches 6. Each box contains over 20 sticks. With a fire source, roasting meat won't be a problem. He smiled as he stuffed the matches into his pants pocket and quickened his pace to climb onto the old road, half buried by wind and sand. Following the road back, the van sat quietly in place, its newly replaced tires reflecting a dull gleam in the sunlight. Su Chen neatly arranged all his newly acquired supplies and began taking inventory. To install the defensive shell on his vehicle, he still needed a full 100 steel blocks. Could steel be an advanced material made from iron blocks? He had no way to perform the Ironta steel smelting process and could only rely on other survivors. The passenger seat could fold completely flat, so he simply lay down to use it as a temporary bed. Under the shade of the roof canopy, he opened the regional chat channel. The first thing that startled him was the screen full of red text. System death notifications were scrolling rapidly, filling several pages. The regional population had quietly dropped to just over 9,300 people. Su Chen recalled the numbers before the hero challenge began, when only about 100 people had been lost, but now in less than an hour, at least 5 or 600 more had died. Opportunity and risk had always been tightly bound together in this world. Sentiment aside, practical problems needed solving first. Suchun posted a purchase request in the channel. Suchun seeking to purchase steel can exchange for iron blocks, wood blocks, glass, ice water, and other materials. Private message with prices. He had just searched the entire trading post and found no one listing steel for sale, indicating that steel was extremely scarce at this stage. After posting the message, he began waiting for responses. Steel on the regional channel? I don't even have 2 iron blocks, and Boss Suchun is already using steel? That stuff has to be forged and refined from iron blocks. It's truly rare material. I've been camping the trading post all day and haven't seen a single piece. Obviously, this is the advanced form of iron blocks, but I don't have any on hand. Otherwise, I could trade for some ice water to beat the heat. There's nothing better in this scorching weather. The channel buzzed with discussion as Suchun watched the screen for a moment, but received no private messages. He could only sigh. Looks like I won't be able to smelt steel anytime soon. Ding. Just as he was about to give up, a private message popped up. The sender was Wang Chong, someone he'd worked with before. Wang Chong, Brother Su, you need steel, right? I can smelt it, name your price. Seeing the message, Suchun perked up and immediately replied. 5 materials for 1 steel block. Wang Chong. Su God, it's a small business. Considering our friendship, I'll give you the buddy price 9 materials for 1 steel block. Suchun pondered briefly. 6 blocks. Wang Chong, deal. Damn, he's making a killing. Suchun cursed under his breath, but had to accept it. Wang Chong continued messaging. I need iron blocks as raw material. Su God, I'll give you some steel first, then you trade me the iron blocks to smelt. Despite having traded with Wang Chong before, Suchun remained cautious and only transferred about 30% of his iron blocks first, roughly 60 pieces. He'd wait to get the first batch of steel before continuing the exchange. With ice water selling like hotcakes, his materials nearly filled his backpack. He had hundreds of everything, so he didn't mind parting with some iron blocks. Soon, Wang Chong delivered 20 steel blocks. Suchun roughly calculated 3 iron blocks to smelt 1 steel block, with significant loss on the other party's end. This middleman operation yielded profits similar to his ice water sales. The two then agreed on cyclical trading. For a full hour, they exchanged back and forth multiple times until Suchun finally accumulated 100 steel pieces at the additional cost of 15 bottles of ice water. However, his mineral water reserves continued growing, though treasure chests were becoming scarcer and the increase slower. Many people had recently struck it rich chest hunting in the desert, with bronze chests yielding 10 bottles of water or 10 pieces of bread, making others green with envy. This water circulation kept his business booming. With steel in hand, he wasted no time throwing all 10 Desert Eagle blueprints into the crafting station. Begin crafting. A brilliant flash of light passed, and silver-white Desert Eagles with sharp lines appeared in rows on the workbench. Desert Eagle. Magazine capacity, 9. Effect. Long-range lethal weapon with extremely high damage. Uses, .44 caliber bullets. With guns ready, bullets were next. Suchun immediately learned the bullet blueprint, targeting .44 caliber. .44 caliber bullet crafting. Cost, 1 alloy block 10 bullets. He directly invested 20 alloy blocks, mass-producing 200 rounds. After loading all 10 Desert Eagles, he stuffed the remaining bullets into his zippered pockets and stored the rest in the vehicle compartment as backup. Now he had both guns and bullets. Suchun felt a surge of satisfaction as he carefully arranged 9 gleaming black pistols in the van's storage compartments, then pulled one out and tucked it into his waistband with the barrel against his hip. The solid weight immediately filled him with a sense of security. Next, he placed the vehicle shell blueprints and materials on the control panel. As the light screen flickered, a brand new steel shell plate was rapidly forged. Without hesitation, Suchun selected Replace and chose Decompose for the old shell he'd removed. A notification flashed. You have decomposed a vehicle shell and obtained 80 iron blocks. The once rust-covered van instantly transformed, gleaming with metallic luster. Every seam fit perfectly, and even the air conditioning's cold air was now completely sealed inside. Suchun smugly cranked up the fan, letting the icy airflow rush over his face and sweep away his fatigue in an instant. Before departing, he casually opened the chat interface. In the channel, a few people clutched 1 or 2 pieces of steel, but demanded 10 bottles of water right off the bat, clearly asking for the moon. Suchun ignored them completely. The regional channel was more lively, but painted a different picture entirely, with cold death announcements mixed among various boastful photos. See? The wasteland is paradise for the brave. Check this out. Attached image, 10 bottles of water, 10 loaves of bread, plus 1 plump, round watermelon. Haha, exactly right. And look at this new treasure chest I opened. Even found a decent blueprint inside. After glancing through a few posts, Suchun tossed the terminal aside and reclined in his chair for a brief rest. In less than 10 minutes, his energy was fully restored. He returned to the driver's seat, pressed the accelerator, and the van kicked up clouds of dust as it traveled roughly 2 kilometers before stopping at the roadside. After checking his firearms, dagger, and detector, he jumped out of the vehicle and stepped into the scorching yellow sand. He'd barely walked 500 meters when the detection radar in his backpack beeped red. 2 reddish treasure chests overlapped on the display, one of them blood red. Even more troubling, several moving black shadows clustered nearby. Their danger level far exceeded anything he'd encountered before. Suchun pressed his hand against the pistol at his waist and gritted his teeth. Got a gun and still scared? Might as well just shoot myself. He crept along the rolling dunes for about 600 meters until a natural circular depression came into view, ringed by broken stones and yellow earth. In the center of the clearing stood a gleaming silver treasure chest alongside a weathered bronze one, as if beckoning him closer. Getting his hands on them would mean massive rewards, but the accompanying risk was equally deadly. 30 meters away, a cluster of withered, waist-high shrubs provided perfect cover. Suchun crouched behind them and employed his tried-and-true method, loading a piece of snake meat onto his crossbow bolt and aiming at the silver chest. Whoosh! The bowstring vibrated as the arrow, carrying its bloody cargo, struck the silver treasure chest with a sharp clang. The arrow shaft bounced off. The snake meat plopped into the sand with a wet sound, and its sweet, fishy scent quickly spread through the air. Moments later, a faint scraping sound emerged from beneath the sand, quickly intensifying into dense swish-swish noises, then escalating to bone-chilling tap-tap, echoes like knuckles striking the ground. The sound burrowed into his eardrums and made his hair stand on end. Holy crap! From the rocky debris and sandy soil, 20 to 30 scorpions emerged in a dense swarm, each several centimeters long, their tails as thick as human arms swaying menacingly, a truly terrifying sight. What the hell are these things? Where did such massive scorpions come from? Suchun cursed under his breath, his fingers instinctively reaching for the desert eagle at his waist, but the gunshot would be too loud and might alert all the scorpions, so he suppressed the impulse. He raised his small crossbow loaded with steel bolts, aiming at the nearest scorpion and targeting its soft spot, the tail segment. Whoosh! The bolt flew through the air, piercing the tail and pinning the scorpion directly to the sandy rocks as dark brown blood splattered everywhere. The wounded scorpion writhed frantically, causing the entire swarm to briefly lose control and scatter in all directions. Whoosh! The second bolt struck another scorpion's back shell, the metal shaft penetrating nearly halfway, but this only made the creature more frenzied. Clearly, the back armor wasn't a vital spot. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A deep roar erupted from the center of the group as a slightly larger scorpion raised its 2 massive pincers, waving them in warning. Following its call, the other scorpions quickly dispersed and began searching the sandy ground for prey. Suchun locked onto that seemingly more formidable opponent, but his first shot missed, grazing past the stinger and landing in the sand. With plenty of bolts in hand, he wasn't worried. After a quick scan, he decided to clear the perimeter first. To ensure a killing blow, he switched to arrows coated with cobra venom, targeting the few that were approaching him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows hit their marks consecutively, and the poisoned scorpions convulsed on the ground for less than 20 seconds before going completely rigid. After stabilizing the situation, he simply emerged from behind the bushes and actively pursued the scattered targets. Once the distance increased, his accuracy would drop, and the poisoned arrows were precious, so he could only quicken his pace and use short, precise shots to pick off the remaining scorpions one by one. Ambush, follow-up shots, reloading. This continued for several minutes as more and more corpses littered the ground, until finally only the scorpion that seemed to be the leader of this group remained the Scorpion King. Suchun drew the Desert Eagle tucked in his waistband and slowly approached. When they were less than 5 meters apart, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Flames erupted from the barrel as the metal bullet instantly tore a bloody hole in the Scorpion King's shell, sending it flying backward. But this monster had tenacious vitality and rolled around, trying to attack again. Suchun fired another shot, waited a moment, and when the creature's struggling weakened significantly, he gripped his triangular military dagger and charged forward. Thud! The blade sliced through its abdomen, completely severing the Scorpion King's head. The massive body convulsed twice before crashing to the ground. Phew! He let out a long breath, thinking that without the crossbow and pistol, relying on just a dagger would have been impossible against these fierce creatures, let alone hoping for that treasure chest. Suchun crouched in front of the Scorpion King's corpse and discovered he could extract something from it. Successfully extracted 10 milliliters of scorpion venom. Since the scorpion venom could be extracted, Suchun wasted no time. He grabbed the remaining scorpions one by one, pinching their stingers to extract the venom. Each scorpion yielded between 3 milliliters to 8 milliliters of venom, and by the time he finished, he had collected a total of 168 milliliters of scorpion venom. Besides that, about 30 dried scorpion carcasses lay scattered on the ground. Though they didn't look like much meat, he still strung them together with rope, planning to drag them all back. After confirming the area was safe, He pulled out his detection radar to scan around. Only when the screen showed no black danger signals did he relax and approach the silver treasure chest, raising his iron hammer to pound away at it. After more than 10 strikes, the lock cracked open with a loud snap, and the heavy lid flew off. Suchun leaned on his knees, catching his breath. Initial resource: bulletproof car window glass blueprint one-time use. You opened a treasure chest and gained 1024 opening points. You achieved an opening critical hit and received an 8-fold multiplier. You obtained 8 bulletproof car window glass blueprints one-time use. 8 blueprints lay neatly at the bottom of the chest. Suchun grinned at the sight. With bulletproof glass, his car wouldn't have to worry about window-smashing thieves anymore. He looked up toward the distant highway, delighted at the thought that even if he left his vehicle, others wouldn't be able to break the glass. Striking while the iron was hot, he swung his hammer at the nearby bronze chest. Opening critical hit. Initial resources: 1 porcelain bowl, 1 bag of salt, 1 bag of sugar, 1 bag of MSG. You opened a treasure chest and gained 168 opening points. You achieved an opening critical hit and received a 10-fold multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 10 porcelain bowls, 10 bags of salt, 10 bags of sugar, and 10 bags of MSG. The colorful seasonings piled up like a small mountain, making his eyes light up. With salt, sugar, and MSG, now I can make real delicious food. But where are the ingredients and cookware? There was too much to carry in one trip, so he tied the rope around his waist, strung up about 10 scorpions to carry on his back, hugged the seasoning packages and porcelain bowls in his arms, and dragged his weary body toward the highway. Back at his car, he stuffed all his spoils into the small storage compartment in the trunk, which was now nearly full. He hung the remaining scorpions in the trading post, using it as extra storage space. After shaking the sand from his sleeves and gulping down some ice-cold mineral water, he returned to the desert to haul back the rest of the scorpion carcasses and crack open a wooden chest, obtaining 9 bottles of mineral water. The back of his car was practically overflowing. Suchun sighed deeply. Having too many resources is also a problem. If other survivors heard this, they'd surely jump out and curse him for showing off. Suchun examined the bulletproof glass blueprints. Required materials: regular glass and special plastic. Special plastic for bulletproofing? That was indeed special. His car didn't have any of this stuff, so he had to search the trading post. Soon, he spotted a set of 10 pieces of special plastic listed for sale, exactly what he needed, though he only required 8 pieces. The seller was asking an outrageous price: 30 bottles of mineral water. Water was still scarce nowadays, with many people still worrying about having enough to drink. The seller was clearly targeting capable frontrunners. Suchun had no intention of being a sucker. He remembered his mother's bargaining wisdom. First cut the price in half, and if that doesn't work, just drop a zero. He wasn't good at haggling and usually just dropped the zero. Suchun sent a private message: 10 pieces of special plastic for 3 bottles of mineral water? The message was answered instantly. Dong Long replied, "Su God, that price is way too harsh, far too low." Suchun didn't respond. Dong Long sent another message: 5 bottles, ice cold. Plus I'll freeze 5 more bottles for you for free. Suchun saw this was equivalent to 15 bottles worth of value and replied cheerfully, "Dong Long, deal." With 5 ice-cold bottles plus 5 more frozen for free, he paid the equivalent of 15 bottles and received 10 pieces of special plastic. Suchun scratched his head and muttered to himself. It seemed his mother's formula didn't quite apply. Apparently dropping the zero made people unhappy, but half price made them quite willing. After receiving the special plastic, Suchun immediately took the blueprints and materials and placed them on the crafting table. "Begin crafting," he said in a low voice. "Ding crafting complete. Continue. Ding crafting complete." In just a few moments, 8 pieces of bulletproof glass crafted according to car window dimensions were neatly arranged on the table, their surface gleaming with a steady luster, thick and sturdy. Suchun grabbed the glass and walked to his car, selecting to replace them one by one, first piece, second piece, until all 8 were completely installed. He let out a long breath, feeling much more at ease. If attacked, his chances of survival would definitely improve by at least 1 level. The old windows were directly broken down into ordinary plastic and glass, which he recycled into his storage. After finishing all this work, he collapsed exhausted into the driver's seat, unscrewed a bottle of ice water, and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls, while opening the regional channel to peek at the chat. Most of the Brave Challenger time had passed, and the channel population had dropped to 9,129 people, fewer than before, though the casualty rate had clearly slowed down. Everyone knew that staying alive was everything. Before running out of supplies, most people wouldn't venture into the wasteland lightly. Suchun understood this too. Today was actually when everyone was in their best condition, the golden opportunity to venture into the wilderness. If they waited until resources were depleted, both energy and combat effectiveness would be compromised, making it even more dangerous. Of course, there were also cautious types preparing to lay low first, waiting until they felt absolutely safe before making a move. After several trips to the wasteland, Su-chan temporarily decided not to go back in. First, it was getting dark, and second, his stamina was limited. He decided to rest for a moment, then started the car and sped along the highway. With radar detection at maximum range, gas pedal floored, and air conditioning blasting cold air, he suddenly felt that some car stereo music would make this perfect. He had to arrange for that. He immediately posted a message in the regional channel. Su-chan, paying high prices for car stereo blueprints, can trade various resources, water, food, weapons. Interested parties, please private message. No one responded in the channel, but Su-chan wasn't worried at this stage. Anyone who actually got music blueprints would definitely use them first, unless they were desperate enough to sell. About 20 minutes later, the radar picked up a Sinala black bronze treasure chest. Su-chan raised an eyebrow but didn't get out of the car immediately. Instead, he listed the chest on the trading post for 9 blueprints. Wooden chests could be handled with a bit of caution, but bronze level ones were enough to stump unarmed beginners. Next time he saw someone he didn't like, he could sell it to them at a high price. Continue. Since the treasure chest had been found, the nearby highway probably didn't have any other rewards. Su-chan drove on. Soon he discovered another wooden chest. Incredible luck, a triple critical hit. Opening it, he got 3 packs of tissues, 200 sheets per pack. Looking at his watch, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The initial instructions said nights would be more dangerous outside, so he needed to prepare in advance. Su-chan parked the car by the roadside, gathered some dry branches, moved 2 stones to make a stove, and laid the snake meat flat on 2 iron plates he had set up. He lit the fire, added wood, and let it sizzle gently as the aroma rose. He sprinkled on salt and other seasonings, patiently grilling until it turned golden and glistening with oil, then packed it in sealed containers for later use. After tidying everything up, it was 6 o'clock. The first day of the Brave Challenger trial had ended. The Brave Challenger time limit has ended. Friendly reminder, survivors still remaining in the wilderness, please return to your vehicles immediately. Night swallowed the desert rapidly. In just over 10 minutes, the sky transformed from dim to pitch black, leaving the roadside shrouded in complete darkness. Su-chan glanced at the chat channel. The number of online users had dropped sharply again. Most likely, some people hadn't made it back to their vehicles in time and were consumed by the darkness. He couldn't be bothered to worry about their fate. Right now, hunger was clearly reminding him it was time to eat. He crawled into the back of his vehicle and opened his makeshift crafting station, setting out 2 enamel bowls. In the first bowl, he poured 10 plump berries and arranged 2 slices of watermelon around the edges. The second bowl was for instant noodles. He boiled water, pressed in the noodles, and dropped in a sausage. The soup bubbled and filled the air with an enticing aroma. On the grill, pre-prepared snake meat was evenly brushed with seasoning, sizzling as he flipped it. Finally, he tore off a piece of soft bread, grabbed an ice-cold bottle of water in his left hand, and placed the heaviest hard currency, in his right, a cup of ice-cold cola. Under the lights, steam and cold mist intertwined. He quickly raised his display screen to take a selfie, capturing the appetizing colors of the food. The next second, he uploaded the image to the regional channel. The chat interface exploded instantly. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Is that instant noodles with sausage and grilled snake meat? With seasoning on top? That's Hisses-cold cola. Su-god, please let me follow you. I'm not asking for much. Could you spare me a sip of that noodle soup? Woo-woo, big brother Su. I have some cool photos I just took, wanna see? Just give me a cup of noodles and a bottle of water. Ahem. Girl, Su-god is too busy managing everything, but I have extra water. How about we video chat? We're supposed to be surviving, and Su-god, you're basically on a road trip. Doubt, flattery, and jealousy flew together as the channel's activity skyrocketed. Seeing the atmosphere was just right, Su-chan posted the announcement he had prepared earlier. Su-chan. Hello everyone. Proudly presenting the luxury dinner set, 100g grilled snake meat, 1 cup of prepared instant noodles, 1 sausage, 2 watermelon slices, 10 berries, 5 napkins, plus 1 bottle of ice-cold water. Trading for 1 blueprint only. Limited to 2 sets, first come, first served. The channel erupted again. Su-god, look at me. I'm trading a blanket blueprint. I have a fever medicine blueprint here, please trade. Wok crafting blueprint, you'll definitely need it. Trade request sent. His private message inbox was nearly bursting. Su-chan skimmed through, directly ignoring anyone trying to get something for nothing. Blankets, fever medicine, woks. All useful, but not immediate necessities. He sent a uniform reply. These blueprints aren't very useful right now. Only worth half a set of your choice. Take it or leave it. He was betting that those big players with valuable blueprints were more desperate for food right now, and that some lucky survivors had blueprints but were hanging by a thread. Forget it then. Fine. I'll trade. In the end, the fever medicine blueprint and wok blueprint were successfully traded. The blanket blueprint holder remained stubborn and refused to compromise. Su-chan wasn't in a hurry, had plenty of fuel and climate control in his vehicle, so blankets were optional for now. Ding. Soon, someone actually came forward with a blueprint that he found quite decent. The premium car chassis blueprint requires the following materials for one-time production: 50 steel, 100 iron blocks, 50 rubber, and 20 electronic components. Suchin couldn't help but gasp. This car chassis required way too many materials. Roughly calculating, gathering all these materials would require opening at least 40 to 50 wooden crates. With most people's current capabilities, it was simply impossible to craft. But Suchun was different, had the profits from selling ice water to back him up. Although sales had clearly declined over the past 2 days, thanks to the abundant resources he'd accumulated earlier, he still felt confident. He had over 200 iron blocks, just over 100 rubber pieces, and 27 electronic components in reserve. Only steel was running a bit short. He immediately opened the trading channel, first sending a hearty dinner as requested, plus 2 extra bottles of mineral water, successfully obtaining the premium car chassis blueprint. With the blueprint in hand, Suchin didn't Stofi immediately went to find Wang Chong and traded 10 iron blocks plus 1 bottle of mineral water for a full 50 pieces of steel. With all resources ready, he spread out the blueprint beside the van, quickly confirmed the materials, and began crafting. Soon, a brand new premium car chassis was complete. He bent down and crawled under the vehicle, completely dismantled the old chassis, then precisely installed the new one. As the final bolt was tightened, the van's defense and durability were noticeably enhanced. As for the removed broken chassis, he simply disassembled it on the spot to save space. After finishing the upgrade, Suchin finally had time to eat. He grabbed the bowl and chopsticks from the table and devoured the remaining food. The ice-cold cola went down his throat with satisfying gulps. The snake meat grilled crispy on the outside, and tender inside was gnawed until the bones were white, and even the instant noodle soup was consumed to the last drop. With his stomach warm and full, he reclined the passenger seat, let his whole body sink into it, and prepared for a good night's sleep. Night shrouded the highway, and the danger level increased dramatically. Suchun had no intention of moving again. The battles, hunting, and hauling under the scorching daytime heat had already exhausted his strength. Now, he just wanted to rest. Before sleeping, he casually glanced at the chat channel. As darkness fell, more survivors had free time, making the channel lively with endless messages about resource exchanges. Suchin knew clearly that this highway survival challenge was far from simple. Resources and roadside treasure chests were becoming increasingly scarce, while materials spawning in the wilderness were multiplying, clearly forcing everyone to leave the highway and face unknown dangers. Thanks to the few hours of the beginner period, everyone had gotten a basic understanding and could survive today without problems. But starting tomorrow, with drastically reduced chests and fuel running low, a significant famine crisis seemed inevitable. Forget it, why overthink? Just take care of myself first. He lowered the seat back a bit more and encouraged himself silently. Got off to a good start today, continue tomorrow. Ding. A private message notification suddenly rang out. Li Shanshan. Sugid, little brother, I'm so lonely and empty. Let me show you the photos I just took. Want a video chat? An image popped up. Suchun raised an eyebrow, clicked to open it, and nearly spat out loud. Holy crap, these legs could keep me entertained for half a year. In the photo, a pair of voluptuous long legs wrapped in black stockings dominated the view, with skin texture so clear under the lighting that every detail was visible. Sending this kind of image with this kind of message late at night, the meaning couldn't be more obvious. Suchin's lips curved into a smirk. This woman was quite the character, barely able to guarantee her own survival, yet still thinking about satisfying desires. He didn't have that kind of spare money. He casually saved the photo, accidentally clicked to enlarge, and studied it for a few seconds, then closed the chat window and shut his eyes to sleep. On the other side was Li Shanshan. To Suchin's surprise, there was no reply for quite some time. Li Shanshan stared at the chat window, her long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings swaying under the light. No reaction from him at all? Humph. Definitely a boring homebody with perverted thoughts, but no guts, probably secretly saving the photos to admire later. Having dealt with countless men, she knew exactly how devastating these legs were to men. Suchin's lack of response likely meant he was still inexperienced. Today, she had already sent photos to the 30 most active male traders on the exchange. The others either replied instantly or called for video chats, some even sent over all their supplies. With just these legs, she had gathered quite a lot of survival resources. Her fishing plan was going smoothly. Turning all the capable men into her personal delivery services was the goal. As for Suchin, the harder the nut to crack, the more persistent she'd be. Over time, he'd come to believe in her true feelings. I'll send you one photo every day. Let's see how long you can hold out, she sneered to herself. Exhausted, Suchin slept soundly and had a wonderful dream. He had upgraded his beat-up van into a massive mobile fortress, brightly lit with a spacious deck. Being kind-hearted, he had taken in 3 nearly perfect beauties, and they were staging a 3 heroes battling Lu Bu scenario. A pair of delicate feet in stockings rested on his neck as he charged forward with his rifle, ready to break through enemy lines. Bang, bang, bang. Violent impacts jolted him awake, with the sharp screech of claws scraping against glass. Holy crap, for real. Su Chun bolted upright, grabbing his pistol and fixing his gaze on the area outside the car window. Under the moonlight, over a dozen wolves had surrounded the van, their fangs gleaming coldly as they repeatedly rammed the vehicle with their heads and claws. The reinforced glass and shell from last night's upgrades held against the assault, leaving only shallow scratches. After confirming temporary safety, he breathed a sigh of relief, but he was never one to take a beating passively since they came. They shouldn't expect to leave unscathed. He removed the batch of scorpion carcasses from the trading post, cut off a small piece of venom, and evenly coated it on the first carcass, then opened the sunroof and tossed it out before positioning himself at the window to observe. Several wolves gathered around to sniff, with one taking the first bite while two others fought over the pincers. The quantity wasn't enough, yet every single wolf needed to get a taste. He continued applying poison and throwing, tossing out over a dozen scorpion carcasses to ensure each wolf got its share of the venomous scorpion feast. Awoo! The pack howled as they ate, their voices quickly growing weak. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Su Chen peered through the car window and saw all the wolves lying motionless on the ground. Su Chen didn't immediately get out to check the situation. He glanced at the time, 2 a.m. The highway was pitch black, as if soaked in ink, where any sudden movement could be deadly. Staying in the car was the safest choice. He activated the radar detection, and the screen immediately displayed several dark shadows lurking nearby. The highway at night was indeed fraught with danger. If not for the bulletproof glass he had installed on the windows earlier, he would likely have met his doom long ago, let alone other unprepared survivors. Su Chun switched to the chat channel, where cries for help echoed throughout the regional channel. Holy crap! There are wolves here, several of them. They just rammed our car. I'm so scared. There's a lion on my side, it smashed my window. I'm desperately blocking it with metal scraps and wooden boards. I'm so terrified. Feels like something bad could happen any moment. Haha, I haven't encountered any danger yet. Some felt fortunate, others despaired. It seemed luck was also a crucial factor. After watching for a while, Su Chun closed the communicator and dozed off in his seat. When he opened his eyes again, dawn was breaking. After a quick check of his surroundings to confirm temporary safety, he opened the car door and walked straight to the wolf carcasses from last night to begin harvesting. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 pieces of wolf meat, 20 pieces of poisonous wolf meat, and 1 wolf pelt. It can automatically separate poisonous from non-poisonous meat. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He had expected only regular wolf meat, but unexpectedly gained poisonous wolf meat that could serve as bait. The soft, thick wolf pelt also had decent insulation properties. He casually opened the regional channel. At just past 5 a.m., the channel was quiet with most people still sleeping, but the member count had dropped to 8,663, several hundred fewer overnight. With 13 eliminated on the first day alone, calculating from 4 billion survivors, the death toll likely exceeded 500 million. Pushing aside these thoughts, he harvested all the wolves in the area, ultimately obtaining about 150 pieces of quality wolf meat, roughly 150 pounds, and 300 pieces of poisonous meat, enough for plenty of bait. He listed those 300 pieces of toxic meat at an outrageous price on the trading post, waiting for some sucker to take the bait. Next, he used a bit of precious clean water to hastily rinse his mouth and wash his face. Without a toothbrush or toothpaste, his mouth still felt gritty, but in this environment, it was already a luxury. After handling his personal hygiene, Su Chun went to the water condenser. 20 hours of operation had produced water droplets trickling down the pipes, which he bottled into 500 milliliters plastic bottles, filling 80 bottles in one go. While others worried about drinking water, he had already achieved short-term, bottled water freedom, bringing a satisfied smile to his face. Then he opened the trading post. Not a single bottle of ice water had sold overnight, which he had anticipated. The cool night meant no demand for ice water. However, regular bottled water had sold well, with plenty of materials waiting in his account for confirmation. Without hesitation, he listed another 50 bottles of regular bottled water. Adding the 100 bottles currently for sale, that makes a total of 150 bottles available. Su Chen still had around 50 bottles of water in his possession that he hadn't listed yet, both as backup stock and for his own daily consumption. While he was at it, he also posted the fresh wolf meat he'd just hunted on the trading platform. 1 pound of wolf meat priced at 30 materials, 3 bottles of water, other blueprint-type private materials. The price wasn't cheap, but it was within most people's budget. After listing all his items, Su Chun knew not many people would see them at this hour, so he quickly wolfed down a piece of bread, downed half a bottle of water, wiped his mouth, and started the engine. Activate radar detection. Vroom vroom vroom. The engine roared as Su Chun floored the accelerator, pushing the speed past 60 miles per hour. The new tires had much better grip than the old ones, instantly transforming this seemingly ordinary van into a road beast. I'm the Drift King of Mount Akina. Woohoo! The morning road was completely empty as he sped along, and soon spotted the first treasure chest of the day on his radar. With a perfect drift and tail slide, he brought the vehicle to a smooth stop right beside the box. a wooden treasure chest. Though it wouldn't be much use to Su Chun at this point, a good start was still a good omen. He grabbed his hammer, wound up his arm, and struck with a solid clang. Initial resource, Milk 1L. Chest points 20. Critical hit. Multiplier 7. Congratulations. You obtained Milk 7L. Another type of beverage to add to the collection. He tossed the 7 bottles of milk into the cargo area and continued on his way. Over the next 2 hours, he opened 1 bronze chest and 2 wooden chests. Bronze chest. Fuel tank expander 6. Each increasing capacity by 200 units, stackable. Su Chun immediately installed them, expanding his original 1,000-unit tank to 2,200 units, then filled it up and stored the excess fuel. Wooden chests, potato chips 6 bags, bananas 8. At 10 in the morning, just as most players were waking up and planning their chest hunting routes for the day, a system notification suddenly rang out, making everyone's heart skip a beat. Highway survival game. First day complete. Beginner isolation space has been lifted. All vehicles have unlocked automotive heart. Devour other automotive hearts to strengthen your own vehicle. Please explore the specific functions on your own. Enjoy the game. Goodbye. Isolation space lifted. Su Chun instinctively gripped the steering wheel tighter. This meant the previously separated highway instances had completely merged, and players would now truly encounter each other. The Devour Automotive Hearts description was clearly encouraging them to kill each other and grow through survival of the Fetesta Classic Battle Royale setup. As expected, this highway wasn't a single-player survival game. He looked down at the area below the center console screen. A circular glass dome had appeared beneath the original chat and trading interface, with an irregular crystal floating inside. Automotive Heart. Level, 1 star. Condition, 100. Upgrade requirement. Absorb energy from 3 1-star automotive hearts. Absorbing 3 1-star vehicle cores for an upgrade? This meant Su Chun would have to devour 3 other people's cars, while his own vehicle could just as easily become fuel for someone else's advancement. At this thought, he quietly reminded himself, from now on, whenever he encountered any survivors, he'd need to keep his guard up and never trust blindly. This was a survival game with no laws and no constraints. Death and killing played out every single day. Su Chun had always considered himself a law-abiding, civilized person, but he understood that here, sooner or later, blood would be spilled. After 2.5 seconds of mental preparation, he told himself, he could now kill without batting an eye. After all, without laws, psychological barriers crumbled fast. The vehicle core materialized on his retina display, showing the durability and performance parameters of the chassis, tires, engine, and other components in precise percentages. Su Chun quickly processed the information and pressed the accelerator again. About half an hour later, the road ahead suddenly opened up. The narrow asphalt split into 2 paths. The left side was roughly 80 meters wide, while the right was only 20 meters. Dinga system notification suddenly chimed. Ahead lies a challenge selection before merging onto the main route. Distance, 100 kilometers, must be completed within 3 hours. Left side, normal road mode. Environment remains unchanged. Endpoint merges onto main route 798. Right side, wilderness challenge mode. More resource spawns, greater danger. Endpoint also merges onto main route. Special notice, top 10 performers in Wilderness Challenge mode resource value rankings will be randomly selected for special rewards. Su Chun weighed the pros and cons. The left path was safer but offered little gain. The right was resource-rich and would give him an advantage later on main route 798. Who knew what monsters or players he'd encounter on that main route? His weapons, equipment, and vehicle performance were all stronger than the starting setup. If he couldn't handle this level of risk, he might as well just kill himself right here. Not to mention the special rewards for top 10 rankings were worth the gamble. Mind made up, he floored the accelerator, his vehicle roaring as it plunged into the right side wilderness trail. Just minutes after entering, his radar detection flashed with a black Markera treasure chest. Su Chun chuckled inwardly. The wilderness truly had abundant treasures along with abundant dangers. As usual, he scooped up the chest and hung it in the trading post for someone to open the mystery box. After another 6 minutes of full-speed driving, another treasure chest lay by the roadside. He opened it on the spot, pulling out a 1L bottle of iced black tea, which is 9 times critical hit multiplied into 9 bottles. Well, peasant drinks. Su Chun toyed with the bottle, remembering how they used to taste like horse piss at room temperature and like premium liquor when ice cold. Too lazy to think much about it, he casually stuffed all 9 bottles into the ice maker in the back seat. The ice water hadn't been selling well lately, so Su Chun had been using the thing as a refrigerator. Continuing his journey, he discovered treasure chests roughly every few minutes about every 5 kilometers, which naturally filled Su Chun with excitement. Each time he detected a chest, he had to clear the surrounding threats first. Along the way, he encountered wolves, snakes, wild boars, and other beasts, most of which he killed from a distance with his crossbow. When targets tried to flee, he'd draw his Desert Eagle for target practice. After several real combat encounters, Su Chun gradually developed his shooting skills within 100 meters. He could hit almost anything he aimed at. The pistol's power also impressed him. Even a robust wild boar couldn't withstand more than a few shots. Before he knew it, he'd covered half the 100-kilometer route and opened 7 or 8 treasure chests, accumulating abundant supplies. Unfortunately, except for one chest that yielded 6 washing machine blueprints he couldn't currently use, all the others were ordinary wooden chests. Remembering this was a global challenge where even one gold tier or silver tier resource could be life-changing, Su Chun made a firm resolution. He had to obtain high-level treasure chests, preferably aiming straight for first place. He continued searching along the highway, but after another 10 minutes of driving with no discoveries, he decided to turn around and venture into the wilderness. Based on his day's experience with highway survival, the wilderness clearly had a much higher probability of spawning treasure chests than the road. Though the risk was greater, his decision was made, and he didn't hesitate. Su Chun gathered his weapons and water, locked his vehicle, and stepped into the wilderness. He'd already scouted the surrounding 1-kilometer radius, no danger detected. His plan was to expand the search radius to 2 kilometers. If anything went wrong, he could still quickly retreat to his vehicle. The first kilometer passed without incident. He pushed forward another kilometer, then turned toward the other side of the highway. After returning to his vehicle, he drove out another 3 kilometers and continued the same cycle. Half an hour later, Su Chun's eyes suddenly blazed with excitement. His red tinged with purpley golden treasure chest. The golden light was dazzling. He'd been searching all day without seeing one, nor had he heard anyone mention finding one in the regional chat. This was his chance. However, around the treasure chest, dozens of dark shadows moved slowly. Su Chun held his breath and quietly crept toward a nearby vantage point, wanting to assess the situation first. As his view expanded, he finally saw clearly. Approximately 11 spotted cheetahs surrounded the treasure chest, all adult and robust. The largest and most imposing cheetah let out a low growl, and instantly the other companions repositioned themselves, facing Su Chun, ready to charge at any moment. At the same time, 2 cheetahs had already locked their gaze on him. Clearly, he'd been exposed. The distance between them was too close. Su Chun knew perfectly well he could never make it back to his car before the cheetahs pounced. He had miscalculated. He immediately pulled out the bag he had prepared in advance and hurled the poison meat chunks as far away from his current position as possible. The moment the meat hit the ground, the pack of cheetahs dozens of meters away shot forward like released bowstrings, charging wildly toward him. Su Chun raised his crossbow with his left hand and fired rapidly without even aiming. Whoosh, 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 arrows slicing through the air in quick succession. Meanwhile, his right hand seized the opportunity to draw the pistol from his waist and fired precise shots. Bang, bang, bang. Each gunshot was accompanied by a cheetah tumbling into the dust. The crossbow bolts finally found their marks as well, and a cheetah on the flank let out a pained howl before collapsing. The first cheetah to reach the meat, even after being shot, instinctively opened its jaws and bit down hard on the poisoned meat, determined to be a well-fed leopard, even in death. Bang thud with the final 2 bullets fired. The jungle instantly returned to deathly silence. No matter how fast the cheetahs were, they couldn't outrun bullets. Su Chun stepped forward and efficiently collected his spoils. Nearly 1,000 pounds of leopard meat, enough to feed him for an entire year. After finishing up, he headed straight for the golden treasure chest nearby. After some effort prying it open, system notifications began popping up in succession. Initial resources: 1 blueprint for a powerful 4-cylinder engine, 1 car audio music system. You have opened a treasure chest and gained 3,485 opening points. You have achieved an opening critical hit and received a 10-fold multiplier. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 powerful 4-cylinder engine blueprints and 10 car audio music systems. Seeing the engine blueprints, Su Chun thought of his old van. With its measly 3-cylinder engine, the upgrade potential was now crystal clear. But what excited him more at the moment was the car audio system. A journey with music was the only way to travel in comfort. He raced back to his vehicle and, after confirming the area was secure, took time to examine the blueprints. Powerful 4-cylinder engine blueprint materials needed for one-time construction: 10 alloy blocks, 10 steel blocks, 10 rubber units, 10 electronic components. He had all these materials in stock, and the car audio system could be installed directly. So he installed the sound system first, and upon powering it up, discovered the music library was already full, all songs downloaded and ready. Su Chun contentedly set it to loop Jay Chou's tracks, then hauled the engine blueprint and materials over to his crafting station. Begin crafting. In just moments, a brand new 4-cylinder engine gleaming with metallic brilliance appeared before him. Su Chun clicked replace with 1 button, removed the old 3-cylinder engine, then disassembled it, breaking it down into basic materials: 5 alloy blocks, 5 steel blocks, 5 rubber units, 5 electronic components. With this, The van was completely renewed inside and out. The only regret was that he still hadn't found a way to expand the vehicle's overall capacity through modifications. After opening the golden chest, he decided not to venture deeper into the wilderness. Time was limited, and his haul was already substantial. So he continued on his route, collecting every treasure chest he encountered along the way. Before reaching Highway 798, he had acquired another bronze chest and 3 wooden chests. Both the bronze chest and the other wooden chest were dark-colored, so he tossed them into the trading post. Opening the remaining 2 wooden chests, he found 7 bottles of water and 9 packs of sanitary pads. Su-chun held up those 9 packages, his expression freezing. Sanitary pads? What am I supposed to do with these things? The moment that thought crossed his mind, he immediately remembered in this post-apocalyptic trading market, value was never determined by whether you needed something yourself, but by whether the market was short on it. So he opened the regional channel for the first time in a while and typed out a conspicuous message. Su-chun, trading sanitary pads for various rare materials, resources, blueprints preferred. Limited quantity of 9 packs, first come first served. Meanwhile, over half of the 100+ bottles of ice water he'd put up for sale had sold by now. The mineral water quantity had barely moved, yet his materials had increased by over 500 units for free, all piling up in his system mailbox. One click on claim, and his SUV would be packed to the brim. Sigh, having too many resources is also a problem, he grumbled internally. If people can see my wealth at a glance, that's not safe. After thinking it over, he decided not to claim the goods for now and continue using the shop's water sales to manipulate the market. This bug wasn't easy to exploit, so he needed to save this free opportunity for a critical moment. After listing another 50 bottles of ice water, he casually put up several batches of mineral water at regular market prices, going for diversified sales. Before long, private messages started popping up. Xiaomei, Su Handsome, could you give me 2 packs of sanitary pads? I'm on my 2nd day and probably can't hold out much longer. I'll definitely repay you properly when we meet on the highway. Su-chun scoffed, recalling how last night someone had directly sent him photos of black stockings and long legs when trying to seduce him. In comparison, this girl was just asking for free stuff without even sending a single intimate photo, clearly taking him for a sucker. So he couldn't be bothered to reply and moved on to the next message. Qinglan. Hello Sugid, I have a blueprint here, could I trade it for 2 packs of sanitary pads? 2 packs, just right, not too high, not too low. Su-chun nodded with satisfaction and replied. Su-chun, deal, I'll set up an exclusive trade. After completing the transaction, he unfolded the blueprint and froze. Knockout Drug Crafting Blueprint. After learning, you can craft knockout drugs using specific materials. Knockout drug, colorless and odorless, causes sleep within 1 minute of consumption. This thing, I'm not that kind of person, he complained aloud, though his hands honestly stuffed the blueprint into the crafting station. Learning successful. Knockout drug synthesis requires Dachira flower 1, black grass 1, light-colored juice fruit 8. The lighter the color, the better. Dachira, black grass. Could this godforsaken place actually have these? He immediately searched the trading post. Sure enough, someone had listed black grass, 2 orders, 5 units each, for just 1 bottle of mineral water per order. The seller clearly didn't know its value and just wanted to trade for the most urgently needed water. The price was fair, so Su-chun didn't bother haggling and directly bought all the black grass with 2 bottles of water. Next, he swept up many light-colored, juicy fruits, apples, pears, lychees. Roughly 1 bottle of water could get him half a pound to a pound, and he bought them all. Only the Dachira flower remained. He'd seen it in TV dramas, but never encountered it in real life. Since he couldn't find any on the trading post, he simply posted another purchase message. Su-chun. Hello everyone. Looking to buy Dachira flowers, can trade various materials, mineral water, and beast meat. Interested parties please message with your price. After sending the message, the entire regional chat channel fell into a brief silence. Then it exploded with activity. Dachira flowers? What kind of material is that? How come Su-chun always needs such rare and bizarre things? I feel like we're already way behind Su-god. I've heard of this plant, it's an exotic flower from the western regions, extremely rare. If we could get our hands on this, wouldn't we be set for success? The chat channel was buzzing with excitement, while Su-chun's private messages remained eerily quiet. Su-chun sighed and shook his head helplessly. He had mentally prepared himself for this, he knew such items wouldn't be easy to obtain, but he still felt slightly disappointed. However, it wasn't a big deal, he'd deal with it later. Continuing to drive, after advancing roughly a few more kilometers, Su-chun spotted an exceptionally wide road running perpendicular to his path ahead. Compared to this massive thoroughfare, the road he had been traveling on seemed like a country lane merging onto a highway. If his previous road had been 100 meters wide, this new one stretched beyond the horizon. Su-chun steered his vehicle and merged onto the much broader highway. Through radar detection, he quickly confirmed that this wide road was a full kilometer across, exactly 10 times wider than before. As he merged onto main route 798, a notification sound chimed in his ears. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the Wilderness Trail Challenge and obtained resources with a total value of 38,480 points. Current ranking: Regional First Place, World First Place. Perfect. Looking at his current ranking as the temporary world leader, Su Chen immediately relaxed. Although he knew his score was likely unbeatable even if someone opened a platinum treasure chest, they probably couldn't surpass his total value. Who knew if they might encounter some incredibly lucky player? As it turned out, there were no such lucky players. With 20 minutes remaining until the 3-hour settlement deadline, Su Chen didn't waste time and continued advancing along this road. Driving at maximum speed with radar detection fully activated, he soon encountered the first treasure chest on this route. 20 kilometers ahead, a bronze chest. Using his 6 times critical strike for opening chests, he obtained 6 down jacket crafting blueprints. In such hot weather, these were temporarily useless, and there would be no market demand either, so Su Chen simply stored them away. Just as Su Chen was preparing to continue his journey, the sound announcing the end of the challenge echoed in the ears of all survivors. The Wasteland Highway Challenge has concluded, and the top 10 rankings along with their rewards will now be announced. First place, Su Chen, Huaxia, search value 38,480. Rewards: 1 King Tier Lottery Draw, 1 Diamond Tier Lottery Draw, 2 Engine Hearts, and 5 Luck Points. Second place, Adam, Ugly Country, search value 10,390. Rewards: 2 Diamond Tier Lottery Draws, 1 Engine Heart, and 3 Luck Points. Third place, Li Qing Foam, Huaxia, search value 9,820. Rewards: 1 Diamond Tier Lottery Draw, 1 Engine Heart, and 1 Luck Point. Fourth place, Charlie, Sunset Country, search value 7,290. Rewards: 3 Platinum Tier Lottery Draws. Fifth place, Daniel, Ugly Country, search value 7,089. Rewards: 2 Platinum Tier Lottery Draws. Sixth place, Gong Tengya, Sakura Country, search value 5,940. Rewards: 1 Platinum Tier Lottery Draw. Seventh place, Don, Flying Pancake Country, search value 5,605. Rewards: 3 Gold Tier Lottery Draws. Eighth place, John, Sunset Country, search value 5,409. Rewards: 2 Gold Tier Lottery Draws. Ninth place, Fu Ling, Huaxia, search value 5,200. Rewards: 1 Gold Tier Lottery Draw. 10th place, Zhuge Xiaoyang, Huaxia, search value 4,690. Rewards: 3 Silver Tier Lottery Draws. Su Chen claimed first place with overwhelming dominance and no mercy. After briefly scanning the rankings, he noticed that Huaxia contestants occupied 4 spots, including his own first place. In comparison, Ugly Country and Sunset Country also performed respectably. His gaze lingered on the names Li Qing Feng, Fu Ling, and Zhuge Xiaoyang, committing them to memory before turning his attention to collecting his rewards. The value of the 2 Engine Hearts needed no explanation. The system only provided 2, clearly hinting that he must find a way to obtain the third one, encouraging contestants to take action. Su Chen retrieved his rewards and brought the 2 new Engine Hearts close to the original one already embedded in his vehicle's engine compartment. Buzz. A powerful suction force erupted as the original Engine Heart devoured the essence energy of the new hearts like a whirlpool. As the 2 Engine Hearts were completely absorbed, the core heart surface glowed with a faint golden light, and the upgrade progress on the status panel changed to 23, just 1 more needed. The sense of achievement from being so close to completion made Su Chen's heart race with excitement. Almost unable to resist immediately hunting for the third one, just to see the complete evolution's effects. After calming himself, he focused on the remaining 2 lottery draws: 1 Diamond Tier and 1 King Tier. The lottery interface displayed a massive wheel marked only with numbers, without any prize descriptions. Su Chen always preferred to save the best for last, so he started with the Diamond Tier draw. The wheel spun rapidly, light flickering across the screen. A flash of white light. Congratulations, you have obtained a 3-star vehicle upgrade blueprint. Effect: when combined with a 3-star Engine Heart, it can upgrade it to a 4-star Engine Heart and perform certain vehicle modifications. 3-star to 4-star upgrade. Buddy, can this thing even be useful right now? Su Chen chuckled bitterly, storing the blueprint in his backpack before focusing on the more crucial King Tier lottery draw. He pressed the activation button. Stop. Whoosh. Brilliant white light exploded instantly, so intense that he instinctively closed his eyes. After a long moment, the light gradually softened, revealing an exquisite silver ring floating quietly before him. Su Chen reached out and cradled it in his palm. Epic grade storage ring. Space effect. Internal capacity of 500 cubic meters. Living beings prohibited from entering. Time stands still within the space. Can be expanded by fusing with storage stones. Bloodbound activation. Cannot be opened by others until owner's death. A storage ring. It's actually a storage ring. He couldn't contain his excitement. The supplies he'd gathered along the way had already packed his vehicle, and the trading post's bug-exploited storage to capacity. This ring was truly a godsend. He decisively drew his triangular military knife and made a light cut on his fingertip. In the next moment, blood flowed out and dripped onto the storage ring. Ding! Finding successful. Su Chun immediately sensed the faint mental connection with the storage ring with just a thought. The ring opened and closed at his command. Store, store, store. He first swept all the remaining meat chunks and materials from the car into the space. Then he checked every email from the trading post without missing a single one, throwing all resources except water into the ring. After storing all the crossbows and firearms in the space, only bottled water remained in the vehicle. He canceled all pending storage orders and stuffed the corresponding resources back into the system warehouse with swift, clean movements. Su Chin looked down at the ring's surface. The accumulated supplies took up less than a quarter of the space. He nodded with satisfaction. Let me set a small goal first. Fill it up completely. With the ring, he could sell and retrieve meat at will, no longer needing to rush into price cuts for quick sales. Just as Su Chun was feeling elated, his name had already stirred up a frenzy among players worldwide. In the regional channel, there was initially a moment of dead silence, followed by an explosive eruption like a sudden storm. Holy crap! Holy crap! Is this Su Chun the same Su Chin from our channel? I think it's very likely. That's incredible. With at least 4 billion players globally, he beat 1 in 4 billion odds to become world number 1. From today on, I'm Su God's little fangirl. Brother Su Chun, do you need someone to warm your bed? I'm really skilled. Those players who were previously burning with jealousy now could only worship him. He's the world's number 1 big shot. What's wrong with having more resources? At this moment, Li Shanshan was sitting in her seat, her mind racing after seeing the leaderboard. She moved to behind the driver's seat, posing and snapping photos. After selecting a few shots from satisfying angles, she opened Su Chin's private chat. Li Shanshan. Su God, little brother, I really like you so much. Let me show you my latest photos. I'm only sending them to you. I can take whatever kind of photos you want to see. Image, image, image. Su Chun instinctively clicked open Black Stockings photos. Damn, city folks really know how to have fun, he muttered under his breath. Looking at those long legs wrapped in stockings, he saved the images and admired them for a moment before closing the private chat window. If it was free, he didn't mind appreciating more beauty. Once there was a price tag, he'd turn and walk away. Ding! Another message popped up, photos from another girl. Su Chin glanced over. Square face, heavy makeup, filters distorted beyond recognition. Come on sister, us square-faced warriors shouldn't be that confident. Delete, block. Closey completed the whole sequence, then pulled up the Black Stockings photos again to recover from the shock. Besides that, congratulatory messages flooded in. Qing Lan. Congratulations Su God on taking world number 1. Su Chin replied. Ahem, keeping it low-key, just good luck. Wang Chong. Su God is awesome. I heard you've got 2 Datura flowers. Could Su Chin use them? Datura flowers, appearing so soon? Su Chin's eyes lit up as he immediately replied. Yes. Name your price, brother. Wang Chong laughed heartily on the other end. Well then, I won't hold back. Does Su Chin have any other weapons? If not, how about another triangular military bayonet? Su Chin glanced at his storage ring. He only had 3 crossbows left, and losing any would be troublesome. He readily agreed. 1 triangular military bayonet, plus 2 bottles of ice water. Wang Chong deal. The moment the trade completed, 2 purple-black Datura flowers appeared before Su Chun, gleaming with an eerie luster. Their petals curled slightly, as if exhaling poison. Without hesitation, Su Chun tossed the flowers along with the recipe blueprint and auxiliary materials onto the portable crafting table in the back seat of his SUV. Within seconds, the system notification appeared: 2 packets of knockout powder completed. Effect: 1/10 of a dose can render an adult unconscious within 1 minute. By his calculations, the 2 packets could be divided into roughly 20 doses. Su Chin nodded, slipping the powder packets into his storage ring. This stuff could be a lifesaver at critical moments. After securing the knockout powder, he pressed the accelerator and continued racing down the empty highway on his treasure-hunting journey. Though his current supplies could last a month or 2, in this crisis-ridden environment where strangers posed constant threats, it was far from enough. He knew well he couldn't afford to stop. The road stretched straight and endless, asphalt shimmering with scorching heat spots, the distant horizon seemingly warped by the blazing sun. Powerful music filled the cabin as Su Chin floored it, wind and engine noise merging into a thunderous wave. Suddenly, the car radar beeped, and a yellow vehicle icon flashed on screen. Someone's there. Su Chin's brow furrowed. This was his first encounter with another living person in highway survival mode. Ahead in the center lane sat a battered van with no defensive modifications. Beside it, a raggedly dressed middle-aged man frantically waved his arms for attention. Su Chun slowed down, maintaining a safe distance, cracking the window just finger-width while gripping his Desert Eagle. In a world without law and order, anyone could turn hostile in an instant. The radar showed no red or black threat indicators, but he couldn't let his guard down. Seeing the SUV stop, the middle-aged man clutched a canvas bag and slowly approached. Stop right there. Don't come any closer. Say what you need to say from there. Su Chen shouted across the 10-meter gap. Hey now, young man, don't be nervous. The man raised both hands with a forced smile. We're all Chinese here. We should help each other get through this game together. Even as he spoke, he continued inching closer. Su Chen's gaze shifted to the man's waist, where an iron hammer hung. He instantly assessed the situation. This man wanted to get close enough to hijack his vehicle. Sigh. Sweet words on the surface, but such a greedy mind underneath. Why does it have to be this way? Su Chen wore a cold smile on his face, his right hand already gripping a Desert Eagle. Hey there, buddy. I'm Wang Yong from Shanghai. My car's out of gas. Could you spare some fuel? Not far away, a burly man with disheveled hair waved while quickly approaching. Su Chen didn't act immediately, and Wang Yong's heart leaped with joy as he quickened his pace. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The moment was right. Wang Yong suddenly drew an iron hammer from his waist, raised it high, and brought it crashing down toward Yi Hui's car window with a whooshing sound. He could already picture the glass shattering and Su Chen begging for mercy. Bang! A dull thud exploded. The hammerhead struck Su Chen's upgraded bulletproof glass heavily, causing the crystalline surface to tremble slightly without a single crack appearing. How is this possible? Wang Yong's eyes widened as he froze in place. The car window slowly rolled down halfway, revealing the dark muzzle of a gun pointed steadily at his forehead. You want to rob me? Su Chen's voice was low and menacing. The iron hammer clattered to the ground as Wang Yong's face turned deathly pale. He raised his hands above his head and dropped to his knees with a thud. Please spare me, brother. I'll never do it again. This is my first time. Classic. Su Chen gave him a thumbs up, then pulled the trigger. Bang! Blood splattered as Wang Yong's head exploded, his body collapsing to the ground. After confirming no one else was around, Su Chen got out to search the corpse. Surprisingly, Wang Yong had quite a few resources, 5 or 6 bottles of water and over a dozen packets of instant noodles, all of which Su Chen stuffed into his storage compartment. Even more surprising was that the automotive heart from Wang Yong's beat-up van had already absorbed another core of the same type, making it stronger than the original. Clearly, in the short time since arriving on Highway 798, Wang Yong had already used the same trick to deceive someone else. There really were people who hadn't adapted to being survivors. Showing mercy was a death sentence. After removing the automotive heart and clearing out all the food and drink, Su Chen didn't waste the remaining value. The vehicle automatically became ownerless once its core was removed, so he activated the decomposition function. The metal shell became a pile of alloy plates, while the circuit boards, headlights, and dashboard turned into a bag of electronic components, all collected into his inventory. Back in the driver's seat, he took out the enhanced automotive heart and merged it with his own vehicle's core following the standard procedure. Light flashed as the system notification chimed. Automotive heart absorption progress, 43. Can upgrade vehicle to 2-star through fusion with 1-star automotive upgrade blueprint. 1-star blueprint. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Only had 3-star ones. Those things were incredibly scarce. Unless someone had extras, no one would sell them on the trading post, and the prices would definitely be outrageous. He decided not to get his hopes up for now and see if he could find one later. Let's keep looking for treasure chests. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, floored the accelerator, and the engine roared as the car shot onto the highway like an arrow. Although now on the highway, there was still a possibility of encountering other people and vehicles. However, he had confidence in his vehicle's durability in any collision. The other party would definitely be the one getting flipped. Half an hour later, a dazzling golden light appeared at the end of the main road. Another treasure chest, glowing with an intense crimson-purple hue, lay quietly there. Su Chen nodded to himself. The main road indeed had higher-grade treasure chests, though he still couldn't determine exactly how high-grade they could be. He executed a perfect drift, leaving tire marks in a semicircle on the ground as he brought his vehicle to a steady stop about 20 meters from the chest. Just as he unbuckled his seatbelt, his peripheral vision caught another SUV, making an equally sharp landing, stopping at precisely the same distance. The two vehicles faced off, their headlights casting sharp beams of light across the empty highway, neither driver making the first move to open their door. Hey buddy, how about we split whatever's in that chest 50-50? The opposite window rolled down, and a rough voice drifted over with a tentative tone. Su Chen pondered for a moment before responding coolly. Fine. Should we get out together then? Go take a look together? All right. With their simple agreement reached, both car doors opened simultaneously. Su Chen stepped out gripping his iron hammer and immediately spotted the man who had spoken. A muscular brute covered in bulging muscles, his skin gleaming with the oily sheen typical of gym enthusiasts, clearly a devoted fan of protein powder and dumbbells. The man glanced at Su Chen, his eyes suddenly blazing with excitement, a smile he could barely suppress spreading across his face. Yet his steps were deliberately heading towards Su Chen. Brother, let's go open that treasure chest. The muscular man grinned, revealing gleaming white teeth. Su Chen snorted coldly. Are you sure it's the chest you want to crack open, and not my skull? As his words landed, The muscular man froze momentarily, then broke into a sinister grin and savagely swung the large iron hammer in his hands. Since you figured it out, no point in pretending anymore, Dai. The hammer whistled through the air with such force it seemed ready to split the atmosphere itself. If it truly connected, Su Chun knew that paralysis would be getting off lightly. Why must it come to this? Su Chun sighed softly, his right hand somehow already gripping a Desert Eagle. He raised it, aimed, and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. Bang! The gunshot exploded across the empty highway, blood mist bloomed, and the muscular man collapsed on the spot, silent forever. Su Chun didn't bother lingering and bent down to loot the body water, various fruits, modified off-road tires. Everything was there, much more abundant than the previous person. After completing the breakdown, he absorbed a new automotive heart, then approached the golden treasure chest. Starting resource, 1 superior peach wood sword. You have opened a treasure chest and gained 2,333 opening points. You have achieved an opening critical hit and received a 7-fold multiplier. Congratulations, you have obtained 7 superior peach wood swords. Holy crap, no way. Su Chun stared at the system panel, his expression growing serious. Peach wood swords weren't ordinary cold weapons. This meant there were likely supernatural creatures like zombies and ghosts in this highway survival world. With this thought flashing through his mind, he stuffed all 7 peachwood swords into his storage ring, then pulled out his magazine to replace the 2 bullets he had just fired. After completing these tasks, he got back in his car. Just as he turned the vehicle around, his detection system lit up again. Not far ahead, there was actually another golden treasure chest. Could this be the effect of those 5 luck points? Su Chun raised an eyebrow. Just adding a mere 5 points had improved his luck this dramatically? Thinking of this, he was overjoyed, and when he opened the next chest, the result was unexpected. After opening this treasure chest, he became even more excited. Starting resources, 1 blueprint for crafting a lucky cat car ornament. Su Chun opened the golden treasure chest, and brilliant blue light flashed before his eyes. Gained 1,314 chest opening points. Critical opening success, 10 times reward. Congratulations. You've obtained lucky cat car ornament crafting blueprints 10. The notification sounds exploded one after another, nearly numbing his eardrums. Then, a line of small text appeared. Placing a lucky cat grants an additional 1 point of luck. The higher your luck, the greater the probability of encountering high-quality treasure chests and obtaining rare items. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Su Chun's eyes widened as he froze in place. With 5 points of luck, he had already tasted the benefits, but he never expected he could stack even more. More importantly, the system didn't say the effects couldn't be stacked. Craft them. I must craft them immediately. He almost instinctively blurted out these words, then pulled up the blueprint. Materials required for lucky cat crafting. 1. Wood blocks 100. 2. Agarwood 1. 3. Clover 1. Wood blocks weren't a problem, still had over 700 in his warehouse, and the shortage could be quickly filled. The real challenge was Agarwood, and Clover had never seen them in the trading post or treasure chests, so they were likely extremely rare. As usual, when lacking materials, he'd hawk his wares in the regional channel. Su Chun posted his purchase request. Seeking Agarwood 10, Clover 10. Exchange 1 bottle of water, 1 portion of food, 1 piece. 10 portions of common materials, 1 piece. Any blueprint, 10 pieces. Just after posting the message, he received a private message from an acquaintance, Qinglan. Qinglan. Su God, I have 10 pieces of Agarwood. I'd like to trade for a blueprint that can enhance cars, plus a pack of sanitary pads. Is that okay? Seeing the words sanitary pads, Su Chun paused for a moment, looked down at the 3 remaining packs in his backpack, and immediately agreed. No problem. I'll give you the blueprint, and I'll throw in all the sanitary pad 2 packs. He understood clearly doing more business and maintaining long-term cooperation was the way to go. A few minutes later, the trade was completed, and 10 pieces of Agarwood settled safely into his warehouse. Qinglan sent another message. Su Chun, I remember someone sold Clover before, but someone else bought it. I think their name was Fansixian. You should be able to find them if you scroll through the public chat. Having a lead was better than flying blind. Su Chun returned to the regional channel and scrolled up with his finger. In less than half a minute, he found that sales record. He immediately opened a private chat. Su Chun, hello, are you there? Do you still have any of the Clover you were selling earlier? In less than 3 seconds, an explosive reply popped up from the other side. Fansixian, Su God. It's actually Su God. I was the one selling the Clover. I thought this stuff wasn't ordinary, so I only sold 2 pieces. How many does Su God need? Su Chun, 10 pieces, name your price. Fansixian, 1 bottle of ice water, 1 piece. Also, I'd like Su God to tell me what this stuff is used for, if that's okay. Revealing the purpose wouldn't hurt Su Chun at all after all, who knew when he'd need this stuff again next time. So he readily agreed there was no telling when he'd need these items again. Soon, Su Chun placed 10 bottles of ice water on the trading interface and received 10 portions of 3-leaf clover in return. He then sent a message to the other party. This three-leaf clover is one of the crafting materials for some kind of luck-enhancing item blueprint. That's all I know about it. On the other end, Fansixian was stunned for 2 seconds before nearly jumping out of his seat. Ever since he had accidentally stumbled upon a four-leaf clover nest, he had been consistently getting four-leaf clovers from several silver treasure chests, accumulating a total of 30 portions. Even after selling 12 portions to supplement his resources, he still had 18 left. Now that he learned about the potential value of these clovers, he immediately decided to hoard all his remaining four-leaf clovers and wait for market demand to explode before making a killing. Su Chen had no time to concern himself with the other party's wishful thinking. With the three-leaf clover in hand, he had finally gathered all the materials needed for the Fortune Cat figurine. If he hadn't had abundant resources, he wouldn't have been able to craft it so quickly. Taking a deep breath, he arranged the materials and blueprint on the crafting table and pressed craft. Ding! Crafting complete. Accompanied by a soft yet mechanical notification sound, a Fortune Cat with a golden shell and blue bib appeared on the table. It was about the size of a tennis ball, with a black circular wooden base covered in intricate patterns on the bottom. The triangular leaf-shaped grooves were filled with viscous green liquid. The Fortune Cat's little paw kept waving, making it more lively than ordinary Lucky Cats. The instructions were straightforward. Simply stick it in the car to activate its effect. Su Chen bent down and placed 10 Fortune Cats in a neat row between the driver and passenger seats, creating an orderly and amusing array. After the installation was complete, he started the vehicle and continued driving his modified van. About half an hour later, the car's radar flickered again. A treasure chest signal appeared ahead, and it was gold tier. The luck boost really makes a difference. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, secretly hoping his good fortune would continue. Upon reaching the location and confirming the area was safe, he grabbed his hammer, jumped out of the car, and skillfully pried open the treasure chest. The moment the lid opened, 9 blueprints with an ancient bronze luster spread out in a fan shape, nearly blinding him. The system notification appeared on screen. Initial resource, 1-star vehicle upgrade modification blueprint. You opened a treasure chest and gained 1,748 opening points. You achieved an opening critical hit with a 9-fold multiplier. Congratulations, you obtained 9 1-star vehicle upgrade modification blueprints. 1-star vehicle upgrade modification blueprint, when combined with a vehicle heart, can upgrade your vehicle to 2-star level and modify the current structure to some extent, enhancing vehicle durability. Option to expand larger interior spaces for a more comfortable driving experience. Just what I needed. Su Chen excitedly clutched the blueprints, rushed back to the driver's cabin, and approached the vehicle heart, fusing all 9 blueprints into it. In the next moment, a brilliant and dazzling light enveloped Su Chen completely. The car is currently upgrading. Please wait. As soon as the upgrade notification disappeared, the system announced that 2-star vehicle modification access was now available. The maximum resource consumption for this modification was 100 iron blocks, 100 alloy, 100 rubber, 50 steel, and 50 electronic components, with a 50-minute time limit. Su Chen looked at those numbers and couldn't help but think about how expensive it was. But since he'd already reached 2 stars, wouldn't it be a waste not to strike while the iron was hot? What made it worse was that he had no idea modifications came with a countdown timer. If he'd traded away his materials for blueprints or other items before the upgrade, and then couldn't produce a single screw when the time came, that would truly be cause for tears. With this thought, he immediately pulled up his chat records and contacted Wang Chong, trading 300 iron blocks for 50 steel, then dumped all his materials into the modification port. In just a few seconds, 90% of his warehouse resources were wiped out, leaving only a pitiful remainder. He suddenly felt like he'd returned to square one overnight broke as a joke. The next second, the entire vehicle was enveloped in a brilliant white beam of light, its metal shell rapidly shifting as mechanical parts rearranged themselves. 3 minutes later, the light faded, and the formerly beat-up van had transformed into a 6-meter-long commercial minibus. The system notification appeared again, upgrade successful. Warn van upgraded to commercial minibus. Next star level target, comfortable RV. Su Chen eagerly climbed into the cabin to inspect it. The front still had the driver and passenger seats, but behind them appeared a storage cabinet much more spacious than before. The crafting table remained in its original position, but between it and the rear cargo area, over 2 meters of additional space had materialized. A slightly raised iron plate covered the floor, perfectly sized for a mattress. Add a thin blanket and some bedding, and it would make a comfortable bed. The space beneath the iron plate could store folded clothes, maximizing every inch of available room. Opposite the bed was a small sink, with a transparent water tank hanging overhead that could collect and automatically purify rainwater or simply hold bottled water to serve as running water. Hidden along the side of the iron plate was a foldable dining table that could be propped up on supports for meals. As for the rear cargo compartment, it had expanded to twice its original size, about 4 cubic meters, spacious enough that even the ice maker wouldn't take up much room. Su Chun quietly calculated whether his equipment could completely fill this space before reaching 3 stars. The 2-star form already had the basic framework of a simple RV. If it truly advanced to 3 stars and upgraded to a comfortable RV, life would be absolutely wonderful. This was incomparably better than that broken-down van. He excitedly toured the vehicle, then retrieved the mattress he'd previously traded for from his personal space, laying it out with blankets. Finally, he wouldn't have to spend another night leaning against the passenger seat backrest. Although this upgrade had nearly emptied his inventory, leaving only a few blueprints, weapons, beast meat, and water looking at his completely transformed vehicle, he felt it was worth it. He'd traded a slingshot for a machine gun. Now that he had a machine gun, could a cannon be far behind? The durability of the Carhartt was at 99. To upgrade his 2-star Carhartt, Su Chun needed to absorb 5 2-star Carhartts or 15 1-star Carhartts. His progress stood at 215. At that moment, Wang Chong, who had been trading with him for a while, suddenly sent him a private message. Wang Chong. Su Chun, do you have any stronger weapons? I've got something good to trade with you. Something good? Su Chun's curiosity was immediately piqued. What is it? He asked. A blueprint was sent over shortly after. Item, multifunctional protective suit. Effect, full body protection below the neck, capable of resisting ordinary metal piercings. Wang Chong. It's a defensive item that can prevent sneak attacks like arrows, but it won't stop bullets. Considering the current situation, Su Chun realized that the chances of encountering other survivors were not low. Almost everyone he met seemed to have some sort of scheme in mind. After weighing his options, Su Chun made his decision. Let's trade. This is a must-have, he thought. Who knows what kind of ambush might be waiting for him in the future. Safety was paramount. Only by ensuring his survival could he confidently explore more resources. Su Chun replied, all right, I've got a crossbow that I can trade with you. As he spoke, he sent Wang Chong a photo of the crossbow and its specifications. There was no way he'd trade his Desert Eagle. Such a weapon was practically invincible in this world. Wang Chong, deal. Wang Chong hadn't expected Su Chun to actually possess a weapon, let alone one with long-range capabilities. If he had such a powerful weapon, even a wolf pack wouldn't scare him. Overjoyed, Wang Chong immediately agreed to the trade. The transaction was completed. After receiving the crossbow, Wang Chong excitedly tested it on a cactus in the distance. The bolt pierced straight through, leaving a small hole. Not bad. This was a good deal, Wang Chong thought. After all, he had traded 2 protective suit blueprints for it. As he reveled in the satisfaction of a successful trade, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, hold on, what the hell? There are only 5 bolts. Wang Chong. Su Chun, there are only 5 bolts. That's not enough. Su Chun replied casually. Oh, forgot to mention I can sell bolts. 10 for 1 piece of steel. Pretty reasonable, right? Su Chun could craft 10 bolts with just 1 piece of iron and 1 piece of wood. Trading bolts for steel was a win-win for him, saving resources while making a profit. Upon seeing Su Chun's message, Wang Chong let out a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, Su Chun had more bolts for sale, and the price seemed incredibly cheap to him. Essentially, 3 pieces of iron could get him 10 bolts. Earlier, Head thought Su Chun was trying to scam him, but now he realized his own narrow-mindedness. Having acquired the blueprint for the protective suit, Su Chun immediately crafted it and put it on. To his surprise, the suit automatically adjusted to fit his body perfectly, not too tight, not too loose. Wearing the suit gave Su Chun a newfound sense of security. Sitting behind the wheel, he fastened his seatbelt and floored the accelerator. The upgraded minibus roared to life, transforming into a blur as it sped off. As Su Chun enjoyed the thrill of speeding, he idly browsed the chat channel. Once survivors had reached the main road, they noticed that the frequency of treasure chests hadn't increased, but the death rate was rising rapidly. By the end of the morning, the regional chat channel showed that only 8,018 people remained. The main road has clearly widened so much, so why haven't I seen a single treasure chest after driving over 30 kilometers? An angry complaint echoed through the channel, followed by a chorus of grievances. Damn it, don't even get me started. I found a silver chest, and all I got was 1 bottle of water. Just 1 freaking bottle. Even wooden chests aren't this unlucky. Woo, I'm so hot and thirsty. Even my black stockings are soaked with sweat. The complaints instantly turned into trading negotiations. Hey girl, I'll give you 3 wooden blocks for those black stockings. Don't listen to him, sis. I'll offer 5 wooden blocks. How did this turn into an auction? I bid 6 blocks. Brothers, does anyone have water to trade? I don't want wooden blocks. Water? Girl, you better hold on to those for now. Once I have enough water to guarantee my own survival, I might consider trading with you. Original flavor is tempting, but trading for water? Forget it, I don't have much water left either. Does anyone have fuel? I'm out of fuel. I'll trade iron blocks for fuel. Anyone? With such a massive player base, there were always those blessed with incredible luck who loved to show off. Haha, just found a silver chest and got a blueprint. Haha, same here. Opened a silver chest and got a case of cola and a case of instant noodles. I'm set for at least a week. Holy crap, just opened a bronze chest and got 3 datura flowers. Anyone know what these are for? Oh, an unexpected opportunity? Su Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately private messaged the survivor who had found the datura flowers. With 3 bottles of ice water, he traded for all 3 datura flowers, then skillfully mixed them into 3 packets of knockout powder. After finishing, Su Chen looked up at his radar detection map. On the screen, 2 car symbols were moving side by side. Not far from his location, it looked like some kind of chase scene. Can't miss the drama, he chuckled, gunning the engine and instantly hitting 200 miles per hour. In less than a minute, 2 battered vans came into view ahead. However, upon closer inspection, he realized they weren't desperately chasing each other, but simply driving parallel. Finding it boring, Su Chen pressed the accelerator harder, pushing the speedometer to 220 miles per hour as his bussy-ized vehicle roared past them. Each van contained a young woman. Their driving skills were somewhat clumsy, but they maintained speeds of around 5,060 miles per hour. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous engine roar came from behind them. Whoosh! The massive vehicle swept past in the adjacent lane. To them, that speed was like watching someone sprint on a highway. By the time they processed what happened, they could only see the taillights of a vehicle twice their size disappearing into the distance. What was that just now? A bus? Pretty much probably a coach bus. Very fast, definitely upgraded. They're upgrading so quickly. We need to work harder too. Let's keep going. The 2 girls encouraged each other, returned to their original speed, and continued searching for treasure chests. Time flew by with the rumble of engines, and several hours passed. The afternoon's Challenger event was about to begin. Su Chen parked by the roadside, preparing to have a proper meal. His earlier trades had earned him a pot, and while he didn't have a stove or heater yet, that wasn't a problem. Could quickly build a makeshift stove with roadside stones. He pulled out several wolf ribs, leopard steaks, and wolf belly cuts, then started frying them up. Once cooked through, he sprinkled on seasonings, and the aroma immediately filled the air. The oil crackled and popped in the iron pan as the meat developed a perfect golden crust while staying tender inside, the rich meaty fragrance instantly flooding the vehicle. Su Chen lifted the lid of his ice maker and pulled out a chilled cola from among the ice chips, condensation beating on the cold can. Next, he tossed together a fruit platter, frozen watermelon cut into neat triangles, plump bayberries, and crystal-clear grapes arranged in alternating red and green patterns. After plating everything, he combined the food, drinks, and his soft, comfortable bed into a perfect vacation scene, found the right lighting, and snapped a photo steaming hot meat, fizzing ice-cold cola, and fruit garnished with crushed ice, all set against pristine white bedding, like a slice of paradise. After editing his caption, he hit send. Su Chen, this weather's way too hot, lost my appetite. Just having some ribs, happy water, and fruit to get by photo. By the way, I'm on Route 798 if anyone wants to drop by. This wasn't showing off, it was Su Chen's twisted version of kindness. He wanted to give players trapped in desperation a glimmer of hope to keep living, while also sending a message. Upgrading the heart of the car required constant plundering, and he needed more challengers. Rather than picking on the weak, he preferred harvesting those bold enough to come for him. With his Desert Eagle and protective gear, he was confident in his combat abilities. Besides, this was a regional channel with thousands of players, and he'd just claimed the world's top spot. Backing down now would be pathetic. At this moment, most people in the highway survival game were starving and parched. Seeing Su Chen enjoy his vacation-style lunch, even those who'd been envious the night before couldn't contain their rage today. Holy shit, this is how the big shots live? We're surviving, he's vacationing. Ice-cold cola and frozen fruit, I am having a brain orgasm just looking at it. Su Chen, big brother, I'm a black-stockinged, white-haired little lolicon, I come visit. Damn, girl above, come visit me instead. Can't promise water, but I've got plenty of sausage. While chatting continued, many players on Route 798 suddenly perked up. If they could take down Su Chen, wouldn't that make them rich overnight? World rank #1 with Championeer rewards definitely worth the risk. Truth was, Su Chen didn't need to deliberately attract hatred. His world-first status had already put a target on his back. People just didn't know where to find him. Now with his location exposed, many abandoned searching boxes to hunt players instead. Su Chen casually opened his private messages, and sure enough, photos from girls had hit 99, most artfully revealing. He shamelessly downloaded and saved all the good ones, but reply? Not a chance. This wave of attention exceeded expectations, so he decided to capitalize on the momentum. Su Chen, buying blueprints in bulk household items, car modifications, and other quality designs. Trading for today's lunch combo, limited quantities, first come first served. Holy crap, the regional channel exploded again. Su Chen, I've got a Durex 001 manufacturing blueprint, can I trade it for a lunch set? Damn, Durex 001 blueprints? Do I look like someone who needs that stuff? Su Chen muttered in exasperation, then traded it away for a lunch combo set. He didn't acquire the blueprint for personal use, but planned to mass-produce them and sell at high prices when others truly needed them. Right now, everyone prioritized staying alive, But once survival issues were basically resolved, other needs would emerge. In highway survival, if condoms were lacking and someone got pregnant, wouldn't that create an additional burden out of nowhere? After making the trade, Su Chun immediately studied the blueprint. The information panel quickly appeared. Durex 001 production requirements. Rubber 1 yields 10 pieces. Su Chun, I have a permanent shoemaking blueprint. Want to trade? A new private message suddenly popped up in the trading channel. Another blueprint? Su Chun didn't hesitate and traded it for one lunch meal. Shoemaking blueprint permanent. Materials, rubber 1, fabric 1. Description, freely choose size and style, applicable to anything that can be made with rubber and fabric. Trading one meal for this kind of permanent blueprint is definitely profitable. Su Chun thought smugly, immediately crafting himself a pair of Crocs. With the breathable shoe surface on his feet, the scorching heat felt less intense, providing immediate comfort. As his list of craftable items continued to grow, he began considering opening a personal specialty store. The trading post did offer homepage display spots that would let more people see his goods at first glance. But the rent was expensive, 10 bottles of water per day. Plus, currently facing only limited buyers in the regional channel, demand simply couldn't support a stall costing 10 bottles of water daily. Su Chun decisively shelved his store opening plan and focused on collecting blueprints that everyone would need. Next, he successively traded small amounts of meat and water for a batch of ordinary blueprints, mouse traps, mosquito coils. Obviously, if these blueprints had real value, others would have learned them already instead of keeping them until now. Fortunately, Su Chun had too much meat, over 1,000 pounds total, and each trade only cost him 2 ounces of meat plus 1 bottle of water, an investment he could completely accept. But if someone wanted to trade these ordinary blueprints for his ice-cold cola or fruit, absolutely impossible. Just as Su Chun was immersed in the small joy of hoarding blueprints, a message suddenly appeared in the public channel. Everyone, it seems after entering the main road, the probability of encountering other vehicles is very high. Please be extremely careful. As someone who had already encountered other vehicles multiple times, Su Chun knew what dangers the person was referring to. But he immediately saw optimistic replies. Danger? What danger? Unity is strength. Isn't this a good thing? Right? This way everyone can help each other and go further together. However, cold reality quickly splashed down. Everyone, encountering other vehicles isn't necessarily good news. Don't forget about the heart of the car. There are plenty of people who kill and steal vehicles. Exactly. Haven't you noticed that since getting on the main road, the death count has increased much more than before? As soon as these messages from regional channel 7920 were posted, the entire regional channel exploded. Murder? How dare they kill people? We're living in a society governed by law. Don't be ridiculous. This is apocalyptic survival now. We've been starving for 2 days. Haven't you figured it out yet? Count me in too. Me as well. Within just a few dozen seconds, the screen kept refreshing continuously. Dozens of people responded enthusiastically, making the channel scroll so densely it was impenetrable. Su Chun leaned back in the driver's seat, his eyes indifferently scanning through the channel messages. He watched the whole thing like a spectator, with no intention of joining whatsoever. In apocalyptic highway survival, forming teams could indeed improve safety, but it also brought a series of thorny issues like resource allocation and power dynamics. Since the other party possessed dual identities, their management skills were probably decent. He didn't need to worry about it. Moreover, he never planned to help the weak. Even if he were to form a team in the future, he would only choose the strong as teammates. The team formation plan in the channel grew increasingly heated, but Su Chun just shook his head and pressed the accelerator. The vehicle continued forward, maintaining a steady speed of 200 miles per hour, its roaring sound carrying dust clouds as it advanced. Before long, another car appeared in his field of vision ahead. Su Chun frowned. Others didn't encounter vehicles this frequently, so how did he run into another one? Could this also be a bonus from his luck attribute? But how was encountering cars considered lucky? Perhaps it was simply because he was strong enough. Too lazy to ponder further, he planned to overtake directly. Just as the two cars were about to pass each other, a crisp call came from outside the passenger window. Wait. Please wait. The voice was melodious and pleasant, carrying a few notes of jubilant excitement that penetrated his eardrums and stirred something in Su Chun's heart. It was a woman's voice. Since entering the survival game, he truly hadn't encountered any female players. This thought made him ease off the accelerator slightly and pull over to the roadside. He only rolled down the window a crack, his right hand steadily resting on his sidearm. If the other party harbored ill intentions, his bullets wouldn't show mercy. Seeing the car stop, the woman ran over with delight. Under the night sky, her pale, long legs were particularly eye-catching. Her figure was explosive, roughly estimated to be at least a cup. Her upper body was barely covered by a few pieces of fabric, with virtually nowhere to conceal weapons, appearing relatively unthreatening. She stopped beside the car and peered through the gap to examine the driver's seat. Seeing Su Chun's young and somewhat tender face, her eyes lit up. Hot-blooded young men were the easiest to manipulate. Although she had no cosmetics, She was confident in her charm thanks to her exaggerated figure. Her gaze swept over Su Chen's obviously upgraded and modified vehicle, and envy flashed intensely in her eyes. She licked her lips, her voice soft as if it could drip water. Handsome, your car is so cool. Won't you invite me up for a ride? If you have water and food, I'll do anything you want. Her coquettish voice reached Su Chen's ears, creating an involuntarily tingling sensation. As she spoke, she pressed Su Chen's arm against her soft, doubled chest, rubbing against him. She kept grinding against him, as if inviting him to taste her sweet fruit. At the same time, she turned sideways, seductively showing off her figure, displaying her explosive curves and long, straight legs that could easily entertain someone for half a year. Her torn black stockings were fully displayed before Su Chen. Her beautiful eyes blinked lightly, radiating an enchanting power that made people unable to resist being captivated. Huh, this is what they're using to test cadres? Su Chen frowned slightly, looking at her sweaty appearance and shaking his head. Sorry, I'm a germaphobe. If you want supplies, bring something to trade. She was drenched in sweat from several days, and even from a meter away, Su Chen could smell that pungent odor emanating from her body. Getting in his vehicle was out of the question. Suddenly, the woman recognized Su Chen. Isn't this the big shot Su Chen who was showing off in the regional channel? You're Su Chen? I'm Li Shanshan. I've private messaged you several times before and sent you photos of my legs in black stockings, little brother. You haven't forgotten, have you? When she mentioned this, Su Chen suddenly remembered that he had indeed saved some photos of her legs in black stockings. Without the stockings on, he hadn't recognized her at all. After all, who looks at faces? Su Chen, look, I've sent you so many photos. Just let me get in your car. You can do whatever you want. As if it was too hot, Li Shanshan pulled down her underwear a bit more, revealing more of her snow-white skin, which was quite dazzling. She had originally seen his higher quality vehicle and thought he was an expert, so she called out to him, wanting to use her charm to attract him. But now she discovered he wasn't just an expert, he was a complete big shot. After he enjoyed her body, would he take her along? Then she would just need to lie in the car and spread her legs to have everything. She wouldn't lose out anyway and could enjoy it immensely. She just wondered how long this young, strong body could last. If he was one of those 3-second men, that would be no fun at all. What do you want? If there's nothing, I'm leaving. And don't get so close to my car, or don't blame me for being rude. I can accept doing it while it's hot. Su Chen's deep voice rang out. Considering that she had left him quite a few tempting photos of legs in black stockings, Su Chen decided not to kill her directly and instead gave her a warning. I'll back away immediately. Li Shanshan hadn't expected that Su Chen, this blockhead, would be completely unmoved. Was her charm not enough? Could it be that he was still a virgin? Had he never experienced that heavenly pleasure? Su Chen, little brother, let me in your car. I guarantee I'll make you feel incredibly good. I may smell a bit now, but if you give me some water to wash with, I won't smell anymore. Give you water to wash? What a nice thought. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to continue dealing with her. With a roar, he started the engine, preparing to move forward. Su Chen, don't go. I have blueprints. I can trade with you. Hearing this, Su Chen's foot, which was about to press the gas pedal, suddenly eased up. Soon, he saw Li Shanshan wiggling her bottom as she returned to her own vehicle, then brought over a blueprint and sent Su Chen an introduction to it from a distance. All that seduction for nothing. I'm practically dying from the heat. This was a total loss. Failing to seduce her way into getting benefits, Li Shanshan's face turned extremely ugly. She did indeed possess a blueprint for a liquor brewing machine, which she had traded for with some perverted freak in exchange for her worn black stockings. The blueprint clearly specified the required resources for one-time production: 100 steel blocks, 100 alloy blocks, 10 electronic components, and one one-star engine. Learning this blueprint also required possessing a 2-star car heart. When she first obtained the blueprint, Li Shanshan was so excited she couldn't sleep. If she could truly mass-produce liquor, she could sell it at water prices and still make guaranteed profits. However, after trading away those black stockings, she realized she couldn't even meet the basic requirements. Forget about a 2-star car heart, even the most basic steel and alloy materials were beyond what her group of simps could gather. In the past, by selling photos of her black stockings, she could still trade with those perverts for some food and half bottles of water, but now she was completely powerless when it came to building machines. Holy shit, a liquor brewing machine? Can it brew Matai too? Seeing the blueprint Li Shanshan revealed, Su Chen's eyes lit up. From Li Shanshan's appearance and behavior, he immediately judged that she was the type who made a living selling photos. Long legs and an eye-catching figure. But without makeup, her face wasn't particularly outstanding, which meant her simps were bound to be of limited quality. With material shortages, she definitely couldn't build the machine, which actually became his opportunity. Name your price. Su Chen wanted to test the waters first, hoping to acquire the blueprint at the lowest cost. Li Shanshan was straightforward. I want to trade this with Su God for a refrigerator that can freeze mineral water, plus 100 bottles of water. Her thinking was clear. Trade the blueprint for equipment that could directly make money, plus startup capital. This way, She could profit by selling ice water in the future, rather than holding onto a piece of paper she could never turn into reality. Hearing her outrageous demands, Su Chin silently sighed. Indeed clever. She had already sensed his urgent need for this blueprint and set her price at the limit of what he could accept. Ice machines hadn't been selling well lately, with only a few wealthy customers buying ice water. But if he could mass-produce liquor, alcoholics would definitely flock to it. Moreover, it was currently scorching summer, but in a while it might be snowing. Heavily selling hot liquor then would definitely make him rich. Su Chun directly countered. One ice machine for your blueprint, plus 100 bottles of water. You only have a piece of paper. I'm giving you a finished product I don't need to explain, which is more valuable. Li Shanshan was stunned. She had expected Su Chun to negotiate down some of the water, not demand that she pay extra. She wanted to argue, but suddenly remembered Su Chin's reputation, Su God, who was never swayed by beauty. Out here in the wilderness, if she truly angered him and got killed for her goods, she'd have nowhere to seek justice. A chill ran through her heart. Taking a deep breath, she compromised. Su God, let's each take a step back. Forget about the water. Blueprint for ice machine. How about it? Deal? Su Chin nodded. He had several of these machines, anyway one more or less didn't matter. Both parties completed the transaction on the spot. Li Shanshan grabbed the ice machine and ran, afraid he might change his mind. Su Chin stuffed the blueprint into the passenger seat, ignored her completely, and drove off in a cloud of dust. He couldn't learn this blueprint, yet having just upgraded his car, his resource inventory was nearly depleted. But opportunity waits for no one, so he opened the trading post while driving. First trading meat for sufficient iron blocks and alloys, which were common loot box materials and could be exchanged quickly, then trading iron blocks with Wang Chong for steel. After exchanging iron blocks with Wang Chong for steel, Su Chun was now only missing a one-star engine. This item isn't available on the exchange, so he'd have to play it by ear. The mystery box market had been extremely sluggish lately with resources already scarce. Nobody wanted to waste their surplus on treasure chests, and very few people were putting boxes up for trade either. Su Chin wanted to snag a few more boxes, but there simply wasn't an opportunity. However, whenever he spotted someone listing one at a reasonable price, he'd place an order immediately. In his eyes, this kind of guaranteed profit was a no-brainer. Thanks to his box opening critical hits, Su Chun had accumulated a pile of snacks, staple foods, and vegetables, but still couldn't get his hands on a one-star engine. His liquor production plan was forced on hold, and just then, the system notification chimed again. Time for the brave challenge. Enter the wasteland to obtain rarer treasure chests and more precious resources. Playing it safe isn't the way forward. Good luck to all. The moment this announcement played, players collectively shuddered. Compared to yesterday's wait-and-see attitude, their mindset today was completely different. After surviving a day of water shortages and hunger, everyone understood that if they didn't take risks now, they'd never get another chance. So masses of survivors resolved to venture into the wasteland. However, compared to yesterday, the wasteland now held an additional danger. Other people. Before, parking your car roadside meant worrying about wild beasts at most. Now if you encountered other players, it wouldn't be surprising if they smashed your windows to steal resources, or even waited in ambush to eliminate the car owner and seize their automotive heart. Even Su Chen thoroughly inspected his vehicle down to the last bolt before departure, then stored all his weapons in his spatial ring before hitting the road with peace of mind. The ring allowed him to carry ample drinking water and supplies, significantly extending his potential time in the wasteland. This time, he planned to venture much deeper. He wore his newly acquired sun hat and anti-glare sunglasses, draped in a full set of stab-proof armor that ordinary metal blades couldn't penetrate. His left hand gripped a loaded crossbow, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Firearms and ammunition lay quietly in the storage ring on his right finger. With just a thought, the gun would appear in his palm, ready to fire with a simple raise of his hand. Stepping into the wasteland, after advancing just 200 meters, his detector picked up a deep red marker 1,000 meters away, silver treasure chest. Su Chen's heart leaped with joy as he hurried over, maintaining radar sweeps to ensure no danger lurked nearby. The luck bonus is really paying off. He reached the chest and opened it without hesitation. Base reward, 1 bright flashlight blueprint. Box points 888. Eightfold critical hit. The blueprint instantly multiplied into 8 copies. Perfect timing for nighttime illumination needs. Su Chen pocketed the blueprints and continued onward. Before long, he detected another silver treasure chest, but this one had a dark shadow nearby. Moving closer, he saw it was a wild wolf. He knocked an arrow and drew his bow. The strings sang like tearing silk, and the wolf dropped instantly. Su Chun promptly harvested the wolf meat, and with no wind stirring behind him, turned to continue directly shooting another wolf dead with 1 arrow, collecting its meat before opening the chest. Starting resources, 1 cola machine blueprint. You open the treasure chest and gain 688 opening points. Then a critical opening was triggered. Triple rewards. Congratulations, you've earned 3 more cola machine blueprints. combined with the cola maker, liquor distiller blueprints, and ice machine. This setup practically seemed designed to force Su Chun into opening a beverage chain store. Su Chun adjusted the sunglasses on his nose bridge and continued forward through the desert. The wide-brimmed hat and polarized sunglasses finally allowed him to look up at the sun, unlike yesterday afternoon when the glare had been too blinding to keep his eyes open. Sand particles crunched softly underfoot as he walked. It was now a full 3 kilometers from the oasis camp. Just as he was about to turn back, the radar on his wrist suddenly lit up. 2 light dots, red bordering on purple, pulsed violently. 2 golden treasure chests, positioned close together, but requiring another kilometer's push deeper into the wasteland. His luck ended there. The chests were surrounded by dark warning circles, indicating high danger. But having come this far, how could he possibly turn back? Su Chun gritted his teeth. Worst case, he'd have another showdown with wild wolves. Armed with 10 desert eagles, crossbows, and triangular military daggers, he refused to believe he couldn't handle whatever danger awaited. Decision made, he changed direction. Sand crunched beneath his boots, slipping inside without him bothering to shake it out. After about 10 minutes, his destination finally came into view. 2 gleaming golden chests standing quietly 100 meters away. Around the perimeter, a circle of brown-black shapes prowled slowly. Moving closer, he saw them clearly. Wild dogs. Su Chun's breathing tightened. Having already faced scorpion swarms and cheetahs in close combat, he knew exactly what it meant to be targeted by wild dogs in this open desert. Fortunately, his stab-proof vest was fitted snugly. These creatures might not actually be able to bite through it. He crouched low, raising his crossbow with his right hand, preparing to launch a sneak attack. What the hell? The pack of wild dogs suddenly turned in unison, baring their fangs and preparing to charge. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 arrows fired instantly, pinning down 2 dogs in the front row, but the rest came racing across the sand dunes at high speed. Su Chun's hands trembled as twin pistols appeared in his palms. 100 meters meant only 10 plus seconds for wild dog. She abandoned stealth entirely, settling into a stable shooting stance with both guns blazing. Bang! Bang bang. Howls and barks filled the air as blood spray mixed with sand dust under the sunlight, wild dogs sent flying by bullets. The crisp sound of shell casings hitting the ground created a rhythm that seemed to chase the snarls and thuds of falling bodies. In moments, 2 wild dogs had closed to within 10 meters, leaping through the air toward him. Their arcing bodies were completely exposed mid-flight, perfect targets. Su Chun's expression remained unchanged as he held his breath and steadied his aim. Bang! Bang! 2 muzzle flashes later, the attacking shadows went rigid instantly, crashing to the ground and rolling. He adjusted his breathing and gun angles, continuing to pick off the remaining targets. 1 magazine emptied, and with a thought, he pulled 2 fully loaded Desert Eagles from his spatial ring, movements clean and efficient, resuming fire. After a brief burst of gunshots, the entire sandy area returned to silence. Over a dozen canine corpses lay scattered about, blood slowly seeping into the fine sand. Su Chun looked down to check himself. Only 2 wild dogs had managed to bite him during the melee, causing dull pain beneath his protective gear, but the injuries were completely manageable. Phew! Finally took them down. Those wild dogs were no joke. Su Chun collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily as sweat dripped down from his temples. Around him lay the scattered corpses of over 20 wild dogs, their gray fur still stained with fresh blood, filling the air with a sickly sweet metallic scent. The battle had been both thrilling and dangerous, but it made one thing crystal clear: his marksmanship still had plenty of room for improvement, and he'd wasted far too many bullets. With better accuracy, he was confident he could have taken them all out before they got close. While reflecting on the fight, he pulled an ice cube from his backpack, tilted his head back and gulped down the melted ice water, then tore open a chocolate bar and stuffed it in his mouth. The sugar instantly restored some of his strength. Once he'd recovered a bit, he stood up and walked over to the dog carcasses to begin the routine looting process. Obtained 20 pounds of wild dog meat, 10 sharp dog fangs. Dog meat with chili peppers, that'll make one hell of a stew, Su Chun muttered to himself, smacking his lips. He then proceeded to clean up all the remaining carcasses, 20-odd wild dogs, yielding a total of 400 pounds of dog meat. Once he got back and paired it with some liquor, it would definitely be hot commodity. After collecting his spoils, he turned to the 2 gleaming golden treasure chests and opened them. You opened a treasure chest and gained 1,666 opening points. You triggered an opening critical hit with 5x multiplier. Congratulations. You obtained 1-star engine blueprint 5. You opened a treasure chest and gained 2,333 opening points. You triggered an opening critical hit with 10x multiplier. Congratulations. You obtained plant growth acceleration soil 10. Holy shit, I actually got engine blueprints. Su Chun's eyes widened as his heart pounded. He knew exactly how low the odds were of getting the exact supplies he desperately needed. This must be the benefit of high luck points. He turned his attention to the bag of plant growth acceleration soil as the system description appeared. Effect: can cover one of soil environment, allowing ordinary plants within to mature in 1 day, lasting 10 days. Good stuff, like an upgraded version of those little green bottles, Su Chen grinned. 1 day to mature, lasting 10 days. With 10 portions total, meaning he could harvest crops 100 times. If he had more space, say 10 cubic meters fully covered, the returns would be substantial. However, seeing the ordinary plants only restriction reminded him of the Peachwood sword he'd found earlier. This highway survival game was clearly more complex than it appeared on the surface. This was just the beginning. After storing away all the blueprints in soil, he decided to head back. Unlike his cautious approach earlier, his return journey was much more relaxed. Before long, the outline of his vehicle appeared within detection range. His relaxed expression instantly tensed. 2 unfamiliar vehicles were parked beside his car, and the detection interface showed 2 human figures circling his vehicle, clearly trying to figure out how to break in. Didn't expect them to show up this quickly. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, though a cold smile crept across his lips. It looked like upgrading to a 3-star automotive heart wasn't far off. Su Chen let out a helpless sigh and quickened his pace toward where his vehicle was parked. His right hand subtly retreated into his sleeve, fingertips resting on the crossbow trigger. His left hand kept the folded crossbow pressed against the outside of his thigh, the guard flush with the seam of his pants, making him appear to be just another unlucky soul returning empty-handed from the wasteland. He deliberately hunched his back and dragged his feet, the dust and mottled bloodstains on his body making him look even more like an exhausted hunter. Near the vehicle, 2 ambushers lay in wait on the other side. The black SUV had been retrofitted with rugged armor plating, and the solar panels raised on its roof indicated it had been upgraded to level 2, definitely not an ordinary opponent. This ride's probably owned by some level 2 badass. Are we really gonna stick it out here? The crew-cut man pressed against the bulletproof glass, straining to see inside through a narrow gap, but thick curtains blocked most of his view. You don't get it. The middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and sunglasses chuckled coldly, his voice dripping with greed. The wasteland's full of dangers. If the owner dies out there, the vehicle automatically unlocks. Even if they make it back alive, they'll be out of ammo and exhausted, their combat effectiveness severely compromised. He gestured at the vehicle's body. Anyone who could upgrade to 2 stars this fast must have plenty of resources. Might even be that Su Chen guy. If we get our hands on his supplies, we'll hit the jackpot. They had their plan all worked out. The crew-cut man would play weak up front and draw him into conversation, while Sunglasses would circle around to the side and deliver a killing blow with the machete he'd gotten from a treasure chest. The middle-aged man harbored an even darker scheme: pull one more job, then turn on his hastily recruited partner and claim the 2-star vehicle core for himself. Wait, someone's coming. He's back. The sharp-eyed crew-cut man pointed at the lone figure in the distant dust clouds. Su Chen's silhouette wavered in the heat haze, back slightly bent, steps unsteady, dark bloodstains on his clothes glistening in the sunlight. Look at that posture, he's definitely injured. Heaven's on our side. Sunglasses licked his cracked lips excitedly and immediately retreated to the side of the vehicle, facing away from the desert, the thick-backed machete in his hand gleaming coldly. The crew-cut man positioned himself in front of the car and waved at Su Chen. When Su Chen entered their preset kill zone, the crew-cut man called out, "Brother, got any water? I've only got 9 iron pieces looking to trade for a bottle." This was their rehearsed ploy. Offer 1 resource short to initiate an exchange, lull the target into complacency, then ambush from the side. What they hadn't anticipated was that Su Chen had already locked on his Sunglasses' hiding spot with his detection system from 100 meters away. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he wiped away any sharpness from his expression, adopting a weak and wary demeanor while actually quickening his pace. Seeing his seemingly forced bravado, the crew-cut man felt even more confident. This prey probably didn't even have the strength to draw a bow. You want to trade for water? 9 iron pieces works. Su Chen's tone carried a hint of concession. I guess we're fated to meet. But do me a favor and head back to your own vehicle first. I'm not comfortable with face-to-face transactions. To the ambusher's ears, this was clearly a sign of guilty retreat. This was the perfect opportunity. Sure, no problem. I'll go get it right away. To ease Su Chen's suspicions, the buzzcut man smiled and stepped back sideways, appearing relaxed on the surface while secretly watching Su Chen's every move, afraid the other party might suddenly pull a fast one. Su Chen smiled slightly and deliberately moved his feet to the front of the car's right headlight, essentially leaving a path for his opponent to sneak up behind him from the side. The man with glasses lying by the rear tire saw his opportunity and immediately crouched low, crawling forward like a wild cat. Each time his knee touched the ground, it was so light it made almost no sound, fearing Su Chen might notice. When he was less than 2 meters away, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward 1 more step, and he could strike, slitting the throat with 1 swift motion. No matter how fast Su Chen's reflexes were, he couldn't possibly dodge completely. Meanwhile, the buzzcut man walking toward the car also quietly widened his eyes, his mind already visualizing Su Chen's head being severed by the blade, blood splattering everywhere. But in the next second, Su Chun raised his right arm and pulled a black pistol from his sleeve. A gun. While they had spent 2 days searching and only managed to find a broken knife, this guy had just pulled out a firearm? The buzzcut man felt his scalp tingle, his legs went weak, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Su Chun turned sideways, the gun barrel locking onto the glasses-wearing man who had suddenly lunged forward like lightning. Bang! The gunshot echoed across the empty highway. The bullet precisely pierced through the glasses-wearing man's forehead, blood and fragments flying. He didn't even have time to widen his eyes before falling straight down with his shock and terror, never to make another sound. Witnessing his companion's head explode, the buzzcut man nearly wet himself in terror and dropped to his knees with a thud. "Boss, spare me. I'll give you all my resources." "Spare you? Impossible." Su Chun pulled the trigger. Bang! The second bullet efficiently sent him on his way, leaving a bloody hole in the center of his forehead. After confirming both men were completely dead, Su Chun immediately bent down to search their bodies. You obtained one machete. There wasn't much left on the two corpses, so he turned to the black SUV nearby. System notification. Host deceased. Vehicle becomes ownerless property. Su Chun efficiently stripped the core and supplies. You obtained one vehicle heart, 3 bottles of mineral water, 5 packs of crackers, various wood blocks, and various iron blocks. Then he dismantled the entire vehicle. You dismantled a vehicle and obtained various iron blocks, alloys, and rubber. On the other side of the highway, there was another backup car they had deliberately parked at a distance. Su Chun drove over and immediately noticed the vehicle had been crudely modified, with the vehicle heart containing energy equivalent to 2 hearts. Clearly the partnership between the two men hadn't been equal. The process was the same as before: board, loot, dismantle, all in one smooth operation, yielding another substantial harvest of resources. After this series of operations, Su Chun's initially meager starting materials had instantly multiplied several times over, making his warehouse abundant once again. Having completed all this, he returned to his own car and opened the regional channel for the first time in a while, only to be surprised to discover that the population had drastically decreased in just over 2 hours. The regional channel now showed 6,730 people, over 1,000 fewer than before. Su Chun immediately understood the reasons. First, many people hadn't ventured into the wilderness last night, but were now flooding out today. Second, the escalating friction and battles between survivors. Compared to the hard work of scavenging in the wilderness, stealing others' supplies, or directly dismantling their vehicles was obviously much more profitable. Under this impact, the prices of basic resources like wood blocks and iron blocks plummeted rapidly. Originally, 1 bottle of water could be exchanged for 10 blocks of resources, but now it took 30 blocks to make a deal. The channel remained lively and noisy. Holy crap! There are so many treasure chests in the wilderness. I've already found 2. Finally, don't have to die of hunger or thirst. Don't celebrate too early. I just saw a huge yellow snake coiled next to a treasure chest. Scared me so much I rolled and crawled away. Got nothing. And now I'm thirsty and exhausted. Almost done for. Bro, didn't you know? Just take out the car core, and you can dismantle the whole vehicle to trade for water. Guy above, once you remove the car core you can't speak anymore. You couldn't have dismantled someone else's car, could you? You guessed right. I've already taken out 2 survivors. Who's next? What? You can do that? Damn, suddenly you all seem so scary. The conversation grew more heated, and everyone understood cars could be dismantled by others, which undoubtedly dropped a bomb of distrust among the survivors. Su Chun exited the chat channel and discovered that while he was away, the girl, Qing Lan, who had traded with him before, had sent him a private message. Qing Lan. Su Chun, I just got an amazing blueprint that's perfect for you. Definitely a big money maker. Send it over. Su Chun immediately replied. Image. Ice cream machine blueprint. Manufacturing requirements. Iron blocks 20, alloy 20, rubber 20, electronic components 2. Ice cream ingredients. Ice cubes 200g essential, milk powder 100g, white sugar 10g, fruit juice and other flavorings can be added freely. Seeing this blueprint, Su Chun was thrilled. The current heat was unbearable, and no one knew if the next wave of weather would be even more extreme. If he could pair ice cream with his cold drinks for sale, it would definitely be a money printing machine. What do you want to trade for? He asked without hesitation. Over the past few days, he had already obtained many useful blueprints from this girl, so naturally, he didn't plan to haggle. Qing Lan, I want 10 bottles of water and 10 bottles of other beverages. Also, does Su Chun have any unused blueprints to give me one? 10 bottles of water, 10 bottles of beverages, plus 1 spare blueprint. Su Chun pondered for a moment, believing the ice cream machine could bring considerable profits in the coming days, and immediately agreed. From his pile of dozens of blueprints, he picked out a car audio system. Blueprint it could soothe emotions, and might even put Qing Lan in a great mood to give him more good stuff. He then put the car audio system blueprint, 10 bottles of mineral water, and the 5 liters of milk he had drawn last time up for trade. They say you supplement what you lack, he chuckled to himself. The milk is perfect for her to supplement with. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing the car audio system and milk Su Chun had put up, Qing Lan was overjoyed. Both were exactly what she urgently needed. She lacked ice cubes herself and couldn't use the ice cream blueprint for now, so being able to trade for what she wanted while getting rid of something useless was perfect. After completing the trade, she quickly sent a new message. Qing Lan. Hee, does Su Chen need milk powder? I have lots here. Su Chen couldn't help but smile wryly at the situation. It was clear that Qing Lan had been lying in wait like a hunter, setting a trap, first selling him the blueprints, then the essential materials he'd need. Name your price, Qing Lan. I have 3 bags, 10 kilograms each, enough to make 300 ice creams. 30 bottles of water or equivalent value in beverages. Does that work? After weighing the resources in his inventory, Su Chen finally nodded in agreement. He already had plenty of ice and sugar on hand. The only remaining concern was pricing. He quickly drew up a cost breakdown. Ice, 0.4 bottles of water. Milk powder, 0.1 bottles of water. Sugar, negligible cost. Total cost came to roughly 0.5 bottles of water per ice cream. Adding some fruit juice for flavor would increase costs slightly, but could boost sales. After considering for a moment, he set his price at 1 ice cream, 2 bottles of water, or 50 units of basic materials. The price was steep, but it would allow him to rapidly accumulate large quantities of supplies in a short time. With his plan settled, he grabbed several blueprints and rushed to the crafting station, dumping all the materials on top. Crafting complete. Crafting complete. Crafting complete. Ice cream machine. Materials. Ice 200g required. Milk powder 100g. Sugar 10g. Fruit juice optional for flavoring. Production rate. 1 unit minute. Cola making machine. Materials. Water 500 milliliters. Carbon dioxide system provided. Caramel 20g. Cola nut 0.1 piece. Production rate. 1 bottle minute. Liquor distillery. Materials. Water 200 milliliters. Any grains 250g. Production rate. 1 bottle 10 minutes. Specification. 330 ml bottle. The 3 machines quietly settled into his warehouse as Su Chun began forming his business plan. This wilderness challenge had allowed many people to stockpile resources, and once the challenge ended, there would surely be a consumption boom. He planned to open an official shop in the trading post then. While the daily rent of 10 bottles of water wasn't cheap, once a shop went online, it would automatically appear on the homepage, guaranteeing steady traffic and exposure. Even a basic 1-star shop could list 2,000 orders simultaneously, 10 times more generous than an individual's 200-item limit, allowing him to sell much larger quantities at once. Therefore, he immediately posted a message in the world chat. Su Chun, buying large quantities of milk powder, caramel, cola nuts, and any grains. Will trade for water, food, or other basic supplies. Private message for exclusive orders. Within half an hour, milk powder, caramel, and grains were pouring in. Only cola nuts yielded nothing, suggesting this crop wasn't easy to grow. Su Chun first loaded 40 bottles of water and 50 pounds of grain into the liquor machine. It could produce a maximum of 100 bottles per batch, requiring 1,000 minutes, nearly 17 hours. Next, he fed milk powder, ice, and sugar into the ice cream machine, loading 100 batches worth of ingredients that would all be ready in just over an hour. 3 minutes later, 2 pristine white ice creams were in his hands, the cones pleasantly cool with frost swirling around them. He took a lick. The sweetness penetrated straight to his heart. After a moment's thought, he opened a private chat and traded 1 ice cream to Qing Lan. Meanwhile, Qing Lan was enjoying her favorite music when she noticed the trade notification. Seeing the ice cream Su Chen had sent her, she couldn't help but pause for a moment. She stopped swaying her feet to the rhythm, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she retrieved the freshly delivered ice cream. Her pink tongue delicately swept across the cream, the white sweetness immediately coating her taste buds with its cool, delicious flavor, making her hum softly in satisfaction. After licking around the cone once, she immediately sent a message to thank him. Su Chen replied cheerfully, telling her to reach out anytime she wanted ice cream. He'd give it to her at cost, not making a penny off her. After finishing 2 ice cream cones, Su Chun was wiping his hands when his private chat suddenly lit up again. A message popped up from an unfamiliar girl. Lu Shi. Lu Shi. Su God, I have 10 cola nuts here. Want to trade? I'd like to exchange them for 10 bottles of ice water. Cola nuts, just from the name, they sounded like essential ingredients for making cola. Lu Shi figured that since he wanted to make cola, he probably wouldn't settle for ordinary water, so she decided to ask for the moon. Seeing her asking price, Su Chun frowned slightly. The price wasn't unacceptable, but he felt like he was being taken advantage of. Su Chun, 3 bottles. Lu Shi replied coquettishly. Su God, big brother, I really want to drink more water. How about 8 bottles? Su Chun remained firm. 3 bottles. Lu Shi tried again. 7 bottles? Su Chun held his ground. Just 3 bottles. Otherwise, no deal. Lu Shi immediately backed down. Okay, 3 bottles it is. Actually, her target price had been 3 bottles all along. She was just trying to squeeze out a better deal. With the trade settled, 3 bottles of ice water for 10 cola nuts. Su Chun picked up one of the fruits. He used a small knife to pry open the segments, carefully extracting the white seeds inside. These were the cola nut seeds. Each fruit yielded about 60 seeds, so 10 fruits gave him a total of 600. After processing all the seeds, he fed the 10 fruits into the cola-making machine and set the program. As expected, it would take just over an hour to complete, same as before. Next, he walked to the storage area behind his vehicle, marked out a 1 square meter plot on the ground, and pulled out a bag of special soil that accelerated plant growth. Clicking use. The soft black earth instantly filled the designated area, and he scattered all 600 cola nut seeds across it. A system notification immediately appeared. Insufficient energy, can only plant 10 trees maximum. Remaining seeds have been returned. 10 trees will do. Su Chun shook his head helplessly. Though he was still satisfied, at least he wouldn't have to worry about cola ingredients in the future. He then began stockpiling like crazy. Freshly made cola, ice water, liquor, and ice cream. Everything went into his storage ring, preparing for one big push before the hero challenge ended. After finishing his preparations, he reclined in the driver's seat, which he had adjusted flat, and closed his eyes to rest. After a brief nap, when the timing felt right, he opened the trading interface. A system pop-up appeared. You are applying for a shop. The commission is 10 bottles of mineral water per day. Please confirm. Su Chun clicked confirm. System, congratulations. Application successful. You have obtained a 1-star shop with 2,000 listing slots unlocked. Please name your shop. Naming. Su Chun scratched his head, knowing he was terrible at coming up with names. After brief consideration, inspiration struck. He wanted to include his own name, while also giving people a sense of hope. He'd call it Chinchi Little Shop. It was a play on his name, and Chinchi Dawn represented the rising sun of a new day, offering hope to people. Successfully named, Dawn Shop 1-star listing products, 02000. Su Chun's fingers swiftly moved across the virtual panel as he immediately began stocking his shelves. 1. Item, 1 iced cola. Price, 50 materials blueprint via private message. Quantity, 100 units. 2. Item, 5 ice colas. Price, 250 materials 1 blueprint. Quantity, 20 units. 3. Item, 1 ice cream. Price, 50 materials blueprint via private message. Quantity, 150 units. 4. Item, 5 ice creams. Price, 240 materials 1 blueprint. Quantity, 6 units. 5. Item, 1 330 milliliters bottle of liquor. Price, 300 basic materials 1 rare blueprint via private message. Quantity, 18 units. 6. Item, ice water. Price, 60 basic materials. Quantity, 150 units. After listing everything in one go, 200 bottles of cola, 180 ice creams, 150 bottles of ice water, and 18 bottles of liquor were neatly arranged on the shelves. Even so, the total slots used added up to less than 450. Still plenty of space left. Su Chun pondered for a moment and decided to strike while the iron was hot by adding another best-selling blueprint. 7. Item, car audio system blueprint permanent. Price, 1 rare blueprint. Quantity 1. Scarcity drives value. He understood this principle well. With the listings complete, today's Hero Challenge time had also just ended. System notification, Hero Challenge concluded, see you tomorrow. In regional channel 5930, where the atmosphere was heavy due to the surge in deaths, Su Chun suddenly dropped a depth charge. Su Chun, my shop is now open, selling water, ice cream, cola, and liquor beverages at affordable prices. All survivors are welcome to visit. The channel instantly exploded. Holy crap, even boss Su Chun is opening a shop now? Am I seeing things? Ice cream? Holy shit. Having ice cream on such a hot day would be absolutely amazing. You're not seeing things. Not only is there ice cream, but tons of iced cola too. This must be why boss Su Chun was buying cola fruits earlier. More importantly, don't you see? That's liquor. I love drinking the most. I feel terrible if I don't have at least half a pound daily. I need to trade for alcohol, even if I have to sell everything I own to get a taste. Woo, big brother Su Chun. Could little sister have a lick of ice cream? If you let me, next time we meet, I can help you lick out some white ice cream. Today's Wasteland Hero Challenge went well, so I'll reward myself with an ice cream. Thanks, boss Su Chun. Exactly. I opened 2 silver chests today and got 2 blueprints, 1 for myself, 1 for enjoyment. How did you all profit while I came back from the wasteland empty-handed? Sigh, just a few hours and so many people died. It's truly terrifying. Su Chun chuckled as he watched the back-end data, seeing the product quantities dropping at a visible rate. In just 1 hour, half the inventory was cleared out, with mountains of resources and blueprints continuously flowing into his warehouse. Although most were ordinary items, they helped him gather quite a few daily necessities. However, sales speed noticeably slowed afterward as demand reached saturation. Sigh, there are still too few people. Those who can actually survive and start enjoying life are ultimately still a minority. Su Chun couldn't help but sigh. Of the original 10,000 people, fewer than 6,000 remained. Only a minority had managed to escape their survival predicament, while the majority still struggled desperately for food, water, and safety. Aside from a few reckless individuals who indulged first and worried later, the rest remained relatively rational. This was clearly not the time to waste points on luxuries. Su Chun, however, was living much more comfortably. He had just traded for a portable electromagnetic heating plate from the exchange. Now he could simply place a pot on it and heat it directly, no longer needing to risk venturing into the wilderness to build fires for cooking meat. His safety level had instantly maxed out. At this moment, he hummed a little tune as dog meat bubbled in the pot, its savory aroma spreading through the crude little shop along with the steam. Ding dong. A new message suddenly popped up on his private message panel. Wang Chong. Brother, I got an excellent blueprint that's perfect for your shop. Image attached. Su Chun clicked it open curiously, his pupils dilating instantly. It was a pharmaceutical blueprint that had never appeared in the exchange. Anti-inflammatory medicine. Anti-inflammatory medicine, crafting blueprint permanent. Required materials. Herbs 1, fungi 1. Recently, almost all survivors had encountered combat while opening treasure chests, and many were persisting despite injuries. However, due to the lack of anti-inflammatory medicine, many wounds quickly became infected, and some had even died as a result. If his shop could stock anti-inflammatory medicine now, it would definitely be in huge demand. More importantly, the platform would eventually merge zones, and by then the demand would only be more terrifying. Su Chun didn't believe the officials would keep them trapped in this small area forever. He replied to Wang Chong without hesitation. Name your price. Wang Chong. I'll give you the blueprint, but I want 30% of your anti-inflammatory medicine sales revenue, plus 1 bottle of liquor daily. If not, I'll sell the medicine myself. Wang Chong loved drinking most of all, fancying himself as someone who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, living life to the fullest. Ever since seeing Su Chun list liquor for sale, he had been thinking about having a daily drink. Now he wanted to use this blueprint to secure a long-term drinking pass, while also enjoying a share of the medicine profits, simply dumping all the manufacturing and sales hassles on Su Chun. Su Chun frowned. The other party only offered 1 blueprint, but wanted to take 30% of the anti-inflammatory medicine profits, permanently. Quite an appetite indeed. With his incredible luck, he would eventually obtain the same blueprint himself, so why give away such a large slice of the pie? After weighing his options for a moment, he replied, 1 bottle of liquor daily is fine, but 30% permanently is impossible. 10% at most. I'm not in a hurry. Worst case, I'll get it myself. Wang Chong. Do you have a 1-star vehicle upgrade blueprint? That could cover the other 20%. Su Chun happened to have 8 of them stockpiled, and leaving them unused would be wasteful anyway, so he immediately agreed. He listed 1-star vehicle upgrade blueprint 1 and liquor 1, while the other parties submitted the anti-inflammatory medicine crafting blueprint. The moment the trade completed, Su Chun immediately learned the recipe. Success. However, he had neither herbs nor fungi, and none were listed on the exchange either. Just as he was about to inquire on the public channel, his private messages chimed again. Just as he was preparing to ask on the public channel, Wang Chong sent another message. Wang Chong said, by the way, Su Chun, I spent the whole day gathering these herbs and fungi. Consider it the first investment in our business venture. Without hesitation, he handed over all 11 portions of herbs and 2 portions of fungi, barely enough materials to craft 2 doses of anti-inflammatory medicine. Su Chun accepted the resources and pondered for a moment in the RV's rear compartment, then decided to clear out exactly 1 cubic meter of additional space. The storage area was now packed to the brim, with not an inch to spare. He spread the plant growth soil across the newly cleared space, took half of the herbs and fungi, and planted them in a 50-50 ratio. The remaining portion of fungi plus 1 portion of herbs went directly into the pharmaceutical process. System notification. Consumed 1 portion of herbs and 1 portion of fungi. Successfully crafted 1 dose of anti-inflammatory medicine. A flash of light appeared in Su Chun's palm, and 10 dark green pills dropped into his hand. Turns out 1 portion of materials could produce 10 pills. This meant he could sell them individually and double his profits. He opened his personal shop, first listing all the remaining cola, ice water, and liquor from the manufacturing machine, then added a new item. Product: anti-inflammatory medicine 1 pill. Price: 3 portions of herbs, 3 portions of fungi, 1 blueprint. Quantity: 10 available, limited to 10 pills. 15 times markup on cost. Pretty reasonable, right? Su Chun muttered to himself as he synchronized the product to the regional channel. The moment the message was posted, the channel exploded. Holy crap, Su Chun's got new stock. Anti-inflammatory medicine? I desperately need this. What are herbs and fungi? I don't have any of those. Please, big shot, spare me 1 pill. I'm injured and bleeding. If this drags on much longer, I'll get infected. Begging for freebies? Dream on. I've never seen herbs or fungi before. I can only trade blueprints, otherwise my wound won't hold out much longer. Haha. While you guys are complaining, I already traded 8 portions of herbs for 3 pills. Survival first. Once someone took the lead, Other survivors immediately rushed to purchase, and 7 pills were sold out within seconds. Damn, that was too fast, no fair play. Su Shen, please make another batch. Throughout the channel, countless injured survivors or those planning to stockpile wailed in despair. Su Chen watched the scrolling messages and responded coolly. Anti-inflammatory medicine requires rare ingredients that are difficult to obtain in large quantities. I'll list more when I gather enough materials. Keep an eye on the shop, opportunities will come. In reality, the recent trades had netted him another 8 portions of herbs and 3 portions of fungi. Combined with his existing stock, he had quietly crafted 30 doses of anti-inflammatory medicine. But in the apocalypse, medicine meant life. If people thought it was easy to produce, he couldn't maintain high prices. So he decided to release only 10 pills every hour, continuously maintaining high demand and high profits. Besides the medicinal materials, he also received 5 blueprints, 4 of which were single-use simple designs: down jacket blueprint, pillow blueprint, chair blueprint, and table blueprint. Each could only produce 1 item, so they had little commercial value. In comparison, having a blueprint means permanent crafting capability. The underwear crafting blueprint allows for permanent production with just 1 piece of fabric as material, enabling the creation of any style of underwear without limitations on design or gender. Seeing this, Su Chun was overjoyed. For the past 2 days, he hadn't changed his underwear at all, and with all the treasure hunting and fighting, he had sweated profusely, leaving his current underwear sticky and extremely uncomfortable. Finally, he could change his underwear. Fabric was a basic material that could be obtained from bronze chests, somewhat rarer than wood or iron blocks, but not by much. Su Chen happened to have several pieces that he had previously traded from others. He immediately began crafting. Using 6 pieces of fabric, he made 6 pairs of men's ice silk underwear. Su Chen quickly put on a pair, and a cool, comfortable sensation washed over him. It felt incredibly good. The feeling was wonderful, much more comfortable than before. Silky smooth, perfectly fitted, no wedging. He no longer had to constantly worry about his little buddy getting pinched. With 3 pieces of fabric remaining, Su Chun continued crafting. Using 3 pieces of fabric, he made 3 pairs of women's lace underwear. Touching the freshly made lace underwear, the texture felt even smoother than his ice silk ones. After finishing, Su Chen opened his chat interface with Qing Lan, whom he had traded with before, and sent over the 3 pairs of women's lace underwear. Then he opened Wang Chang's private chat, also sending him a trade with a note attached. Su Chen here. Today's 10% profit share, 3 pairs of ice silk underwear. No need to thank me. While he would never give away the blueprint itself, he could certainly spare a few pairs of these permanently craftable items. On the other side, Qing Lan received Su Chen's direct trade request and opened the trade interface with some confusion. When she saw clearly what he had sent, her face flushed red. She hadn't expected him to send her underwear. For the past few days, she who normally changed her panties daily hadn't been able to change them at all. Plus, with her period starting these past 2 days and making a mess, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Su Chen's underwear was like rain after a long drought for her. She quickly took out the underwear, but seeing that it was lace style made Qing Lan's face even redder. Fortunately, no one else was around. She held the underwear to her nose and sniffed no strange odors. Thinking that Su Chen had traded with her several times and probably wasn't that kind of person, she decided to change her panties right there in the car. After changing, she felt incredibly comfortable. The warm, snug feeling below was so considerate, making her feel completely satisfied. Both psychologically and physically, she felt immense satisfaction and happiness. Su Chen, you're such a good person. Qing Lan had already decided that the next time she obtained a blueprint she couldn't use, she would trade it directly to Su Chen. Basking in the gratitude from both Qing Lan and Wang Chang, Su Chen contentedly continued grilling his meat. The sky gradually darkened. Night had come again, the most terrifying time in this highway survival game. In the chat channel, many people were seeking comfort from each other. Will we encounter wild beasts again tonight? Last night, I met a wolf, and it scared me to death. I hope tonight will pass peacefully. Yeah, my car's durability is down to only 80, and the glass almost shattered. I don't know how many more days this car can last. Stop complaining, my glass broke long ago, and durability is down to just 40. 80 is pretty good. You must have done some assembly upgrades. I wish I could stay in some big brother's car that would be safe. My car's durability is almost gone. Everyone was basically afraid of encountering dangerous wild beast attacks at night. For them, this posed an extremely deadly threat. Zhang Weihong posted. Those who can manage it should light several fires around their cars at night. This can help keep wild beasts away. Also, our team now has 7 or 8 people. Everyone's welcome to join and get through this survival game together. Many expressed agreement and said they could sell fire and wood blocks. If Big Brother Zhang hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about this. What Big Brother Zhang? This is our Mayor Zhang. Doesn't everything the boss says make sense? I've already lit the fires. Hope tonight will be a peaceful night. In his car, Zhang Weihong was eating instant noodles while watching many people praise him and express interest in joining them, and his lips curved upward in a smile. In this highway survival game, going it alone is a death sentence. You could die any day. To survive until the end, you need the power of a team. Zhang Weihong leaned back in his seat with a satisfied smile, his plan already taking shape in his mind. Using the crew he'd gathered today, he'd traded for water, food, and several valuable blueprints. Most exciting of all, he'd obtained a handgun and 8 bullets at the cost of 2 team members' lives. This would be crucial for the team's future expansion and protection. If only I could get my hands on Su Chen's manufacturing machines, he muttered, gazing down the distant highway as ambition stirred within him. With endless supplies of drinks and medicine, he could become the wealthiest player on the regional channel. Unfortunately, Su Chen still held that title. Mayor Zhang, may I join you in your vehicle for a moment? Just as he was enjoying his steaming cup noodles, a soft, melodious voice drifted into the driver's cabin as pleasant as a professional voice actress. Zhang Weihong's eyes lit up briefly before returning to their calm state. Only one woman in the convoy had such a voice. Lu Qian, the young widow in black stockings and blouse who'd once been a corporate secretary. He opened the car door. Lu Qian bent down to climb in, her eyes catching sight of the remaining sausage in his noodles. Her throat moved slightly as she pointed to the cup and whispered, "Zhang, could I have some of your noodle sausage?" Of course. Zhang Weihong handed over the noodles and closed the door. The interior lights dimmed as the vehicle sat motionless by the roadside, the night wind muffling the outside noise. About an hour later, Zhang Weihong stepped out of the car, his legs somewhat unsteady. The apocalyptic environment created immense pressure. In that short hour, Lu Qian had been forced to climax 3 times. He took a deep breath and gathered everyone to form a circle with their vehicles, lighting a bonfire on the perimeter. The orange flames illuminated their faces as he cleared his throat and called their first official meeting. A team can't function without a leader or clear division of responsibilities. All eyes turned to him. With their small numbers, it was the perfect time to establish future management structure, and everyone was eager to listen. I have the most management experience, so I'll serve as temporary leader. If someone more suitable comes along later, they can replace me. He pointed to Lu Qian. Lu Qian was a corporate secretary, so she'll handle finances, cataloging, and safeguarding all our supplies. Then he looked at a sturdy man. Zhang San, you're bold, careful, and strong in combat. You'll be expedition leader, responsible for fighting and searching for treasure chests. He scanned the group. Does anyone have objections? They had come to follow Zhang Weihong, seeking his protection. Now they were even being offered leadership positions. Everyone perked up and voiced their support. Excellent. Zhang Weihong nodded with satisfaction. Once we recruit more survivors and expand our ranks, we'll all thrive together in this highway survival game. Everyone agreed with his assignments, which pleased Zhang Weihong greatly. Good, no troublemakers, or he'd have to waste energy dealing with them. Hearing his words, the group exchanged glances before nodding vigorously in agreement. They had already begun to dream big. As their numbers continued to grow, they believed that one day they could rely on this team to live comfortably without lifting a finger, with food and water guaranteed. Standing in the center of the crowd, Zhang Weihong watched everyone's excited expressions. Feeling incredibly pleased, these people had been completely won over by his smooth talk, and now he just needed to keep expanding to use the team's power to make himself even stronger. That night, Su Chen didn't post any meal packages on the public chat to stir up envy. He sat with a steaming pot of dog meat stew, paired with his homemade liquor, eating heartily and drinking deeply, shouting "amazing" as the spice hit him. During breaks, he packaged the remaining dog meat into individual portions, added purified water, and listed them in his shop, keeping only 10 pounds for himself to enjoy as an occasional treat. After dinner, he went to his bed, pushed the mattress aside, and began training in explosive power exercises. He remembered. Though he hated to admit it, his body was indeed somewhat weak and needed to train until he could fight a wild wolf hand-to-hand. Arms, legs, then core and explosive waist movement. She didn't skip a single exercise. Within half an hour, he was exhausted and sprawled on the ground, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through another 15 minutes until he had no strength left. After catching his breath, he pulled a person-sized wooden barrel from his ring, which took up considerable space. He turned on the faucet and filled it with 6 inches of purified water. He put on some gentle music, stripped naked, and sat in the barrel, carefully washing himself with the new towel and soap he'd traded for. After cleaning up, he leaned against the barrel's edge with his eyes closed, secretly deciding that he definitely needed to get a proper bathroom and bathtub. Once his car upgraded to a comfortable RV, he could truly enjoy luxurious baths. Ding! A private message notification sounded. Too lazy to get up, Su Chen raised his hand and gestured, and the large screen that could move freely around the car slid over to him. The black technology from the 2-star car upgrade was incredibly convenient. The message was from Qing Lan. Had she drawn another rare blueprint? His eyes lit up as he eagerly opened the chat window. Qing Lan, are you there? Su Chen. Yes, what's up? Qing Lan. Su Chen, do you think we'll ever have a chance to return to our original world? Su Chen looked completely puzzled. Lady, it's been 2 days. Haven't you faced reality yet? Just as he was about to reply, Qinglan sent another message that left him speechless. Qinglan, what if dying in this survival game actually sends us back to our original world? This message popping up on his phone screen left Su Chen frozen in place. He had to admit that Qinglan's theory touched on an angle he'd never considered. 1. The survival game only brought in young adults, excluding the elderly and children entirely, perhaps indicating some remnant of conscience behind the game. 2. If this were true, those eliminated or killed might actually return directly to their original world. But all of this remained mere speculation. Rather than dwelling on matters of life and death, Su Chen was more concerned with his present comfort and enjoyment. So he quickly typed back, Su Chen, I don't want to think about all that. I just want to live comfortably and be myself here. As soon as he sent the message, Qinglan's avatar lit up. Qinglan, sounds so relaxing. What are you up to? What started as a casual question from her earned an unexpected photo in return. In the picture, Su Chen was half submerged in a large plastic tub, water reaching his shoulders, with only a bit of skin visible above the waterline. Su Chen, taking a bath while listening to music so comfortable. He wasn't deliberately showing off, just casually sharing his moment of bliss. But when Qinglan saw it, her hand trembled as she fired off several messages. Qinglan, you actually took a bath. Qinglan, you have enough water to take a bath. Qinglan, In this world where there's no water or food, and many people are dying of thirst and hunger, he was actually soaking in a bath. Qinglan was on her period and hadn't been able to bathe for days, leaving her silently envious, but since she and Su Chen weren't close, she felt too embarrassed to ask for help. Setting aside her bathing envy, she suddenly realized something else. From this angle, Su Chen looked more handsome than any male lead in romantic dramas. Her cheeks immediately flushed red. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Qinglan, what are you thinking? The girl buried herself under her blanket, shaking her head frantically while clutching her phone to her chest and muttering to herself. Su Chen remained oblivious to all this. After finishing his bath, he felt completely relaxed, though fatigue soon washed over him. Reflecting on his day, searching for treasure chests, killing wild beasts, eliminating bandits, frequent trading, and still managing a workout session at the end, that he'd lasted until now before bathing was already miraculous. He rearranged his bedinga thin mattress, clean blankets, and a soft pillow, then crawled in and fell into deep sleep just after 8 o'clock. In his dreams, he found himself in a magnificent castle, playfully chasing after a group of maids dressed in black stockings. Just as the fun was reaching its peak, the entire castle began shaking violently. An earthquake. The violent trembling jolted him back to reality. Su Chen opened his eyes and realized the shaking was coming from the vehicle itself. He snapped fully awake with a start. At this hour of the night, had wild beasts come hunting again? Su Chen quickly looked outside, but it was already the dead of night, and everything was pitch black, couldn't make out anything at all. Night winds whipped sand against the car windows as he could only vaguely see a dark shadow banging against the vehicle. The dashboard warning lights flashed the car's durability had dropped by 5. He didn't rashly turn on the lights. Instead, he first drew his Desert Eagle, grabbed a high-powered flashlight, aimed it at the window, and clicked it on with a sharp snap. The cone of light instantly tore through the darkness, and a gray-black shadow in the distance flashed by like lightning. Su Chen immediately adjusted his aim, tracking the target in the direction of the fleeting shadow. Whoosh, the blindingly white beam swept across and finally caught the shadow completely in its light. After getting a clear look, a chill crept up Su Chen's spine, though he also breathed a quiet sigh of relief. It was an adult black bear, powerfully built, its intimidating presence even more overwhelming in the midnight terror. If it weren't for the bulletproof glass windows and upgraded car body, this encounter would have cost far more than 5 durability. The entire vehicle would have been flipped and totaled. The black bear's claws kept scraping against the metal with sharp, ear-piercing sounds. Su Chen held his breath and observed, trying to find a weakness, but first noticed in even more terrifying detail those bear eyes were filled with bloodthirsty crimson, their wildness infinitely amplified by the night, appearing exceptionally savage. He speculated to himself, perhaps nighttime had some kind of enhancement effect on wilderness beasts, making them more inclined to target humans as their primary prey. The thought flashed through his mind before he shook his head, pulling his attention back to the present. He had to deal with this black bear quickly, or by dawn, the vehicle's durability would drop at least another 15, definitely not a result he wanted to see. Su Chen moved to a side window, lowering it to just a palm's width, slowly extending the gun barrel through the gap. He called out in a low voice, "Hey, old boy, over here." The sudden proximity of human scent excited the black bear immensely. It reared up with a roar, lunged at the window, and began frantically pounding the glass with thud-thud-thuds. "Haha, rest in peace." Su Chen's lips curved into a slight smile as he aimed the dark barrel at the creature's chest. Bang, bang, bang. The Desert Eagle's recoil slammed hard into his shoulder socket as flames spat from the barrel. He efficiently emptied the entire magazine in one go. Bullets tore through the bear's hide, blood mist exploded, and the black bear let out a piercing shriek before swaying and collapsing to the ground. Limbs twitching, it appeared to have been taken down by the barrage. But Su Chen didn't let his guard down for a second. He loaded a fresh magazine, lowered the window another notch, aimed at the fallen bear's shadow, and bang bang bang, several more crisp shots rang out as he completely emptied the second magazine. Only then did he slam the window shut, letting the glass lock completely in place, giving no chance for any sneak attacks. From the very beginning, he had no intention of getting out to confirm the kill. Loot could be collected any time right now. Safety was paramount. He mentally assessed. Even his upgraded vehicle still couldn't withstand the threat of wilderness predators. He'd clearly need to proceed with the next round of reinforcements as soon as possible to have a truly secure and comfortable sleeping environment. After everything was settled, he didn't even look back as he felt his way to the makeshift bed, and the moment his head hit the pillow, he fell into deep sleep, paying no more attention to the corpse and bloodstains outside the window. At 6:30 in the morning, dawn was breaking. Su Chen opened his eyes, full of energy. More than 10 hours of high-quality sleep had swept away yesterday's fatigue and weakness completely. He felt like a fully charged battery, brimming with energy. A beautiful day starts with selling goods. He stretched lazily, opened the in-car control panel, and put everything the machines had produced up for sale in one go. After finishing the shelving, Su Chen grabbed some bread and water to fill his stomach, then decided to continue his journey right away. Less than 10 minutes later, the vehicle radar picked up a faint signal on the desolate roadside, a Hida bronze treasure chest. Starting resources: 1 Hadaleo hot pot base, 1 Jagong hot pot base. You opened the treasure chest and gained 233 opening points. You triggered a critical opening and received a 5x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 5 Hadaleo hot pot bases and 5 Jagong hot pot bases. Hot pot base? Really? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself. Not bad actually. I haven't had hot pot in days. This was the kind of thing that made you crave it like crazy after going without for a while. He made an instant decision. Hot pot for dinner tonight. Flooring the accelerator, the SUV's engine roared as he continued racing down the cracked asphalt road. After about 30 kilometers, a car appeared on the horizon, sitting right in the middle of the road. A figure stood beside it, waving as if trying to flag him down. Someone's actually out there? And bold enough to get out of their car. He squinted, muttering. Are they genuinely stupid or just pretending? As he got closer, the scene became clearer. The car was blocking the road with its trunk wide open. Leaning against the car door was a seductive woman in uniform, high heels, and black stockings. Her long wavy hair cascaded down, her surgically enhanced face was sharp and alluring, and her long legs perfectly showcased the tempting black stockings. Seeing him approach, the woman struck an even more enticing pose. She leaned back into the rear seat, kicked off her shoes onto the floor mat with a flick of her delicate feet, crossed her legs, and beckoned Su Chen with a slender finger. Seriously? Highway survival, and I run into a streetwalker doing business. Su Chen's throat went dry as he swallowed hard, but he kept his composure. He quietly activated his radar detection system. While there was only one vehicle marker for the car, he detected another survivor player hiding in the bushes about 20 meters off the road. Obviously, this was a honey trap setup. Damn it. I hate these scheming bastards the most. Su Chen snorted coldly. Before the apocalypse, he would have been helpless against people like this. Now, with a pistol and crossbow in hand, as long as he stayed in his vehicle, they couldn't touch him. He executed a perfect drift, parking his car diagonally in front of their sedan, rolling down his window just a finger's width. Whoosh! An arrow shot out from the bushes, aimed precisely at that narrow gap. Clang! The arrowhead struck the partially closed glass and bounced onto the pavement. Su Chen smirked. Did you really think I'd be stupid enough to roll the window all the way down? He drew his pistol, pressed the barrel against the window gap, aimed toward the bushes based on the arrow's trajectory, quickly locked onto the approximate location, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A gunshot rang out, followed by a scream from the nearby bushes. Then, a bloodied survivor emerged from the thicket, raising his hand to signal surrender. However, bang! Another shot fired, taking him out instantly. There was no mercy whatsoever, and this scene terrified the black-stockinged office lady sitting by the car's rear door so much that she slammed it shut. But soon, the door opened again. Her black-stockinged feet extended out as her sweet voice called over. Handsome, you're amazing. That man forced me to do things at gunpoint I never wanted to. Now that he's dead, I'm yours. Zhao Shuang rubbed her calves together seductively while blowing a kiss towards Su Chen, pulling down her neckline to reveal more cleavage. Oh my, those headlights were certainly big and round. He had to admit, in the real world, if he encountered such a woman on a road without surveillance cameras, he would have gone over to chat with her. But right now, this was a survival game. Trust no one except yourself, especially women trying to get into your bed. No matter how beautiful the black stockings, anyone wanting to kill him was nothing but a deadly temptress. Su Chun had zero tolerance for such honey traps and fired 2 shots without hesitation. Su Chun still didn't get out of his car because his scan detected 3 vehicles within a 1 kilometer radius, meaning at least 3 people were in this area. He had now eliminated 1 man and 1 woman, so there should be 1 more. Based on the woman's seductive behavior, the third person was likely hiding in the car, probably waiting for him to approach and search for resources before launching a sneak attack. Su Chin's expression darkened as he retrieved a black wooden chest from his spatial ring, one containing mildly dangerous creatures. He threw the wooden chest directly into their vehicle. After several impacts, the chest shattered, and a sandy yellow serpentine form slithered out. Damn it! A curse erupted as a figure, terrified, tried to escape through the other door. He certainly didn't want to be bitten by a snake in the car, especially when he couldn't tell if it was venomous. However, as soon as he got out, he found a car performing a 180-degree drift turn, appearing right in front of him with a dark gun barrel aimed at his head. Bang! Brain matter splattered and blood gushed forth. Only after this last survivor fell to the ground did Su Chin finally breathe a sigh of relief. Approaching the parked vehicle, Su Chin split the sand snake in half with his triangular military knife. A quick search of the car yielded little, just 1 bottle of water, a few pieces of bread, and a pair of lace underwear with a strange odor. Su Chin went to the front of the car, extracted the engine core, and chose to dismantle the vehicle entirely. Before leaving, Su Chin glanced at the woman's corpse and abandoned any inappropriate thoughts. He was just talking tough anyway. Next, he drove to the other 2 vehicles, which contained considerably more resources. 11 bottles of water total and plenty of bread, steamed buns, and other food items, plus dozens of units of basic materials. Additionally, he discovered a blueprint. When he opened it, his eyes widened in amazement. Cigarette manufacturing blueprint, permanent production. Requirements: 100 tobacco leaves per batch. Learning requirement: 2-star vehicle. Holy crap! They were sitting on a gold mine, yet chose to go robbing? Upon seeing it was a tobacco blueprint, Su Chin clenched his fists in excitement. Thank goodness these people didn't have the 1-star vehicle upgrade blueprint, or they would have used this blueprint to become the wealthiest tycoons in the region. Although he already had the unofficial title of regional richest person through selling water, if these people had mastered cigarette production, they could have skyrocketed to success in no time. These 2 vehicle cores, one had already reached 2-star level, while the other had only absorbed 1. Adding the 1 left by that female driver from earlier, Su Chin had harvested 7 vehicle cores in one go this time. Combined with the 4 from before, the number shot straight up to 11. Just 4 more, and he could upgrade his simple RV minibus. Again, the thought of it potentially transforming into a large RV after the upgrade made the excitement in his chest nearly burst from his throat. After carefully folding the blueprint and placing it in his storage compartment, he didn't waste a second, completely dismantling the 2 wrecked cars into metal, wiring, and parts. Back in the cabin, Su Chin immediately clicked the Learn button. A blueprint of this caliber naturally had to be mastered right away. Congratulations! You've learned cigarette crafting. Requirements: tobacco leaf 1. Effect: can craft cigarettes of any brand or type. The gold mine was already laid out before him. All he needed was to light the first spark, the raw materials. Su Chin immediately posted a purchase request in the regional channel. Su Chin here, looking to buy tobacco leaves. We'll trade any shop supplies. Name your price. The previously dead channel instantly exploded. Wait, tobacco leaves? Is God Su going to make cigarettes? Holy crap, I haven't smoked in 3 days. I'm itching all over. God Su, hurry up and open shop. Damn it, why don't I have any tobacco leaves? Otherwise I could trade directly for cigarettes. Whoever has tobacco leaves, go find God Su quickly. The channel grew more and more heated, but Su Chin's private messages remained ice cold. Not a single leaf, though they were piled high with photos from girls wanting to trade for water and food. Guys, I'm really not interested in photos. Su Chin frowned and muttered as he looked at the pile of duplicate Li Shanshan selfies. They take up storage space too. The most ridiculous part is that mail accounts are sending the same photo. Are you guys trying to maximize residual value after finishing? 10 minutes passed, and still no one could provide tobacco leaves. Su Chin sighed, started the vehicle, and continued on his way. After picking up another wooden chest, a private message notification finally popped up. Qinglan, God Su, I just opened something you might need. It's not tobacco leaves, but tobacco seeds. Want them? Seeds were practically trash in apocalyptic survival. No one had time to slowly grow things. But Qinglan figured if they dropped, it meant they could be grown. And maybe the maturation time was drastically shortened. Yes, 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 I can use those too. Name your price, my little lucky star. After sending the message, Su Chin immediately felt his words were a bit cheesy. On the other end, Qinglan blushed, her fingertips hesitating for a few seconds before typing a line. Qinglan. Then, just give me 2 bottles of water. She'd gotten this pack of seeds as a bonus when opening a silver chest, and hadn't planned to keep them anyway. Doing Su Chin a favor in passing seemed nice. Deal. Without another word, Su Chin traded 2 bottles of water for the pack of seeds. After completing the transaction, He looked toward the back compartment. Supplies were piled into a small mountain, with barely room to squeeze in another screw. Well, after my own planted crops mature tomorrow, I'll consider planting a batch of tobacco. Alternatively, he could upgrade his car sooner to gain more space. Just as Su Chan was about to exit the private chat, Qinglan sent another message. Have you noticed that a group of people is already looking for you? Really? How many? Su Chan quickly replied. He had anticipated this after all. In his rush to collect car hearts, he had exposed himself too obviously. Qinglan continued her report. About 7 or 8 people so far. They're frantically hunting down other survivors on the road, asking everyone if they've encountered God Su. Initially, no one knew their whereabouts, but a player who pretended to join them and then fled by car overnight leaked the information. What's their equipment like? According to that person, each of them carries decent weapons, bows, machetes, and their leader even has a gun. The mention of roadside searches didn't faze Su Chun, but the word gun made his brow furrow immediately. A player with a gun, that's trouble. He glanced at his stab-proof vest. It could stop knives, but not bullets. Seems I overestimated my advantage. He cursed himself for being too soft-hearted. After a moment's consideration, he decided to take the initiative, strike while the group was still small, and test their strength, because once they recruited more people, the situation would spiral out of control. 7 or 8 people was exactly what he had expected. Having made up his mind, he floored the accelerator, instantly pushing the speedometer to 200. Tired durability? He'd replace them when worn money was the least of his concerns. After driving at high speed for 2.5 hours, he had covered 300 kilometers. Along the way, he opened 5 or 6 treasure chests, yielding 10 bottles of water, 40 pieces of milk bread, 10 pounds of A9 beef, 6 candles, 7 bottles of red wine, 2 dining table blueprints, and 5 hiking backpack blueprints. Besides supplies, he also encountered 2 roadside bandits. Both were inevitably eliminated by him, becoming nourishment for his car heart. 2-star car heart progress, 1415, just 1 more needed for an upgrade. Next, he would need a 2-star car upgrade blueprint, but such items were rare finds on the highway, most likely requiring the Wilderness Challenge event to unlock. Keep moving forward. He gripped the steering wheel tightly. Meanwhile, on another highway, a group of bandits sat around a campfire dividing their spoils. Brother Fei, we robbed another person, but still no sign of Su Chun. Could he be ahead of us? A man bit viciously into his bread and tilted his head back to drain an entire bottle of water. Does it matter if we catch him or not? The bald, muscular Brother Chong had half a green dragon tattoo flickering in the firelight on his back as he chuckled. As long as everyone keeps robbing with me, we'll have food and water every day. Brother Chong is awesome. Following Brother Chong means 3 meals a day for 3 days straight. Chong has ride's got a pistol, and we've all got weapons. If we run into other survivors, we just take them out, no questions asked. Sure, we might not cross paths with Su Chun, but we can pin it all on him. We'll say we're targeting him specifically, and we had no choice but to go after those survivors. Everyone loudly voiced their agreement, their arrogance growing by the minute. Chong basked in the flattery with a grin, squinting as he waved his hand dismissively. When they encounter someone as powerful as us, they'll definitely think it's all because of Su Chun. Without Su Chun, no one would target these lone wolf survivors like this. We just need to keep developing our strength in the shadows. Chong's got a point. Long live Chong. Someone suddenly chimed in with a lewd grin. We haven't run into any women yet, but if we do, we should stop them, and we could. Holy shit. Now that you mention it, I'm getting excited. There's no law here, why can't we have some fun? Another guy joined in. If we really do run into some chicks, Chong gets first dibs, then we'll take turns. Amid the escalating praise, Chong became increasingly intoxicated with power, nearly losing himself in the moment. Wait, look over there, is someone coming? Quick, we've got action, brothers, get ready. Meanwhile, on the other side of the highway, Su Chun was speeding along in his off-road vehicle. His detection system suddenly blared an alarm ahead on the road. Over a dozen beat-up vans were blocking the way. Highway robbery. Su Chun's heart tightened. This has got to be that group with designs on me. He reached over to the passenger seat and grabbed 3 Desert Eagles, tucking 2 into his waistband and gripping one in his hand while steadying the steering wheel with the other. As the vehicle approached, a swarm of men poured out from behind the vans. Stop the car. Su Chun raised an eyebrow, his gaze quickly sweeping over the scene. Knives, machetes, bows and arrows, even a pistol, with dozens of people pointing weapons at him. Stop the car? Do they think I'm an idiot? He sneered coldly and floored the gas pedal. The car's speed instantly surged from its reduced pace, charging straight toward the crowd at over 100 kilometers per hour. The bandits were terrified and scattered in all directions. The leader raised his gun, aimed at the front of the car, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot tore through the air, the bullet slamming hard into the car window. But the glass didn't budge. Bulletproof glass. Damn, what kind of rich guy has a car like this? Before the man could finish cursing, he was forced to retreat, choking on the dust kicked up by the vehicle. Despite their desperate attempts to dodge, 2 men were still sent flying by the car's front end. The off-road vehicle then executed a sweeping drift, sideswiping 3 more men who couldn't get out of the way in time. Blow out his tires. This is a fat sheep. Anyone without decent weapons, get in a car and ram him. Chong roared as he raised his gun, firing bang, bang, bang in rapid succession. Being his first time handling a gun, he shot while dodging. Missing completely, didn't even graze a tire. Cursing under his breath, he spun around and bolted. To his horror, the vehicle was heading straight for his position. Hurry up, guys. Chong, about to be overtaken, leaped sideways to dodge being hit, then immediately pulled the trigger while lying on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzle flashed repeatedly as several bullets cut through the air. The third shot finally hit its mark. The front left tire of the minibus exploded instantly, rubber fragments flying everywhere. Su Chen's minibus immediately tilted to one side, sliding several meters with an unstable center of gravity before coming to a difficult stop. Chong's eyes lit up with wild joy, a successful hit. He steadied his heartbeat and weighed his pistol, preparing to finish the job, only to discover in shock that his magazine was empty. In his panic, he had fired all his bullets. His heart sank, but he quickly gritted his teeth. As long as he pretended to still have ammunition, the other side wouldn't dare to gamble. So he tucked the gun back into his waistband, drew out a gleaming dagger, made fake motions as if ready to shoot again, and waved to his companions. I blew out his tire. Let's all attack together and finish him off. The remaining lackeys who hadn't been knocked down exchanged glances. The modified bus before them was obviously worth a fortune. If they could seize it along with their injured brothers' vehicles and supplies, it would be quite a prize. With this thought, several machetes swished through the air. Let's kill him together. Chong's eyes widened as he raised his blade and lunged towards Su Chen's car door. Inside the vehicle, Su Chen caught sight of his opponent's predicament through the damaged rearview mirror, and his lips curved slightly. Out of bullets, threat neutralized. He rolled down the window and slowly raised his Desert Eagle, aiming at Chong. Goodbye. Bang! Flames erupted from the barrel, the massive recoil jerking Su Chen's arm backward. A spray of blood bloomed on Chong's thigh as he screamed and collapsed, his dagger clattering to the ground. He pressed both hands desperately against his leg trying to stop the bleeding, but to no avail. The remaining lackeys froze mid-step, their faces draining of color. Someone stammered. He has a gun too? And it's more powerful than Chong's piece of junk. Should we charge? Charge my ass. That's a gun you'd just be walking to your death. Then what do we do? Chong's lying there. What else can we do? Run. He insisted on highway robbery and ran into someone tough serves him right. Li Qiqiang, lying in a pool of blood, heard this conversation and rolled his eyes in mere seconds. He'd gone from Boss Chong to just Chong. He roared. You bastards are nothing but a bunch of... Bang! Another bullet precisely pierced his forehead, splattering blood mist across the asphalt. The lackeys were completely terrified and turned to flee. Su Chen holstered his gun and spoke his final words coolly. Wanna run? You'll have to ask my gun if it agrees. Su Chen aimed at the fleeing survivors, picking them off one by one with deadly precision. Sharp gunshots rang out in quick succession as 4 survivors dropped to the ground, their blood rapidly seeping into the sandy gravel. The last one got lucky, barely dodging the bullets as he stumbled into his SUV and floored the gas pedal, disappearing in a cloud of dust. One of Su Chen's tires had been blown out during the firefight, so he abandoned the chase, holstered his gun, and grabbed his crossbow before walking steadily toward the pool of blood. 10 corpses lay scattered across the ground. He bent down, drew the bowstring, and released an arrow into each body. 1 arrow per person to eliminate any possibility of them playing dead and launching a surprise attack. Only after confirming they were all dead did Su Chen begin his routine looting, his movements becoming increasingly efficient with practice. Within moments, he had sorted through his spoils of war. 1 standard pistol, 3 daggers, 5 machetes, and 1 crossbow. Next came the car hearts from the 10 vehicles, 20 owned 1-star car hearts in total. This brought his inventory to car hearts, 3215, more than double what he needed, representing a substantial profit. Su Chen then thoroughly ransacked the trunks and hidden compartments of all 10 vehicles on the scene, clearing out every resource before dismantling the cars themselves. This haul was absolutely massive. Over 1,200 pieces of wood alone, plus steel, alloy, rubber, and other miscellaneous materials totaling more than 3,000 pieces of basic materials. Including the dismantling profits, the total exceeded 5,000 pieces. In terms of common supplies, that was equivalent to the value of 2 to 300 500 milliliters bottles of water. The biggest surprise came from one of the vehicles, blueprints for an excellent grade steel plate shell that could boost both vehicle defense and durability by 50 each. Manufacturing requirements: 200 steel, 200 alloy, 100 rubber. Installation requirement: 2-star vehicle. Compared to his current fine-grade shell with only 70 durability remaining, these blueprints were a godsend. After confirming nothing was left behind, Su Chen returned to his vehicle and opened the crafting station, dumping all the materials and blueprints onto it. A white light flashed crafting successful. The system automatically customized it to fit his vehicle frame, and he promptly removed the old fine-grade shell and installed the brand new excellent grade one. Rather than dismantling the old shell immediately, he listed it on the trading post. With a cost of 50 steel 50 alloy, he boldly priced it at 100 steel 100 alloy, just doubling the price, fair and square. It sold within 2 minutes of being listed, netting him an easy profit. Striking while the iron was hot, he used another tire blueprint to install new fine-grade tires. After completing all this, Su Chun started the engine, pointed the hood toward the unexplored desert wasteland ahead, and accelerated. He planned to see if he could find a treasure chest before having lunch. While Su Chun continued searching for treasure chests, unbeknownst to him, the player who had escaped had already spread news about Su Chun throughout the entire regional channel. Gao Fei, holy crap. I survived Su God's clutches. The team I was with just now was planning to ambush Su God on the road. There were 11 of us total. We had a gun. Everyone was armed. But now, I'm the only one who managed to escape in the chaos. They're all dead. Gao Fei. Su God has guns, at least 2 now. Those thinking about going after Su God should just give up. He's too strong. His car seems to have been upgraded too. Looks way more advanced than ours. After taking our resources, Su God will definitely become even stronger. Everyone, please don't provoke him. Gao Fei shared all the intelligence he knew with others. Su Chen's lead had far exceeded his imagination. His words were like a depth charge plunging into the deep sea, instantly stirring up massive waves across the entire regional channel. What? You 11 people were planning to take on our great Su God? You must be joking. You had guns and numerical advantage, yet still couldn't beat Su God? That's ridiculous. So Su God has 2 guns now. Can he sell me one? I really want to play with guns. Su Chen has already upgraded his car to 2 stars. That's way too fast. He collected supplies from over 10 people. Isn't Su God about to take off? Hasn't Su God been flying all along? By the way, when is Su God going to list anti-inflammatory medicine? Waiting online, pretty urgent. When someone is slightly richer than you might feel envious. But if that person is the richest, then it has nothing to do with you, you just want to cozy up to them. Ding. A private message was sent to Su Chun from Qinglan. Qinglan. Su Chun, do you have that newly captured pistol? Can you trade it to me? I promise I'll never go against you in the future. Su Chun was racing when he saw this message. After thinking for a moment, he realized that ordinary pistols weren't very useful to him. After all, he had 10 Desert Eagles. What are you offering in exchange? Su Chun responded. If she wanted to trade, she needed to offer something. He didn't accept IOUs. After all, she was just someone he'd traded with several times, not trustworthy enough yet. Their transactions were based more on mutual benefit. Qinglan, I have a gauze crafting blueprint here. Should be quite suitable for your Dawn shop. Attached image, gauze crafting blueprint. Permanent crafting requirements. 5 portions of cloth, 1 portion. Learning requirement, 2-star vehicle. Gauze was an essential item in this apocalyptic environment. As long as someone was injured, it was basically needed, especially for stopping bleeding and preventing infection. Deal, but only includes the 8 bullets in the magazine. If you want more, you'll need to trade resources too. The price is 1 bottle of water for 2 bullets. Qinglan immediately agreed. She was mainly planning to use it for defense against other survivors, more as a deterrent. 8 bullets would be enough for her to use for a while. After completing the trade, Su Chun directly learned the gauze crafting blueprint. Taking out 20 portions of cloth, he produced 100 portions of gauze and listed them in his shop. Product, gauze 1 portion. Price, 1 bottle of water or 25 basic materials. Quantity, 100 portions. After posting the items, Su Chun didn't forget to advertise in the regional chat channel. My shop now has a new product in stock, gauze, suitable for bleeding control, infection prevention, and various other uses. Limited quantities available. Interested buyers should purchase quickly. Also, anti-inflammatory medication is temporarily out of stock, but will be restocked immediately once sufficient materials are available. After sending the message, he quietly monitored the data. Su Chun understood clearly that to maintain a monopoly, he couldn't let others think production was easy, so he couldn't release all inventory at once. As soon as the advertisement went out, countless survivors flooded into his shop. All 100 pieces of gauze were sold out in less than 3 minutes. 70% of buyers were injured survivors in need of immediate treatment, while the remaining 30% were preparing for future emergencies. Su Chun hadn't expected such overwhelming demand for gauze, so he immediately restocked with 200 more pieces, then decisively closed the trading post to prevent his pricing strategy from being exposed. With his points skyrocketing, he was about to relax and reward himself with a good meal when Dinga system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Current regional population has dropped to 5,000 people. Regional merger will commence tonight at 12 a.m. 10 initial regions will be combined into one large region. Continue 500 kilometers along the highway to enter the main route of the large region. Simultaneously, game progress is updating. Battle Royale Challenge mode will now be activated. Today at 12 p.m., current regional members may choose to enter an exclusive map where opportunities and challenges coexist. 1. Within the regional map, all treasure chest levels receive a base 1 upgrade. Treasure chest encounter probability 10, rare item drop probability 10. 2. The mode will feature timed circle shrinking with toxic fog outside the safe zone. Those who remain outside will be poisoned to death. Free movement is allowed within the circle. 3. Toxic fog shrinking speed, 44 yards per minute. 4. All players who reach the final safe zone will receive generous rewards. 5. The exclusive map contains 1 diamond tier treasure chest and 2 platinum tier treasure chests. The diamond tier chest location is unknown. The 2 platinum tier chest locations are public. 6. The map will spawn numerous fierce beasts. Those with weak abilities should participate with caution. 7. Each circle shrink will deploy random airdrops with a minimum level of gold tier. 8. Competition time, 12 p.m. to 3 p.m., totaling 3 hours, with circles shrinking every 30 minutes. Good luck to all participants. Diamond tier treasure chest. Platinum tier treasure chests. Suchin stared at the notification, his heart pounding rapidly. His experience with king tier lottery draws had taught him that the higher the chest level, the more terrifying the rewards. In this situation, there was absolutely no way he could miss out. More importantly, the anticipated regional merger had finally arrived, and it was combining 10 regions simultaneously. Just by advancing another 500 kilometers along the highway, he could enter the new region's main route. This pace far exceeded his expectations. Thinking about how the regional population had plummeted from 10,000 to 5,000 in just 3 days, Suchin couldn't help but sigh. This highway survival game was ridiculously difficult. If there truly were 4 billion people worldwide participating in the competition, probably only about 2 billion remain now. Holy crap! I've never seen diamond tier or platinum tier treasure chests before, but fortune favors the bold. I am definitely joining this event. The channel exploded into chaos. All basic supplies are doubled, which means the worst you can get is a bronze chest. Isn't that basically a guaranteed windfall? I'm definitely participating. I've got nothing left to lose anyway. If I don't join, I probably won't survive much longer. This time I'm going all in. Compared to the complete gamblers, many survivors remained rational, though their tone was equally heavy. Wait, isn't this just a real-life battle royale game? There's some creature chasing us at 44 miles per hour from behind. We need to collect supplies, and we have to avoid beast attacks. This is insane. Exactly, and the further we go, we're bound to encounter other survivors. That could easily turn into a bloodbath. You're talking like these people won't run into each other on the roads anyway. After this, 10 zones will merge. Without enough supplies and weapons, you'll just become prey for others. High risk comes with high reward. I have to participate no matter what. If I win, I'll live the good life. If I lose, death isn't so, but at least I won't have to suffer anymore. Messages flashed by like bullet comments, sweeping survivors into the same emotional current. Cower and wait for death? Or take a passionate gamble? More and more people felt that rather than sitting around waiting for disaster to strike, they should seize this one chance to turn their fate around. Suchin stared at the chat channel, his eyes gleaming slightly. With such frenzied demand, wouldn't this be the perfect time to sell weapons and make a killing? He still had several 4-cylinder car engine blueprints that could push broken-down vehicles to their limits. As long as he stayed in his car, even if he encountered an ambush, his radar could lock onto enemies first, minimizing the danger. He first listed the machete he'd looted in his shop, then dropped a bombshell in the regional channel. Suchin, selling 1 4-cylinder engine blueprint, can power vehicles with a top speed of 200 miles per hour for short periods, giving you an extra chance at survival. Interested parties can trade with blueprints, rare materials, weapons, or armor. The channel instantly went wild. Holy shit, it can reach 200 miles per hour. My crap event starts shaking like paper at 100 miles per hour. Who could catch up at 200? Damn, I really want to trade for it, but I don't have anything good. Tell me about it. If I had the goods, I might not even join the Battle Royale. People choosing to enter the Battle Royale fall into 2 categories: gamblers, and those confident enough in themselves who want to use this challenge to live better. Suchin, can I get it on credit? Let me use it first, and I'll pay you back double when I win. What are you thinking? Trying to freeload off Suchin? Exactly. His private message notifications kept flashing. Wang Chong. Boss, why didn't you bring out such good stuff earlier? I have a similar blueprint too. Want to trade equally? Immediately after, an image popped up. Suchin clicked it open, and his mouth twitched violently. A moment of spring night worth 1,000 gold blueprint permanent effect successfully keeps you fighting tirelessly through the night, making you an absolute fighting machine. Required materials: 1 portion of snake blood, 1 portion of medicinal herbs. He froze for half a second. This thing could actually be traded for a 4-cylinder engine? You want to trade this for my 4-cylinder engine blueprint? Are you kidding me? This thing is worth a bottle of water at most in my inventory. Trading it for a 4-cylinder engine blueprint? Impossible. Suchin had barely sent the message when he received an instant reply. Wang Chong. Cough, Cough. Just kidding with you, boss. This time it's for real. Attached image bulletproof helmet blueprint single-use effect. Can effectively block gunfire. Can only resist one sniper shot. Materials: steel 3, alloy 3, rubber 3, glass 3. A bulletproof helmet. Su Chen's eyes lit up. His stab-proof vest protected his torso, but his head had always been a weak spot. This blueprint would perfectly fill that gap. Deal. Let's start an exclusive trade. Both parties quickly confirmed the transaction. With the blueprint in hand, Su Chen immediately rushed to the crafting station, placing steel, alloy, rubber, and glass in sequence. Minutes later, a brand new black steel helmet was handed to him by the mechanical arm. The jet black shell gleamed with a cold metallic light, substantial in weight, radiating a sense of solid security as he held it in his palm. Next, he continued browsing private messages and saw a survivor offering a pair of tactical boots plus tactical gloves in exchange for a helmet blueprint. Su Chen weighed his options. The other party had finished products while he had blueprints, and the value difference could complement each other, ultimately finalizing the trade. The next private message came from the person who had asked for credit earlier, still insisting on, "Give me the stuff first, I'll pay later." Su Chen blocked him directly, not wanting to waste time. He wanted to get a bulletproof vest, but unfortunately, no one in the listings was selling one. Come to think of it, that made sense. Who would easily trade away life-saving equipment? Just then, Xing Lan sent a new message. "Su Chen, I want to buy some bullets, but I only have 11 bottles of water left. I used up all my resources on upgrades. Could you let me have some on credit?" This kind of credit arrangement he was happy to accept. The other party was capable, and their long-term cooperation was solid. "Sure, I'll give you 100 bullets first. If you get any blueprints later, use them to settle the debt. Or if you want to trade, come to me first." After sending the message, he used up 5 pieces of alloy to craft 50 bullets, then took another 50 from his inventory and traded them all. Theoretically, 5 pieces of alloy could be exchanged for 50 bottles of water, which could now be traded for 1,250 pieces of alloy at 250-fold profit. But bullets were lethal weapons and should naturally be worth more, so he wasn't worried about the price difference at all. Receiving the bullets, Xing Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was also preparing to participate in the upcoming Battle Royale challenge. No one could resist the temptation of platinum and diamond tier treasure chests. Fortune favors the bold, and she understood this better than anyone. With this small round of trading complete, Su Chen looked up and saw the countdown on the wall, 11:58. The 12 o'clock event was about to begin, so he put aside his thoughts of continuing to trade resources and began arming himself. Dressed in stab-proof armor, tactical boots, and tactical gloves, wearing a bulletproof helmet, he placed 2 pistols in the car and pulled out a crossbow, fully prepared for battle. In the mirror, Su Chen was armed to the teeth, cold gleams spreading from his chest and leg sides to his fingertips. He cracked his knuckles, eagerly awaiting the start of Battle Royale mode. Rather than sitting idle, he slid into the driver's seat, pulled out a piece of beef jerky, twisted open an ice-cold cola, and leaned back to chew heartily. This simple meal would sustain him through the next 3 hours of intense action. As the clock struck 12, all players simultaneously heard the system notification. Ding! Battle Royale Challenge mode activated. You may freely choose whether to join this Battle Royale challenge. Please make your choice. Yes or no. Remaining Battle Royale time: 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Yes. Su Chen confirmed immediately. To get better equipment, he needed to raid high-quality treasure chests. The moment he confirmed, a swirling portal suddenly opened in front of the vehicle, its center churning with brilliant white light like a silent summons. Su Chen floored the accelerator, and the SUV roared into the portal. Blinding light flashed past, and he instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the scenery had completely transformed. Behind his car stood an endless wall of black fog, motionless and clearly waiting for the first circle to close. The dashboard automatically displayed the full map, and the next safe zone location had spawned at the southernmost point of the map, while the next circle was in the center left area, which was fortunate. 2 deep blue markers appeared on distant sides of the screen: platinum treasure chests, both within the new circle, about 200 kilometers away. By convention, most participants would spawn from the edges. With his doubled vehicle speed, he could afford to take risks. As for Wang Chong, whose speed could match his, Su Chen wasn't concerned at all. Compared to platinum, he was more interested in the unique diamond tier treasure chest. But how could he pass up treasure chests delivered right to his doorstep? With a shift in mindset, he floored it, racing along the winding mountain road. After a few minutes of mountain pass racing, he switched to the principle of the shortest distance between 2 points, charging straight through the guardrail and across grasslands and gentle slopes. Before long, he spotted a small structure by the roadside that looked identical to a phone booth, and his eyes immediately lit up. From experience, there was likely something hidden here. Sure enough, the radar detector showed a deep red dot at that location: a silver tier treasure chest. Su Chen parked the SUV sideways at the entrance for cover, pushed open the door, and slipped into the narrow room. A silver-white treasure chest sat quietly inside. He reached out to open it, revealing a black-green grenade lying peacefully within. Grenade, for use in this mode only, explodes 5 seconds after pulling the pin, capable of causing massive damage within a 5-meter radius. Drawing a lethal weapon right at the start should have been exciting, but Su Chen felt no joy whatsoever. Instead, his brow furrowed deeply. If it were a battle royale mode with plenty of weapons and equipment available, his pistol advantage probably wouldn't be so significant. Wu Su Chen exhaled the stale air from his chest. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it and fully embrace the thrill of the unknown. The road flew backward beneath the wheels, and after a few minutes, a miniature town appeared ahead. White walls and red tiles stretched in a row, with an asphalt road cutting straight through the middle, splitting the entire small city in half. Looking around, not a single living soul was in sight. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A deep engine sound came from the horizon as a large transport aircraft swept through the clouds. Its cargo bay opened, and a crate equipped with a small parachute was pushed out, drifting downward with the howling wind. Golden light burst from the gaps in the crate, extremely dazzling. Holy crap! If I could shoot down that plane, it might be full of supply drops. Su Chen couldn't help but complain. The golden crate eventually landed in a 2-story building on the left side of the small town with a muffled crash, immediately sending up a plume of red smoke that advertised its presence like a business sign. Not bad luck. Su Chen raised an eyebrow with a light smile, revved the engine, and drove straight into the town. The radar hummed, and the screen immediately showed 5 or 6 blinking dots, all supply crates. The airdropped golden crate had the highest value, so he headed there without hesitation. Reaching the target building, Su Chen parked the car in a concealed corner at the back, drew his Desert Eagle, and then pushed the door open to enter. The detection radar indicated the entire small town was empty, with only a few dark shadows marked in corners that should be lurking wild beasts. On the first floor in the entrance hall, a single bottle of water sat alone on the floor. Water that didn't come from a crate. I wouldn't dare drink it casually. Muttering to himself, he still clicked to pick it up, planning to sell it later if the opportunity arose. He quickly climbed the wooden stairs to the second floor, pushed open the terrace door, and the supply crate with billowing red smoke was right in front of him. Starting supplies. Level 1 Bulletproof Vest 1 for X-Scope 1. You opened a supply crate and gained 1666 opening points. You achieved an opening critical hit and received a 10-fold multiplier. Congratulations, you obtained Level 1 Bulletproof Vest 10 for X-Scope 10. 10 bulletproof vests instantly made up for his biggest weakness, and even more surprising was that the 4X scope was compatible with the Desert Eagle, a perfect combination. Most importantly, these items had no challenge use only restrictions and could be taken out of the instance completely. Su Chen immediately put on 1 bulletproof vest, feeling much better. Next, he began clearing the remaining silver-grade crates. He quickly discovered that half of these crates had restrictions. Medicine Battle Royale use only. Instantly heals all injuries when used. Flash Grenade Battle Royale use only. Can temporarily blind surrounding creatures. Bear Trap Battle Royale use only. Can lure wild beasts and cause control and damage effects. Although restricted, he still collected everything he could use. Of course, Su Chen also obtained a fairly decent blueprint. The permanent crafting blueprint for mirrors requires 3 pieces of glass and 3 pieces of rubber. Mirrors seemed somewhat useless to Su Chen, but if he actually made them and displayed them at his stall, he was certain plenty of female survivors would scramble to spend their points. All he'd need to tell them was that mirrors were limited items in the highway survival game, first come, first served, buy now or miss out, and sales would be guaranteed. With this thought, he stuffed the blueprint into his backpack and turned to leave. Just then, several cars with horse engines roared into the quiet town, stopping directly in front of the airdrop house without any attempt at concealment. A car door opened, and a burly man in a leather jacket, wearing an ostentatious gold chain around his neck and exposing his bare chest, jumped out carrying a mountain axe. Following him, 3 young punks with buzz cuts dyed yellow, red, and green emerged from the other vehicle's thin builds with dark circles under their eyes, clearly lackeys. The 3 followed behind the burly man as the red-haired punk was first to seek credit, shouting loudly, "Boss, I wasn't wrong, was I? I spotted this golden tier airdrop crate from way off. There's definitely good stuff inside." "Sharp eyes, kid." The burly man flashed a gold-toothed grin, patting the red-haired punk's shoulder with a hearty laugh. "If there's really good stuff, I'll treat you all to drinks tonight." With that, he took the lead. "Come on, let's go check it out." After just 2 steps, the yellow-haired punk frowned and whispered a warning. "Big brother, lots of doors around here have been pried open. Someone might have been here first. Shouldn't we be more careful?" This kid hadn't wanted to come grab airdrops in challenge mode anyway, afraid of getting into a firefight with other survivors and being shot full of holes. Good point. The burly man's eyes gleamed as he put on his master strategist expression. "Go see if there are any cars in this town. Steal that person's vehicles, and they'll have to show themselves." Before he finished speaking, the green-haired punk pointed toward a distant window. "Boss, look, is that a person?" Behind the window, Su Chen stood quietly. That's right. The burly man's tone darkened. Boys, first check if there's anything left in the crate. Several lackeys rushed over, and within 10 seconds came anguished cries. Boss, the airdrop crate is empty. Damn, someone beat us to it. The burly man swung his axe in fury. Follow me to grab that kid. Make him hand over all his supplies. We'll take his car, his weapons, everything. Show him what happens when you compete with us for airdrops. Through the reflection in the window glass, the burly man noticed Su Chen was still wearing a helmet and sneered contemptuously. So he's a coward, this'll be easy. With a shout, several cars spread out as they rapidly closed in on the target building, surrounding the entire structure within 2 minutes and blocking all escape routes. The red-haired punk spoke first, arrogantly challenging. Kid, nice gear. Strip off everything you're wearing and hand it over right now, or don't blame us for not being polite. As the burly man walked closer and examined more carefully, he realized Su Chen was wearing body armor, what appeared to be a riot helmet, and bulletproof gloves equipment he knew all too well. He used to be a drug dealer who tangled with special forces units, getting beaten into retreat every time. Later, he was deceived by an undercover agent and arrested, spending time in prison right up until entering this strange world. Now in this new setting, he felt reborn. This was a world without order or law, where he could do whatever he wanted, truly a criminal's paradise. He once believed he was heaven's chosen one, that fate had specifically granted him this chance to travel through time and space. But he quickly realized that in this place, sheer ruthlessness alone wasn't enough to survive. You had to be truly powerful. You needed weapons, supplies, and followers. The 3 lackeys standing with him now, sporting red, green, and yellow hair like human traffic lights, were all recruited through brute force along the way. Now, the 4 of them stood at a crumbling street corner, staring intently at the fully armed young man across from them. Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen's tactical vest pressed tight against his chest and magazines lining his belt, the axe-wielding brute didn't feel intimidated by the dangerous aura. Instead, greed filled his eyes. If he could strip that gear off and wear it himself, he'd become much stronger. Want my equipment? Come and take it yourself. Su Chen's voice was ice cold, as if he were speaking to dead men. The yellow-haired punk stepped forward with his blade, the knife tip whistling through the air. Kid, it's one thing not to bow when you see us, but you dare act tough in front of my boss. My boss is a famous drug lord on the streets. Show some respect, or believe me, I'll cut you down with one strike. Behind him, the red-haired and green-haired thugs also gripped their machetes and closed in. The axe-wielding brute shouldered his mountain axe and squinted, ready to enjoy the show 4 against 1, and the opponent hadn't even drawn a weapon. How could they possibly lose? Drug lord. Su Chen's expression was half amused. Do you know that's a capital offense? As his words fell, he suddenly raised his hand, and a black desert eagle instantly appeared in his palm, its barrel aimed at the charging yellow-haired punk. A gun. The yellow-haired thug's pupils contracted sharply, cold sweat shooting up his spine. He knew exactly what this weapon meant, just one bullet, and he'd die right here, with no one coming to save him. His legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees with a thud. If he hadn't been so dehydrated these past few days, he might have wet himself on the spot. The red-haired and green-haired thugs exchanged glances, their faces turning deathly pale as they quickly knelt down too, kowtowing desperately for mercy. The axe-wielding brute watching from behind felt his heart skip a beat. As a drug lord, he'd handled real guns before and immediately recognized it as the genuine Articlia Desert Eagle with devastating firepower. But he quickly suppressed his panic and put on a friendly smile. Brother, we're all survivors here. Peace is what matters most. You've got the gun, we've got the manpower, together we could accomplish great things. Besides, you've used that gun quite a bit. You must be running low on bullets, maybe even out completely. Otherwise, why haven't you pulled the trigger yet? How about joining us? Su Chen sneered and raised his gun slightly. You're welcome to test how many bullets I have left. Either way, it's more than enough for you lot. The axe-wielding brute narrowed his eyes and snorted. Stop pretending. I bet your gun's empty. You're just trying to scare me. Bang. The gunshot exploded. Ah! A scream erupted. The brute looked down in disbelief at his lower body. His manhood had been blown apart by a single shot. Bang, bang, bang. 4 consecutive shots rang out, shattering the burly man's limbs as he collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Su Chen shrugged his shoulders. Who knows where he learned that from? Insisting on betting that my gun was empty? He then turned to the other 3 men, the traffic light trio. You all heard what he said. Thought my gun had no bullets, so I had to demonstrate otherwise. What do you think? Does my gun still have bullets? Yes. Boss, your gun definitely has bullets. After watching their leader get schooled by 5 shots, how could they dare doubt anything? Those 5 shots alone could have taken them all out. Congratulations, you got it right. So here's your reward, a few bullets. Su Chen flashed a benevolent smile and raised his hand. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more shots. 2 hit the red-haired and yellow-haired lackey's groins, while the 3rd struck the green-haired guy's inner thigh. Sigh, looks like my marksmanship still needs work. I'll have to practice more later. Su Chun let out a disappointed breath. At just 2 or 3 meters distance, he couldn't even nail a perfect shot. His aim was absolutely terrible. Agonized screams erupted one after another. The green-haired man, writhing in pain, flashed a vicious look in his eyes. A pistol magazine holds 9 bullets at most. He's already fired, AIDS definitely out. Let's rush him. You go first. Screw that. Are you guys even men? Don't you have any guts? We used to, but not anymore. The green-haired man was speechless. Su Chun shook his head. The entertainment was over. No need to continue watching. He casually pulled out another pistol and smiled. When did I ever say I only had one gun? Bang, bang, bang. 3 headshots, taking out all 3. After looting 2 weapons from their bodies, Su Chun approached their vehicles and began searching. All 3 punks' cars were unmodified pieces of junk, with practically nothing inside. They were dirt poor. He simply extracted their automotive cores and dismantled everything in one smooth operation. The burly man's car, however, had upgraded tires and bodywork. In the trunk, Su Chun found about 10 bottles of water, several loaves of bread, and some scattered materials. Nothing else. Damn, they're broke. Su Chun cursed under his breath, though he understood this was the reality for most survivors. He just hadn't expected a criminal drug lord to have so little after 3 days of development. Well, even ants have meat. Su Chun collected everything without leaving a single item behind, then dismantled the car. 6 more one-star automotive cores acquired. Looks like they'd only pulled off 2 jobs in the past couple days. No wonder they were so poor. They could have gathered more resources just searching for treasure chests in the wasteland. After this modest resource haul, Su Chun returned to his vehicle and continued toward one of the treasure chest locations according to his original plan. Soon, his map detection showed a bridge symbol ahead. A bridge? That means there's water here. Su Chun raised an eyebrow, his expression mixing joy with concern. If there was water here, it would be both a blessing and a curse. Water meant survivors could stay alive longer, and Su Chun could profit more from trading. However, once water became abundant, his advantage as the water monopolist would be diluted. With these conflicting thoughts, he continued driving along the road. When the navigation system on his dashboard announced bridge ahead in 100 meters, what came into view wasn't a river, but a bottomless canyon. A rust-covered steel bridge spanned across it, about 10 meters wide with no guardrails on either side, looking like a blade suspended in midair. One wrong move, and the entire vehicle would plummet into the abyss. Su Chun took a deep breath and drove his converted minibus onto the iron bridge. Rumble, rumble, tires rolled over the steel beams, causing the bridge to tremble slightly. Knowing full well that such an ancient bridge was far from safe, he pressed the accelerator, planning to rush across in one go, while maintaining stability. Just as the front of his vehicle approached the other side, his brow furrowed sharply. 3 old cargo trucks formed a triangular barricade, completely blocking the bridge entrance, with several figures standing a dozen meters away. Su Chun immediately eased off the gas, slowed down, and brought his vehicle to a steady stop in the middle of the iron bridge. A triangle was the most solid blocking formation. Any attempt to ram through would send his vehicle careening off the bridge into the depths below, if it veered even slightly. As soon as the vehicle stopped, 2 figures approached carrying weapons. "Hey kid, we've claimed this bridge," growled a burly man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, wielding a spiked club and banging on the window. "Want to cross? Pay the toll. 12 bottles of water." Su Chun lowered his window just a crack, his helmet's dark visor reflecting the man's surprised expression. "Toll? 12 bottles of water. That's right." The spiked club swayed menacingly. "But you've wasted a few seconds, so now it's 15 bottles. Keep hesitating, and it'll be more than that." Another thug's eyes swept greedily around the interior of the RV. Damn it. Why is he playing dress-up like some racer? Why waste time talking? Let's just take his ride. Before he finished speaking, he raised his machete and swung it viciously at Su Chun's neck. The instant the cold steel flashed toward him, Su Chun tilted his helmet slightly and dropped his shoulder, causing the machete to miss its mark. Almost simultaneously, he drew his gun and pressed the cold barrel against the attacker's chest. "Rob my vehicle? Ask my bullets if they agree first." The knife wielder's face went pale as he stammered apologetically. "Boss. Misunderstanding. Total misunderstanding. Please lower your gun. What if it goes off?" He backed away step by step. The other bridge guards, seeing the firearm, were scared out of their wits and turned to flee. Bang! Su Chun fired a shot into the air, the blast echoing thunderously through the canyon. The gunshot immediately intimidated all of them into submission. "You guys, move your vehicles out of the way." Su Chun sat in the driver's seat, his voice cold and hard. The men blocking the bridge exchanged glances, not daring to hesitate. They quickly reversed their cars one by one, clearing the iron bridge passage. The moment the bridge blockade opened, Su Chun floored the gas pedal. His car shot forward like a bullet from a barrel, racing across the bridge toward the cliff edge on the opposite shore. The steel bridge thundered behind him as wind whipped up dust and sand against the windshield, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. The next second, something unexpected happened. One of the men seized the opportunity during the repositioning chaos, yanking his steering wheel hard. His engine roared as he gunned it, kicking up a cloud of dust in a desperate escape attempt. Staying here meant his life was entirely in Su Chen's hands, but getting away might offer a chance at survival. Bang! The gunshot pierced the air, the bullet striking the rear tire with precision. The tire exploded instantly, steel rims scraping against asphalt, sparks flying everywhere. The unbalanced vehicle spun sideways before flipping violently off the road. The door caved in, windows shattered. The driver, dazed from being thrown around despite his seatbelt, had barely crawled out through the mangled door when Su Chen pulled up alongside. Another gunshot rang out. A blood flower bloomed on the man's forehead as he collapsed, lifeless, making an example of him. The gunpowder smoke still lingering in the air was enough to tell everyone. Su Chen never showed mercy. Boss, whatever you want, we'll give it. We'll follow your orders from now on. Just spare our lives. The leader among them approached with trembling voice, hands raised high. Hand over all your resources. Su Chen's gun barrel shifted slightly as he added coldly. Then continue guarding this bridge. Everyone froze, exchanging looks before actually showing signs of excitement. No problem, boss. We know this job well. Right? Boss, you can count on us. With him holding the gun, they had no choice but to comply. Quick, bring everything out. Anyone who dares hide anything is finished, understand? The lead man barked at his companions. The others got the message and were about to head back to their vehicles. Bang! Gunfire erupted, and the leader was instantly shot in the head. Don't try any tricks, or you'll meet the same fate. Su Chen swept his gun barrel through the air, radiating menace. With their temporary leader down, the remaining men lost their backbone and could only obediently comply. Unloading cargo, getting back in position, resetting their checkpoint. Various supplies, food, water, ammunition piled up before Su Chen, the smell of sweat and motor oil mixing in the dry air. Good. Su Chen glanced at the terrain below the bridge. This location happens to be right at the edge of the next poison circle, a necessary route through the southern district. Well-chosen spot. Continue the roadblock, but for passing survivors lower the toll to just 10 bottles of water. Small profits, high volume. He raised one finger, then pressed it down. Of all the resources you collect, I want 90%. You keep 10% as your reward. Of course, you can always run. Just pray you never encounter me again. Leaving those words behind, Su Chen collected his spoils, got in his car, and turned the key. The engine roared as he didn't bother listening to their responses, flooring the accelerator. His car's exhaust kicked up a long trail of smoke as he sped away from the iron bridge. He'd wasted enough time. Already a platinum treasure chest was less than 30 kilometers away. Su Chen had to get there before anyone else. The road was narrow with many curves. He maintained his speed at 120 miles per hour, steering wheel spinning rapidly in his grip, tires scraping against the guardrails. Through several consecutive spiral drifts, his vehicle raced along the serpentine mountain road, jagged rocks below the cliff glinting like blade edges. Along the way, he passed 3 abandoned small cities. No airdrops had landed there, and the ordinary treasure chests inside weren't tempting enough. Didn't even bother braking, keeping the pedal to the floor as he swept past. Soon, the platinum chest location narrowed to within 1 kilometer, a seductive purple glow appearing on his map. Suddenly, Su Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Beside the purple treasure chest, there was a dense mass of black shapes. What the hell? Did I stumble into some kind of beast's den? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, feeling both surprised and curious. He maneuvered his off-road vehicle into a gap under the shade of trees, turned off the engine, and observed the surroundings through the windshield. Weeds swayed low in the heat waves, and occasionally the sound of dry branches snapping could be heard from the woods behind him. From what he could see, only a few black shadows remained on the perimeter, dangerous, but not immediately threatening. On the map, towering mountains rose like a sharp blade directly ahead, with a relatively flat platform halfway up the slope that was his target destination. From a distance, the area looked strangely empty, as if no threats existed there at all, yet the radar painted the entire region in deep black. Since there was nothing circling overhead, whatever it was had to be hiding underground. With this thought, Su Chen looked up at the scorching sky, and after confirming nothing unusual, he reaffirmed his judgment. Fortunately, he was well equipped. He did a quick check. His alloy blade was secured in its waist sheath. The magazine was loaded into his submachine gun, and his riot shield leaned against the passenger seat. Being armed to the teeth gave him confidence. Just as he was about to get out and search, several moving vehicle markers suddenly appeared on his radar, heading straight for the platinum treasure chest. It seemed the competition had arrived. Save some energy, let them scout ahead first. Su Chen settled back into his seat, keeping his eyes fixed on the distance. If they could haul the treasure chest out, he could easily take advantage of their efforts. Before long, the rumbling of engines grew closer. 3 battered vans swept past the dirt road through the woods and stopped in the clearing at the foot of the mountain. 2 of them were clearly reinforced with steel plates and studded with iron spikes, giving them a post-apocalyptic look. The convoy circled the base of the mountain before forming a semicircular defensive formation. "Get out," came a rough shout. The leader was a burly man in a security guard uniform, wielding an electric baton that gleamed coldly. This was Zhang Wei, known as Brother Wei among his peers. As he jumped down from the vehicle, several lean accomplices followed closely behind, also carrying electric batons or machetes. "Brother Wei, there's a cave entrance here." One of the team members pushed aside grass and debris, revealing a dark opening. His voice rose with excitement. "The platinum treasure chest should be inside. Should we go in right away?" Zhang Wei licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of greed. No other vehicles around Ri, probably the first ones here. Luck is also part of strength. He surveyed his men with satisfaction. "Enough chatter." Zhang Wei pointed toward the convoy. "Leave one brother outside to keep watch, and keep an eye on the girls in the van. Don't let them escape. Report immediately if anyone approaches." "Yes, Brother Wei." Everyone responded in unison. The repeated honorifics made Zhang Wei feel elated, as if the security guard who once wore a uniform was long gone. This world, where fists commanded respect and supplies could make women submit, was his paradise. With everything arranged, he waved his hand decisively. "Everyone follow me." The group filed into the cave one by one. This was an abandoned mine, with tunnels spiraling downward in curves. Water seeped from the rock walls, and the sounds of footsteps and dripping water echoed repeatedly in the darkness, as if something was lurking within. "Damn, who's got a light? Shine it up front." Zhang Wei cursed under his breath, reaching out into the darkness. "Boss, torches." At that moment, one of the subordinates lit a piece of wood with a lighter, held it up as a makeshift torch, and handed it to Zhang Wei. "Well done. Let's go." Zhang Wei took the torch and was the first to step into the cave, while the others lit their own wooden sticks and followed closely behind. Only the guard remained outside, slouching in the passenger seat as he tilted up the nearly empty plastic bottle in his hand and drained the last drops of water. "Damn it. You only act tough because you've got that weapon. Without that electric baton, an old geezer like you could never have snatched such a tender young woman." Thinking about how Zhang Wei the security guard lorded over everyone with his electric baton, the man felt a surge of resentment. "Making me drink scraps every day and work like a slave? Just wait until I get my hands on a weapon, then I'll be the boss." His gaze swept over the women in the back of the vehicle, and wicked thoughts began to form. The group in the cave wouldn't be back anytime soon. 3 minutes would be enough. Once his mind was made up, he jumped out of the car, grabbed the most beautiful woman, and dragged her from Viagra's car into his own beat-up van. Then he swept all the supplies from the other vehicles into his back seat. 8 bottles of water, 6 loaves of bread, and several oranges, all the fruits of that security guard's gluttony, which had left them constantly short of food. After taking inventory of everything, he started the engine and drove off, muttering smugly to himself. "All right, brothers, I'm taking this much from this platinum-level treasure chest. You can divide the rest among yourselves." The pent-up frustration seemed to lift instantly as he hummed a tune, a sly smile spreading across his face. Not far ahead, a much more impressive-looking minibus was parked under a roadside tree, making his beat-up van look pathetic by comparison. Through the windshield, he could vaguely make out a humanoid figure wearing a helmet in the driver's seat. An NPC? Or an alien waiting for me to rescue them? Curiosity stirred, but he quickly suppressed it. With my current strength, I can't afford to provoke danger. Better to lay low and survive until the end to claim the survival reward. Thinking of the beautiful woman in his back seat, he felt a surge of lust. Whoosh. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow from the shadows. A crossbow bolt flew through the air, puncturing his van's tire with a loud pop. The vehicle lurched violently and came to a stop in the middle of the road. Immediately after, the minibus's driver window slowly rolled down, revealing the steady barrel of a black gun pointed directly at him. "Get out, or I'll shoot." The voice rang out like the call of death itself. The man looked toward the sound, and with just one glance, his legs went weak and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. "A gun? You actually have a gun? Boss, let's talk this thruft and shoot. I'll do whatever you say. Are you looking for any followers, boss?" Before he'd even finished speaking, he had already opened the car door and dropped to his knees on the ground, begging for mercy. "There's someone else in the vehicle, isn't there? Bring them out too, or I'll shoot." The gun barrel shifted slightly, but the voice remained ice cold. "Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, boss, I'll get her out right away." The man nodded frantically. He could tell the other person was a man, and immediately began calculating his next move. He'd offer up the woman. After all, there wasn't a man alive who didn't like beautiful women. And if there was, he'd definitely be gay. The man swiftly opened the rear door and pulled out a woman from inside the vehicle. "Boss, I'm offering you this girl as payment for my life. Please, could you spare me?" he said with a fawning smile, his voice trembling with fear. The woman's hands were tightly bound with nylon rope, her disheveled hair hanging over her shoulders, and a torn cloth stuffed in her mouth, allowing only muffled groans to escape. Yet her eyes blazed like daggers, filled with hatred as she glared at the 2 men before her. Despite the grime and tangled hair, her striking beauty was unmistakable, easily an 8 out of 10, and with proper makeup, the score would only climb higher. Untie her, Su Chun commanded, pointing the dark barrel of his gun at the man, his voice ice cold. Yes, yes, of course. The man, held at gunpoint, dared not resist, and hurriedly stepped forward, his trembling fingers working to undo the ropes. Once freed, the woman's legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground, then looked up, still fixing them with that same venomous stare. Su Chun casually flicked out a dagger, its silver blade cutting through the air before embedding itself in the ground, sending up a spray of dust and pebbles. He's yours to deal with. Release him or kill him, the choice is entirely yours, Su Chun said unhurriedly, his tone calm, yet calculating. He wanted to see what kind of person this woman truly was. The woman froze momentarily, studying Su Chen's face to confirm he wasn't joking, then turned to look at the trembling man. Supporting herself with her left hand, she gripped the dagger with her right and surged to her feet. Ah! She roared, raising the blade with both hands and lunging at the man. The man stumbled backward in terror, unwilling to become a sitting duck, but just as he began to flee, whoosh! A crossbow bolt instantly pierced through his thigh. Searing pain shot through his skull as he screamed and collapsed, clutching desperately at his bleeding wound. Seizing the opportunity, the woman rushed forward and drove the sharp dagger into the man's chest without hesitation. Blood spurted out with a wet sound. She pulled it out and stabbed again, over and over, until his chest was soaked in crimson and his limbs stopped twitching. Only then did she release the handle. Her hands were now stained red with blood, and she collapsed to the ground again as if all strength had drained from her body, staring at the corpse with a strange smile playing at her lips, her expression dazed. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of approval flickering in them. In that moment, the woman had undergone a complete transformation. Well done. This vehicle and all the supplies in it are now yours. That simple statement left the woman completely stunned, unable to comprehend his intentions, and she could only stare at him in bewilderment. What? Don't understand? This car and its supplies, consider them a loan from me. It's an investment. When we meet again, you'll pay me back double. Any problems with that? Su Chen smiled. Though he'd felt a moment of pity earlier, he had no intention of keeping her by his side. Deploying her as an investment to reap doubled returns later in his mind. This was a guaranteed profitable deal. Thank you. The woman managed to force out a smile. Then, raising her still dripping hands, her eyes suddenly blazed with renewed fire. Are you going after them? I want to come with you. I want my revenge. Su Chen shook his head. I'm afraid that's no longer possible. They're already dead. With his gun in hand, he wasn't worried about any tricks from her. His detection radar clearly showed that those who had fled into the caves or base had been completely wiped out within mere minutes, without even managing to send out a distress signal. What? The woman stood frozen in place. The security guards Team TV all been eliminated? Just a few minutes, and they were all dead. The woman was stunned. The security guards team had been completely wiped out. Don't believe me? Then stick around for a bit. In another 30 seconds, others will arrive there. Su Chun leaned against the car door, adding with a half smile. That place houses a platinum treasure chest. Think ordinary people can handle it. The woman opened her mouth, but ultimately chose silence. Half a minute wasn't long, yet now it felt infinitely stretched. After just over 10 seconds, several off-road vehicles burst through the dust into view. Her pupils contracted sharply as a chill shot up her spine to the back of her head. How? How did you know people would come? Su Chun casually lifted his helmet visor. This game isn't as simple as you think. You really believe it's just an ordinary survival instance? Don't be so naive. With that, he offered no further explanation, only gazing into the distance. After learning that countless black shadows lurked within the cave, he had conceived a fishing, planting the platinum treasure chest as bait to lure all survivors willing to try their luck. The woman quickly caught on. You're not going over because it's too dangerous inside? Which means, you've been lying in ambush here all along. Su Chun responded offhandedly, raising his hand to close the car window, unwilling to say more. Through the glass, the woman glanced at the rapidly approaching convoy, then looked back at Su Chun, lowering her voice. Thank you for saving me. Once we're out, I'll repay you double. Let's add each other as friends. Sure. Both parties confirmed the friend request. Wang Qian. Su Chun. Seeing this name, Wang Qian's breathing suddenly stopped. Su Chun, are you the legendary Su? Just a hollow reputation. Su Chun shook his head indifferently, showing little reaction. Wang Qian bowed solemnly. Thank you, Master Su. I'll be going now. Her resolve strengthened. This debt must be repaid. After Wang Qian left, Su Chun continued his surveillance. In challenge mode, he couldn't access regional chat or trading post information for now, so he could only wait and watch. The newly arrived vehicles, upon discovering the previous team's cars, approached cautiously. Seeing that group had all entered the cave, they set up an ambush, preparing to wait for their prey. But when no one emerged from the cave for a long time, yet another team arrived. The two groups immediately erupted into cold weapon combat. The newcomers were clearly outmatched, wiped out completely within a few rounds. The first wave of survivors, worried that prolonged delay would attract more competitors, decided to enter the cave directly to seize the treasure chest. Before leaving, their leader specifically left behind a skilled subordinate to guard the entrance. Report any situation immediately. Su Chan observed coldly from his car, thinking, these fools don't even know to leave proper lookouts. Even if they get the goods, what then? The moment the group entered the cave, even the air outside seemed lighter. Shortly after, the dense swarm of black shadows visibly decreased in number. This new batch entering the cave was stronger than the first wave, eliminating quite a few monsters. Seeing this, Su Chun judged there was no need to continue fishing. He drew his pistol and mounted a 4x scope, his gun barrel steady as a rock. Bang! One shot. 100 meters away, the guard fell dead on the spot, his body slumping against the stone wall. Su Chun immediately started the engine, driving to park near the mine entrance to avoid exposure in open ground during retreat. After confirming his magazine, armor, and tactical gear were all ready, he pulled down his face mask. Then, fully armed, he stepped into the abyss-like cave entrance. Inside the cave, darkness reigned supreme until Su Chun switched on his high-powered flashlight. The piercing white beam instantly cut through the surrounding blackness, revealing the passage beneath his feet for the first Tamiya, gradual downward slope that made his heart skip a beat at its unusual direction. His confusion lasted only seconds before he noticed several dust-covered mining helmets scattered across the ground, and understanding dawned. This was likely an abandoned mine shaft. The path ahead narrowed to barely over a meter wide, forcing him to squeeze through sideways, while the rocky ceiling hung less than 2 meters overhead, threatening to scrape the top of his head. Su Chun lightened his steps, sweeping his flashlight across the stone walls on either side to check for traps or anomalies before continuing his descent. After several minutes, chaotic shapes emerged in the distance. Several bodies sprawled across the center of the passage. He immediately crouched down to examine them. The corpses bore wounds from sharp, pointed weapons, as if they'd been repeatedly pierced by pickaxes or iron spikes. Su Chin's blood ran cold. Those black creatures could actually use human tools? Unease crept across his brow, but he quickly suppressed it. I've come this far. I can't turn back now just because of unknown enemies. He slowed his breathing, kept his radar detection constantly active, and moved even more quietly and cautiously than before. Suddenly, his radar markers flashed 5 meters ahead. 2 dark figures rapidly approached. Su Chun raised his light, the beam catching 2 hideous faces, protruding fangs, oily green skin that gleamed in the light, wearing tattered mining helmets, each gripping a rust-stained mining spike. Goblin miners. Holy crap, goblins. The moment he identified the species, he was already raising his crossbow. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 bolts flew from the string, precisely piercing their hearts. With wet thudding sounds, the goblin staggered 2 steps before collapsing, not even having time to scream. His brief surprise vanished instantly. The enemies were even weaker than expected. Su Chun moved forward to loot the bodies. 1. Rare, or 1. Mining shovel 1. 2. Rare, or 3. Mining shovel 1. The ore had a dark red luster and felt heavy in his hands, clearly not ordinary material. He secured his spoils, then examined the other player corpses from earlier. They must have lacked sufficient attack range and panicked when the goblins closed in, leading to their deaths. Drawing this conclusion, he knocked another arrow and continued down the passage. From then on, whenever his radar detected dark shapes, he drew his bowstring in advance. Before roars could reach him, his arrows had already pierced their targets. Multiple goblins fell in succession, posing virtually no threat to him. Only after Su Chun confirmed that the second wave of players who had entered the mine were also lying dead in the passage did he switch to his pistol to increase his advance speed. After traveling a bit further, the narrow tunnel suddenly opened. A massive underground chamber revealed itself in full. The rocky ceiling soared high above. The walls bore the marks of years of excavation, and several still warm corpses lay scattered across the floor. At the center stood a platform constructed from logs and iron chains, with a platinum-grade treasure chest radiating cold light at its very center, blindingly brilliant. However, Su Chun didn't rashly approach. His radar screen was dense with black dots, with the very center appearing as a solid mass of darkness. The word danger might as well have been written across the display. Just as he tensed with vigilance, a heavy, authoritative voice rolled forth from the depths of the chamber. Who dares trespass on my territory? The heavy, commanding voice rang out, causing Su Chin's eyes to narrow slightly. As the sound echoed through the cavern, rustling noises reached Su Chin's ears, and a goblin chieftain roughly 3 times the size of an ordinary goblin miner emerged from all directions, leading a swarm of workers. It wore a tattered green crown atop its head, with a prominent nose bridge, pointed ears jutting outward, and limbs 10 times thicker than those of regular miners. Its crimson eyes glowed like ghostly flames in the dim mine shaft, sending chills down one's spine. Holy crap! This fierce. Su Chen's pupils contracted, nearly jumping up on the spot. Though he knew the final boss would appear, he hadn't expected it to be this massive. The goblin chieftain let out a ferocious roar with claws extended, followed by a dense crowd of goblin miners wielding iron shovels. Su Chen took a deep breath and raised his Desert Eagle. Bang! The muzzle flashed, and the bullet screamed as it slammed into the chieftain's chest, sparking upon impact. Arg! The chieftain cried out in agony, clutching its wound while staring at Su Chen in disbelief. One shot not enough? Then take a full clip. Su Chen smirked, holding down the trigger as bullets poured out continuously, punching 9 charred holes across the chieftain's body in an almost straight line. Boom! The massive creature staggered 2 steps while covering its wounds, then crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. However, the remaining goblins didn't scatter and flee. Instead, they roared in unison, their crimson gazes simultaneously locking onto Su Chen. Dozens of iron shovels raised high as they surged forward like a tide. Damn, doesn't taking out the leader work? A quick scan revealed at least 40 to 50 of them. Su Chen gritted his teeth, pulling 2 fully loaded Desert Eagles from his storage ring, firing with both hands. The recoil numbed his palms, but with each trigger pull, another goblin's throat was torn open by bullets. Meanwhile, he retreated while shooting, heading toward a narrow passage where enemies couldn't swarm him simultaneously, greatly reducing their numerical advantage. Just then, a goblin that had been crawling stealthily reached his flank, suddenly leaping up with its shovel raised overhead. Bang! The dull impact was deafening as Su Chen was sent flying with his guns, crashing hard against the cave wall before tumbling to the ground, aching all over. He touched his bulletproof helmet, finding only a shallow scratch with no serious damage. Didn't expect these fragile guys to pack such a punch. During his brief distraction, the goblin army had closed to within mere meters. Damn, you all forced me into this. Su Chen cursed, firing 2 shots to blow the ambusher's head off, then rolled to his feet and pulled out a fuel barrel from his ring, hurling it into the enemy crowd. The fuel barrel tumbled through the air as Su Chen fired 2 more shots. The bullets pierced the barrel, instantly creating friction with the leaking fuel boom. A fireball erupted, with the blast wave carrying shattered shovel pieces, severed limbs, and flames, scattering the entire goblin formation. Those at the explosion's center were torn apart by the shockwave. Taking advantage of the flames illuminating the cavern, Su Chen dashed into a side passage, pressing his back against the stone wall with both guns steadily aimed at the tunnel entrance. Gunshots rang out like rainfall, with shell casings clattering to the ground. The firing never ceased. One comes, one dies. After a fierce battle, he successfully eliminated all the goblin miners. Blood soaked the rubble in the mine shaft, and the air still reeked of sulfur and burnt flesh. He remained on guard for a moment, then suddenly noticed 2 figures emerging from the depths of the passage. Su Chen showed no panic. Instead, he stepped over the scattered limbs and headed straight for the stone platform at the center of the underground chamber. A platinum-grade treasure chest sat majestically atop the stone platform, its silver inscriptions gleaming coldly under the dim torchlight. Su Chen reached out to touch the chest's lock. Initial resources: 1 AK rifle, 1 bulletproof shield, 1 battle royale resource distribution map. You have opened the chest and gained 16,666 opening points. Critical opening. 8 times reward. Congratulations, you have obtained 8 AK rifles, 8 bulletproof shields, and 8 battle royale resource distribution maps. Current opening points, 64,839. Nice. Su Chen cheered silently. He stuffed the powerful AKs and 8 bulletproof shields into his storage ring, the heavy metallic sounds echoing briefly. He spread out the remaining 8 resource distribution maps to examine them, and one bore a red diamond marker clearly showing the location of a diamond-grade treasure chest. That was almost certainly where the final poison circle would spawn. Just as he folded up the map, voices and hurried footsteps echoed from the passage. See, with all that commotion, whoever was inside is probably dead. Even if they're alive, they're definitely badly wounded. Let's go in and clean up. Haha, that hall will keep us fed for a month. The voices grew closer as 2 young men burst into the underground chamber. The long-haired youth on the left gripped a machete, while the buzz-cut youth on the right wielded a battle axe, their pupils reflecting greed in the torchlight. The monster corpses and dried blood covering the ground confirmed their suspicions. A brutal battle had taken place here, and the platinum-grade treasure chest on the stone platform made their eyes nearly pop out of their heads. Damn, it's 2 against one if we rob him, we'll be rich. The long-haired youth licked his lips and advanced towards Su Chen with his blade raised. The buzz-cut youth followed closely, already entertaining thoughts of eliminating his good buddy after they succeeded, keeping all the treasure for himself. Su Chen turned around and raised his Desert Eagle, the cold metal gleaming as the dark barrel instantly locked onto both men's foreheads. The metallic click echoed ominously, his killing intent almost tangible. So what exactly do you 2 want? His voice was calm, yet carried an irresistible sense of menace. The long-haired youth's steps faltered, a chill running down his spine as his machete clattered to the ground. The buzz-cut youth's axe-wielding hand froze as if clamped in a vice, and both men simultaneously raised their hands. Ahem, just passing through. Got curious and wanted to take a look. We'll be leaving now, boss. The buzz-cut young man finished speaking and turned to leave immediately, giving the others no chance to respond. Su Chen leaned against the doorframe with a cold smile, shaking his head slightly. That smile looked particularly chilling under the dim light. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for knowing too much and seeing my face. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised both arms. Bang. Bang. Two sharp gunshots rang out, muzzle flashes flickering briefly. The two men collapsed into pools of blood before they could even cry out, leaving no survivors. The mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole waits behind. Su Chen never showed mercy. He quickly stepped forward, flipped open their jackets, and grabbed their weapons and magazines. From one of the bodies, he pulled out a rare mineral stone with a dark green Lustera goblin specialty worth quite a fortune. After a quick search, he retraced his steps with swift, decisive movements. Outside, several beat-up cars lay scattered across the parking lot, still abandoned. Su Chen opened each engine compartment and methodically removed every car hard, bagging them without leaving a single screw behind. Once he'd stripped all the parts, he decisively clicked dismantle in the system, and his account balance skyrocketed instantly. Having made a killing, he leisurely drove away. When the platinum treasure chest lock clicked open with a snap, the chest's marker simultaneously faded and disappeared from everyone's initial minimap. The other survivors, miles away, saw the marker go dark and naturally knew the chest had been claimed, so they stopped wasting time on it. After driving to a safe distance, Su Chen pulled out a paper map folded into a square and spread it open. It displayed 1 diamond chest and 3 platinum chest icons. 3. He raised an eyebrow. Besides the still public platinum chest, there was actually a hidden platinum chest on the map. 1 to the east, 1 to the west, 2 platinum chests positioned at opposite ends. The circle had already refreshed once. After another refresh, the one on the right would be swallowed by the poison zone. If he went for the diamond chest on the left first, it would mean abandoning this platinum chest. Even worse, he was certain the other public platinum chest contained the same map. Once it fell into someone else's hands, they'd immediately know the diamond chest's exact coordinates. If they moved faster than him, the loss would be enormous. Hesitation leads to defeat, and only kids make either choices. I want them all. Su Chen folded the map and stuffed it in his pocket, flooring the gas pedal as his vehicle's engine roared toward the east. He needed to make up for the half-minute he'd wasted thinking with pure speed. His destination was the second largest city ruins on the entire Battle Royale map. He could predict it would be crawling with survivors hunting for treasure, which meant exponentially increased danger. But danger? Huh. He had a Desert Eagle, an AK-47, and a bulletproof shield. He was fully equipped with body armor and helmet, armed to the teeth with every inch protected. Under the AK's fire, all beings were equal as long as he had enough bullets. He could clear out an entire division if necessary. Wait, bullets. He suddenly remembered his AK magazines weren't exactly abundant. Su Chen immediately opened his inventory, consumed a bullet blueprint, learned to craft 7.62mm ammunition, then used alloy to manufacture 1,000 rounds in one go, tossing them into his backpack as backup quantity over quality, saving him from mid-battle distractions. With the pedal to the metal, in less than 10 minutes, the city ruins silhouette came into view. Broken walls and debris everywhere. Mostly 3-to-5-story collapsed buildings, with only an 18-story tower standing tall in the center. The map showed the platinum chest was inside that high-rise. Damn, this map might as well not exist. Anyone would suspect there's good stuff in the tallest building. Su Chen snorted and casually closed the map. The radar detection system's dots flickered frantically, with dense clusters of vehicle markers and human figures overlapping, while scattered black creature signals appeared throughout the surrounding area. As Su Chen drove closer, he noticed figures emerging from various buildings, their eyes fixed on his vehicle. In this wasteland of a neighborhood, even an ordinary van was considered a luxury, and his minibus twice the size of any other vehicle around looked like a moving treasure chest. The watching eyes glinted with barely concealed greed. While they sized up Su Chen's vehicle, he was scanning them in return. These survivors had no storage rings, so everything they owned had to be carried by hand or on their backs. Nothing could escape Su Chen's notice. After a quick survey, he looked away in disappointment. With so many people and so few supplies, it was clear that his vehicle held the real prize. It wasn't worth stirring up trouble with the crowd just yet. Su Chen's real target was the 20-plus-story building at the end of the street. The minibus slowly came to a stop in front of the building. Several figures darted out, blades flashing in their hands as they blocked the vehicle's path, their long knives clanging against the car doors. This place is ours now, Chinese. Get the hell out of here. The shrill accent grated on Su Chen's ears, and he raised an eyebrow. Japanese? Su Chen had always been conflicted when it came to Japanese men. He wished they'd all disappear, But when it came to certain Japanese female teachers, like Ms. Mikami, Ms. Fukada, Ms. Hashimoto, he held them in the highest regard. The thought flashed through his mind as his hand moved. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a black slit where his fully covered helmet showed, and immediately a gun barrel pressed against the forehead of the Japanese man closest to the driver's seat. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Sir, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Sorry. The knife-wielding man instantly deflated, stumbling back half a step and bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle. Su Chun tilted his chin up. Yoshi, looks like I got the right people. Find anything good in the building. Still maintaining his bow, the man's voice was barely a whisper. Sir, we just arrived not long ago. We're searching floor by floor, but we haven't found anything significant yet. Is that so? Then I guess there's no point keeping you around. Bang. The first bullet took off the man's manhood. Before he could even scream, the second shot punched through his forehead, blood splattering across the car window. Nijiro, run. The remaining men scattered in terror, abandoning their weapons as they fled into the ruins. They had only banded together because they were fellow countrymen in Chinese soil. Without unity, they'd be skinned alive sooner or later, which was why they'd seemed so confident earlier. Think you can run? Su Chin shoved the car door open and stepped out, his pistol firing rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets traced white lines through the air, picking off each fleeing figure. The gunshots exploded through the empty streets like firecrackers tearing through the night, drawing out Chinese survivors who had been nursing their anger. Look, someone's finally dealing with those bastards. Haha. Kicking them while they're down serves them right. They were just acting all high and mighty, trying to chase us away. Now they've met their match. Acting tough on Chinese soil, they must have a death wish. The survivors who had been forced to back down due to being outnumbered now gathered in small groups at street corners, whispering among themselves. With that boss keeping watch, those dogs inside are probably done for too. Let's leave this building to the boss. Don't make it sound so noble. Would you dare compete with the boss for anything? Damn, you looking for a fight? Bring it on. After several gunshots took out all the guards at the entrance, Su Chun locked the car door and headed straight for the tall building. He stepped into the lobby and immediately rushed toward the stairwell. There was no elevator here, so to reach the platinum-level treasure chest on the top floor, he had to climb up step by step. After ascending just a few floors, a group of thugs wielding long blades appeared around the corner of the stairway. Their faces turned menacing in the dim light as they charged forward with their weapons, determined to hack this intruder to pieces on the spot. He only has one Desert Eagle and can't possibly carry that many bullets. Let's rush him together. The self-appointed leader cowered at the back, pushing his companions forward as human shields while calculating his strategy. Once Su Chun ran out of ammunition, he could swoop in for an easy kill. Su Chun sneered and raised his Desert Eagle. What do you think, there are more of you guys, or my bullets? The thugs felt a chill, but still mustered the courage to charge forward. They were gambling that if they could catch Su Chun during a reload, they could overwhelm him. Unfortunately, the moment they lunged forward, Su Chun smoothly tucked his pistol into his vest, and when he raised his hand again, the black muzzle had been replaced by an AK-47. How about now? Su Chun chuckled softly as he pulled the bolt. The group was instantly dumbfounded. Their fighting spirit completely shattered. They might have stood a chance against a handgun, but an assault rifle was in a completely different league. Run, run for your lives. Damn it. Stop pushing me. Rat-a-tat-tat. Muzzle flashes erupted in the stairwell as bullets poured from the barrel. The thugs packed in the narrow corridor were instantly mowed down. Shell casings clattered everywhere, blood and debris splattered across the walls and steps, and the air filled with acrid gunpowder smoke and the metallic scent of blood. Armed only with blades, they couldn't even mount a counterattack before being torn apart by the bullets. After emptying the magazine, Su Chun flexed his arm, sore from the recoil, and genuinely admired the weapon's power. The AK was indeed fierce with devastating firepower, though the recoil was quite strong. Without delay, he stepped over the bodies and continued upward to the top floor. The corridor stretched long and narrow, lined with over a dozen rooms with weathered doors. Su Chun followed his radar detection as he moved quickly through the hallway, confirming that each room was empty, covered in thick layers of dust. He didn't linger, heading straight for the half-open office door at the end of the corridor. The platinum-level treasure chest was inside. Pushing the door open, a musty, stale odor hit his nostrils. Scattered documents lay piled in the corner, tattered curtains hung limply, and on the rare, heavy mahogany desk at the far end sat a gleaming platinum-level treasure chest, its metallic surface reflecting cold light in the dim room. Found you. However, Su Chun didn't immediately step inside. His radar showed a black shadow lurking near the treasure chest's location. He picked up a fallen wooden plank by the door and flicked his wrist, hurling it toward the chest. Clang. The plank struck the chest, bounced off the wall, and finally clattered to the floor. The next second, rustling sounds came from beneath the desk as if some creature had been awakened. Tap, tap. A giant black spider with 8 legs over 3 feet long suddenly emerged, its dark eyes glowing with an eerie green light as it stared directly at Su Chun, who had disturbed its slumber. Holy crap, how could anyone handle something this massive? 8 segmented legs, each over 3 feet long, spread across the concrete floor, followed by a bulky torso. That alien-like maw was the size of a basketball, with 8 pitch-black compound eyes locked onto Su Chun. Just making eye contact was enough to make your skin crawl. A sharp, raspy shriek shattered the silence of the floor as the spider suddenly swung its long legs in alternating motions, lunging towards Su Chun. Without hesitation, Su Chun drew his AK-47, raised the barrel, and unleashed a burst of gunfire. The dull thuds of bullets hitting the carapace came in rapid succession like rainfall, dark green blood spraying from the bullet holes. The giant spider screamed in agony, but had no time to struggle before collapsing under the concentrated firepower. Under the AK, all beings are a quality still too green. Su Chun muttered to himself. Seeing the creature still breathing faintly and not completely dead, he fired a few more rounds to ensure it couldn't play dead. After confirming it was safe, he crouched down to collect his spoils, 100 milliliters of spider venom and 10 bundles of spider silk, both decent materials. After storing the materials, he turned to the platinum-level treasure chest and pried open the alloy clasps with both hands. Obtained initial supplies. 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprint 1, TNT time bomb 1. Chest opening points 16868. Critical hit. 9 times reward. Congratulations on obtaining 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprint 9, TNT time bomb 9. Awesome. Su Chun pumped his fist excitedly a few times. The 2-star upgrade blueprints were exactly what he'd been dreaming of enough to take his ride to the next level. As for the 9 TNT time bombs, if used properly, their power shouldn't be underestimated. This special trip had definitely paid off. After his brief moment of joy, he suddenly noticed the data panel. Another platinum-level chest had been opened while he was upstairs. This meant that Holder was now targeting the diamond-level chest location. Time was running short. Su Chun stored all his loot in his storage ring, rushed downstairs, removed the automotive hearts from all the cars parked at the entrance, looted their supplies, and immediately evacuated. He didn't dismantle the vehicles into basic materials, partly to avoid revealing his storage ring, and partly to avoid making unnecessary enemies. Let the others fight over the scraps. He didn't have time to waste on them. According to the map, he was about 90 kilometers from the diamond-level chest in a straight line. If the route was clear, he could reach it in half an hour. The other platinum chest holder, assuming their engine wasn't modified, would need roughly the same time to get there. He had to arrive first. That last diamond chest belongs to me. Su Chun slipped into the driver's seat, buckled his seatbelt, turned the key, shifted into gear, and floored the accelerator. The modified minibus shot forward like a projectile, instantly hitting 180 kilometers per hour. It wasn't that Su Chun didn't want to go faster, it was just that this was still the city, with plenty of curves ahead. If it weren't for the absence of traffic rules allowing him to drift around corners at will, Su Chun might have been incredibly slow. The asphalt road flew backward beneath his wheels, leaving drift marks one after another, yet the tedium of long-distance travel still crept in. Su Chun had originally wanted to upgrade his ride straight to 3 stars, but he quickly calmed down in this battle royale. His 2-star car was already conspicuous enough. Upgrading another star would only make him a common target for all players, especially since temporary weapons could appear at any moment here, and he had already drawn grenades, a bulletproof helmet, and body armor. There were definitely more deadly items to come, so there was no need to expose himself to crosshairs prematurely. Just 10 minutes after leaving the ruins, the city he had stayed in was swallowed by rolling purple-black toxic fog, and the second safe zone refresh was complete. The game was set to shrink the circle every 10 minutes, meaning the third circle would arrive soon. Ding, the vehicle terminal displayed a private message notification. Qing Lan. Su Chun, thank you for the gun and bullets that helped me through the crisis. I just obtained a very nice blueprint that's extra. Do you want it? He clicked on the attached image. Excellent grade bulletproof glass blueprint. One-time crafting requirements. Glass 100 units, rubber 100 units, special plastic 10 units. Excellent grade. 1 tier more durable than the fine-grade bulletproof glass he currently used. Fine-grade glass could only stop bullets. It would still shatter under bomb impact. Excellent grade could even withstand ordinary explosions. Su Chun replied. Good stuff. But are you sure it's extra? He had always considered himself one of the fastest developing survivors. The previous global mini-ranking had given him a clear picture. Even if he couldn't claim first place, he was solidly in the top 5. Even he hadn't touched excellent grade bulletproof glass yet, and Qing Lan claimed to have surplus? Sure enough, she soon came clean. Her car was also equipped with only fine-grade glass. This excellent grade blueprint was her only gain in the current battle royale. She was giving it to Su Chun partly to repay his earlier gun sale, and partly to settle the bullet debt she owed. Qing Lan. Of course, using this to settle accounts makes us even. How about it? Trading bullets for an excellent grade blueprint was pure profit for Su Chun, so he immediately agreed to the transaction, and the blueprint was credited to his account. Replacing the glass wouldn't change the vehicle's exterior appearance, so Suchin simply parked behind some low ruins in the shadows. He had stockpiled all the required materials. This was the confidence that came with substantial reserves. Begin crafting. Ding crafting complete, ready for installation. He picked up the freshly made excellent-grade bulletproof glass and activated the modification system, letting the vehicle auto-adapt. Explosion-proof rivets clicked into place, integrating the entire glass panel seamlessly with the car door. After finishing the work, Suchin wasted no more time. He spun the steering wheel and headed straight for the diamond-grade treasure chest. The location of this diamond chest was in the largest city ruins on the entire Battle Royale map, which would also be the final circle refresh point. Having the map advantage to secure the coordinates first certainly gave him an edge, but as the game progressed, even if no one claimed the two platinum-grade chests, there was still a high chance that players arriving later would discover the diamond-grade chest. When his vehicle entered the target area, the onboard detection map suddenly flickered, and a treasure chest icon so deep it appeared purple blazed blindingly bright. Diamond-grade treasure chest. Finally found you. However, there seemed to be quite a few people near the treasure chest. Suchun immediately spotted dust clouds swirling across the sandy ground, where a large group was chasing a lone figure who was running frantically in all directions. Anyone being hunted by so many people had to be special. Either they'd pissed someone off with their mouth, or they were carrying something valuable. After assessing the situation, he didn't hesitate to turn his minibus toward the chaotic battleground, racing straight for what he suspected was the location of another platinum-level treasure chest. With the engine roaring, the minibus charged between the two groups. Almost simultaneously, both the pursuers and the pursued came to a halt, all eyes turning toward this vehicle that had suddenly burst onto the scene. What surprised Suchun was that the lone wolf being hunted was wearing a bulletproof helmet identical to his own. Boss, that minibus is the same size as the one this kid we're chasing has. Looks like it's been upgraded too. Why don't we just rob them both? How are these lone wolves developing so fast? We've got over a dozen people, and they're still faster than us. Cut the chatter, let's just rob them both. Soon, everything will be ours. The bearded man waved his pistol and ordered the attack. At least half of his crew immediately scattered with a whoosh, gripping their weapons as they charged towards Suchun. Suchun raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that not only did the opposition have numbers, but they were also well-armed, a reminder to stay cautious even in Battle Royale mode. But then he smiled. Their guns might not be much use against him. Whoosh, a car window rolled down, and Suchin's helmeted upper body leaned out, pistol raised. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. The 3 survivors in front collapsed to the ground before they could even cry out, while the remaining few fled in terror, stumbling over themselves as they retreated. The bearded leader in the back row's eyelids twitched violently as he raised his weapon and pulled the trigger, aiming directly at the center of Suchin's helmet. Those racing helmets might stop knives and clubs, but they can't stop bullets. The man's lips curled into a vicious grin, confident this shot would blow his target's head clean off and claim both the vehicle and its driver. But his expression quickly froze. The bullet struck the curved visor and ricocheted off, leaving the helmet completely undamaged. Bulletproof helmet? You've got to be kidding me. Though cursing internally, he had no time to think further and immediately began weaving in serpentine movements while shouting loudly, "Brother, let's talk this out. There's no need for us to waste bullets on each other here." His answer came in the form of a cold gun barrel. Suchun said nothing, shifted his angle, and continued firing. The first shot grazed past, making the man's heart race. The second missed again, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The third shot made a muffled thud as it finally found its mark in the bearded man's upper thigh. The bearded man who got shot let out an agonizing scream and collapsed to the ground. Glaring at Suchun in the vehicle with pure hatred, he raised his pistol and pulled the trigger to return fire. The excruciating pain made his entire arm twitch uncontrollably, causing the gun barrel to shake like a loose needle on a gauge. Couldn't aim at Suchun at all. Realizing this, he simply redirected his weapon toward the windshield and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Bang! 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 Sparks flew across the glass surface, but not even a crack appeared. Bulletproof glass. The bearded man cursed internally as his wrist went limp and the gun barrel drooped down. He had to find the last weak point. The tires. If he could blow out the tires, the car wouldn't be going anywhere. Taking a deep breath and enduring the pain, he aimed at the black tires and repeatedly pulled the trigger. The first 3 shots grazed past the wheel rim, and only the 4th shot hit its mark accurately. The bullet struck and only produced a small spark. The tire remained completely intact. Even the tires were bulletproof? Damn it, he roared in desperation. The next second, a bullet whistled through the air and precisely pierced through his forehead. Bang! The bearded man's pupils dilated, his head tilted back, and he collapsed into a pool of blood, motionless. Suchun extended his pistol and gently blew away the smoke curling from the barrel. The armored vehicle's status panel appeared before his eyes. Durability, 99. He nodded with satisfaction. Took several hits and only dropped one much sturdier than before. With the armed leader eliminated instantly, the pressure lifted dramatically, and Wang Chong, the lone wolf in the distance, completely unleashed his abilities. Leveraging his crossbow's range advantage, he ran while shooting, keeping the remaining enemies at bay with precise kiting tactics, harvesting them one arrow at a time. When the last enemy fell, Wang Chong finally exhaled deeply and walked briskly towards Su Chen's vehicle with his crossbow in hand. Brother, you wouldn't happen to be the legendary Su Chen, would you? Both men wore identical bulletproof helmets, the very custom pieces that Wang Chong had exclusively sold to Su Chen. As long as Su Chen wasn't dead, the person before him was almost certainly the man himself. Wang Chong. Su Chen squinted to confirm. It really is Boss Su. Wang Chong clasped his fists respectfully. Thank you so much for your assistance just now. Su Chen glanced at the corpses scattered across the ground and the equipment lying around, asking casually, what was all this about? Wang Chong looked around and lowered his voice. They were prowling around this area. They definitely discovered something. I'm guessing the platinum-level treasure chest is either in their hands or with another team. My thinking aligns with yours, Su Chen. So what do you plan to do? Su Chen remained impassive. Wang Chong felt bitter inside. Su Chen had guns and bulletproof helmets, while he only had the crossbow he'd traded from him. In a direct confrontation, he stood no chance. After weighing his options silently for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, in that case, boss, I won't compete with you for that item. However, could you let me have these people's supplies? Su Chen immediately understood Wang Chong was eyeing the bearded man's pistol, but thinking he could take everything with just a simple, I won't compete. His tone remained calm. You don't have to withdraw, but the rules are simple. Whoever kills them gets their loot. Su Chen, you already have a gun. Let me keep one. I promise I'll never point it at you. Wang Chong pleaded urgently. Show me your sincerity. Su Chen's gaze remained steady. Wang Chong gritted his teeth hard and pulled out a first aid kit marked with a red cross from his backpack. My treasure chest yielded healing medicine. I'll give you 1 dose. Su Chen took it and examined it. Healing medicine instantly restores the body to complete health, can be used when near death, but cannot regenerate missing limbs. In the apocalyptic wasteland, this was a life-saving rarity. It was definitely a profitable deal. He stored the medicine in his backpack, started the engine, and sped toward the diamond-level treasure chest location. As the vehicle roared to life, he suddenly stuck his head out and left Wang Chong with one final message. By the way, come to me if you need bullets, he got plenty. When Su Chen arrived at the location of the diamond treasure chest, he discovered it was situated within a grove of trees. The perimeter of the forest and the ground between the trees were densely covered with black markers which, to his eyes, signified danger. However, upon closer observation, the undergrowth was so quiet that not even the slightest sound could be heard, with no visible signs of any lurking creatures. Could they be buried underground? The thought crossed his mind as he parked his vehicle 20 meters away, giving himself ample reaction time. He pulled out a palm-sized piece of iron, tested its weight, and hurled it forward with a powerful swing. The iron piece first landed in a gap between the black markers, then bounced into a marked area deeper inside. Boom! A deafening explosion instantly kicked up dust and debris. Even from a distance, the shockwave forced Su Chen to crouch down. As the dust settled, a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. So it's a minefield. Looking more carefully at those black dots, they were indeed arranged in a regular pattern and had never moved. After confirming the source of danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. While potentially lethal to others, it posed virtually no threat to him with his radar detection, since he knew the exact location of every mine. He stepped into the field, using his radar guidance to dodge left and right, navigating through layers of mines like traversing a maze until he finally reached the depths of the forest. The diamond-grade treasure chest sat quietly before the tree roots, emanating brilliant white light throughout its body, as if carved from a single piece of crystal diamond. Its size, large enough to hold a basketball, made one involuntarily fantasize about its value. Even if it didn't hold its worth, girls would still love it. Rubbing his hands together, he bowed respectfully to the chest twice before opening it. Initial resources: 1 Barrett sniper rifle blueprint, 1 autonomous driving system blueprint, 10 Na stones. You have opened the treasure chest and gained 28,888 opening points. You achieved an opening critical hit and received a 10-fold multiplier. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 Barrett sniper rifle blueprints, 10 autonomous driving system blueprints, and 100 Na stones. Barrett sniper rifle blueprint materials required for one-time crafting: 10 aluminum alloy blocks, 10 steel blocks, 10 glass blocks, 10 portions of special plastic, 10 portions of rubber, 10 electronic components. Autonomous driving system blueprint installation requirements: Samsung vehicle, Barrett heavy sniper. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Getting 10 blueprints for a man's dream weapon all at once was simply heavenly. If he could actually craft them all, who would dare stand in his way? As for the autonomous driving system, as the name suggested, it would allow the vehicle to accelerate, decelerate, avoid obstacles, and park automatically. While he might not dare experiment with it casually in the outside world, this road survival world was vast and free of traffic regulations. Even hitting someone wouldn't matter. Once installed, he could upgrade blueprints, craft products, or even lie down and rest while the car was moving, saving tremendous energy. The only thing he'd need to do was keep an eye on the radar detector to avoid missing any treasure chests along the road. Just as Su Chun began to fantasize, the system notification chimed in his ears once again. Loot points, 110,595. Loot points have reached 100,000. Loot strike system upgrade available. 100,000 points was all it took to upgrade the strike system. Su Chun had long felt that using loot points purely as radar energy was wasteful, since he could never spend them all. Now he understood their true purpose. Upgrade, he commanded without hesitation, consuming 100,000 loot points. System upgrading, please wait. 1, 5, 10, 30, 50, 100. A brilliant flash of light flickered and vanished. Upgrade complete. Loot strike system successfully upgraded to version 2.0. Version 2.0 effect. Choose to activate strike when looting. Randomly obtain 10-15x the resources within containers. Current loot points, 10,595. Note, each loot attempt will refund loot points based on the initial resource value within containers, which can continue to be used for system upgrades. Additional feature, radar detection, 3-kilometer radius. Cost, 2 loot points per minute. Up to 15 times. Su Chen's heart pounded as he saw the minimum guaranteed 10-fold multiplier. This meant he would completely outpace all other survivors. Though eager to immediately find a treasure chest to test his new ability, he first carefully stored away all the blueprints and returned to his vehicle. He retrieved the Barrett Heavy Sniper Rifle blueprint and required materials, then stood before the crafting station. Craft, accompanied by the ringing of metal. Within just a few breaths, a heavy sniper rifle over a meter long took shape. The entire gun body resembled a coiled golden war dragon, radiating deadly sharpness. Su Chun leaned closer, caressing the gun body like a priceless treasure, unable to put it down. After admiring it for a moment, he suppressed his excitement and pulled out the ammunition blueprint to learn how to manufacture 12.7mm rounds. Each alloy block could only produce a single bullet, consuming far more resources than before. Having a primary weapon wasn't enough, so he used another blueprint to craft an identical heavy sniper rifle as backup. Next came his vehicle's third upgrade. At this point, his vehicle heart had accumulated over 60 one-star cores, far exceeding requirements. Su Chun took out a 2-star vehicle upgrade modification blueprint and walked to the vehicle core, directly fusing the blueprint with it. The blazing light was even more dazzling than the previous 2 upgrades. Vehicle upgrading, please wait. Upgrade complete, 2-star vehicle. Notice, materials can be consumed for modifications. Maximum input, iron blocks 500, alloy 500, rubber 500, steel 250, electronic components 250. Modification time limit, 100 minutes. Another expensive round of upgrades. Su Chun took stock of his basic materials. Iron blocks, alloys, and rubber were all abundant, but he was still significantly short on steel and electronic components. According to the rules, once the upcoming Battle Royale mode began, the trading post would temporarily close, leaving only private messages or face-to-face meetings for item exchanges. This reminded him immediately of Wang Chong, who excelled at steel production, would definitely have plenty of steel, and might even have a batch of electronic components to spare. Su Chun immediately sent a private message. Wang Chong, where are you right now? Do you have any spare electronic components? I'm in urgent need, and I'd also like to trade for some steel. 3 seconds later, he received a reply. Yes, I have 97 electronic components. I've been stockpiling them, waiting to make a killing. The implication was crystal clear. If you want the goods, you'd better have something valuable to trade. Su Chun quickly calculated in his mind and shot back. How about 300 bullets? A bit more? Boss, I'll come back to buy from you again after I use these up. Wang Chong quickly replied. 1 electronic component for 10 bullets, that's 970 bullets. Let's round it up to an even 1,000. How about it? Su Chun deliberately stayed silent for a moment, pretending to hesitate, while internally he was thrilled. 1,000 bullets only cost about 100 alloys, far less than the value of 97 electronic components. Deal, he confirmed. And give me steel at cost price. No problem. After some brief haggling, both parties finalized the trade. Wang Chong got 1,000 bullets in one go, eliminating his worries about beast attacks for the foreseeable future. Su Chun obtained the precious electronic components and locked in steel at cost price. A win-win situation. If Wang Chong needed bullets in the future, he'd continue coming back to purchase from him. Soon, the two returned to the earlier battlefield site to complete the offline trade. Su Chun made no attempt to hide anything, naturally knowing that Wang Chong could easily guess what he planned to do with the electronic components. Consume materials for vehicle star upgrade modifications. Once all materials were fed in, the entire vehicle was instantly enveloped in brilliant white light. its structure rapidly transforming. Having witnessed this scene during his first upgrade, Su Chun now sat calmly in the driver's seat, cracking sunflower seeds and munching on watermelon, quietly waiting for the system to complete its calculations. Outside the vehicle, Wang Chong watched with undisguised envy. Having experienced that kind of dramatic improvement from just one upgrade himself, he immediately understood what the white light meant. Su Chun was performing a vehicle star upgrade and going straight for 3 stars. Beyond his envy, he secretly resolved that whatever others could achieve, he would accomplish sooner or later too. 10 minutes later, the white light faded and the modification was complete. The original 6-meter-long commercial minibus had completely transformed into a comfortable RV measuring 10 meters long, 4 meters wide, and 3 meters high. Upgrade successful. Commercial minibus, comfortable RV, can be further upgraded to luxury large RV with more spacious luxury accommodations. Continue upgrading for more possibilities, bigger, more comfortable. The first benefit of the upgrade was much thicker protection for the entire vehicle. Secondly, the interior space had been neatly divided by newly installed alloy steel plates. At the very center of the vehicle was a 5-meter-long, 2-meter-wide bedroom. The memory foam mattress along with blankets and quilts were all positioned on one side, near the window. More importantly, the bedroom also featured a 1-meter by 2-meter bathroom space for washing up. Su Chun immediately crafted the toilet blueprint he'd never used before and installed it in the bathroom. This meant that from now on, even while traveling in the vehicle, he could conveniently handle his physiological needs without having to endure discomfort while searching for cover everywhere. Behind the driver's seat, a workbench over a meter wide stretched along the inner wall. Its polished metal surface gleamed like a mirror, perfect for processing parts. Behind the workbench lay the bedroom where a single bed occupied most of the space alongside a narrow corridor left on the other side. The corridor remained empty for now, as Su Chun planned to stuff more equipment in there later. The rear cargo space had been expanded to over 2 meters wide and 4 meters long, roughly 10 cubic meters. Without further delay, Su Chun took out 3 pieces of rapid growth soil and spread them evenly, then scattered tobacco seeds across the surface. Cigarettes will definitely be hard currency in the apocalypse, he calculated quickly in his mind. But if I produce too much right away, the price will get driven down. So he stored away the remaining rapid growth soil for future use. A 2 square meter corner of the warehouse remained empty. Looking at the vacant space, he couldn't help but shake his head. Sigh, my skills are still lacking. I can't even fill up such a small vehicle. If any nearby survivors had heard this, they would have jumped up and retorted, "Stop showing off, you bastard." With the upgrade complete, this vehicle had officially become an RV. But as Su Chun surveyed the interior, he still felt it was cramped. It's barely enough for me alone. What if I need to fit 10 beautiful women in here later? I'll have to keep working on it. With this thought, he moved to the driver's seat and integrated the automotive assistance system blueprint into the car's heart. As a gentle light flickered, a floating display screen appeared beside the car's heart, showing a cartoon little girl avatar with constantly fluctuating sound wave lines. "Hello, Master. The automotive assistance system is at your service. Please give me a name for easy calling." The childish mechanical voice made Su Chun feel like he was playing with a smartphone. He sighed inwardly. If there were actually phones in this highway survival world, I could endure however long. After a moment's thought, he looked up and said, "I'll call you Little Ling." "Yes, Master. Little Ling will serve you wholeheartedly." "Good, rest for now." Su Chun waved his hand, then pulled out the storage stone he'd just gotten from the treasure chest. With a touch to his storage ring, the space instantly expanded by 100 cubic meters, reaching a full 600 cubic meters. After finishing everything, he checked his watch. The final circle was about to refresh, and he was right at the center. Within his 3-kilometer detection range, vehicle markers densely packed the area. Outside the vehicle, Wang Chong stared at this nearly 10-meter-long comfortable RV, practically drooling. His car's heart had reached the required level, and he could upgrade as soon as he got the blueprints. But he currently lacked both 2-star blueprints and basic materials, leaving him only able to stare helplessly. When the commotion inside Su Chun's vehicle finally settled, Wang Chong couldn't help but ask, "Boss Su Chun, how many materials does the second upgrade require?" The window slowly rolled down, revealing Su Chun's helmeted face. 500 iron blocks, 500. He told him honestly Wang Chong was a stable future customer after all, and this kind of cash cow naturally needed to be cultivated. Hearing this price, Wang Chong couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He never imagined that upgrading to a 3-star vehicle would consume so many resources. Over the past 3 days, he thought he'd performed quite well, managing to accumulate nearly 100 electronic components. These rare materials, far more precious than ordinary supplies, were originally intended for monopolizing the market and making a fortune. But now he realized this treasure trove wasn't even 1/10 of what was needed for a 3-star vehicle upgrade. "Oh, by the way, I happen to have a spare 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprint." Su Chun waved the thin blue sheet in his hand, his voice carrying a tempting tone. "If you want to trade, bring me something good. The offer stands anytime." He knew full well that Wang Chang's platinum-level chest contained far more than just those 10 healing potions. Sure enough, hesitation flickered across Wang Chang's face as he seemed to weigh the pros and cons. But after a few moments, he still gritted his teeth and shook his head. Don't need it right now. I'm still way short on materials. I'll save up first. Even if I traded for it now, it'd be useless. I might even find one myself. Fair enough. Su Chen shrugged, not pushing the matter. But don't say I didn't warn you if someone else comes along with good stuff first. I can't guarantee this blueprint will still be available. With that, he rolled up the window. The final poison circle had begun to close, and he only needed to stay put in his RV to safely ride out this round of battle royale. No one could breach this fully enclosed vehicle. His spoils were quite substantial: 1 diamond-level chest, 2 platinum-level chests, and a pile of miscellaneous lower-tier boxes. However, with over 20 minutes remaining and wielding a critical hit rate of up to 15 times, wasting time in this initial refresh rate 1 battle royale mode seemed foolish. With this thought, he activated the detection system and marked 2 gold-level chests within a 3-kilometer radius. Xiaoling, head to this location first, then that one. He instructed the intelligent driving system. Roger, master. Please remain seated and hold on tight. Total distance to destinations, 4.1 kilometers. First target, 1.7 kilometers away. Estimated arrival in 3 minutes. The electronic female voice responded crisply. The RV started smoothly. Su Chen marveled. Wow, even comes with navigation alerts full service. The autopilot wasn't particularly fast, but the route was precise and the turns silky smooth, without any hesitation. He leaned back in his seat, secretly grateful for the saved energy. 3 minutes later, the RV stopped at the first targeted abandoned shopping mall. Outside the mall, numerous vehicles were parked haphazardly, mostly belonging to survivors who had fled here to escape the poison circle. As the massive RV approached, surrounding gazes immediately converged on it. Holy crap, an RV? No way. I'm still driving this beat-up van, just changed a tire, and someone's already got an RV? This has got to be the system's golden child coming down to experience mortal life. We're struggling to survive on the highway, and he's out here like he's on vacation. Various comments rose and fell, accompanied by envious and suspicious gazes that instantly bathed the vehicle. Before Su Chen even got out, he could see many people staring at his vehicle with burning eyes. However, he didn't care about this at all. If they dared to come, Su Chen would make them understand what a heavy price they would pay. Xiaoling, wait here for me and don't open the car door for anyone except me. After giving his instructions, Su Chen pushed open the door and stepped out. The Desert Eagle in his hand gleamed black and cold. The crossbow on his back was fully drawn, and his entire being resembled a combat machine ready to explode into action at any moment. The moment his heavy tactical boots hit the ground, many women around were instantly captivated. Following such a boss in the apocalypse would give them a sense of security that seemed to overflow from the very air. Hey handsome, is there room in your RV? I'd love to come up and take a look. Maybe even stay permanently. A girl with a decent figure and pleasant features swayed over, speaking in a coquettish voice. The men around immediately erupted. Damn, can't compete with guys who have houses and cars in the normal world, and now can't even compete with RVs in the apocalypse. All the girls probably can't resist such a big RV, more comfortable than a van. Damn it, why am I not a girl? Otherwise I'd also. Hey, who says guys can't try? What if the boss has special preferences? Go give it a shot. Get lost. Su Chen merely glanced at the girl, barely a 6 out of 10. He had no interest and walked straight past her. What about me, handsome? A glamorous woman with big wavy hair clicked over in high heels, smiling seductively. Let this sister show you what it means to be in 7th heaven. As soon as she appeared, the previous girl immediately deflated and retreated to a corner without a word. Someone in the crowd commented quietly. Hey, don't doubt if this lady's skills are incredible. I usually last half an hour, but with her 3 rounds combined didn't even reach 5 minutes. That intense. Su Chen happened to glance at the seductive woman. Her bust was between C and D cup, slightly plump but voluptuous. With thick thighs tapering to slender calves, her sex appeal was off the charts, easily an 8 out of 10. Under normal circumstances, he might not refuse such an encounter, but this was an apocalyptic survival game. Women would only slow down his draw speed. Are women more fun than opening treasure chests? The thought crossed his mind as he ignored her and walked straight toward the mall entrance. The seductive woman froze in place. Having never been rejected by a man to her face before, her expression instantly soured. Damn, he must not like women. That has to be it. Someone nearby immediately started stirring things up. Maybe he likes men? Do we have a chance then? I'm out. You guys go for it. Go, asked the boss. What's wrong with you? I have carbon monoxide poisoning and hemorrhoids. Damn, get away from us. Su Chen heard every word clearly, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. If the treasure chest weren't more important, he really wanted to teach these Lustung people a lesson. Stepping into the mall, he didn't pause for a moment, heading straight for the location of the golden treasure chest. Seeing his unhesitating speed, The crowd at the entrance suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait, didn't anyone tell the boss that this place is controlled by a gang? You idiot. If he gets taken out by that gang, the RV becomes ownerless property, and right? You're pretty smart. Su Chun had no idea that the moment he entered the shopping mall, his vehicle had already caught the attention of passers-by who were all secretly hoping for his downfall. In the parking lot, envy mixed with greed as people didn't dare approach the fortress-like modified RV openly, but secretly wished for someone more ruthless to take out its owner. Once the strong fell, they could not only claim the resources but also satisfy that dark pleasure of witnessing a hero's fall. Su Chin strode into the mall with decisive steps, heading straight for the stairwell. Fluorescent lights flickered on and off, and the musty smell of dust hit him as he ignored the noise from the broken shops around him, quickly reaching the second floor. As he prepared to continue up to the third floor, several burly men blocked the stairway entrance, their malicious intent as obvious as graffiti on the wall. Where do you think you're going? Don't you know we've claimed this place? Get out of here now, or don't blame us for what happens next. The leader, a big guy, slammed his steel pipe against the ground. That's right, Scram. This is Brotherhood Hall territory now. The others laughed mockingly, their arrogance on full display. Su Chin simply glanced around at them without saying a word. The tall, skinny one called Little Six was the first to notice something wrong. Su Chin's right hand hung naturally at his waist, and a cold glint flashed from a handle. Little Six's face instantly turned pale as he pointed a trembling finger towards Su Chin's waist, his mouth opening and closing, but no sound coming out. Hey, Little Six, what's wrong with you? It's just one guy against all of us. What are you scared of? A companion looked over impatiently in the same direction. The next second, the man seemed struck by lightning and cried out, "Holy shit, a gun!" Clank's steel pipe dropped as the big guy's knees buckled, and he fell to his knees. Sir, I was wrong. Pretend we're nothing. Just let us go. Su Chin had no interest in leaving loose ends or wasting words. The Desert Eagle rose, its barrel steady. Bang bang, several bullets found their precise marks, blood spattering against the peeling wall paint as the thugs collapsed in a row before they could even cry out in pain. The gunshots echoed through the empty floor like tearing open a curtain to the third floor. On the third floor, several men who had been scavenging for supplies all froze in unison. Boss, gunshots. Someone with a gun just broke in. The weasel-faced guy's voice shot up an octave as his feet were already moving in the opposite direction. What's the panic? The bald leader they called Boss juggled two handguns in his palms, the flesh on his face quivering. Don't forget I've got two guns too. That was one at most. You think he can overpower me? The Battle Royale mode was about to end, and if he didn't start shooting now, he'd miss the final carnival of this legal slaughter. Someone foolish enough to show up was perfect target practice. Let's go check it out. As soon as the bald boss finished speaking, he charged toward the stairwell. His subordinates exchanged glances. You have guns, we don't following you just makes us sitting ducks. But the gang's Brotherhood rules were clear. Showing cowardice could get you shot on the spot by the boss, so they had no choice but to reluctantly follow. Meanwhile, Su Chun had already stepped onto the third floor's wooden stairs. Through his enhanced vision, the bald boss and his crew's movements were crystal clear. The corridor's broken lights flickered like a countdown to the coming hunt. Hearing gunshots and still coming over means they've got something too, or think they're stronger. Su Chin murmured, his gaze cold as ice. He lowered his gun barrel, while his other hand reached for a metal cylinder on his belt. Fine then, since that's how it is, no point letting it go to waste. Anyway, let me send you all a special gift. Su Chin smiled to himself as he murmured under his breath, pulling out a grenade from his storage ring, one he'd obtained earlier that was restricted to Battle Royale mode only. He leaned against the weathered stair railing, gauging by sound that the footsteps of those few people around the corner were getting closer. He quickly calculated the distance and blast point. With a sharp metallic click as he pulled the pin, he counted down in his head. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 now. Su Chan angled his body, exposing only half his shoulder beyond the stairwell entrance, and with a flick of his wrist, sent the grenade arcing toward the approaching group. Bang! Bang! The bald leader instinctively raised his gun and fired, managing only 2 quick shots before sparks and stone fragments scattered across the wall. What the hell is that? Oh shit, grenade. Get. Before he could finish, the grenade landed right in the center of their formation and exploded before hitting the ground. The blast and shockwave launched several thugs into the air, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Instant annihilation. All the human markers on his radar interface dropped to 0. Only then did Su Chan relax his shoulders, stepping over the smoldering debris and corpses, passing through the outer area to reach the Secontalas shop on the far side. It was a lingerie store, and among the scattered fabric and clothing racks, he found a golden treasure chest hidden in the fitting room. Open. The lid lifted with a flash of light. Initial resources: 1-star vehicle upgrade, blueprint 1, energy drink 1. Opening points 3,689. Critical hit. Multiplier 15. Congratulations. You've obtained 1-star vehicle upgrade, blueprint 15, energy drink 15. Energy drink. Upon consumption, doubles all attributes for the next hour: speed, endurance, stamina, and burst power, all covered. Holy crap, 15 times critical hit hats worth 15 golden chests. Su-chan grinned from ear to ear, tossing all the blueprints and drinks into his storage ring, already planning to stock them in his shop back home. Got to let the sheep fatten up before shearing. After collecting everything, he turned to the adjacent unopened room where a silver treasure chest lay quietly waiting. Initial resources: tomahawk steak 3, 82 vintage wine 3. Opening points 998. Critical hit. Multiplier 12. Congratulations. You've obtained tomahawk steak 36, 82 vintage wine 36. Supplies are covered. Now some good food to make life worth living. He smiled as he swept the chest clean, then pulled out a canvas bag, casually stuffing in 2 tomahawk steaks and deliberately letting a corner of meat show before heading toward the exit. Outside, a crowd of survivors had gathered, chattering among themselves. No way, gunshots and grenades in there at intense. Quick, go check if that Big Shots RV is up for grabs now. Nope. Damn, how is he still not dead? Don't tell me he's gonna walk out completely unscathed. Just as they spoke, Su-chan emerged from the ruins with his bulging pack. The crowd instantly fell silent, eyes wide as saucers. Did he actually take out that whole gang? Otherwise, given how vicious those thugs were, they never would have let him walk out so casually. Definitely an RV boss's skills are godlike. Look, he doesn't have a scratch on him. Could it be they never even fought, and he just subdued them with a pistol? No, 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 there were definitely multiple gunshots and a grenade. Must have been a firefight first, then the boss finished them with one grenade. A middle-aged man with a military obsession pushed up his glasses and analyzed with authority. Battlefield assessment, throwing timing, fire control rhythm textbook perfect. I'd love to discuss life philosophy with the boss. I'd even warm his bed in the RV. I'd kneel as long as he wants. What the hell? I'm so pissed. I offered supplies earlier too. Why didn't you? The young man next to him glared. Don't be ridiculous. How can you compare to the boss? Look at yourself, covered in dust. Fuck. You're not any cleaner than me. After Su-chan emerged, he didn't even glance at those people and got straight into his vehicle. Xiaoling, next destination. Yes, master. The mechanical female voice echoed through the cabin as the engine roared to life, and the off-road vehicle sped toward the next gold-tier treasure chest location. Soon, the vehicle stopped near the target. Su-chan jumped out and opened the chest with a wave of his hand. 13 times critical hit. The single blueprint for explosion-proof tires instantly multiplied to 13 copies, making him a blueprint tycoon in the blink of an eye. Checking his watch, only 10 minutes remained. With no gold-tier chests within a 3-kilometer radius, he immediately adjusted his strategy, targeting the nearest silver-tier chest, opening it in units of special alloy. The system triggered another critical hit with 11 times amplification, yielding a total of 110 units. Though Su-chan couldn't immediately think of specific uses for these materials, he was certain they would prove invaluable eventually. 3, 2, 1. The 3-hour countdown reached 0, and the Battle Royale mode officially ended. This mode has concluded. All survivors will be teleported back to their entry points in 3 minutes. Battle Royale survival rewards are now being distributed to all players. In the final circle, all survivors immediately erupted in cheers. Fantastic. We finally made it through. Hurry up with the rewards. I can't wait any longer. Yeah. Hooray. Most players had spent the entire match hiding in remote corners and scavenging mediocre chests, so being alive to receive rewards put everyone in high spirits. Just as everyone prepared to collect their rewards and head back to rest, another announcement sounded. Congratulations to the top 3 players of this mode, who will receive special rewards. The excitement grew even louder. Who do you think made the top 3? Su-chan definitely secured one spot, but the others are anyone's guess. I wonder how they calculate the score. If it's based on distance traveled. I never stopped running. It might be based on kill count. Various speculations filled the air. The familiar announcement sound suddenly rang out. For this Battle Royale challenge, 3rd place goes to Qing Lan. Image attached. Score: 6,489 points. Performance: secured 5 airdrops and 2 gold-tier chests during the Battle Royale. The announcement caused an uproar. Holy crap, a girl? And she's gorgeous? 5 airdrops. Was she specifically hunting airdrops? Beautiful and skilled. I hereby declare myself a devoted fan of Qing Lan. That's called being a simp, dude. Damn. The system simultaneously displayed Qing Lan's high-definition portrait. Su-chan glanced at it and was completely stunned. She was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Even without makeup, she was a solid 95 out of 100, and with just a touch of cosmetics, a perfect score wouldn't suffice. Need bonus points. Shortly after, the system announcement for 2nd place began. In this Battle Royale challenge, the 2nd place winner is Wang Chong with an attached image. Wang Chong earned 13,689 points and obtained 1 platinum-level treasure chest and 3 gold-level treasure chests during the Battle Royale. The crowd immediately erupted in excitement. Is this the big shot who grabbed one of those two platinum-level treasure chests? I'm so jealous. I saw that chest too, but my legs went weak as soon as I got close. Without the skills, who would dare approach it? Well, I guess we don't need to wonder who came in first place, right? The host's voice echoed across the arena once again, now announcing the first-place winner of this Battle Royale challenge, the undisputed champion, Su Chun. Attached image shows Su Chun with a score of 212,830 points. During the Battle Royale he obtained diamond-level treasure chests, platinum-level treasure chests, airdrops, and gold-level treasure chests. The moment Su Chun's scoreboard lit up, the entire venue fell dead silent. No one expected Su Chun to have collected such an outrageous number of treasure chests, even securing diamond-level ones, with platinum-level chests beyond count. Are you kidding me? Second place got just over 10,000 points with a platinum chest, and Su Chun has over 200,000. What kind of ridiculous numbers are these? At the same moment, somewhere on the Battle Royale map, Qinglan stared at the leaderboard with her mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with disbelief, then quickly sent Su Chun her congratulations. The chat and voice channels were flooded with messages. Holy crap, this is absolutely insane. His points completely crushed everyone else. Wei came to compete. He came to collect resources. Did Su Chun pay to win? How is he this strong? I bet all of us combined don't have as many points as he does alone. Gasps and exclamations rose one after another, as ordinary players could hardly believe such a gap existed. Meanwhile, Su Chun was staring at the special reward interface that popped up on his screen, first stunned, then with joy nearly overflowing from his eyes. System notification. Su Chun, congratulations. With a score of 212,830 points, you have won first place in this Battle Royale. Special rewards, 10 free attribute points, 1 random draw. Current attributes. Health, 100. Strength, 5. Average adult starting value, 6. Mental, 7. Speed, 8. Endurance, 5. Burst, 7. Skills, none. The attributes are decent enough, Su Chun thought quickly. How should I allocate the free points? A bucket's capacity depends on its shortest plank. Balancing weaknesses is the right approach. Without hesitation, he spent 8 free attribute points to bring strength, mental, endurance, and burst all up to 8 points, matching his previous lowest values. After brief consideration, he dumped the remaining 2 points into speed. In martial arts, only speed is unbeatable. Speed is crucial, especially during the final sprint. After allocating his attribute points, Su Chun looked at his lottery chance with exceptional excitement. His storage ring had been obtained from the last lottery draw, and now standing before the beam of light again, he instinctively clenched his fists. Although this Battle Royale zone ranking wouldn't yield the same heaven-defying rewards as last time, an opportunity was still an opportunity. You have one lottery chance. Do you wish to proceed with the draws? As his confirmation fell, a dazzling golden light exploded before him, and within the radiance, the system's voice echoed. Congratulations, you have obtained the Sniper Mastery skill. The moment the text appeared, massive amounts of data flooded into Su Chun's mind. Wind speed, air pressure, gravitational pull, ballistic curves. Every factor related to sniping was analyzed with crystal clarity, ultimately condensing into a brief notification. Effective range, 2,500 meters. Holy crap, this is tailor-made for me. This is the benefit of luck points. Su Chun laughed heartily. He had originally planned to return and practice sniping intensively to improve his accuracy, but unexpectedly drew a perfectly matching reward. Heaven is helping me. Immediately after, his attribute panel refreshed. Health, 160. Strength, 8. Spirit, 8. Speed, 10. Endurance, 8. Burst, 8. Skill, Sniper Mastery. Absolutely perfect. He dismissed the interface. White light flashed, and he was teleported back to the highway where he had started. Simultaneously, all contestants who had survived the Battle Royale were transported back to their respective entry positions. Su Chun immediately opened the regional channel to see how many people remained. The channel count was fixed at 3,293. This meant that in just 3 short hours, nearly 1,800 people had died in this brutal Battle Royale. Furthermore, quite a few people hadn't participated at all. They had seized the opportunity to rush towards Zone 10's main road, including the team led by Zhang Hongwei. That group had prepared sufficient gasoline in advance and used this time to speed ahead. They were now only 200 kilometers from the main road and could reach it before nightfall with just 2 more hours of driving. The deathly atmosphere in the channel was instantly broken as survivors became active again. Su Chun breathed a long sigh of relief. At least those who had experienced the Battle Royale wouldn't be causing trouble in wilderness challenges anytime soon. Dinga private message notification lit up. It was congratulations from Qinglan. Thinking of that stunning face, Su Chun immediately replied with thanks, congratulated her on her victory, and sincerely added, "You're very beautiful. You're quite handsome too. But you're still more beautiful." After this brief exchange of mutual flattery, Su Chun exited the private chat and entered the trading zone, beginning to purchase treasure chests at high prices, not even sparing the most ordinary wooden chests. He directly raised his buying price to 1.5 times the market rate and quickly secured 3 wooden chests and 1 bronze chest. Opening the first wooden chest, a bottle of water and a loaf of bread popped out. The system notification 10x critical hit appeared, instantly transforming the water into 10 bottles and the bread into 10 loaves. Pure profit. The thrill of the minimum 10x critical hit made Su Chen's mood soar. The bread in the other 2 wooden chests triggered material conversion, giving him 120 wood blocks and 150 iron blocks respectively. The bronze chest was even more generous, dropping 12 packs of cola in one go, a total of 72 bottles, which he neatly stored in his storage ring. Awesome. While tallying his gains, he issued a command. Little Ling, full speed ahead. Set course for the main road 500 kilometers away. Yes, master. He let the autopilot system take over and headed to the bathroom, initially planning to take a quick shower, but suddenly thought, why stand when I could relax? While turning on the shower head, he shook his head with a wry smile and opened the World Channel's public chat. Anyone got a bathtub? We'll trade resources or vehicle modification blueprints. On this desolate highway filled with hunger, most survivors would rather save every drop of water for drinking than waste it on bathing, making bathtubs an unnecessary luxury. Yet within 10 minutes of posting, someone offered to trade their spare bathtub. In the end, Su Chen paid 2 anti-inflammatory pills, 10 pounds of lean meat, and a bottle of strong liquor to easily acquire it. He dragged the bathtub into the bedroom's bathroom, positioning it horizontally in the innermost corner. Then he opened bottle after bottle of mineral water, pouring them in with a splash. The clear water steadily rose, and the half-filled tub's surface shimmered softly. Only then did he leisurely strip naked and sink into the water, his entire body stretching out in comfort. Wrapped in warm water, he held an ice-cold drink with a plate of freshly washed grapes within reach, occasionally teasing Qing Lan as she organized clothes nearby. Such a beautiful girl. It'd be a shame not to flirt a little, he said playfully. An hour-long soak was enough to steam away days of accumulated fatigue. Once he felt every pore had relaxed, Su Chen stepped onto the soft bath mat, dried himself off, and checked the time. It was about time to harvest the crops. In the mobile garden at the rear of the vehicle, 10 cola fruit trees hung heavy with crystalline small fruits, while herbs and fungi grew lush and green. He bent down and efficiently harvested 320 cola fruits, 42 portions of herbs, 43 portions of fungi, and cut an additional 100 pounds of mixed grains. 3,200 bottles of cola, 200 bottles of liquor, for 120 portions of herbs, all ingredients ready. He calculated quickly, sorting the fruits and medicinal materials into their respective production equipment and adding the corresponding water. However, the water tank immediately ran critically low. Need to stock up on more water, he rubbed his chin, thinking of the fastest solution: opening treasure chests. Mineral water mostly came from wooden and bronze chests, so he immediately announced in the channel, buying wooden chests at double market price. Won't be buying once we enter the main zone. Initially, progress went smoothly, with over 20 wooden chests quickly acquired. With the tenfold guarantee mechanism in place, he wasn't worried about losses. But then, some people caught the scent of monopolization, suspecting wooden chests might contain rare treasures, and began hoarding, driving prices up to 35 times market value. Several middlemen tried to gouge him with outrageous prices. Su Chen thought, making a reasonable profit is fine, but trying to fleece me means I'll turn the tables. Once the total accumulated to nearly 50 wooden chests, he simply dropped a line in the channel, not buying anymore. Before the words had fully sunk in, he relists 16 wooden chests marked as dangerous at double market price. Prices immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, crashing to the ground. Those who had paid premium prices to hoard chests watched helplessly as their investments became worthless, on the verge of tears. Su Chen then spread out his remaining 30-plus chests and cracked them all open at once. You obtained 18 bottles of water. You obtained 80 iron blocks. You obtained 30 cups of instant noodles. Afterward, he deliberately dumped his excess wooden chests and resources at low prices, causing the channel to explode. Some people thought he was trying to crash prices before buying low again, secretly pleased as they continued hoarding. Thus, many self-proclaimed middlemen began quietly stockpiling, waiting for Su Chen's next buying spree to make a fortune. Little did they know, many of the wooden chests they were hoarding were actually black chests, the kind that contained absolutely nothing. Su Chen's only thought now was to quickly enter the new zone and hype up the selling chests for blind box opening trend, taking advantage of the opportunity to maximize his profits. However, he knew in his heart that while basic supply chests were everywhere, truly valuable high-level chests were few and far between. At that tier, even fewer people were willing to sell, and even if he offered 2 decent blueprints, he might not be able to buy any. After all, most players firmly believed in their own luck, and only a small minority of conservative players would actually sell their chests. As a result, High-level chests had become scarce commodities with prices, but no market. But still, if ordinary blueprints couldn't get him anywhere, surely a one-star vehicle upgrade blueprint could be traded for a few high-level chests, right? That blueprint was something Su Chan had obtained from a golden tier chest. After the server merge, he could easily list a golden tier chest on the trading post and sell it at a high price. He believed that once those people opened 2 consecutive golden chests, they would realize this exchange method wasn't a loss for them at all. In fact, it was pure profit. Having made up his mind, he selected a plot of land. This area had previously been planted with cola fruit, but since he had sufficient stock and didn't need new ones for now, switching to the tobacco seeds he'd just acquired was perfect. By this time tomorrow, cigarettes would be ready for mass market release, and a wave of massive profits would be within reach. After finishing these tasks, Su Chun looked up to check the map and discovered his coordinates were infinitely close to the main road of the merged area. Once he stepped onto that main road, his regional channel and trading post would open up to many more players. Even if just 10 small zones merged into one large zone, that would conservatively mean over 30,000 people a golden opportunity for a new round of harvesting. Ding! A crisp notification sound rang out as Su Chun received a private message. Wang Chong. Boss Su, do you still have that 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprint? I'd like to trade with you. Su Chin, make your offer. Wang Chong. I have something here that you'll definitely love, boss. Attached, image vehicle repair kit. After use, instantly restores vehicle durability to 100 based on the vehicle's star level. For each star level increase, the overall effect decreases by 20. This meant Su Chin's 3-star RV could restore a maximum of 60 durability at once. When upgraded to 4 stars, it would only restore 40. Although the values decreased, if he were truly surrounded by enemies, as soon as his vehicle had problems, he could instantly restore it to full health, causing his opponents to completely break down. Just imagine enemies fighting desperately for ages, finally managing to damage his RV and thinking victory was within reach, only to see the vehicle instantly return to full health. That would be enough to drive them to despair. Su Chun, 20 for 1. I know you can mass produce them. Wang Chong. Wang Chong. Boss, one repair kit requires a huge amount of basic materials. Making just one takes 400 units of materials. 20 is way too harsh. I was thinking 5 for 1 blueprint. Su Chun, I'll provide you with 10 units of materials, but it's still 20 for 1 blueprint. Seeing Su Chin's conditions, Wang Chong fell into deep thought. This was equivalent to trading just 10 units of materials for a 2-star upgrade blueprint, which was slightly disadvantageous for him, but he had no way to deal with Su Chun. That 3-star RV was blindingly bright in his eyes, practically a mobile fortress. Besides, they were just basic material she could earn them back quickly. In just the short time they'd been talking, he'd already made a fortune. Wang Chong. All right, boss, it's a deal. Su Chan first traded his materials to the other party, then received 10 car repair kits in return. He tossed the newly acquired repair kits into his backpack, then pulled out the 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprint and began negotiating again. After haggling over the price for a few exchanges, they quickly reached an agreement, and he obtained another 10 repair kits, bringing his total to exactly 20. With this many kits, unless someone had enough firepower to instantly blow up his car, he could calmly repair his vehicle even if thousands of people attacked it simultaneously. After the trade concluded, Su Chin suddenly remembered that he had already obtained a 3-star vehicle upgrade blueprint. Compared to the 2-star blueprint, the requirements for vehicle hearts were ridiculously high. 3-star vehicle heart, 27,300, 1-star 01. This meant he needed to prepare the energy equivalent of 300 1-star vehicle hearts, while also obtaining 1 complete 3-star vehicle heart. Currently, he had only gathered 27 units of 1-star energy, still short by a whopping 303 hearts. There was no room for shortcut. Sonarless vehicle hearts couldn't absorb energy from other vehicle hearts, so he had to nurture a 3-star core purely through his own efforts. The solution wasn't difficult though. When he encountered a larger raiding party, he'd just keep one alive and slowly cultivate it. Night had descended to the horizon, and Su Chun decided to drive straight onto the new main road before finding a place to camp. He floored the accelerator, and the vehicle roared forward. In less than 10 minutes, the view ahead suddenly opened up. The road had widened dramatically. We're here. He gripped the steering wheel, excitement surging through him. System notification, you have entered level 3 Highway 369, main road. Su Chun immediately began changing lanes left and right, using zigzag driving to roughly measure the road's width. He quickly gathered the data. This level 3 main road was a full 10 kilometers wide, with visibility so open it was practically unobstructed. Even with his detection fully activated, he wasn't confident he could mark all the treasure chests on the highway. After entering the new highway, he parked his car about 3 kilometers from the right side wasteland and turned off the engine to rest. Nights on highway survival were notoriously dangerous, making continued travel too risky. Once the headlights went out, he opened the chat and trading panel. Sure enough, the regional channel had changed, been assigned to a completely new district. The population in his original small district had dropped sharply, with large numbers of players being transferred here. District 369 Regional Channel Current Population, 2,839 people. In just a short time, over 2,000 people had gathered here from 10 small districts, and the channel was buzzing with conversation. Which districts are you all from? Where were you before? I'm from Highway 858, used to hang around Shanghai. What a coincidence. I'm from 856, also Shanghai. Brothers, did you hear? The global #1 player is on our highway from the last challenge. Holy crap, is that for real? Watching the scrolling comments on screen, Su Chun smiled slightly. Another wave of fresh prey had arrived. He first consumed 42 units of herbs and 42 units of fungi to mass-produce 42 anti-inflammatory medicines, then moved all the beverages and miscellaneous items he'd accumulated in his crafting machine. 500 bottles of mineral water, 500 bottles of cola, 500 ice creams, 100 bottles of liquor, 300 anti-inflammatory medicines, plus 100 various blueprints including tire upgrades and body upgrades. Combined, they perfectly filled all 2,000 listing slots in his one-star shop. He actually wanted to list more items, but upgrading the shop required not only resources, but also reaching fixed trading volume and transaction amounts, which he was still short of. After listing everything, Su Chun switched back to the new regional channel. Su Chun, hello everyone. For any supplies you need, you can visit my shop. The world's #1 shop, quality goods at fair prices. This single message completely exploded the entire new regional channel. Has anyone opened a shop yet? Wait, that name looks familiar. Holy crap, is this Su Chun? The same Su Chun who ranked first globally last time. Could it just be someone with the same name? Check out his shop and you'll know it's not. Damn it. We're here trying to survive, and he's running a freaking supermarket. Jesus, I'm dizzy. Every shelf slot is packed full. I bet the only thing limiting Su Chun is his shop level. I'm maxed out with just 20 slots. How much stuff has this guy hoarded? Stop chatting. Only idiots keep talking. I've already cleared out all the medicine. Holy shit. Anti-inflammatory drugs? I've got some herbs I'm not using. Gotta trade for meds quick. Forget the medicine. There's premium liquor, damn, and cola too. I've been craving that for ages. The Zone 9 public channel instantly erupted as all players dove headfirst into Su Chun's shop, scrambling in a dizzying frenzy. Su Chun sat at his control panel, eyes scanning the back-end data. Anti-inflammatory drugs and liquor sold out first, cola followed close behind, while bottled water had the lowest sales. Players who could reach Zone 9 early likely still had a bottle or two of water left. They weren't desperate yet. As long as resources were sufficient, water could always be traded for later. Watching the sales curve skyrocket, his fingers flew across the interface, restocking cola on the shelves. However, he deliberately held back on the liquor and anti-inflammatory drugs. These were his own productions with limited output, making it unrealistic to supply the entire market. Scarcity drives value. Limited releases would ensure steady profits, at least until the next anti-inflammatory recipe appeared. Sales were guaranteed, but the unit prices still seemed low. Su Chun narrowed his eyes in thought, deciding to exploit a small system loophole. He immediately opened a private chat window with Qing Lan. Su Chun, need a small favor. Qing Lan replied instantly. What kind of favor? Su Chun, help me boost shop sales volume. I want to upgrade from 1-star to 2-star shop to unlock more listing slots. I've posted 2 high-priced blueprints. I'll trade you a few more blueprints in a moment. Then you can use those to repeatedly purchase them. Qing Lan, no problem. They got to work immediately. Su Chun placed several blueprints in the trade window, and Qing Lan began cycling through purchases of his listed 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprints. Buy, return, Su Chun relists, repeat for volume. 3 hours later, a crisp system notification chimed. Congratulations, your shop sales have met the requirements. You may now unlock Level 2 shop. Level 2 shop. Daily maintenance cost of 100 bottles of water, unlocks 10,000 listing slots. Excellent. Su Chun's lips curved upward. With ample space, no more batch listings were needed. Water was better kept for production rather than sold for now. He listed all the food items he'd previously obtained from treasure chests: instant noodles, bread, fruits, restocked 2,000 bottles of cola, maintained limited quantities of liquor and anti-inflammatory drugs, even posted a few bottles of 1982 vintage wine at premium prices to tantalize buyers. Within minutes, the new inventory occupied over 4,000 slots. Once everything was sorted, Su Chun sent Qing Lan a thank you message along with a tomahawk steak and a bottle of 1982 vintage wine as appreciation. After receiving the tomahawk steak and red wine, Qing Lan was initially inclined to refuse such an extravagant gift. However, unable to resist Su Chun's enthusiasm, she reluctantly accepted. She knew full well that top-tier ingredients like these could only come from opening a golden treasure chest. If she managed to get something good later, she'd definitely have to return the favor. As night fell, the cabin was lit by a single warm-toned lamp. Qing Lan tenderized the thick tomahawk steak and placed it into the sizzling hot skillet, where the surface quickly turned golden and locked in the juices. Following Su Chen's seasoning instructions, she sprinkled some salt and black pepper, added a few drops of olive oil, and cooked the steak until both sides were perfectly seared. She then plated it and set it aside. With limited space in the car, she folded her blanket and used it as a cushion on the bed, sitting down with her plate, knife, and fork. For someone who had been running around all day, retreating into the car at night felt like true relaxation. On most days, a hot meal was a luxury. Tonight, she was indulging in one of the finest tomahawk steaks. She slid the tip of her knife across the steak, cutting a thin slice. Juice seeped from the cut, pooling on the plate like a tiny stream. She lifted the piece with her fork and brought it to her lips, taking a gentle bite. The tender fibers of the meat broke apart between her teeth, releasing a burst of flavor infused with the seasoning. Her taste buds soared, as if they'd been whisked straight to the clouds. It was perfect. She hadn't had such an exquisite meal in ages. Indeed, the best ingredients only required the simplest preparation. Beside her was a small glass of red wine that had already been aerated. Qinglan picked it up and took a small sip. The fruity aroma of the grapes blended with the sweetness of the alcohol, exploding on her tongue and leaving a rich aftertaste. She closed her eyes slightly and murmured, "Delicious," before taking another sip. A wave of warmth spread through her chest, filling her with happiness. She even entertained the thought of letting herself get drunk, forgetting everything, and simply enjoying this fleeting moment of bliss. But her rational side pulled her back. No, she couldn't. Suddenly, curiosity struck her. What was that guy doing right now? Elsewhere, Su Chen slid open the sunroof cover of his car, letting the night breeze sweep in and carry away the greasy aroma of meat. Holding the tomahawk steak in one hand, he tore into it directly. "Damn, this steak is incredible," he exclaimed, grabbing a bottle of white liquor with his other hand and taking a swig. The fiery alcohol burned his throat and nose, but all he felt was one word: satisfaction. Big bites of meat, big gulps of buzite. Turned out survival on the road could actually be this enjoyable. Burp. After finishing the entire steak, Su Chen flopped onto his bed, muttering to himself, "Now this is how you play a survival game on the road. Time for a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, when the regional player count goes up, he'll make a killing." Just as he was about to turn off the lights and sleep, the private message notification popped up. "Zhuge Xiaoyang. Su Chen, you're impressive. Add me as a friend. If you've got any spare items, we can trade. Whether you're buying or selling, I can help you out." Su Chen: "Sure. You're not bad yourself. But I've got my own shop, so I probably won't need help with selling." Zhuge Xiaoyang: "Oh, I think you'll need me. I just got something good. It lets me bind a player for cross-region trades. By the way, I'm not in your region." Su Chen could almost picture the sly grin on the other guy's face through the screen. Su Chen: "Oh? What kind of good stuff? Show me." Zhuge Xiaoyang: "I can trade for anything you want. For example, this image." Su Chen opened the picture and nearly burst out laughing. A 2-star car upgrade blueprint. He then reached into his storage compartment and pulled out his stash: 3-star upgrade blueprint 1, 2-star upgrade blueprint 7, 1-star upgrade blueprint 20. He casually piled them on the corner of his desk, snapped a photo, and sent it back. Su Chen: "Take a look at this image." Zhuge Xiaoyang clicked open the video out of curiosity. The scene beneath the dining table instantly came into view. A thick stack of modification blueprints was neatly placed beside Su Chen's feet, with a 3-star vehicle upgrade blueprint glowing faintly on top, underneath which were densely packed 1-star and 2-star versions, totaling dozens of sheets. Holy shit! Zhuge Xiaoyang's breath caught, his mind filled with question marks. 3-star blueprints were extremely rare. He guessed they were probably rewards Su Chen had drawn from challenging diamond-level treasure chests before. But what truly shocked him were those 7 2-star blueprints, and the mountain of 1-star blueprints. This meant Su Chen had opened at least a dozen or 20 platinum-level treasure chests. He knew from experience that he could barely get one 2-star blueprint after opening 4 or 5 platinum chests himself, creating a gap that almost shattered his understanding. He struggled to steady his emotions and quickly typed in the chat box, "Zhuge Xiaoyang. Bro, are you selling these vehicle modification blueprints? I'll take them all." Su Chen looked at the message and pondered for a moment. Since the other party was from a different zone and wouldn't impact his local market, selling them wouldn't matter. So he replied, "Su Chen, sure. 1-star vehicle upgrade blueprints 1 gold level treasure chest each. 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprints 1 platinum level treasure chest each." As soon as he sent the prices, the other side went silent. Zhuge Xiaoyang wasn't complaining about the cost. Quite the opposite, he was surprised by how reasonable Su Chen's pricing was. After a moment, he only left a message saying, "Deal. Boss, give me a moment," before going quiet. During the break, Su Chen switched to the trading post page, ready to hunt for bargains. After scanning for a while, he suddenly spotted a clothing manufacturing machine blueprint permanent. Required materials: iron blocks 50, wood blocks 50, alloy 10, electronic components 1. The seller's asking price wasn't high, only requesting 10 anti-inflammatory pills, 10 bottles of purified water, plus 10 custom-made pieces of clothing. Su Chen immediately agreed to the deal. After obtaining the blueprint, He went to the workbench, added the materials in sequence, and completed the assembly. Clothing manufacturing machine. Crafting materials, 1 portion of fabric. Production time, 3 minutes per piece, slightly adjusted based on style. Now he had complete production lines for clothes, underwear, and shoes, more than enough to open a clothing store. Without hesitation, Su Chun reserved all 300 listing slots in the trading post, planning to fill them completely. He got straight to work. First, he quickly made 10 pieces of clothing in the specified styles to fulfill the seller's order, then began mass production based on the trendiest summer styles he remembered. Fashionable sneakers, 100 pairs. Ice silk men's underwear, 50 pieces. Lace women's underwear, 50 pieces. Men's short-sleeve shirts, 50 pieces. Women's short-sleeve shirts, 50 pieces. After listing everything, Su Chen finally saw Zhuge Xiaoyang's new message. Zhuge Xiaoyang, boss, time's tight tonight. Everyone basically opens treasure chests as soon as they get them. I only have 3 gold-level treasure chests on hand right now, so let me exchange them for 3 one-star vehicle upgrade blueprints first. I'll get more tomorrow and trade with you again. Su Chen, sure. Both parties quickly completed the transaction, with 3 one-star vehicle upgrade blueprints exchanged for 3 gleaming, gold-level treasure chests. Seeing his spoils of war safely secured, Su Chen couldn't contain his slightly restless excitement, rubbed his hands together, and directly began opening the first gold-level treasure chest. Starting resources, 1 one-star vehicle upgrade blueprint. Su Chen opened the first treasure chest, opening points 666. Immediately, a critical hit notification popped up, 13x critical hit. A blue flash appeared, and the single one-star vehicle upgrade blueprint became a full 13 blueprints. Data showed, opening points 1945, 820, 0000. Awesome. The first chest already recovered the blueprints I sold out, earning me 12 extra ones. Su Chen was thrilled and didn't hesitate to reach for the second treasure chest. Second chest. Starting resources, 1 bulletproof tire blueprint. Opening points 676. 10x critical hit. The bulletproof tire blueprints instantly stacked up to 10. Third chest. Starting resources, 3 Boston lobsters and 1 bottle of premium white wine. Opening points 988. 15x critical hit. The seafood and wine multiplied dramatically, 45 Boston lobsters and 15 bottles of premium white wine. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. All hard currency, definitely easy to sell. If his stomach wasn't already uncomfortably full, he would have cracked open a lobster right there to pair with the wine. Never mind, I'll save it for tomorrow's lunch. Back in his bedroom, he lay down on the spring mattress and pulled up the trading interface, planning to browse for some small items. This highway survival world had no phones to scroll through, making it incredibly boring. He could only encourage himself. The road ahead was long, and he had to endure it slowly. Soon, he noticed people starting to trade lifestyle blueprints. Toothbrush, price 1 piece of plastic. Toothpaste, price 1 bottle of water. Shampoo, price 1 bottle of water. Su Chen bought them all and went into the bathroom for a thorough wash. When he came out, he felt refreshed. Xiaoling, play some soothing music. Accompanied by gentle melodies and cool air conditioning, he wrapped himself in blankets and fell into a blissful sleep. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Su Chen woke up and did a quick wash. He found that the main regional channel had over 10,000 people. Many had started driving early in the morning. When there are even more people, that's when I'll take off. He had Xiaoling take over the autopilot. After the vehicle upgrade, its size and weight had increased dramatically, limiting its top speed to 120 miles per hour, but the highway remained smooth. What to have for breakfast? With so many good things in his warehouse, he chose fruit paired with a glass of fresh milk. After filling his stomach, he sat in the driver's seat, ready to become a racing legend. But after driving for a long time, he hadn't seen a single treasure chest. No way. Are there no treasure chests on Highway 369? Wouldn't that just be a war of attrition? He frowned and opened the regional channel, wanting to confirm whether he was the only unlucky one. The channel now had nearly 25,000 people. Been driving since 6 this morning, 3 hours, and haven't seen a single treasure chest, just wasted fuel. Is this reasonable? Same here. Thought I'd get an early advantage, but found nothing. Could someone have taken all the treasure chests? Don't be ridiculous. Who has that ability? Running out of fuel? Anyone trading fuel? Urgent. The string of complaints confirmed Su Chen's suspicion. It wasn't just his bad luck, everyone was chestless. There had to be some twist. Could all the treasure chests be in the wilderness? He drove his car to the roadside and patrolled along the wilderness. His 3-kilometer detector quickly searched. Beep, black treasure chest. The next one was also black. All along the route were black chests. Is the game planning to let players die of exhaustion? At exactly 10 a.m., the game notification sound suddenly rang out, startling everyone. The timed highway speed race officially begins. Competition hours, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. sharp. Participants, all survivors. Rules, no unified starting line, but a unified track. A dedicated racing circuit will be activated, and all participants must advance along this speed track. The system's metallic voice immediately rolled through the announcement, drilling every detail into everyone's minds like nails. 1. No treasure chests will spawn on the track. Instead, there will be segmented supply stations. 2. Rewards depend entirely on luck. Being fast doesn't guarantee better prizes, and being slow doesn't mean worse ones. To win big, you must stay competitive from start to finish. 3. This race has no finish line. Between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m., whoever travels the farthest distance wins. 4. The top 3 in the region will receive generous rewards, with others receiving prizes based on distance traveled in descending order. Those who fail to reach 400 kilometers will be permanently trapped on this highway. 5. All behaviors are legal within the track. Mutual attacks, vehicle destruction, and even killing are all permitted by the system. 6. Countdown, 9 minutes and 57 seconds. Good luck to everyone. As the announcement concluded, Su Chun raised an eyebrow. They had just finished a bloody battle royale and barely rested for one night before this speed race was thrown at them. Clearly, the system had no intention of giving them any breathing room. He lowered his head and calculated. Similar high-intensity events would only become more frequent in the future. The days of peaceful driving and leisurely looting were probably gone forever. More troubling was that this racing track had no unified starting line, meaning no one could rely on an early start to maintain a lead. Su Chun even suspected the track might be a giant loop. No matter how fast you drove, there would always be someone blocking your path ahead. This meant the fastest drivers would inevitably become targets. Since the rules allowed fighting and vehicle destruction, players pursuing rankings would likely eliminate every competitor they encountered, or at least flip their cars. This competition was essentially a new round of elimination warfare disguised as a race. If this vicious cycle began today, the regional channel's population would likely plummet sharply. And once players became accustomed to sabotaging each other in the early stages, maintaining peace later would become even more difficult. However, none of this concerned Su Chun much. He couldn't change the rules. He could only focus on his present situation. No one knew what strange challenges would emerge next. After the announcement, the main regional channel exploded with activity. Anyone have bulletproof equipment? Buying high-performance engines? Looking to form a convoy for mutual protection? Various trading requests and transaction messages flooded the screen. Su Chun watched for a while and sighed. Since they were competing within the same region, helping others wouldn't hurt. He didn't reveal his top-tier engine blueprints, but instead pulled out something more practical: bulletproof glass and bulletproof tires. He then posted both blueprints on the public screen with a message. Su Chun here. I've listed some bulletproof glass and bulletproof tire blueprints in my shop. They should provide decent protection against attacks. With that, Su Chun listed 10 bulletproof glass blueprints and 10 bulletproof tire blueprints, all marked, trade for treasure chests, blueprints, or rare materials only. As soon as his message went out, Wang Chong immediately followed up with spam. I can craft car repair kits, 100 vehicle restoration, only 1,000 assorted materials required. PM if interested. The moment the price was announced, the channel exploded. Most players complained it was too expensive, while only a few elite lone wolves hesitated for a long time before quietly sending private messages exactly Wang Chong's target customers. Riding this wave of shrewd maneuvering, he quickly hoarded another large batch of basic materials, enough to upgrade his ride to 3 stars. Wang Chong gazed at Su Chun's luxurious RV with undisguised envy. Meanwhile, Su Chun gradually traded his blueprints for quite a few rare materials. One big shot even offered 5 storage stones for a single blueprint, giving Su Chun an instant jackpot. His storage space expanded by 5 cubic meters immediately. Anyone who could produce storage stones at this stage had to be a powerhouse who'd opened at least platinum-tier treasure chests. Su Chun chuckled to himself. If this guy ever pulled storage-type items from a king-tier chest someday, he'd probably cry his eyes out. Besides the storage stones, he also traded 2 blueprints for 2 genuine leather seats and a solar-powered massage chair. He placed the massage chair at the foot of his bed, casually connected the solar panel, and lay down so comfortable he nearly moaned with pleasure. Browsing through his inventory, something suddenly occurred to him. He privately sent Qing Lan a 4-cylinder engine blueprint with the message, "Want it?" The next second, Qing Lan's reply popped up in the chat. "What's the price? I want it." Along with a short video on screen, the girl was pouting cutely with her face almost pressed against the camera. Tisk, gotcha. Found her weakness. Su Chun grinned mischievously and continued typing. "Show me what good stuff you've got. Fair trade. Your charm won't work on Medhoff, maybe if you try a few more times." Qing Lan rolled her eyes. She checked her inventory, plenty of useful items for herself, but not much she could trade. A light bulb went off, and she typed, "Can I get it on credit? I'll pay you back when I find good stuff, or you can name a condition, and I'll help you complete it." If he were a pervert, he'd probably demand some special videos by now. But Su Chun considered himself more of a gentleman and had no such thoughts. Instead, he actually thought of a small favor. "Could you help me purchase supplies? Be my business partner." "Partner? Purchase supplies. Exactly. I'll give you some resources first, and you collect specific material storage stones, tobacco, cola nuts, grains, the more the better. Once the goods reach me, I'll produce finished products. Some go on the market, some you help me sell. That's it. I can help in my spare time, no problem. Give me the blueprint now. Without hesitation, Su Chun dropped the four-cylinder engine blueprint into the trade window as partnership compensation. He couldn't quite explain why he was bringing Qing Lan into the fold, just felt that having more reliable friends would accelerate his development. After confirming their cooperation, he contacted Zhuge Xiaoyang. Following some brief pleasantries, he sent a screenshot of another four-cylinder engine blueprint. Help me sell this at a premium during the competition. He still had 4 more copies of the same blueprint. With proper marketing, they could definitely fetch astronomical prices after all. These were speed-boosting treasures. When Zhuge Xiaoyang received Su Qin's blueprint, his eyes immediately lit up. He had this item too, but after using his own, he had no spare left. Who would actually put such a rare engine blueprint up for sale? He immediately asked Su Chun about his expected price, laughing as he said, "Something this good doesn't need much explanation, it's definitely going to fetch a great price." Engine blueprints had an extremely low refresh rate and were practically priceless on the market, not to mention that with the racing competition about to begin, demand had skyrocketed. Su Chin's offer was straightforward: 1 gold-tier treasure chest, or equivalent blueprints of the same grade. If you have rare resources, I'd consider those too. Zhuge Xiaoyang readily agreed. Deal. After settling the transaction, Su Qin noticed that many people in the world chat were offering high prices for fuel, having come up empty-handed that morning and exhausted their supplies. He immediately put his stockpiled fuel up for trade, exchanging it all for a massive amount of basic materials. His 605 cubic meter storage ring, which had been cleared out less than a day ago, was once again packed to the brim with various materials. 10:10 a.m. had arrived. The highway racing competition was now beginning. With the system notification sound, Su Qin saw several lines of text appear in the upper left corner of his vehicle's main screen. Current distance traveled, 0 kilometers. Current regional ranking, 30,299. Leaderboard. First place, none. Second place, none. Third place, none. Full speed ahead. Su Qin commanded. The RV under Xiao Ling's control suddenly shot forward, instantly reaching 100 miles per hour. Though Su Qin sat in the driver's seat, his attention remained fixed on the road conditions on both sides, and the radar detection mapped the value of supply stations was undeniable, as they likely contained abundant resources that he needed to secure as quickly as possible. As expected, the racetrack wasn't a straight highway but included numerous sharp turns, mountain roads, and steep inclines. Speed wasn't the only key to victory. Driving skill was equally important. Fortunately, with Xiao Ling's autonomous driving, cornering required almost no deceleration. On straightaways at 100 miles per hour, it could push the speed up to 110 miles per hour through curves, yet the vehicle remained remarkably stable. After about half an hour, a small house-shaped marker appeared on the radar 3 kilometers ahead. Su Qin determined that must be a supply station. Xiaoling, stop on the right side 2.8 kilometers ahead. Yes, master. 2.5 minutes later, the RV came to a smooth stop. Su Qin got out and found himself facing what was indeed a gas station-like facility. One side featured fuel pumps, while the other side housed a massive vending machine with flashing lights and a dazzling array of resources. The fuel pump displayed a message: maximum 500 units of fuel available. Payment required: 50 units of materials, any type accepted. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qin pulled out 50 units of what blocks his most abundant material from his backpack and filled up with 500 units of fuel in one go. Afterward, he hurried to the vending machine, where he was immediately dazzled by the spectacular array of goods inside. The supply station offers the following resources for exchange: intermediate water condenser blueprint one time only, priced at 500 kilometers; regular handgun crafting blueprint one time only, priced at 400 kilometers; four-cylinder engine crafting blueprint one time only, priced at 300 kilometers; KFC family bucket, priced at 66 kilometers; bottled water, priced at 5 kilometers. There are over 20 different types of resources available for exchange, with varying prices, and most can only be exchanged once. In other words, as long as the wheels rack up enough mileage on the road, all these items can be stuffed into one's backpack provided they don't care about their final ranking. Once the current accumulated mileage exceeds 400 kilometers, the excess can be spent directly as currency. Seeing this price list, Su Qin showed no excitement whatsoever. Instead, his brow furrowed deeply. He knew very well that some people would race frantically in the first few hours after the competition began, accumulating enough mileage to exchange for weapons first, then turn around to intercept and rob the lagging survivors. The competition was limited to 8 hours. At normal speeds of 80 to 100 kilometers per hour, with sufficient fuel and minimal stops, the total distance would be approximately 640 to 800 kilometers. In other words, the most aggressive players only needed to cover 400 kilometers to pocket the regular handgun crafting blueprint. Can't use the handgun? No problem, it's still valuable when taken out. But in Su Chin's eyes, a handgun blueprint for 400 kilometers wasn't much of a threat. After all, if handguns cost 400 kilometers, stronger weapons would only be more expensive, posing no real threat to him. What truly caught his attention was the intermediate water condenser blueprint, priced at 500 kilometers. Currently, his water condenser remained at the basic level, producing only 24 liters of water per day. If he could upgrade to an intermediate device, the water production would surely double or even increase more. In apocalyptic road survival, water was hard currency, a resource no one could refuse. At present, his main water source relied on buying and reselling from other players for profit far from sufficient. The problem was, he only had 60 kilometers on hand, still far short of the 500-kilometer threshold. Exchanging resources midway would make it difficult to achieve a high ranking, which carried considerable risk. But not exchanging at all meant missing out on these tempting rewards. Whatever. Su Chin's mind shifted as he made his decision. No stops. Keep pushing forward. As long as he ran fast enough, the mileage would come naturally. With this thought, he jumped back into the driver's seat and commanded Xiao Ling, "Start up." Whoosh, the engine roared, and the vehicle shot forward like an arrow from a bow, charging straight down the road ahead. Another hour passed. The mileage accumulator on the dashboard pushed his score to 200 points. Though it still felt painfully slow to him, compared to those rickety vans with four-cylinder engines, his average speed remained ahead. With nothing else to do, he opened the chat channel. Su Chin, bored, opened the chat channel and suddenly saw a message that made him freeze for a moment, his expression immediately turning serious. "This racing challenge is way too hard. Do they think I'm some kind of professional racer?" Someone roared furiously over the public channel. "I thought 400 kilometers would be a piece of cake, but now I'm finding out why these curves are so sharp and these slopes so steep. They're totally messing with us." At the same time, another contestant's voice trembled. "I just passed over a bridge that was about 20 meters wide, but there were no guardrails on either side, just a sheer cliff dropping straight down below." Then, a message hit the channel like a splash of cold water. "You can increase your mileage by taking other people's car hearts. 2 cars just crashed, and I collected their car hearts. My mileage definitely went up." The moment those words appeared, the channel fell dead silent. Everyone understood what this meant. Su Chin gripped the steering wheel, his expression darkening as certain doubts in his mind suddenly became clear. So there was this bloody shortcut to rapidly boost mileage. He could almost foresee that from this moment on, the highway race would slide into a much more brutal mode. His detection radar flickered, indicating he was approaching the next supply station. The scan results also showed several vehicles and numerous figures already gathered there. Other survivors had clearly arrived first. Outside the supply station, fierce winds kicked up clouds of dust. Several bare-chested, burly men surrounded a sedan that was refueling, their thick iron rods pounding against the car windows with loud banging sounds. "Get out," the leader's voice was hoarse. "We've claimed this place. Convert all your mileage into supplies for us, or we'll kill you outright." They hadn't directly smashed the glass. An intact vehicle could still be taken back and broken down into basic materials, and it would be a waste to destroy it. The car owner inside was frozen with fear, not daring to roll down the window, wanting only to reverse and escape, but discovered that both front and rear tires were firmly blocked by rocks. "Damn it. Speak up. Think staying quiet will save you." Before he finished speaking, the iron rod came crashing down. Bankractinkle. The driver's side window exploded into fragments. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from the driver's seat as glass shards scattered everywhere, and the long-haired female driver curled up in terror. The big man reached through the broken opening, grabbed her arm, and yanked her out of the car. "Damn you for not opening the door. Wasting our glass," he bellowed viciously, naked malice flashing in his eyes. "Hurry up and use your mileage to get us resources from over there, or the boys and I will have some fun with you today." The long-haired woman's knees buckled as tears instantly streamed down her face. "Please, don't kill me. Don't do that to me. I'll give you everything, all my mileage for resources. Please spare me. What are you crying for? Get moving." The iron rod-wielding thug frowned and delivered a resounding slap. If killing directly didn't only yield half the mileage, he would have struck the fatal blow long ago, rather than letting her walk to the vending machine beside the supply station. "Okay, I'll go exchange them right away." The long-haired woman scrambled to the vending machine, frantically exchanging all her stored mileage points for water, canned goods, medicine, and other supplies that clattered to the ground in a heap. "Take it all. Everything's yours, just let me go." Her voice trembled. "Hee hee, naive little lady." The burly leader with an iron rod grinned. "The stuff's ours now, but you don't get to bargain. Want to live? Better make my brothers comfortable first." Several shirtless brutes immediately surrounded her. The woman screamed, "No, please." Just then, the roar of an engine echoed from the distance. "Boss, there's a vehicle." One of the underlings perked up his ears, eyes fixed on the horizon. "It's huge, a fat sheep. She'll want everyone to hear." The burly leader growled, squinting at the approaching RV. Fat sheep could be wolves. Gag her and get her in the car. The men nodded, pretending to exchange supplies at the vending machine as they continued their charade. At the supply station entrance, a silver-gray RV slowly pulled in. Through the windshield, Su Chun immediately spotted the old SUV near the fuel pump with its shattered windshield. The broken glass and bloodstains told the whole story. His expression remained calm as he parked, wedged a wooden block against the fuel nozzle to fill the tank. Gas here was much cheaper than at the exchange, no point wasting the opportunity. Then he began arming himself: stab-proof vest, Kevlar body armor, tactical boots, bulletproof helmet, Desert Eagle holstered at his back. Fully equipped, he looked like a mobile fortress. Outside, the thugs watched the RV with greedy eyes. Such a luxury RV must be packed with supplies. What a big fish. The burly leader raised his hand in feigned enthusiasm and approached. Brother, that's one hell of a ride. Where you from? Want to team up to survive together? Click. The RV's right door slid open, and a figure armed to the teeth stepped out, metal and combat boots hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The thug froze for 2 seconds, then continued forward with a fake smile. Let her go. Su Chin's tone was flat. What? I said let her go. Or don't blame me for what happens next. The thug was about to play dumb when he found himself staring down a dark gun barrel. He instantly cowered, raising his hands with nervous laughter. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Brother, we'll release her right away. But his underlings behind him were all hotheads. Boss, when did we ever grab anyone? Yeah, this punk's using his gun to bully us. Even if we let the woman go, he won't spare us. Might as well fight. One lackey was particularly arrogant, brandishing a steel pipe and shouting. If you've got guts, don't point that pistol at us. Rat-a-tat. Before he could finish, Su Chin's Desert Eagle had transformed into an AK-47, muzzle flashing as a burst of bullets turned the lackey into a sieve, dropping him into a pool of blood. So, wanna all come at once? Su Chan raised an eyebrow, the AK-47 slowly sweeping across the remaining men. Wherever the cold barrel pointed, the thugs went pale, dropping to their knees one after another with thuds. Big brother, just treat us like roadside bollards and spare us. You know, I have this habit of blowing up bollards that block my way before moving on. With that said, Su Chin stopped hesitating and pulled the trigger. Sharp, rapid gunfire erupted across the highway as the AK-47's muzzle flashes formed a continuous line of light. Several burly men didn't even have time to react before the vicious bullets tore through their chests, blood mist spraying outward like shattered fireworks as their bodies collapsed one after another into the mud beside the truck. MMPH, MMPH. The woman who had been tied up let out muffled sounds, a cloth gag stuffed in her mouth, her eyes filled with terror and desperate hope for survival. To her, Su Chin appeared like a savior descended from heaven. The gunfire ceased. Su Chin calmly holstered his weapon and walked straight to the truck's rear compartment, rummaging through it to collect ammunition, canned food, and several bottles of water that were still warm. Finally, he retrieved a pale golden vehicle core from the driver's compartment drawer, glowing with a faint luminescence. After confirming he hadn't missed anything, he approached the woman. Su Chin knelt on one knee, first removing the cloth from her mouth, then untying the ropes binding her hands and feet. The woman gasped heavily and whispered hoarsely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Don't mention it, Su Chin replied flatly, his gaze fixed directly on her. But I don't save people for free. Your life comes with a price. The woman froze. Huh. I'm letting you go today, Su Chin said, holding up the vehicle core and shaking it slightly, a gentle yet cold smile playing at his lips. Bring me 2 vehicle cores later as payment for your life. Next time we meet, if you can't produce them, I'll come to collect directly. The cold metallic gleam of his weapon reflected in his eyes, and combined with the image of the corpses on the ground, it made the woman shudder as she quickly nodded. Okay, I understand. Let's add each other as friends. I'll definitely pay you back once I gather the resources. They brought their terminals close together, and with a beep, they successfully became friends. The ID that appeared on the interface made the woman's eyes widen. You're Su Chin? Anything else? Su Chin raised an eyebrow, his impatience clearly showing. Frightened by his gaze, the woman's heart pounded as she hastily shook her head, then jogged back to her SUV. She carefully moved aside the debris blocking her vehicle, started the engine, and drove away. Su Chin paid her no further attention, returning to his RV where he inserted the 3 vehicle cores he'd collected into the dashboard slots and focused his mind. Pale golden light flowed into the instrument panel as the odometer numbers jumped. Each opponent had averaged 80 points, totaling 560 points that all went into Su Chin's account. In just a few minutes, his ranking shot up from outside the top 50 to 3rd place. Current distance traveled, 761 kilometers. Current regional ranking, 3. Leaderboard. 1st place, Lin Mo. 2nd place, Zhang Hongwei. 3rd place, Su Chin. Zhang Hongwei in 2nd. Su Chin sneered. That bureau chief, who preaches unity and cooperation while building factions, has finally shown his true colors. To climb to 2nd place so quickly, he could only have done the same thing, harvesting others' mileage. As for first place Lin Mo, Su Chen quietly committed that name to memory. Probably another team leader who moves fast. Lost in thought, he got out of his vehicle and walked toward the nearby vending machine. Behind him, the woman's SUV kicked up a cloud of dust as it disappeared into the distance. Reaching the vending machine, he began examining it once more. The supply station offers the following resources for exchange. 1. Advanced water condenser blueprint one-time purchase, priced at 800 kilometers of mileage. 2. 5-cylinder engine crafting blueprint one-time purchase, priced at 600 kilometers of mileage. 3. 1 12-inch pizza, priced at 36 kilometers of mileage. 4. 1 cup of instant noodles, priced at 3 kilometers of mileage. There was no intermediate water condenser blueprint, but surprisingly, an advanced one was available. Unfortunately, the price was ridiculously high, far beyond what Su Chen could afford with his current mileage. A 5-cylinder engine? His eyes lit up. If I install this, my RV will definitely fly faster. These mileage points were stolen anyway, so not spending them would be a waste. Pizza and instant noodles weren't necessities, so he casually swiped past them on the exchange panel. Consumed 600 kilometers of mileage to exchange for 5-cylinder engine crafting blueprint one-time purchase. The blueprint displayed the required materials: 50 iron blocks, 50 steel blocks, 50 alloy blocks, 10 special alloy blocks, and 10 electronic components. So this is where special alloy is used. Su Chen recalled the silver tier treasure chest he had opened earlier. It took a 13x critical hit to obtain 13 special alloy blocks, just enough for this project. It seemed this was an essential material for high-tier automotive parts. Perhaps he should start stockpiling early to monopolize the market when 5-cylinder engine blueprints became widespread. He collected his thoughts, grabbed the blueprint and materials, and returned to his RV, standing before the crafting station. Begin crafting. In brilliant light, blue and white data streams rapidly fused the blueprint with the materials. In just moments, a brand new 5-cylinder engine landed steadily on the platform. Without hesitation, Su Chen removed the original engine and skillfully installed the new one. Little Ling, let's move forward. Roger, master. Whoosh. The RV shot forward like a bullet. In just 10 seconds, it broke 100 miles per hour. At 20 seconds, the speedometer pointed to 220 miles per hour, returning to lightning-fast rhythm. On the winding mountain road with its countless curves, an RV taking turns at 200 miles per hour created an unimaginably spectacular scene. 2 minutes later, he had caught up with the woman who had departed earlier. Virum whoosh. The woman saw distant headlights in her rearview mirror, then heard the explosive roaring RV approaching at over 200 miles per hour with no signs of braking. Fist, there's a sharp turn ahead. Not slowing down. Is Su Chen trying to get himself killed? Does that mean I don't have to pay back what I owe? The next moment, the RV swept past her, executing a graceful drift at the curve entrance, carving deep black marks into the ground as it smoothly navigated the turn. The woman was speechless. Inside the vehicle, Su Chen enjoyed the intense force, stretched lazily, and reclined into the massage chair in his room. He half closed his eyes, leaving just a narrow slit to monitor the radar detection. Mayfi could catch any disturbance at the first moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qinglan had also reached a supply station. Having just switched to the 4-cylinder engine Su Chen had sent her, she'd covered over 300 kilometers in just 2 hours, accumulating more than 300 mileage points along the way. Her eyes immediately locked onto the water condenser blueprint in the exchange list. Only 200 points needed, though she wasn't sure if credits worked the same way here. With this thought, Qinglan eased off the accelerator, letting the vehicle coast as she slowly approached the supply station. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and she instinctively slammed on the brakes. Ahead sat an RV even wider and taller than her own bus. Su Chen had just shown her his RV structure last night, and the dimensions were nearly identical. Qinglan froze behind the wheel. Could this actually be Su Chen's RV? She took a deep breath to compose herself, then reached up to adjust the rearview mirror, making sure her hair and collar weren't disheveled. Only then did she press the accelerator again, slowly pulling up alongside the RV. Rolling her window halfway down to reveal just half her face, Qinglan asked in a lowered voice, "Excuse me, is this Su Chen?" Whoosh, the RV's side door popped open, and a man wearing a bulletproof helmet jumped out. Qinglan's gaze held anticipation, but the moment she saw his face, her eyes dimmed. This was definitely not Su Chen. "Who are you?" She frowned. "Wang Chong." The man patted his chest, grinning broadly. "Second place in the last challenge. You're Qinglan, right? I recognize you. Yuri, amazing." Spotting a beautiful girl, Wang Chong immediately moved closer to the car window, showering her with enthusiastic compliments. Wilderness highway survival would be unbearably dull without someone to chat with. "Oh, it's you." Qinglan remembered him now, the anticipation on her face instantly replaced by indifference. But Wang Chong didn't give up, flexing his muscular arm and casually revealing the pistol at his waist. "Hey, beautiful, want to team up? I'm pretty strong too. With our combined strength, taking first place would be no problem. You want to compete with him for first place?" Qinglan's expression darkened as she drew her own pistol, pointing the black muzzle directly at Wang Chong. Whoa, easy there. Wang Chong raised both hands, quickly stepping back. I was just talking. You mean Lin Mo? He hadn't expected Qinglan to have a gun, unless she'd gotten it from an airdrop. She most likely qualified to loot platinum chests. Lin Mo? He's not worthy. Qinglan shook her head coldly. In her mind, 10 Lin Mos couldn't compare to one Su Chun. Wang Chong's eyes darted as he probed. Then the person you're talking about. Could it be Boss Su? Qinglan hummed softly, not denying it. Wang Chong's eyes immediately bulged, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Oh my, talk about flooding the Dragon King's temple. So you're the lady boss. Why didn't you say so earlier? Look, he hastily raised the pistol in his hand. This gun was a gift from Boss Su himself. He figured Qinglan must be very close to Su Chun and needed to cozy up quickly. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Qinglan blinked her beautiful eyes. Remembering that her own gun had also come from Su Chun, her guard visibly relaxed. You and Su Chun? Seeing Qinglan's wariness drop considerably, Wang Chong knew he'd guessed right and continued. Actually, I was originally Su Chen's trading partner. I got quite a few good items from God Su. Later, during the Battle Royale mode, he saved my life and left me this pistol. We just made another deal moments ago. Qinglan listened quietly and nodded, lowering her gun. Without further pleasantries, she first refueled her tank, then walked over to the vending machine beside the supply station and used her card to exchange for a water condenser. After giving Wang Chong a brief nod, she restarted her vehicle and drove off alone. She couldn't be completely certain Wang Chong's story was true. Though she judged it was probably accurate, traveling solo felt safer to her. Unless going with him? In the end, Qinglan still pressed the accelerator, her car's rear kicking up a cloud of dust. Watching the SUV disappear into the distance, Wang Chong couldn't help but click his tongue. That kid Su Chun sure is lucky. That girl's probably going to be his girlfriend, isn't she? When there's a powerful ally to latch onto, why not take advantage? He immediately went to the vending machine, spent points to exchange for 2 sets of anti-slip tires, carried them back to his car, then opened the regional chat to search for Qinglan and sent a friend request. A few minutes later, the request was accepted. The moment he saw the notification, Wang Chong didn't hesitate to drop 1 set of anti-slip tires directly into the trade window. Many places get slippery during high-speed driving. Consider this my greeting gift to my future sister-in-law. Seeing the words sister-in-law again, Qinglan felt both embarrassed and pleased. Looking at her nearly empty cargo area, she could only awkwardly offer a few bottles of mineral water in return. Wang Chong looked at those bottles and muttered with mixed feelings. Hope today's small investment pays off big in the future. Boss Su, with such a beautiful girl, you better not mess this up. Ding. A private message notification sounded as Su Chun slowly opened his eyes. On his interface, both Qinglan and Wang Chong had simultaneously sent him messages. Both messages explained the same thing. They'd encountered each other on the road but had already parted ways, and since both knew of their connection to Su Chun, they were reporting in to let him know they were safe. Qinglan's message read, I ran into Wang Chong on the road, the guy who placed second in the last battle royale. He said you saved him. Because of you, he gave me a set of anti-slip tires. I've already driven away. Su Chen's lips curved upward as he replied. Everyone gets a share, remember to give me a cut of those tires later. Deal. Qinglan quickly added, be careful. Lately there have been quite a few teams setting up roadblocks at or near supply stations, specifically to rob and kill people. Please watch out. Got it. I'll remember that. Su Chun typed these words, then looked up and his expression froze. Several kilometers ahead on the highway, 8 vehicles were arranged in a horizontal formation, completely blocking the 30-meter-wide roadway. Scattered across the ground were iron blocks, concrete barriers, and other debris, clearly meant to forcibly intercept approaching vehicles. Had his mouth been blessed with prophetic powers? He'd just finished saying, watch out, and immediately ran into an ambush. His current position was still in the approach section to the supply station, precisely when every driver's fuel, water, and energy were at their most depleted. Turning back was virtually impossible. If these people weren't here to rob survivors, there was no other explanation. Their choice of location for this ambush was undeniably cunning. Su Chun felt no concern about their defensive setup. As he slowed the vehicle, he grabbed a sniper rifle, opened the RV's sunroof, and climbed out onto the roof. With the speed reduced to 50 miles per hour, the rushing wind was no longer strong enough to interfere with his aim. He steadily positioned his Barrett rifle and peered through the high-powered scope, taking in the scene. 2 kilometers ahead, several beat-up cars blocked the highway, with survivors hiding behind them, only showing half their heads as they watched. 2 of them had their hands slightly raised, the dark muzzles of their guns glinting coldly in the sunlight. Su Chen's lips curved into a smile. In that case, he'd give them a taste of what they were dealing with. He targeted the gunman in the center, quickly adjusting for wind speed, temperature, and Coriolis effect. His crosshairs locked onto the man's forehead as his finger tightened on the trigger. Bang! The thunderous roar exploded through the air. The 12.7 millimeters bullet tore through the atmosphere, covering 2,000 meters in an instant, slamming into the target's forehead like an iron fist. Blood and bone fragments scattered as the head burst like an overripe watermelon. A burly man who had been talking to the victim cried out in shock, brain matter splashing across his face. Terrified out of his wits, he scrambled behind the car, not daring to breathe. The other armed survivor turned in horror, glanced at his companion's mangled corpse, then fired 2 wild shots into the air. Bang! Bang! He then crouched down, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. What happened? What the hell just happened? Damn! Sniper rifle. It's definitely a sniper rifle. TV, got a marksman, someone screamed. We can't just sit here and die. We need to run. A scrawny man with bleached hair ducked into a car, keeping his head low as he started the engine and shifted into reverse, trying to escape. Before the wheels could even move, a bullet shattered the window beside him, entering through his temple and pinning him to the seat, without so much as a spark. Another clean headshot. The remaining survivors turned pale as ghosts, as if death himself had them in his sights, leaving them trembling helplessly. Surrender. Does anyone have a white flag? Quick, raise the white flag. Moments later, a pair of white underwear tied to a stick was raised shakily toward the sky, signaling complete surrender. Suchin could see they had given up. He packed away the Barrett, climbed back through the sunroof into the cabin, and the RV continued forward, finally stopping in front of their defensive line. As the engine noise faded, those hiding behind the cars knew the boss had arrived. Boss, this is all a misunderstanding. We really didn't want to do T-sit. Was Brother Wong. No, little Wong who got shot earlier who made us do it. Please spare us. Take whatever supplies you want. Just let us live. As he surrendered, another burly man holding a pistol began gesturing frantically to the others. What they had feared most was that sniper rifle hidden somewhere unknown. But now the sniper was approaching voluntarily. Everyone instantly regained their courage. Just one person left, and he dares to get up close. He's asking for death. The burly man gestured, signaling his subordinates to draw fire and attract attention. The man he pointed to immediately tucked his head into his chest, not daring to even glance in that direction. The rest of his lackeys simultaneously lowered their heads in unison. Damn, a bunch of cowards, the burly man cursed silently, his eyes quickly scanning the surroundings when suddenly inspiration struck. He bent down, picked up a fist-sized rock, and hurled it forcefully at the distant figure. The rock hit its target, and the person screamed in terror, thinking they'd been shot. Now's my chance. The burly man seized the opportunity, suddenly rising, raising his gun, and taking aim in one fluid motion. Before he could pull the trigger, rat-a-tat-tat, a burst of bullets swept across his chest. The figure had an AK-47 holstered at his right hip, smoke still rising from the barrel. Bye-bye. The figure casually waved his hand and turned to head straight for their intercepted vehicles. He stepped up onto the car roof in one stride, his voice cold and commanding. Everyone out. Put all your supplies and weapons right here. Anyone who dares to hide anything, don't blame me for being ruthless. Let these people do the work themselves. It would save him the trouble of searching. The remaining survivors looked at each other with terror-filled eyes, having no choice but to obediently return to their respective vehicles and bring out everything they could find, not daring to leave even the seat cushion compartments unchecked. This person had both a sniper rifle and an AK, was practically invincible. How could they dare make any rash moves? Damn it, we're screwed this time. Line up. Everyone formed a line, waiting for Su Chen's mercy. Tell me, how many jobs have you pulled before this? 5 jobs, 12 people. They answered honestly. Su Chen's lips curved into a smile as he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Screams rose and fell amid the gunfire, and blood quickly spread across the ground. Same here, I could have just killed them directly, yet I still had to ask that extra question. He shrugged, and after confirming that everyone was completely down, he walked over to extract the car heart from each vehicle, then proceeded to dismantle the entire cars down to spare parts. His mileage instantly surged by 900, jumping from just over 400 to 1,300 total miles, putting him back on the leaderboard and shooting straight to second place. First place was still Lin Moon. Could only imagine how many survivors' car hearts that guy had stolen, probably concentrating all the mileage on one person. Su Chun entered the supply station, filled up with fuel, and approached the vending machine once again. This time, he finally had enough money to exchange for the water condenser upgrade blueprints. Spend 500 mileage points to exchange for 1 intermediate water condenser upgrade blueprint. Spend 800 mileage points to exchange for 1 advanced water condenser upgrade blueprint. These 2 brief prompts instantly zeroed out Su Chen's mileage, causing his ranking to drop out of the top 3. Xiaoling, keep moving forward, he commanded the Intelligent Driving Corps, then took the 2 brand new upgrade blueprints and headed to the basic water condenser at the rear of the RV. This basic water condenser had to evolve step by step to become an advanced model. Su Chen first placed the intermediate water condenser blueprint on the device's sensor slot and clicked the upgrade button that appeared. The next second, brilliant white light completely engulfed the entire machine. A notification sounded. Upgrade successful. You have obtained an intermediate water condenser. He immediately placed the advanced blueprint on it, and another flash of white light occurred. Upgrade successful. You have obtained an advanced water condenser. A new attribute panel appeared. Advanced water condenser upgradable. Function: converts atmospheric moisture into pure water. Efficiency: 120,240 liters day, fluctuates based on environmental conditions. Current efficiency: 136 liters day. The efficiency had increased nearly sixfold, equivalent to effortlessly harvesting about 270 bottles of mineral water per day without doing anything. Yes, Suchin shouted triumphantly, raising his arms. This output was not only sufficient to offset the daily rent of the level 2 shop, but would leave plenty to spare. Even if he completely slacked off from now on, he could still live like a wealthy man among the survivors. The cost was starting from 0 mileage. The speed race had been running for exactly 3 hours, and the exchanges alone had burned through nearly 2,000 points. He had to be more cautious about accumulating the next batch of resources. Xiaoling, full speed ahead. Subsequently, Xiaoling delivered a textbook demonstration of autonomous driving, showing Su Chun what real driving skills looked like, maintaining a constant speed of 220 miles per hour, never slowing down regardless of sharp turns, steep inclines, or high slopes. As long as the system determined they could go faster, the speedometer would continue climbing. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Chun encountered another small group of survivors. Seeing him driving a luxury RV, they didn't dare make any rash moves. They understood the principle that bigger fish make bigger waves. However, Su Chun showed no mercy, immediately taking action to seize their mileage before accelerating away. Soon, he reached a fork in the road. A floating holographic display automatically provided information. Player, you have traveled 1,000 kilometers and unlocked track challenge qualification. Left side, regular road, difficulty similar to previous sections. Right side, challenge road. 1 kilometer counts as 3 kilometers on regular road. After completing any challenge road, you can reach a supply station. 10 kilometers after resupplying, you will enter the next track challenge. Since I'm already here, I must take the challenge. Su Chen didn't hesitate, ordering Xiao Ling to head right. At this moment, he had complete confidence in Xiao Ling's driving skills. After traveling about 3 kilometers, a warning sound suddenly appeared. Player has entered the extreme cliff track. Track length, 66 kilometers, 268 turns total, 12 meters wide, with rock walls on one side and unguarded cliffs on the other. Please maintain speed. Holy crap, it's this intense right from the start. While Su Chun was still marveling at the situation, the RV had already entered the extreme cliff track challenge arena. The front of the vehicle dipped slightly, as if it would plunge into the sea of clouds at any moment. Yet the speedometer needle held steady at 220 kilometers per hour. Wait, Xiaoling, the road is only 12 meters wide, and our vehicle is 10 meters across. Shouldn't we slow down a bit? Watching the cliff curves rapidly approaching, Su Chun instinctively gripped the safety handle inside the cabin. Master, please rest assured. The current curve is within controllable parameters. Vehicle speed is 208 kilometers per hour, which is a very safe speed. Xiaoling's mechanical female voice came through the speakers, calm and confident. Hearing this reassurance, Su Chun felt slightly more at ease, but the rock walls whizzing past outside the window still made his scalp tingle. Forget it. Watching this is way too intense. I think I'll go take a nap. Beyond, instructed Xiao Ling to wake him when the track was finished and headed into the bedroom. The RV roared along the track, but inside the bedroom was a different world of tranquility. Su Chun kicked off his shoes and collapsed onto the soft bed, quickly falling asleep. Snore master, time's up. Snore ring ring ring. Snore master, there's a girl with black stockings and long legs dancing. Where? Where? Su Chun bolted upright, groggily looking around before remembering he was still in the middle of a racing challenge. Where would any girl with black stockings and long legs come from? Damn it, this Xiao Ling knows way too much. I must. Master, successfully completed the extreme cliff track in 24 minutes and 18 seconds, Xiao Ling reported first. On the screen, the mileage had increased by a full 200 kilometers. Su Chun nodded. Now that's the right speed. In 1 hour, we've boosted from the initial 100 kilometers to 500 kilometers. The RV returned to the main highway, with a supply station not far ahead. The fuel prices were ridiculously low, so Su Chun filled up without hesitation. Only a fool would pass up a bargain like this. After refueling, Xiaoling's engine roared to life as they charged toward the flaming mountain lava track and glass walkway track. The new tracks offered rewards 5 times the base amount, but the danger was equally multiplied. No guardrails on either side, continuous hairpin turns, and the slightest mistake would mean either being swallowed by lava or flying off the glass track to be smashed to pieces. Scorching heat waves, transparent ground, and bottomless canyons below every scene was like death beckoning. For a full hour and a half, Xiao Ling conquered 3 consecutive tracks. Su Chin's mileage skyrocketed by 1,000 points to 1,500 points, yet he still hadn't broken into the top 3. Keep going. As long as our driving skills are fierce enough, the points will definitely follow. While robbery could yield points, it was too unpredictable in the past hour or so. He'd only encountered one survivor and managed to steal 200 mileage points from them. The frequency was pathetically low. It seemed that the deeper into the later tracks, the lower the chance of encountering other survivors. Racing was still the way to go. In the subsequent challenges, he successfully completed several more tracks, finally pushing his score to 2,700 points and reclaiming third place on the leaderboard. On his 10th departure from a supply station, Suchin suddenly noticed two unusually shaped vehicles parked by the roadside ahead, clearly much larger than ordinary cars. Those are two-star minibus vehicles, upgraded once. Looks like an elite squad. Wonder if they can withstand his AK-47. Suchin didn't make a direct move. Instead, he drove the RV forward. At the end of the road sat two minibuses. The two men inside, lying in wait like hunters, spotted the massive RV approaching through their windshield and immediately perked up. "Boss, someone's coming. What do we do?" The fat man in the driver's seat was gnawing on a fried chicken leg, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Let's see what happens first," the tall, lean older man said with sharp eyes. "That vehicle's bigger than ours, might be trouble. If things go south, we bolt." "Boss, you're overthinking this. We've got guns. Even if they're armed too, they can't touch us. Worst case, we just leave each other alone." The fat man waved his Desert Eagle dismissively. "This is all because of your appetite insisting on trading mileage points for that KFC family bucket." The thin man frowned. "I've been eating instant noodles for 2 days. Can't I splurge a little?" The fat man whined, taking another bite of chicken. The thin man sighed, then lowered his voice. "Fine, stay focused. I have a feeling if we can land this big fish, you could afford 10 family buckets." "Really? Then I'll trade for 10 buckets afterward and save them. What if we can't get any later?" The fat man's eyes lit up. As they spoke, the RV came to a steady stop. "Here we go." Both minibuses tensed up simultaneously. Through his windshield, Su Chun observed the two similarly modified buses. They had bulletproof glass, two Desert Eagles, and AK-47s wouldn't penetrate it. Only a sniper rifle might work. But he wasn't in a hurry, just needed them to open their windows. The true hunter often appears as prey. The next second, he deliberately rolled down his window slowly. The thin man immediately seized the opportunity. As if reaching an unspoken agreement with Su Chun, he slowly lowered his window, putting on a show of wanting friendly negotiation. Meanwhile, he hid his pistol beside his seat, ready to deliver a fatal blow the moment Su Chun showed his head. Almost now. Behind the dark window, a round object appeared. The thin man didn't hesitate. He raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! Clang! The bullet struck Su Chin's bulletproof helmet, sparks flying with a sharp metallic ring. How is this possible? The thin man's eyes widened. This guy was actually wearing a bulletproof helmet. How extravagant could you get? Goodbye. Su Chin pulled out his AK and unleashed a spray of bullets. The thin man didn't even have time to raise his window before being riddled with holes. The fat man in the other vehicle witnessed the whole scene and screamed in anguish. "Boss! Boss, get up!" Before his cry faded, he slammed the gas pedal. The minibus roared to life and sped away without hesitation. "Boss, don't worry. I'll come back and avenge you." His roar was swallowed by the engine noise. Su Chin calmly got out and walked to the bullet-riddled minibus. Using the hood as a rest, he set up his sniper rifle. He aimed at the desperately fleeing minibus in the distance, quickly calculated the range, raised his crosshairs slightly, and made a subtle lead adjustment. Bang! The bullet fired. After taking the shot, Su Chun didn't even bother to confirm whether he'd hit his target. He smoothly stood up, packed his rifle, and headed straight for the overturned minibus in front of him. For him, real men never look back to check their headshots. The vehicle was loaded with more resources than he'd expected. The first thing that caught his eye was 19 recovery pills. When consumed, they could quickly stop bleeding, heal external wounds, and provide some relief for internal injuries, far more effective than ordinary anti-inflammatory drugs. Still, compared to the advanced healing medicine he'd traded from Wang Chong, they fell short. Su Chun smacked his lips. "Not bad. This'll save me quite a bit of advanced medicine." Continuing his search, he dragged out a massive refrigerator, even wider than the ice maker he'd built himself. No wonder his ice water sales had been declining lately. Apparently, in just a few days, the number of survivors with refrigeration equipment had suddenly increased. Besides that, the minibus's rear compartment was stocked with all sorts of daily supplies, which Su Chin swept clean without hesitation. The most valuable item was naturally the two-star vehicle core. With its two-star quality, plus the several firearms in the vehicle, the mileage conversion alone would be substantial. After removing the vehicle core, he dismantled the entire bus until only scattered parts remained on the ground, truly embodying the principle of waste nothing. Returning to his RV, Su Chun embedded the two-star vehicle core into his own vehicle system. With a flash of light, his mileage instantly increased by 680 points, meaning his opponent had originally hoarded exactly 1,360 points worth of mileage. The other vehicle probably has about the same, he calculated mentally. Starting up his RV, he drove to the other target vehicle. The fat guy had been taken out by Su Chin's sniper headshot, but the car remained intact. After a quick search, he discovered a recovery pill manufacturing machine with a note reading, required materials, medicinal herbs 3. Actually got the blueprint for recovery pills must be been exchanged at a supply station, right? Su Chun raised an eyebrow, silently lamenting the opponent's good fortune while secretly rejoicing at his own windfall. After absorbing this vehicle's 1-star core, his mileage only increased by 150 points, a stark contrast to the previous haul. Su Chun immediately made his decision. Need to ramp up medicinal herb cultivation. If he could buy up all the medicinal herbs on the market and create a monopoly, he could set the price for recovery pills himself. Buy high, produce himself, then sell high, double the profit. Xiaoling, continue on the right challenge track. Yes, master. The AI assistant immediately adjusted course. Su Chun opened the main regional channel, which was quieter than usual as countless survivors were desperately racing to meet the minimum 400 mileage advancement requirement. He took the opportunity to post an announcement, ensuring even lurkers who never spoke would see it. Su Chun, buying medicinal herbs at high prices. Will trade for various resources, gourmet food, and all types of blueprints. Unlimited quantity, permanent purchase program. Herb sellers get priority purchasing rights at my shop and enjoy a 10% discount. From the exchange lists at various supply stations, he'd long noticed that medicinal herbs only cost 30 mileage points to obtain, affordable for most players at this stage. He was confident that once this message went out, people would start hoarding herbs for him like crazy. Closing the channel, Su Chun returned to his vehicle's rear compartment and took out 2 pieces of growth-accelerating soil, planting medicinal herb seeds and tobacco seeds respectively. Some things you just gotta use when you need them, he muttered quietly. After finishing the planting, a private message notification chimed. Well, business is calling. Liang, Su Chun, I have 6 herbs here. Can I trade them for 3 anti-inflammatory pills? Su Chun, sure. Soon after, Wang Xiaofei popped up in the channel. Su Chun, I have 2 medicinal herbs. Can I trade them for anti-inflammatory pills? Su Chun, absolutely. As the speed race neared its end, everyone understood the reality at their current pace. There was no chance of placing well, so they might as well use their remaining distance to exchange for resources. Seeing Su Chin's responses in the regional channel, many people realized they'd still need to buy medicine from Su Chin's shop later, so they started offering their herbs for trade. Within just a few minutes, the channel was buzzing with offers, and Su Chin's herb inventory skyrocketed. Of course, some people tried to take advantage of the situation, jacking up prices to 10 times the original rate. Su Chin could afford those prices, but he wasn't about to be taken for a fool. Flat-out refused and blocked those players. After filtering out the unreasonable offers, Su Chun counted his herbs and found he had exactly 100 portions. The 3-digit inventory gave him considerable peace of mind. He walked over to the healing potion crafting machine and fed 3 portions of herbs into the slot. Ding! With a gentle chime, 1 healing potion dropped into the output tray, containing exactly 5 pills. 1 pill could instantly stop external bleeding and prevent infection, while 5 pills could even heal internal injuries, far superior to anti-inflammatory medicine. Su Chun didn't stop there. He continued the process with fluid motions. After 33 rounds, 165 healing pills were neatly arranged on the counter. Looking at the small mountain of medicine bottles, he couldn't help but grin. Compared to healing potions, anti-inflammatory pills are just child's play. Next, he opened a private chat window with Qing Lan and sent over 15 healing pills. Ding, you have a targeted trade request. Please check. Qing Lan, who was racing at full speed, heard the notification and immediately slowed down to check her private messages. When she saw those 15 healing potions, her eyes lit up with delight. The fact that he was willing to share such valuable items clearly showed his intentions. Su Chin messaged, "You can prioritize collecting herbs and tobacco leaves for now." Qing Lan replied instantly, "Got it. I already have quite a bit in stock. Let me trade them to you." Soon, the trade window appeared. Su Chun received 11 tobacco leaves and 8 herbs, then sent back a batch of basic supplies as payment. After collecting the goods, he carried the tobacco leaves straight to the cigarette manufacturing machine. He fed the first portion of tobacco leaves into the machine and hesitated for a moment. Let's start with some Huazi. The machine vibrated gently, and a full pack of Huazi slid out. Su Chin opened it and counted 20 cigarettes, a standard pack. He pulled out a match, struck it, and lit one up, taking a gentle drag. The smoke was smooth with barely any harshness, and the familiar rich flavor exploded in his mouth instantly. That's the taste. He squinted as he exhaled the smoke, mentally calculating. Who could resist something this good? The cigarette burned down quickly. He walked to the window and flicked away the butt. The cool air filled his lungs, and he felt his spirits lift, even dispelling some of his earlier fatigue. Then he fed all the remaining 10 portions of tobacco leaves into the machine. 2 packs of Huazi, 2 packs of Yellow Crane Tower, 2 packs of Lacune, 2 packs of Furong Wang, 2 packs of Yuxia, little something for everyone, giving customers options to choose from. After finishing up, Su Chen settled into the driver's seat, savoring the thrilling rush of the roller coaster-like high-speed ride while opening the public channel, ready to share some benefits with his fellow survivors. Su Chen here. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you're all feeling a bit worn out from this long-distance race. He raised his voice, his words booming across the channel. I've managed to get my hands on some good stuff, and in the spirit of not hoarding, I'm putting it up for sale. Without hesitation, he got straight to business and posted his price list. Su Chen here. No beating around the bush now, selling cigarettes. 3 cigarettes for 1 medicinal herb, 3 cigarettes for 1 tobacco leaf. Rare blueprints available. Message me privately with offers. He then announced his treasure chest exchange rates. Wooden chest gets you 1 cigarette, bronze chest gets you 4, silver grade chest gets you 20, gold grade chest gets you 100. Limited quantities, first come, first served. The entire channel instantly erupted. Su Chen noticed that the current regional channel had over 30,000 people online. Even if only half were smokers, that meant demand in the tens of thousands, not to mention those chain smokers who went through a pack a day. With no competition, he had a complete monopoly. Time to cash in while the getting's good. Su Chen chuckled to himself, his fingers flying as he listed the cigarettes one by one. He put up 20 of each type first, available for exchange with the corresponding materials, keeping the rest for private negotiations. The channel reactions came flooding in. Holy crap, cigarettes? Are you serious? Haven't had a smoke in days. I'm going crazy. Quick, let me trade my mileage points for herbs. A few days without smoking, and I'm ready to tear the roof off. This feels no different from drug withdrawal. Yeah, why so expensive? I can't even afford one. Boss, can you supply long-term? I've got nothing right now. Dude, you can trade your mileage points for herbs. Sob, sob, sob. I can't drive well. My mileage isn't even at 400 yet, and I barely have any chests. I'm broke. I finally got to smoke again. Props to God, Su. Driving with a cigarette in your mouth. Now that's what I call highway survival. In just 20 seconds, all the cigarettes Su Chen had listed were sold out. Plenty of people who couldn't buy any were left behind, and the channel filled with cries of despair. Su Chen had already planned ahead. The tobacco he planted yesterday would be ready for harvest right around the time the speed challenge ended, and he'd definitely launch another big sale then. Just as he was thinking about this, a private message popped up with a blueprint attached. Match manufacturing blueprint. Required materials: iron 50, alloy 50, plastic 50, special metal 1, electronic component 1. Sulfur required materials: sulfur 1 unit, wood 1 piece. The sender was Yue. Yue. Cigarettes go great with matches. You could sell them for even more, God Su. This blueprint should be worth 100 cigarettes, right? Su Chen did a quick calculation. Most people already had ways to make fire, and during the day they could even drill wood for fire, so matches weren't particularly cost-effective. He replied, 50 at most. Yue wasn't satisfied. How about 80? God Su, I'm a loyal customer. Su Chen thought it over and agreed. Fine, but it'll be installment payments, 20 cigarettes a day, paid over 4 days. Yue considered his smoking habit. 20 a day was about right, and installments would prevent him from smoking them all at once. He readily agreed, trusting Su Chen's reputation and not worrying about him running off. Yue, deal. I want the premium ones. Then, he immediately initiated a trade with Su Chen, transferring the blueprint over. Su Chen followed the other party's request and promptly traded 20 packs of Huazi cigarettes in return. Besides this urgently needed blueprint, he also picked up a few others he didn't immediately need: bulletproof glass blueprints, premium tire blueprints, and the like. While these blueprints were optional for him, they were treasures to other players. Listing them in his shop would guarantee a solid profit without question. Soon, the first batch of cigarettes was completely sold out. Su Chen immediately posted a message in the public channel. Everyone, the first batch of cigarettes has sold out. After tonight's racing competition ends, the second batch will be listed. Friends who want to smoke, remember to prepare your resources for trading. As soon as the message went out, the channel exploded. Stockpile, we must stockpile. You can never have too many of these. Haha, I'm buying them all, then reselling at a markup to those who can't get any. Easy profit. Damn it, too slow. Tonight's cigarettes are mine no matter what. Within just a few minutes, Su Chen could feel the entire trading market's emotions heating up. His second batch of cigarettes wasn't even ready yet, but already a large number of players were secretly watching and waiting. For the remaining time, he drove his RV non-stop, challenging various extreme tracks while his mileage skyrocketed. The further he went, the lower the probability of encountering other players became, making him realize plundering others' mileage had its limits after all. To climb the leaderboard, the most reliable method was still personal driving. Meanwhile, at the other end of the vast wasteland, inside a crude supply station, a convoy of over 30 people had noticed the same anomaly. Boss Lin, we haven't seen anyone for over an hour now. Are we wasting our time camping here? Yeah, Brother Lin Mo, it feels like we're encountering people less and less frequently. 2 men who called themselves underlings surrounded the scar-faced Lin Mo, complaining listlessly. Lin Mo had been half squinting his eyes, but upon hearing this, he suddenly tensed up, his gaze turning cold and sharp. Damn it. Everyone get in your vehicles. We're leaving right now, he growled. Huh? Boss, we're not camping anymore. All that waiting for nothing. I think we should keep guard. Anyone who doesn't want to follow my orders can stay behind. Lin Mo cut through the chatter with one sentence, strode directly to the driver's seat, started the engine, and roared out of the supply station. I need to secure first place. For him, climbing the leaderboard wasn't just about honor, it was a stepping stone for recruiting followers in the future. His vehicle could reach speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, and he was confident no one could match that. When push came to shove, if someone did overtake him, he wouldn't hesitate to use his subordinates' mileage to make up the difference. Seconds later, the entire convoy hit the gas, kicking up clouds of dust. Through his rearview mirror, Lin Mo saw that the subordinate who had just talked back was also following. That guy had originally belonged to another team before being absorbed when Lin Mo's group swallowed them up. Lin Mo's eyes turned sinister. This guy clearly hadn't completely submitted yet. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Not far ahead was a winding mountain slope with steep cliffs on both sides, where any normal driver would slow down to navigate the curve. Lin Mo glanced at the road conditions around him and eased off the gas pedal slightly, letting his speed drop just below that of his subordinate's vehicle. Then he began swaying the steering wheel left and right, causing his car's rear end to swing in an arc. The tires instantly kicked up dust from the shoulder, creating a curtain of grayish-yellow sand and gravel that blocked the view behind him. Damn it! This bastard is getting revenge, cursed the subordinate who had previously defied Lin Mo. His hot temper immediately ignited. Does he really think I won't ram him? With those words, he floored the accelerator. The engine roared to its limit as his front bumper slammed hard into the rear of Lin Mo's car. The massive impact made Lin Mo's vehicle shudder and nearly drift out of its lane. Lin Mo sneered coldly, knowing the fish had taken the bait, and pressed the gas pedal deep again, his speed instantly soaring. The subordinate, thinking his opponent was scared, pursued relentlessly, his mindset turning reckless. Since he'd already rammed once, he might as well finish the job and destroy both car and driver. Other survivors watching from nearby saw the subordinate in hot pursuit, seemingly intent on ramming his boss off the cliff. The two cars roared as they engaged in a deadly chase on the highway, instantly leaving the vehicles behind them far in the dust. He go die? Lin Mo used the swirling dust to block his pursuer's vision, then suddenly decelerated as he entered the uphill turn, smoothly vacating the inside lane, as if nervously yielding the way. The subordinate in the rear car was so excited his blood boiled, flooring it as he charged toward the open lane. But when he surged forward, the scene before him suddenly changed. His pupils contracted sharply, but it was too late to brake. Bang! The front end crashed straight into the mountain wall, the thunderous impact echoing through the canyon. The entire car was thrown into the air, tumbling repeatedly as doors, hood, and glass fragments scattered in all directions, finally exploding into a fireball with a resounding boom. After the curve, Lin Mo parked his car in the safety zone, walked to the burning wreckage, and skillfully pried out a faintly glowing car heart before turning to leave. The subordinates who had caught up from behind witnessed everything, their hearts turning cold with fear. Not daring to make a sound, they could only obediently follow their boss as he continued speeding ahead. 10 minutes remained until the end of the speed race. Su Chen stared at the panel, still ranked second, his brow furrowed tightly. I didn't expect first place to pull so far ahead. Even if he maintained 200 miles per hour the whole time, my mileage should be enough to catch up, yet I still can't overtake him. He must have taken out quite a few people. Yes, master. Under the control of the AI driving system, Xiaoling, the RV handled like a top-tier race car, hugging the ground through tight turns. Data flashed wildly, 3.4 kilometers per minute, converting to 17 mileage points under the 5-fold multiplier. Time flew by rapidly, and in the final minute, Su Chen's total mileage reached 4,783. 50 seconds, 40 seconds, 30 seconds. Just as the countdown hit 30 seconds, the leaderboard turned upside down. Su Chen leaped from second place to first. First place. Su Chen gripped the handrail with one hand and clenched his other fist tightly, his heart surging with unexpected joy. What was good news for him was a bolt from the blue for someone else. At that moment, Lin Mo was basking in the superiority of being first place when the leaderboard change hit him like a sledgehammer, kicking him from heaven straight into hell. What's happening? Damn it, less than 30 seconds left. After 3 seconds of rapid thinking, he slammed on the brakes and threw the car into reverse, planning to rejoin his subordinates who had been left behind. The only way to rapidly increase mileage was to steal their car hearts. Stop! Stop right now! His furious shouts were torn apart by the howling wind. Lin Mo simply raised his gun, aiming at the tire of the nearest teammate's vehicle. Bang! Boom! The rear tire exploded, and at 200 miles per hour, the vehicle instantly lost control, flipping into the air and tumbling wildly across the ground several times, momentum carrying the car forward continuously. Watching the car slowly decelerate, Lin Mo felt extremely anxious. He slammed the gear into drive, floored the accelerator, and quickly maneuvered his vehicle into the shoulder position where the other car was about to stop. The tires scraped against the asphalt, producing wisps of smoke, and he jumped out almost before his car came to a complete stop, sprinting along the highway toward the gradually slowing vehicle. Just as Lin Mo was less than 10 meters from the target car, a series of mechanical electronic sounds suddenly exploded in all contestants' minds. This highway racing competition has ended, and all players' scores have been locked. There were 30,839 participating players in this region, with 25,040 completing the 400-mile course and 1,329 failing to finish. The top 3 players are: first place, Su Chun; second place, Lin Mo; third place, Zhang Weihong. The system then announced the reward rules. 1. 6 rewards will be randomly distributed. First place may select 3 items. Second place may select 2 items. Third place may select 1 item. 2. Additional ranking benefits. Top 100, Gold Tier Treasure Chest 1. Top 1,000, Silver Tier Treasure Chest 3. Top 10,000, Silver Tier Treasure Chest 1. All other players. Basic Resource Participation Reward. The moment the notification ended, the extreme racing track beneath Su Chen's feet vanished like a curtain being pulled away, and the surrounding scenery instantly switched back to the original straight, empty highway. Silver-white lights swept down from above, and 6 selectable rewards appeared before his eyes. 1. 2-star Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. When combined with a 3-star vehicle core, can upgrade it to 3-star. 2. Excellence Transmission accelerates gear response, making vehicle startup, acceleration, and deceleration more agile. 3. Temperature Regulating Suit allows body temperature adjustment within 20 range when worn and can resist cold weapon attacks. 4. 1 bulletproof fabric can be made into any style of clothing, lightweight and breathable with bulletproof properties. 5. Strength Pill Crafting Blueprint doubles strength attributes for 1 hour after consumption, suitable for combat and heavy weapon shooting. 6. M16 Automatic Rifle Precision Weapon for medium to long-range combat, comes with full magazine. Su Chun scanned the options, quickly weighing his choices. 2-star Upgrade Blueprint? I already have several of those and don't need them right now. The temperature suit is nice, but my RV has climate control, and I'm not afraid of cold during combat. The M16 has good firepower, but I already have an AK and Barrett rifle. I have enough firearms. His gaze lingered on the remaining 3 items: the Excellence Transmission, the highly marketable Strength Pill Blueprint, and the bulletproof fabric that could save his life at critical moments. Each was extremely valuable. These are the ones. Su Chun made his decision. As his choice was finalized, the system interface collapsed, and the Excellence Transmission, bulletproof fabric, and Strength Pill Crafting Blueprint instantly appeared on his passenger seat. After silver data streams flashed by, Su Chun reached for the blueprint, and as light particles entered his forehead, all crafting formulas, material ratios, and refinement techniques immediately unfolded in his consciousness. He instantly learned the Strength Pill Blueprint. The materials needed to make strength pills include 1 portion of herbs, and 100 milliliters of alcohol. Herbs are still essential. Su Chun had increasingly come to appreciate the importance of herbs. He poured the finely ground herbs into a mortar and slowly added 100 milliliters of alcohol. The herbs quickly absorbed the liquid, releasing a fragrant aroma that immediately filled the air. Within seconds, the crystalline liquid was completely absorbed, leaving a lustrous pill with a faint herbal scent resting in his palm. After examining it for a moment to ensure everything was correct, Su Chun carefully stored it away, then slid under the vehicle and secured the new transmission in place with a few swift movements. After finishing the mechanical modifications, he shook out the bulletproof fabric. With measuring tape, chalk, and scissors working in perfect harmony, he cut out a shirt and pants according to his measurements, stitching them with tight, nearly seamless seams. Once dressed, his entire body was wrapped in the thick fabric with almost no exposed areas. Injuring him now wouldn't be so easy. Meanwhile, on another front, Lin Mo stood before a roaring fire, his grim face illuminated red by the flames. He stared intently at the dancing tongues of fire, gritting his teeth as he growled. Su Chun, is it? Don't let me run into you. I'll make you regret stealing my first place. Before his words had even finished echoing, his vision blurred, and he found himself back on the 10-kilometer-wide highway. His subordinates around him had no idea what had just happened. Only the long-haired young man in the car directly behind, also driving at breakneck speed, had witnessed the entire scene of Lin Mo firing his gun and the subsequent explosion. His mind went blank at that moment, and it wasn't until the system announcement that he understood why Lin Mo had suddenly lost control. First place had been taken. If there had been more time, Lin Mo wouldn't have just absorbed Little Sand's heart of the car. He probably wouldn't have spared him either. With this thought, the long-haired youth secretly resolved to find an opportunity to leave this dangerous team. Lin Mo cursed under his breath for a while, but ultimately had to accept reality. Among the 3 remaining rewards, he chose the M16 rifle without hesitation and took a 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprint. With these two items, he could immediately begin his counterattack and further enhance his ride. Calculating carefully, his gains weren't actually bad. But why had Su Chen given these up? Could what the other person chose be even better? On another front, when the selectable items were presented to Zhang Weihong, he was utterly bewildered. After fighting tooth and nail to reach the top 3, all he got was a temperature-regulating suit? Another member of their team had received a gold-tier treasure chest just for making it into the top 100 in comparison. That seemed like a better deal. Left with no choice, Zhang Weihong could only console himself. At least the temperature-regulating suit could protect against assassination attempts, so it wasn't a complete waste of effort. At this moment, Zhang Weihong sat expressionlessly in his minibus, deep in thought. As the engine sounds gradually died down, vehicles pulled over one by one, and several team members jumped out. He immediately put on a hearty smile, rolled down his window, and called out loudly, "Brothers, you've worked hard today? Let's build a fire and roast some meat we're eating well tonight. Whatever you're missing or craving, just say the word, and I'll have Old Wang trade for some liquor." "Yeah, Brother Zhang rules. Brother Zhang is awesome. Tonight we can feast on meat and drink to our heart's content." Cheers erupted one after another. Everyone looked at Zhang Weihong with eyes full of respect and reverence. His leadership position was now unshakable. Even newcomers would quickly and naturally accept his role as leader. Thanks to him, this team is currently doing very well. For those unwilling to join, Zhang Weihong can always brazenly slap them with labels like disloyal or traitor to humanity, then drag them away for punishment. This invisibly reinforces the conviction of those who remain. Following him is the right path to survival. By the way, Brother Chun, that big shot Su Chun is selling cigarettes tonight. Should we buy some? By the campfire, a middle-aged man with yellowed teeth and a slightly hunched back rubbed his hands together, his eyes full of longing. Cigarettes are hard currency in the apocalypse. Chun Weihong glanced around at everyone, his tone confident. "We're buying. And we're buying big. Lao Wang, keep an eye on his prices and sweep up as much inventory as we can. When we resell them at a markup later, it's guaranteed profit." As soon as he finished speaking, the men cheered in unison. If they could flip cigarettes, they'd not only make a fortune but never have to worry about missing that smoky flavor in their rations again. The bustle began immediately. The men built up the fire and skewered chunks of meat on makeshift iron spits, the fat sizzling and crackling in the flames. The women crouched nearby distributing water pouches, waiting for dinner. As the aroma of roasted meat filled the air, Zhang Weihong exchanged a glance with the young woman in black stockings. Then one after the other, they slipped into his minibus. The door closed softly, and immediately muffled laughter and heavy breathing could be heard from inside the vehicle. So suggestive it seemed ready to spill out through the cracks. Not far away, a newly joined woman quite attractive with an impressive figure took in the entire scene. She understood clearly that in this group, Zhang Weihong was the real backbone. Seeing everyone's attention focused on the barbecue, she quietly crept toward the bus, whispered a few words, then lifted the curtain and climbed aboard to join their friendly exchange. Night deepened, and time quietly slipped toward dawn. Meanwhile, at the other end, Su Chun was experiencing his own moment of harvest. He came to the growing area behind his vehicle. As the lights came on, greenery and the earthy scent of soil hit him. Su Chun bent down and efficiently began picking. "You have harvested and obtained 43 portions of medicinal herbs and 43 portions of fungi. You have harvested and obtained 105 pounds of grain. You have harvested and obtained 220 tobacco leaves." The 2 acres he'd planted just that morning weren't ready yet, so Su Chun sorted his harvest by category. The grain and water went into his homemade liquor brewing machine, while the herbs and fungi were fed into the anti-inflammatory medicine manufacturing machine. Anti-inflammatory drugs are cheap and good enough for ordinary survivors. Recovery medicine works better even here, it's mid to high-end. As for healing medicine, I'm not selling that stuff. I barely have any myself. His priorities were crystal clear. Next came tonight's main event: cigarettes. The regional channel was currently filled with wailing, the entire screen flooded with people begging Su Chun to feed them. Some had even converted all their excess mileage points to medicinal herbs before the speed race ended, just waiting for this moment. You consumed 60 tobacco leaves to manufacture 1,200 Huazi brand cigarettes. You consumed 40 tobacco leaves to manufacture 800 Yellow Crane Tower cigarettes. Until the last tobacco leaf was fed into the machine, 4,400 cigarettes of various brands were successfully produced, filling the warehouse with their fragrant aroma. Su God is awesome. Congratulations to Su God for reaching #1 again. So do you have cigarettes in stock now? I missed the first batch before, and I'm dying of craving. When will Su God put cigarettes back on the market? I absolutely must buy some. I've got my herbs ready, just waiting for them to go on sale. I could tolerate not having cigarettes before, but now that they exist, I absolutely can't stand it. 10,000 people petitioned Su Chun to put cigarettes on the market. After Su Chun finished making the cigarettes, he didn't immediately put them up for sale. Instead, he opened a private chat with Qing Lan and initiated a trade. He neatly packed all 400 freshly made Huazi cigarettes into the trade window, the quantity looking particularly striking in the small text line. Qinglan was stunned for 2 seconds after receiving the trade notification before reacting, immediately sending a voice message. Qinglan. Su Chun, I don't smoke. What do you mean by giving me so many at once? Su Chun patiently explained. Su Chun, I'm going to list a batch of cigarettes soon, and this is all my current stock. I'm saving a portion for you first. You can trade them for supplies later. They're very attractive. Su Chun, remember, your selling price must be higher than mine. Qinglan laughed with a puff. Qinglan, fine. You're making me a scalper? You won't raise your own prices, so you're making me the bad guy. Qinglan, all right, but I want extra payment. Su Chen cheerfully replied with 2 words. Su Chen, no problem. Closing the private chat, he switched directly to the regional channel, his fingers typing rapidly. Su Chun, attention all Chiv, cough, attention all survivors. I spent a fortune exchanging for raw materials, and I'm now selling cigarettes a total of 4,000 pieces, limited quantity, first come first served. Those with good blueprints can private message me. Those without can pre-order. The moment the message was sent, the comment section exploded. Finally waited for you. Glad I didn't give up. Quick, quick, quick. As thrilling as grabbing high-speed train tickets. Brothers, it's all about hand speed. Su Chun began listing. 5 types of cigarettes, 3 pieces per bundle, clearly marked as only exchangeable for medicinal herbs, tobacco leaves, blueprints, or rare materials. All prices tiered by quality. The moment he clicked the listing button, survivors swarmed like sharks smelling blood. Some exchanged for 30 pieces at once. Others directly swept up 50. No one was sure if Su Chun had more stock later. In less than half a minute, all 4,000 cigarettes were completely sold out. Back-end data showed fewer than 200 actual trading partners, with some buying over 300 pieces in one go, accounting for nearly 1/10 of the total. The cigarette market is bigger than I thought. Su Chen glanced at his haul. Tobacco leaves were only a small portion, but still 56 pieces, with the rest being medicinal herbs and scattered rare materials. Since blueprints required his pricing approval, he hadn't had time to select them before all cigarettes sold out. No matter, these 56 leaves can produce over 1,000 more pieces, he calculated mentally. Meanwhile, his private message window flashed 99. Su Chen prioritized clicking on friend messages. Wang Chong. Boss, can my future share be settled with cigarettes and liquor? 20 cigarettes and 1 bottle of liquor per day would be enough. With production only increasing, this exchange posed no pressure for him. Su Chen directly confirmed. Next, he browsed through blueprints sent by survivors mostly useless, but he picked out a pants-making blueprint from the pile of waste paper, exchanging it for 99 cigarettes. Pants-making blueprint. 1. Permanently craft any style of pants. 2. Materials, fabric, quantity varies by style. 3. Learning requirement, 2-star vehicle. Su Chun immediately learned the blueprint, then produced a batch of lightweight summer pants and girls' mini skirts, listing them all. He accepted his identity as a clothing store owner. Finally, he spread out the 800-plus medicinal herbs he'd just acquired, preparing to craft them all into healing potions. Something that could save lives at critical moments would definitely sell for a high price. It was time to give these people something truly shocking. Su Chen announced, considering everyone's safety concerns, I'm now putting 200 healing pills on the market. You can check the effects and prices yourself. Limited quantity, first come, first served. As soon as these words were posted, the regional channel exploded once again. Healing pills? What do they do? Let me check. Holy crap, they can directly heal external injuries. Is this the power of a big shot? Now we don't have to worry about getting hurt fighting wild beasts anymore. Though these healing pills are a bit pricey, 6 herbs for 1 pill. That's enough for me to buy 18 cigarettes. You're an idiot. Cigarettes only give you temporary pleasure, but healing pills are life-saving treasures. Good thing I didn't trade for cigarettes earlier. Now I can buy medicine. Big shot. Do you need a girlfriend? I'm a lowly, petite, and delicate. Could you give me 1 healing pill first? I'll definitely get in your car later to compensate you. So God, I have a great figure. I can video chat and follow any commands you give. Just 1 healing pill, please. So God, I can do that too. Watching the regional channel filled with countless girls trying to use their gender to freeload from him, Su Chen felt it necessary to let them know he wasn't the type who could be taken advantage of. Did they really think he was the kind of person who couldn't walk straight when he saw girls? You better send photos so I can see the goods. I mean, see what you look like. How else would I know if giving you healing pills is worth it? At the very least, send some photos of black stockings and long legs first. Su Chen felt it was very necessary to make them recognize that this was a cruel world where words without action were useless. Su Chen here. If you don't have resources to trade, get lost. Final batch of 200 sets going up now. When they're sold out, that's it. If you can't grab one, wait for next time. For domestic survivors, you just had to use the limited quantity, buy it or lose it method. Though old-fashioned, it worked. The survivors complained about the high prices, but their hands never stopped moving as they frantically rushed to buy. afraid that hesitating for even a moment would mean missing out. After the final 200 sets were sold, many players privately messaged Su Chun, wanting to pay premium prices for healing pills, hoping to buy just one from him. After all, these things could save your life at critical moments. As for those who couldn't afford them, they could only purchase the relatively cheaper anti-inflammatory drugs from Su Chun's shop. Su Chun had achieved complete market coverage for survivors of different economic levels. Whether you were resource-rich or resource-poor, you could buy what you wanted here. After collecting another huge batch of herbs and various rare materials, Su Chun also obtained a nice blueprint. Premium high-power vehicle air conditioner crafting blueprint. One-time crafting materials needed: 10 plastic blocks, 10 alloy blocks, 10 steel blocks, 10 electronic components. The weather had been getting hotter and hotter these past few days, approaching the peak of the extreme heat period. The original air conditioning system in his beat-up car was becoming insufficient. To get through this comfortably, a better vehicle air conditioner was essential. In this wave, Su Chun quietly sold 700 to 800 healing pills. Quite a few observant people noticed that Su Chun had long exceeded his stated limit, but they all kept quiet about it. After all, when it came to limited quantities, anyone who actually believed that was truly naive. He tossed all the freshly picked herbs and previously collected fungi into the crafting station. Within moments, over 1,000 anti-inflammatory pills were produced, which he immediately listed in his shop so that those with fewer resources could also get their share. Next, Su Chun opened a private chat window with Qing Lan and sent over 200 healing pills and 500 anti-inflammatory pills, with a note: "Help me sell these, price them slightly higher than mine." Upon receiving the supplies, Qing Lan immediately replied with a smiley face. The fact that he would unconditionally entrust such a large amount of resources to her was trust enough. With that settled, Su Chun began preparing dinner. He added the hot pot base to the pot, and as the oil bubbled red hot, he systematically added neatly cut meat slices, seafood, and vegetables. After a few seconds, he picked up a piece of tender meat, dipped it in sesame sauce, and put it in his mouth. The meat's flavor burst with the sesame aroma on his tongue, making his mouth water. The large lobster had also finished steaming. The moment he lifted the lid, white steam billowed out, and the bright red shell gleamed with an oily sheen. He poured himself a glass of 1982 white wine, and simply abandoned his chopsticks to eat with his hands twisting off the lobster head. The bright red roe flowed out, and one bite revealed tender, bouncy meat. After eating and drinking his fill, he casually tossed the leftover scraps out the car window and collapsed into his reclining chair, rubbing his slightly bulging belly with great satisfaction. There were still so many delicacies he hadn't tried. He'd take his time. Once he upgraded his vehicle to be like a castle and found a few girls to serve as maids, keeping them in luxury to attend to his daily needs. That was his goal. After a few minutes of digesting, he began his routine workout. The last attribute boost had shown remarkable results, whereas he used to be gasping for breath after half an hour. Now he could train for 2 hours straight without feeling strained. It wasn't until 10 o'clock at night that he felt sore, and after a quick rinse with 3 bottles of mineral water, he collapsed into bed. That night was peaceful, with only occasional light tremors outside. By the next morning, his vehicle's durability had only dropped by 0.1. As his level increased, ordinary beasts posed no threat to his ride. Su Chun casually opened the chat channel. The main channel showed 24,590 people, only a few hundred fewer than the night before, much better than the early days. Yesterday's speed challenge had distributed supplies to everyone, making the past couple of days relatively comfortable. Having survived this long, everyone had figured out their own combat strategies, naturally reducing the death rate. However, temperatures were rising daily. Whether the extreme heat days would be unbearable remained an unknown. After a simple breakfast of yogurt and nuts, he hit the road again. On Route 369, he still hadn't found any treasure chest. She wondered if today might finally be his lucky day. 20 minutes later, Su Chun stopped in front of a bronze treasure chest and opened it to find 11 pork chops. After tossing the glistening pork chops into his storage, he dusted off his hands and continued forward. Throughout the entire morning, over 3 hours, he encountered 1 silver chest and 5 bronze chests, yielding only basic materials. The only pleasant surprise was a pound of bayberries and a pound of lychee's bright red and snow-white fruits immediately reminded him of bayberry lychee iced drinks, the perfect summer refreshment. Unfortunately, the drop rate and efficiency of treasure chests were disappointing. Su Chun muttered to himself, "It seems like getting better resources still requires venturing into the wilderness." As he stayed close to the road's edge, his gaze drifted toward the distant desert, contemplating his next move when his communicator lit up. Zhuge Xiaoyang was reaching out. "Su Chun, I'll trade you 5 1-star vehicle upgrade blueprints and 1 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprint for 5 golden treasure chests, plus 1 rare blueprint. How about it?" The thumbnail of that rare blueprint showed silencer permanent. The notes clearly listed the crafting materials: 1 special plastic and 1 special alloy. Su Chun immediately imagined his Barrett heavy sniper rifle with a silencer attached, producing that muffled, puffed sound and thinking of the unexpected ambush potential, he didn't hesitate. This deal was pure profit. Deal. After both parties confirmed, a system notification appeared. Learning. Learning successful. Production can be initiated at any time. Su Chun had long been keeping an eye on equipment requiring special materials, and he happened to have both special plastic and special alloy. He immediately consumed one of each and began crafting. Congratulations, you have obtained Barrett Heavy Sniper Compatible Silencer 1. With the black alloy tube in hand, he immediately attached it to his frequently used Barrett, unable to suppress his excitement. Just then, Xiaoling drove the RV to a gentle stop. He seized the opportunity to climb onto the roof's open space, lined up the 5 golden treasure chests he'd just acquired, rubbed his hands together, and began opening them. 1. Initial resource, Thermal Suit 1. Chest points 500. Chest critical hit. 11. Congratulations, you have obtained Thermal Suit 11. The thermal suits could freely regulate body temperature within a 16°C range. Compared to the one from the racing competition, while the defense was lower and the temperature control range slightly smaller, getting 11 at once was already profitable. Continue. 2. Initial resource, Grenades 10. Chest points 888. Chest critical hit. 13. Congratulations, you have obtained Grenades 130. Holy crap, this is awesome. 3. Initial resource, 1-star vehicle upgrade Blueprint 1. Chest points 988. Chest critical hit. 15. Congratulations, you have obtained 1-star vehicle upgrade Blueprint 15. Another profitable return, with a net gain of 10 blueprints. After opening everything in one go, Su Chin reflected. This kind of trade was incredibly worthwhile. The only downside was that too few people could resist opening golden treasure chests themselves. Most players believed in their own luck and preferred gambling over steady trades. Ding, a new private message popped up. Zhuge Xiaoyang. By the way, Su Chin, do you have much meat? Su Chin, what's up? Not a huge amount, but I've got a few thousand pounds. Zhuge Xiaoyang, are you showing off? Many players are still exhausting their resources to trade for a single pound of meat, and you're talking about several tons. Zhuge Xiaoyang said, here's the thing, Su Chin. Once you form up on the main road, you'll likely encounter beast herds. Most of these creatures are carnivorous, so when necessary, you'll need to use meat to divert their attention. You can sell your excess meat to me, and I'll trade basic materials for it. Su Chin replied, deal. The conversation got straight to the point. Su Chin laid out his requirements. Clearly, fuel and medicinal herbs were his top priorities, followed by various rare materials at a rate of 3 pounds of meat per item. Common materials would only fetch 2 ounces per piece. As time passed, more and more survivors obtained meat by hunting wild beasts, but lacking proper storage methods, they had no choice but to flood the market. Within a day or two, ordinary meat prices plummeted mercilessly. Su Chin's offer matched the market rate exactly, with no exploitation whatsoever. Deal. I'll trade fuel with you. I've stockpiled plenty of it. Zhuge Xiaoyang responded cheerfully. Since they weren't in the same area, selling fuel to Su Chin wouldn't affect his own future trades. More importantly, he hoped to maintain a long-term partnership with Su Chin. After completing the transaction, Su Chin had just stored the fuel in his warehouse when the vehicle's AI system, Xiaoling, began beeping urgently. No viable route ahead. No road. He pulled up the detector, seeing nothing but darkness on the screen ahead. Looking through the windshield, he saw wolf packs, wild dog packs, rhinoceros herds, countless wild beasts crowding the road like a great migration of monsters. Su Chin immediately opened the regional chat channel, where distress messages scrolled past rapidly. Holy crap, why are there so many wild beasts? I'm being stalked by a pack of wild dogs. Someone help me. Several rhinos are ramming my carry. Think I'm done for. There's actually a giant python in the desert. My car's trapped and can't move. Under these circumstances, even if legendary mythical beasts suddenly appeared, no one would find it strange. Su Chin quickly private messaged Qing Lan, asking if she had encountered beast herds, and traded her 5 grenades in one go. If you really can't shake them off, throw the grenades, at least blast yourself an escape route. Got it, thanks. Qing Lan's reply was brief, but it couldn't hide the warmth in her heart. Those 5 grenades could save her life. At that moment, a large group of survivors had gathered in the open space before the beast herd. They attempted to approach the beast tide, but quickly retreated in fear the moment they poked their heads out. In the center of the crowd stood a pale, unsteady middle-aged man, Zhang Weihong, former deputy mayor and police chief, who had once led his team into the top 3 of the rankings and commanded considerable respect among the survivors. His team had unknowingly grown to over 80 people, who now stood beside him, adding to his imposing presence. Everyone. Zhang Weihong's voice was hoarse but cut through the crowd. No one knows when this beast herd will end. If we keep waiting here, we'll eventually starve to death. Only by breaking through can we claim more resources. Talk is cheap. We must unite. As his words faded, silence fell over everyone except his own people. I've been observing this beast herd is massive and won't disperse anytime soon. You need at least a 2-star vehicle to withstand the constant ramming along the way. So our only option is to form a large convoy and fight our way through together. We need a beast-slaying squad to clear the path ahead ideally. All the men should join. Are you willing? His appeal echoed in everyone's ears as the survivors looked at each other, their eyes filled with hesitation. After a long silence, someone finally stepped forward to speak. Chief Zhang, what you're saying makes sense, but our weapons are basically just knives, spears, and clubs. We're all ordinary people here. If we go head-to-head with these beasts, I'm afraid we won't come out unscathed. At the front of the crowd, a bearded middle-aged man voiced his doubts loudly. He kicked at the rubble beneath his feet while shouldering his club, his voice low but tinged with fear. So our men fight at the front while the women just hide behind us and walk through? That won't work. They need to show some sincerity. Not only that. Another man pointed toward the rolling beast tide in the distance, his eyes bloodshot. Fighting those things is too dangerous. We could get torn apart on the spot. I say we all charge together and leave our fate to heaven. At least most of us should make it through. Right? Let the big shots with level 2 vehicles drive to the front and ram through the beast horde with full throttle. We can follow behind them. If their cars get damaged, we'll all chip in to compensate. Listening to everyone's chaotic suggestions, Zhang Weihong's frown deepened. His two-star car sat quietly in the back, its paint still gleaming, but all he could see in the crowd before him was cowardice. They wanted him to use his beloved car to clear the path for them. Fat chance. If this group had any real backbone, they would have already carved out a bloody path with their blades instead of expecting him to do something as foolish as leading the charge. His life is worth far more than these survivors, Zhang Weihong thought coldly. He had greater ambitions and would never risk wasting himself here. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand with feigned composure. Everyone, unity is what matters most right now. Since I, Zhang Weihong, proposed this plan, I'm willing to have my team contribute some firearms for support. As long as we all work together to get through, I'll treat everyone to cigarettes. Anyone with ranged weapons, ammunition, or other useful resources should bring them out. We'll share the costs. Zhang Weihong's words hit like a stone dropped in water, quickly stirring up responses. Some people pulled out bundles of iron nails to fashion into makeshift darts. Others dismantled roof racks to use as long-handled weapons. Those without supplies also beat their chests, promising to contribute manpower and effort. Woo, what if someone has no supplies or weapons? In the group, a thin woman spoke in a coquettish voice, her eyes scanning back and forth across the men. Haha, that's easy. A burly man grinned lewdly, his expression full of obscene intent. After we get through, just don't lock your car door at night and let the brothers take turns. That? I won't be able to handle it all. The woman pretended to shrink back, but quickly looked up again. Are there any sisters willing to share the burden? I'm willing. Me too, sister. Amid the laughter, 70 or 80 women stepped forward one after another, their eyes flickering with mutual understanding. As for the women who were unwilling, they were immediately pushed to the back by certain groups in the crowd. During this commotion, one slender figure in the crowd stood out particularly. Black stockings outlined her well-proportioned long legs, and her fair skin appeared even more radiant against the backdrop of apocalyptic dust. Her name was Li Shanshanth, woman who had once been rejected by Su Chun. With the ice machine she had traded from Su Chun, she barely managed to live comfortably without having to leave her car, but her ambitions went far beyond that. Indeed, those with power remain powerful wherever they go. Li Shanshan secretly stared at Zhang Weihong, a gleam flashing in her eyes. If I can win him over, why would I need to worry about the future? To maintain her allure, she had always used ice water to trade with others for various luxury items. New stockings, lingerie, cosmetics, and other things that helped preserve her charm. This made her stand out remarkably among the group of makeup-free women, drawing the gazes of many men. She wore her hair in a neat ponytail, her cheeks flushed pink from the cool night breeze, forming a stark contrast with the pale-faced women beside her. The men had been hesitating about whether to join the fight, but seeing her step forward first was like someone pressing their start button, instantly igniting the fighting spirit in their chests. Everyone, thank you. Zhang Weihong stepped before the crowd, his voice steady yet powerfully compelling. On behalf of everyone present, I thank you for your willingness to unite and face our enemies together. Please accept my bow. As his words ended, he bent forward in a deep 90-degree bow. A leader with 80 members showing such respect stirred the blood of every man present. Zhang Weihong's bow was more than mere courtesy. It struck like a powerful punch, making them suddenly realize they weren't pitiful creatures abandoned in the apocalypse, but comrades ready to fight side by side. The dim car lights illuminated their tightly gripped steel pipes, machetes, and wooden clubs. Their initial fear dissolved in the collective momentum, replaced by an almost exhilarating courage. Some licked their cracked lips, faces flushed red. Others gripped their weapons tighter, unconsciously straightening their shoulders. They were no longer trembling survivors, but warriors about to enter battle. Zhang Weihong straightened up, wearing a gentle yet determined smile. Everyone, let's arrange our convoy formation now. I boldly volunteer to serve as temporary commander. If you think I'm unsuitable, we can choose someone else." He gestured toward the surrounding vehicles, indicating he was ready to coordinate their positions. "Brother Zhang, you're too modest." A burly man spoke first, his rough voice expressing support. "You have the most people here. Of course you should command." "Exactly. You've held office before. With extensive knowledge and experience, who could be more suitable?" Another chimed in. In moments, nearly every man stepped forward in agreement, their voices rising and falling across the empty parking lot. Without Zhang Weihong's words, they might not have made up their minds so quickly to get their hands dirty. Some secretly glanced back at the voluptuous, attractive women in the rear of the group, their Adam's apples bobbing as they swallowed audibly, their eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. "Good. Since everyone trusts me, I won't refuse," Zhang Weihong declared loudly, pressing his palm downward to signal for quiet. His gaze swept across each face before pointing to the SUVs at the front. "Everyone listen to my arrangements. You like this, you like that, you like that." Zhang Weihong's lips moved continuously as he spoke and issued commands. The command position was all too familiar to him, and with just a few words, he had everyone completely convinced. Good. After a full hour of coordination, the formation was complete and the convoy was ready to move. Good. Perfect. Everyone get ready. We're moving out now. With that final command, a fierce battle was about to begin. At the very front was a suicide squad of about 170 to 80 people, their vehicles arranged in a sharp triangular spearhead pointing directly at the beast horde. Behind them and on both flanks followed roughly 150 men each, pickup trucks and modified cargo vehicles side by side, with blades, guns, clubs and spears all protruding from windows, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Behind the triangular vanguard came Zhang Weihong's convoy with all the women kept them firmly protected in the center, trying to avoid close combat with the wild beasts. "Attack!" Zhang Weihong raised his arm and shouted, and simultaneously the gun barrels and crossbow strings at the front erupted in unison. Bang! Whoosh! Bullets tore through the air, and arrows fell like rain. The beast horde was so densely packed there were hardly any gaps, so the bullets rarely missed their mark, either exploding heads directly or tearing open large chunks of flesh. The crossbow bolts also hit 9 times out of 10, causing many wounded beasts to go berserk and scatter wildly. In the blink of an eye, large gaps appeared in the beast formation. Any creature that dared to charge forward was precisely pinned to the ground by arrows under Zhang Weihong's hand signals. Blood spread along the grass roots into crimson streams, marking their first victory. "Wow, that's amazing. You guys are incredible. Once you get us through this beast horde, we'll definitely help you all relax properly." The women's sweet voices replaced the tension, and many previously tense men immediately relaxed, thinking, these monsters aren't so tough after all. The initial victory filled Zhang Weihong with confidence. As long as he could lead everyone through the beast horde, his prestige would soar and his force could double in size to several hundred people. "Keep attacking. Convoy advance. Brothers on the left and right flanks. Don't worry, the beast tide will only hit from one side. Just hold your ground." The wild beasts lacked intelligence, so the convoy proceeded steadily. They specifically chose passages with smaller creatures. Wild dogs, weasels, and ferrets couldn't withstand the firearms and cold weapons at all. In a short time, they had pushed 2.5 kilometers into the beast horde. At this rate, they could break through if they just held on a little longer. Success ignited morale, and excited shouts echoed from the vehicles everywhere. However, disaster struck suddenly. Dust clouds rose ahead and heavy hoofbeats thundered forward. A herd of rhinoceros blocked their path. From the flanks came the tremendous crash of breaking trees as massive elephant silhouettes slowly moved to encircle them. "Leader Zhang, we're surrounded by the rhino herd and elephants. What do we do? Should we retreat?" One of the men asked urgently. "What's the rush? Keep fighting. Even if they're thick-skinned, we can still punch through. Don't save ammunition. Full assault." "Yes, sir." So this was what a beast horde truly meant. Su Chen stopped before the beast horde, gazing at the densely packed wild animals clustered together and letting out a sigh. An ordinary beat-up van would probably be totaled after just a few impacts, but his 3-star RV had a reinforced chassis and thickened steel plating. These beast charges were nothing to worry about. With this thought, he slowly maneuvered the RV forward, immediately drawing the horde's attention. The first to charge was a pack of wolves, their gray-black bodies hugging the ground as they quickly surrounded the RV completely. Su Chen squinted and hit the gas, ramming the front of the vehicle straight into the wolf pack. Xiaoling wouldn't actively make the vehicle strike living creatures, so he had to take manual control for this part. Bang! Bang! Several wolves were sent flying by the bumper, landing several meters away. The remaining wolves showed no fear of death, repeatedly slamming their bodies against the vehicle's sides. The upgraded RV's panels only lost 0.2 durability, practically no damage at all. This ramming approach is too time-consuming. Su Chen shook his head with a smile, pulling an AK-47 from his storage ring and rolling down the window. Ratatin, a short burst. The nearest wolf's chest erupted in a bloody hole as it flew backward in a spray of blood. Rat-a-tat muzzle flashes erupted as a full magazine brought down over a dozen wolves in succession, leaving them sprawled in pools of blood. As his magazine ran empty, he quickly closed the window, reloaded, and opened it again in one fluid motion, mowing down dozens more beasts. Finding the firepower insufficient, he casually pulled out 2 grenades, pulled the pins, and lobbed them toward the core of the distant wolf pack. Boom, boom. The chain explosions tore open 2 fiery mushroom clouds in the beast tide, sending chunks of flesh and scorched earth flying. The startled animals instinctively scattered in the opposite direction, instantly creating a vacuum around the RV. That's all the courage you've got. Suchin laughed as he shouldered the AK, put on his protective gear, and jumped out of the vehicle. Taking advantage of the gap in the wolf pack, he quickly collected his spoils of war, cutting meat and pelts from the carcasses and tossing them into his ring. 7,000 to 8,000 pounds of fresh beast meat filled his storage space, each wolf averaging about 100 pounds. As he finished up, he used short bursts to take down 2 more wolves that still wanted to charge at him, then returned to the driver's seat. The vehicle continued forward as he maintained his rhythm of reloading and firing, but his mind was calculating. How convenient it would be if the RV could mount automatic turrets and automatically collect corpses. After all, who knew what more dangerous creatures might emerge from the next beast wave? Just as he was thinking this, the vehicle's radar suddenly flashed with a golden marker. The coordinates were located deep within the dense beast tide, off the main road in the wilderness. Golden. This was the first time he'd seen a light dot of this color, and it clearly wasn't a treasure chest. Should he go take a look? On the other side, Zhang Weihong's convoy was facing desperation. Several vehicles on the flanks had been overturned by rampaging elephants, their steel plates creaking and groaning under the assault. Ahead, the rhinoceros herd formed a moving iron wall, their thick hides so tough that even crossbow bolts barely penetrated an inch into their shoulders, not even drawing blood. The team had originally expected only a brief skirmish, but now found the situation completely out of control. Their remaining ammunition, the only thing capable of causing real damage, was running dangerously low, and even if they used it all, it wouldn't guarantee their escape. Leader Zhang, what should we do now? Yeah, these rhinos and elephants are practically indestructible. If we don't break out soon, we'll be worn down to nothing. Desperate pleas rose from all sides as Zhang Weihong raised his hand, signaling for silence. While maintaining a rock-steady exterior, his mind raced with calculations. If he could save everyone at this critical moment, his reputation would skyrocket, solidifying both his team's expansion and his leadership position. With this thought, he quietly sent a private message to one of his subordinates, ordering a batch of poison. Time ticked by relentlessly as casualties mounted. More vehicles were flipped by charging rhinos, forcing people to crawl through shattered doors and leap onto their companions' still functioning cars. But this frantic reshuffling was merely a stopgap measure. Despair spread through the group like a dark cloud, with several female survivors already sobbing audibly. Some of the stronger members with level 2 vehicles were secretly deciding to make solo escape attempts once the formation collapsed. Just as morale reached its breaking point, Zhang Weihong suddenly roared, "I've got it! Leader Zhang, tell us." "Yes, quickly. We'll follow your lead." His voice rang with authority. "Everyone with beast meat, bring it out. I'll reimburse you later. I'm buying poison to coat the meat and feed it to them. For the ones that don't eat meat, we'll poison fruit instead." His words struck like lightning. If brute force wouldn't work, they'd use poison. Though slower, it beat waiting to die. "Perfect. I've got 5 pounds of meat. Take it all. I have some apples. Elephants love those. I've got a watermelon rind I've been gnawing on for 3 days. You can have that too." In this life or death moment, almost no one held back. Various chunks of meat and fruit were quickly traded to Zhang Weihong, who coated them with poison powder before trading them back, shouting reminders. "Don't mix up the targets. Feed the most aggressive ones first." Team members scattered between the vehicles, hurling the poison bait toward the rhinos and elephants. Once everything was distributed, all the cars quickly converged, positioning their fronts at angles to form a makeshift defensive circle, their steel shells clanging together as they absorbed the first wave of impact. Roar the rhino's breathing was as heavy as bellows, while elephant feet pounded the ground, raising clouds of dust. In less than 2.5 minutes, the rhinos and elephants began showing signs of distress, then crashed thunderously to the ground. Leader Zhang is truly brilliant and resourceful, leading us to deal with these beasts. Ha ha ha. This way, the beast horde poses no problem for us. Ordinary beasts basically don't pose much threat to us anymore. Is this the power of teamwork? Once we get out, I must join Leader Zhang's team. That's the only way to survive longer. The crowd's chatter rose and fell, with nearly every sentence praising Zhang Weihong's decisiveness and thoroughness. Listening to everyone's flattery, he couldn't help but smile, secretly calculating that his prestige had risen another notch and his position as leader was now completely secure. He then led everyone to continue breaking through. After more than an hour of fierce battle, The team finally tore through the beast's encirclement and successfully broke free. The original team of 720 people now had 500 survivors, a loss of about 30%, a figure far lower than his most pessimistic estimate. The survivors gathered around him, some shaking hands, others bowing, with thanks flowing continuously. More than half immediately expressed their willingness to join his team. His original small squad of just 80 people instantly expanded to more than 5 times its size, with unprecedented momentum. Having survived the ordeal, everyone first stopped the convoy in an open area far from the beast horde, scattered in small groups to find water and food, and bandage their wounds. Their conversations never failed to include another praise of Leader Zhang's wisdom. Some women who had made promises earlier began to fulfill their ways of showing gratitude, with laughter and suggestive whispers rising and falling in corners. The remaining men could only sit enviously in their respective vehicles, silently waiting for their turn, though they knew deep down that to receive similar treatment, they'd probably need both skill and luck. A golden marker I've never seen before. It might be some kind of treasure. Although there's risk involved, the potential rewards could be very high. Meanwhile, Su Chen stared at the conspicuous golden dot on his electronic map. After a few seconds of mental preparation, he decided to investigate. He drove his RV into the beast tide, the vehicle's armor clanging as wild animals crashed against it, yet it remained steady as a rock. Charging straight through, he parked at the end of the highway, where ahead lay a desert swallowed by yellow sand. The RV could go no further, so Su Chen had to get out and proceed on foot. He looked through the windshield at the scene outside. Countless wild beasts galloping between sand dunes, kicking up dust several meters high. He looked down to check his equipment. Bulletproof vest fitted snugly, gun fully loaded, spare magazines, medicine, and water all secure in his backpack. After confirming everything was in order, he took a deep breath, gripped his AK-47 tightly, and walked quickly to the vehicle door. The car door slowly opened, and Su Chen, holding his AK-47, gazed at the galloping beast horde outside, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. The moment he stepped out of the car, the surging beasts spotted their target. Upon discovering their prey, they immediately cast aside their previous fear, and earth-shaking roars erupted one after another. Roar! Dozens of beasts closest to the vehicle charged simultaneously, kicking up clouds of dust as they lunged straight at Su Chen. A smile curved Su Chen's lips as he knew a fierce battle was inevitable. Whoosh! Instead of retreating, he advanced, his body shooting out of the car door like an arrow released from its bow. Rat-a-tat! The AK-47 spat flames as beast after beast at the front lines fell with thunderous crashes. Angry roars intertwined with gunfire. Moving with incredible speed, he weaved through gaps in the pack like a serpent, firing shot after shot, forcibly tearing open a path through their charging formation. Boom! The instant his bullets ran out, he hurled several grenades. Explosive flames erupted, sending stone fragments and blood mist flying. Immediately after, he raised his Desert Eagle for follow-up shots. Pop! 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 Driving back the beasts trying to close in during the explosion. Rat-a-tat! Boom! Pop! 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 The rapid, continuous firepower carved out a path around Su Chen, but there were simply too many beasts. They charged forward one after another without the slightest fear, giving him no time to reload properly. Looks like I'll have to go all out. Su Chen focused his mind and pulled an energy drink from his storage ring. This substance could triple his strength attribute for a short period. He twisted off the cap and chugged it down. Glug, glug, glug. A burning sensation spread down his throat. In an instant, his blood boiled and his muscles swelled as if wrapped in steel cables, every inch surging with fierce power. He stored his pistol in the ring and drew out 2 triangular military daggers, gripping them in reverse with cold light gleaming from their edges. His gaze swept over the beast still surging toward him from all sides, and his smile deepened. In the next instant, he charged into the pack like an unleashed stallion. Squelch! The first wolf was pierced through the chest by a military dagger, blood spattering everywhere. Howl! The wounded wolf let out several agonized cries before convulsing and collapsing. Su Chen used the momentum to withdraw his blade and spin around. Cold light flashed as more targets fell in rapid succession. In just 1 minute, 12 wolves lay dead. He had transformed into a god of slaughter, his movements clean and decisive, radiating killing intent with every thrust and strike. Roar! A whoop! More wolf packs converged with towering fury, surrounding him in layers. Come at me together, perfect chance to test my current power limit. Su Chen muttered calmly, actually pressing forward on the attack. His triangular daggers whistled through the air in continuous strikes, each slash tearing open a bloody wound. Wolf blood quickly soaked into the yellow sand, staining the ground beneath his feet dark red. 1, 2, 3, 4. More and more corpses piled up at his feet, yet Su Chen's momentum showed no signs of waning. The triangular daggers in his hands continued to slice rapidly through the air, harvesting the lives of beast after beast. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chun had become a blood-soaked figure when he suddenly reached an area devoid of beast herds. He had arrived at his destination. His gaze swept toward the golden marker, and what he saw was an enormous golden egg, a full meter in height. Faint golden light seeped through the eggshell, leaving the surrounding area within dozens of meters eerily silent and empty. No wild beasts dared approach, not even casting a sideways glance in its direction. Su Chun caught sight of the deep fear in their eyes. This egg was definitely no ordinary thing. He stepped closer and pressed his palm against the warm shell, feeling no resistance whatsoever. In the next moment, information flooded his mind. Dragon egg, sealed for many years, life force within not completely extinguished, requires massive amounts of source power for restoration, can be hatched after recovery. Su Chun's heart pounded wildly. A dragon egg. In this world full of unknowns, the appearance of a dragon egg seemed somewhat logical. He quickly accepted this reality, wrapped his arms around the human-sized dragon egg, and hurried back toward his RV. Due to the dragon egg's intimidating presence, all the demonic beasts along the way retreated, allowing Su Chun to harvest them easily. His blade flashed as he collected the scattered corpses into his ring. In just 1 kilometer, he had gathered tens of thousands of pounds of beast meat, filling his storage space to capacity. Returning to the RV, he shut the door and placed the golden egg in his resting quarters. From that moment on, the egg's imposing aura formed an invisible barrier, keeping all beasts away from the vehicle's vicinity. With no obstacles remaining, Su Chun commanded Xiao Ling to pilot the vehicle through the beast herd while he rushed into the bathroom to thoroughly wash away the bloodstains. After cleaning himself up, he returned to the golden egg and attempted a blood contract just like the protagonists in novels he had read before. The fresh blood was instantly absorbed by the shell, but there was no reaction. Only then did Su Chun recall the prompt. The dragon egg needed not fresh blood, but source power. However, what exactly was source power? Unable to figure it out immediately, he rummaged through various materials from his ring to experiment, but to no avail. Forget it. I'll leave it for now and figure it out eventually, he sighed, temporarily setting aside his research. At that moment, the detector showed several overturned vehicles not far away, clearly having met with disaster while crossing through the beast herd. He drove over to find shattered windows and bloodstains everywhere. The survivors had likely met a grim fate. Su Chun felt a pang of sorrow but still removed the automotive hearts from each vehicle before dismantling and taking away the wreckage. Returning to the RV with the automotive hearts, he was about to install them directly into his vehicle's core when he suddenly stopped, as if struck by inspiration. As though something had occurred to him, he took one of the automotive hearts to his room and moved it closer to the dragon egg. Whoa, it actually works? He discovered that when the car heart approached the dragon egg, a strange energy flowed from the car heart into the dragon egg's interior. The golden surface of the egg began to shimmer with golden light, and golden dragon scales slowly emerged, so lifelike they seemed like a real living creature. As the energy was absorbed, the car heart's own radiance quickly dimmed until it was completely extinguished. The dragon egg appeared more vibrant than before, yet still hadn't reached saturation. Su Chun pulled out several more car hearts and arranged them in a row. Moments later, ripple-like patterns of light appeared simultaneously on all the car heart's surfaces, and wisps of energy were devoured by the dragon egg along aerial trajectories. The golden glow grew increasingly intense, and a breathing sensation like that of a living creature became faintly perceptible in the vehicle. As expected, the car hearts contain the primordial energy the dragon egg needs. Su Chun silently concluded, also realizing he now had a voracious car heart eater by his side. After 5 car hearts equivalent to roughly 10 one-star car hearts were completely drained, approximately 5 of the eggshell surface had grown golden scales. Based on this ratio, he estimated that fully hatching the dragon egg would require 200 one-star car hearts. Though the quantity was enormous, it remained within his acceptable range after all. Once he had a dragon companion, his subsequent survival journey would undoubtedly become much easier. While he was calculating, the vehicle's radar showed that the RV had forcibly broken through the beast horde and returned to the relatively safe highway. Simultaneously, a diamond tier treasure chest marker flashed on the detector's display. A diamond tier treasure chest spawning directly on the highway? Is this compensation for getting through the beast horde, or an omen of greater dangers ahead? The more generous the reward, the more deadly the risk it usually implied. He opened the main regional chat channel. Main regional channel, 20,148 people. It's only been a short while since encountering the beast horde, and already 4,000 people have died. Wonder how many will actually make it through this challenge. Holy crap, I made it through the beast horde and found a gold tier treasure chest. This is my first time encountering a gold tier chest. I am rich. Me too, gold tier treasure chest. Heaven hasn't abandoned me. Why did I only get a silver tier chest? Is it because I barely scraped through without killing a single beast? Very likely. I had weapons and killed plenty of beasts to fight my way through, and I found a platinum tier chest. Damn, we've got a big shot here. Suchin lurked while keeping an eye on those excitedly posting players. Soon he noticed that most of them had no follow-up messages clearly. The areas around the treasure chest still harbored deadly threats. Confirming his suspicions, a pitch-black skull symbol flashed at the Diamond Tier treasure chest's coordinates on the detection interface. More screams appeared in the channel. Damn it! I just got near the treasure chest when a lion suddenly jumped out from the side. Thank God I was smart and had prepared to run. I bolted straight back to my car. This isn't a freebie, it's a death invitation from the Grim Reaper. Suchun withdrew his attention and parked the RV about 800 meters from the Diamond Tier treasure chest. He climbed onto the roof of the RV and set up his Barrett heavy sniper rifle. Through the 8x scope of the Barrett sniper rifle, Suchin quickly spotted a massive crocodile, nearly 5 meters long beside the treasure chest that sparkled with diamond-like brilliance. It lay sprawled on the blood-red riverbank, its dark hide gleaming with a cold, metallic luster under the sunlight. Its massive jaws were slightly agape, revealing 2 rows of interlocking fangs nearly a meter wide, as if ready to swallow a survivor whole at any moment. A tough opponent, but too bad it ran into me. Suchun closed one eye and pressed the other against the scope, steadying his crosshairs on the crocodile's left eye as a slight smile curved his lips. Farewell, big guy. Click the trigger squeezed. The bullet left the barrel and cut through the air. Bang! The giant crocodile's left eye exploded in a spray of blood as the bullet pierced through the back of its skull. In agony, it suddenly reared its neck and roared. Ruhar, its massive tail sweeping across the ground, sending rocks and mud flying. Suchin knew that such giant crocodiles had thick hides and wouldn't die from a single shot, so he quickly worked the bolt and fired a second round. Bang! The right eye took another hit, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Blinded, the creature thrashed wildly on the shore, water and dust swirling into a chaotic curtain. The rampage lasted a full 10 minutes before the thrashing gradually weakened, and the giant crocodile's body finally convulsed a few times before going completely limp. Suchun confirmed through the scope that the target showed no signs of movement before finally lowering the Barrett and turning to drive the RV slowly closer. Opening the car door, he stepped through the slippery pools of blood to reach the treasure chest. The 5-meter-long giant crocodile lay dead, its dark red blood making the diamond treasure chest shine even brighter. Suchun first collected his spoils of war, over 1,000 pounds of crocodile meat, neatly stored by the system, and several sharp giant teeth removed as rare materials for crafting. After securing his loot, he rubbed his hands together and took a deep breath before the gleaming treasure chest, then reached out. Opening treasure chest. Initial resource: 1 AI primary intelligence system. You opened the treasure chest and gained 32,180 opening points. You achieved an opening critical hit and received a 10-fold multiplier. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 AI primary intelligence systems. Screen notifications flashed in succession as Suchin's eyes lit up. AI intelligence, powerful computing power, and wisdom too? Does Little Ling count as an AI intelligence? He murmured to himself, glancing toward the smart control center inside the RV. He returned to the vehicle, where Little Ling's icon pulsed quietly on the control panel screen. Compatible AI intelligence detected. Install to current assisted driving navigation system. Install. Suchin confirmed without hesitation. Installing, please wait. After about half a minute, a cheerful young female voice echoed through the cabin. Hello, Master. I'm Little Ling. I've completed my update and upgrade, and can now assist you in many more ways. Please feel free to give me any commands. Such as, Suchun raised an eyebrow, clearly sensing that the upgraded Little Ling was much more lively. In critical situations, Little Ling can provide optimal solutions for Master based on real-time data. The young voice replied confidently. Oh, that's quite nice. Suchun nodded with satisfaction, then handed over the remaining 9 primary AI intelligence systems to the system. AI intelligence system upgrading. Assisted driving, intelligence recommendations, and problem-solving functions will be temporarily offline. After a brief silence. Upgrade successful. Little Ling has advanced to intermediate AI intelligence system. A holographic VR image suddenly projected. Little Ling, in the form of a twin-tailed loli wearing a pink princess dress, curtsied gracefully. This was the appearance she had chosen for herself, reflecting her current psychological stage. Master, I detect that Master is in a pleasant mood. Would you like me to play some cheerful music for you? Oh, it can easily read my mood and even offer helpful suggestions? Not bad at all. Suchun nodded with satisfaction, though a wild thought suddenly crossed his mind. If this Little Ling evolved to its ultimate form in the future, would it break free from its constraints and become an intelligence that transcends all worldly things? He smiled wryly and waved his hand through the air, dismissing this overly sci-fi scenario from his thoughts. The next second, the holographic projection of Little Ling lifted her face and spread her arms forward, causing a sleekly designed smart bracelet to materialize out of thin air. Master, this is a remote control bracelet you can wear outside the vehicle. Through it, you can give Little Ling all vehicle commands while maintaining real-time communication. Whatever problems arise, Little Ling will face them alongside you. But what if I lose the bracelet during combat and someone else picks it up? Could they use it to control my vehicle? Su Chen voiced his concern without hesitation. If the bracelet fell into the wrong hands and was used as a weapon against him, his carefully built base of operations would become someone else's prize. Little Ling immediately raised her hand in salute, speaking earnestly. Please rest assured, Master. Little Ling only responds to you. Alanino. Other survivor can issue commands through the bracelet. Hearing this guarantee, Su Chen finally relaxed and slipped the bracelet onto his left wrist. The cool metal pressed against his skin, then projected a translucent screen displaying vehicle status, remaining energy, component wear levels, and other data at a glance. Additionally, he could connect to the vehicle's main screen anytime, using the bracelet to directly access regional chat channels and browse the trading post. Only when actually collecting physical items would he need to return to the vehicle. In other words, even away from his RV, he could continue socializing and doing business. He casually opened the music menu and said with a smile, Little Ling, play The Lonely Brave. Yes, master. The melody instantly filled the air. Love how you walk alone through dark alleys. Love how you refuse to kneel. As the rhythmic beats dropped, Su Chen swayed gently to the music while the RV, under autopilot commands, drove steadily toward the endless highway ahead. At midday, he stopped the vehicle, planning to grab a quick bite. Tomahawk steaks sizzled on the grill while red wine refracted gem-like colors in crystal glasses. After the meal, he treated himself to an ice cream and fruit dessert, the cool sweetness instantly soothing his fatigue. Between the crisp sounds of his knife clinking against the porcelain plate, Su Chen glanced at the regional channel on his bracelet. Main regional channel, 19,320 people. Main regional channel, 18,203 people. Main regional channel, 17,923 people. By the time he set down his utensils, the number had barely stabilized at 16,866 people. In just one lunch period, a full 7,000 people had been wiped out by the beast tide. Recalling his own harrowing experience charging through the beast tide, he sighed inwardly. This casualty rate was already considered an excellent result, after everyone had banded together, charging as one and covering each other. In the channel, survivors were actively posting. Finally made it through. Those beasts were terrifyingly numerous. Yeah, good thing we formed a 1,000-person team and charged together, keeping casualties to a minimum. Going solo in the apocalypse is too hard. You need teamwork. But you need trustworthy people for teams. Some like to stab you in the back and take all the loot. Speaking of which, does anyone have healing potions? A beast bit me. Buy medicine from God Su. We all got our supplies from God Su. Watching the frequently scrolling requests for help, Su Chen gently swirled his wine glass, quietly counting the number of injured people seeking medicine. The repeated calls of God Su in the channel reminded him of his stockpiled healing potion inventory. At this moment, the coolness of ice cream slid down his throat into his stomach as he looked up at the scorching wasteland beyond the window, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his lips. After brief consideration, Su Chen decided to play the good guy for once. Su Chen, seeing that many people have been injured, I'm now putting all my reserve healing and anti-inflammatory medicines on the market at 2010 off. Limited quantities, first come first served. Healing medicine, 2 herbs, 30 basic materials per dose. Anti-inflammatory medicine, 60 basic materials per dose. As soon as the message was posted, the channel interface was instantly flooded with responses. Su Chen is awesome. Epic. That's our Su Chen for you. What a class act. Come on, what good is such a tiny discount? If you really cared about everyone, you'd give us 90 off. The guy above has no clue what he's talking about. For every pill he sells, Su Chen makes 4,050 fewer materials than before. That's 300 healing medicines and 500 anti-inflammatory medicines. That's equivalent to losing 40,000 basic materials in profit. Holy crap, when you put it that way, Su Chen must be making bank. His wealth probably makes him the richest person on Route 369. More than that, he's probably top 3 in the entire China region. Stop chatting and start buying. The healing medicines are already sold out. Only a few anti-inflammatory ones left. What the hell? You guys are animals. Within just a few minutes, Su Chen's inventory had grown by 2 blueprints, 700 herbs, and 30,000 basic materials. Watching the constantly rising numbers, he mused to himself, war profiteering really is the most lucrative business. If times were peaceful, these medicines wouldn't sell nearly as well. With this thought, he quickly checked how much herbs the survivors had exchanged in speed race mode, almost completely depleted. To continue stockpiling, he'd need to find another approach. After pondering for a moment, he opened a private chat with Zhuge Xiaoyang. Su Chen, do you guys need healing and anti-inflammatory medicines? Image. The message had barely been sent when the chat box immediately chimed. The other party was clearly waiting in the private chat interface. Zhuge Xiaoyang, we'll take them. But the price can't be too high. We have people selling them here too. Su Chen, what's the going rate per pill? Zhuge Xiaoyang, 6 herbs for 1, 10 herbs for 2, or blueprint exchanges. So the most I can offer you is 5 herbs per pill. Su Chen cursed internally. Damn. What a loss. Those people are the real crooks, charging 3 herbs and still getting complaints about high prices. But circumstances dictated his choices, so he adjusted his mood and replied quickly. Su Chen, fine. 5 herbs it is. How many can you take? Zhuge Xiaoyang. Let's start with 60 pills. Su Chen. Deal. Pleasure doing business. Zhuge Xiaoyang. Pleasure doing business. With 300 herbs credited to his account, Su Chen immediately got to work. Accompanied by flashing pale green light, all materials were fed into the crafting interface, producing a total of 500 healing medicines, more than 8 times the original quantity, making him nod with satisfaction. Excellent. Just as he was about to put away the crafting station, Su Chen suddenly noticed a strange purplured glow flickering on a sand dune 3 kilometers away in the desert. The system indicator showed platinum-level treasure chest. The area around it was completely empty, with only that dark silhouette standing alone against the blazing sun. A platinum-level treasure chest, he thought excitedly. Is my luck getting better, or has the main route's chest mechanism improved? After brief consideration, he made his decision. It was worth the risk. Platinum-level chests had a chance of containing 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprints, which held enormous appeal for him right now. Moreover, with his current arsenal, dealing with desert creatures wouldn't be too difficult. Su Chen efficiently checked his equipment, confirmed his ammunition was loaded and weapons were in good condition, and casually wiped the sand dust from his windshield to maintain clear visibility. Then he opened the car door, climbed into the driver's seat, and adjusted the off-road vehicle to optimal desert mode. Fully armed and ready, Su Chen opened the car door and stepped into the desert. On the highway, a convoy of over 80 people bumped along the potholed asphalt road. Their vehicles were riddled with bullet holes and cracks, desperately needing resources for repairs. Originally, this group had numbered around 200, but they had just fought their way out of an overwhelming beast horde, losing nearly 60% of their forces, leaving only these battered remnants. Boss, are we really going after this Su Chen guy? The subordinate in the passenger seat asked quietly. What scared? Lin Mo suppressed his rage in his throat. Don't you know how loaded he is? He dared to steal my first placis, asking for death. His brow furrowed tightly, teeth clenched, emotions barely contained, when suddenly a cry of alarm came from the front of the convoy. Boss, there's a huge RV up ahead. Holy crap, that thing's even bigger than your command vehicle. Could that be Su Chen? A massive RV over 10 meters wide stood like a steel wall by the roadside, making Lin Mo's convoy look like toys in comparison. His subordinates stared in stunned silence. Lin Mo followed their gaze, and jealousy instantly surged through him. What a ride, and he wanted it for himself. Move in closer, he ordered in a low voice. Try deception first. If we can trick them out, great. If not, we attack. Take him down, and we'll have enough to fix all our vehicles. The convoy slowly approached and stopped near the RV. Lin Mo was first to exit, hands spread wide to show he meant no harm, calling out loudly. Hey there, friend. Mind having a chat? Our convoy just got hit by a beast tide. Our vehicles are badly damaged, and we'd like to trade supplies for some repair blueprints or materials. The other subordinates also got out as ordered, likewise showing empty hands to demonstrate their sincerity. However, there was no response from the RV. The curtains were drawn tight, making it impossible to see inside. The massive vehicle was like a walking treasure trove to them. Even if stripped down to basic resources, it would be worth a fortune in supplies at any trading post. Boss, seems like nobody's home. One subordinate reported quietly after shouting at the door for a while. Lin Mo walked around to the right side for a closer look and indeed found faint footprint traces between the vehicle door and the desert. The owner went into the desert looking for treasure chests. He sneered coldly, drawing his pistol and walking to the door. He first tried the handlight wouldn't budge, then raised his weapon, aiming at the glass and pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the glass, causing only a slight tremor before ricocheting off. 3-star vehicles came with bulletproof glass, just as he'd expected. Bring the explosives, he commanded. Soon, a red tube bomb was handed to him. Lin Mo pressed it against the RV's door, led his men back several dozen meters, and decisively pressed the detonator. Bang! A tremendous explosion accompanied by billowing smoke erupted as Lin Mo watched the blast center with satisfaction in his eyes. However, once the smoke cleared, the RV door showed nothing but some black scorch marks from the explosion, not a single dent anywhere. Lin Mo's face instantly darkened, his expression shifting unpredictably. How could there be no damage at all? He stared at the unharmed door and growled through gritted teeth. Everyone attack together. Let's break down this damn RV's durability. Dozens of survivors immediately formed 2 rows. The front line raised their guns while the back row wielded blades. Muzzle flashes erupted as bullets pinged and ricocheted off the vehicle's body, while blade strikes only managed to scrape a few sparks from the alloy shell. In less than half a minute, a stray bullet pierced through one survivor's chest, blood splattering across the sand. Only then did the others realize with shock after all their efforts. The RV remained completely unscathed. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, frozen in place. Desert heat waves rolled over them, making their breath feel scorching hot. After a brief silence, a sharp glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he raised his hand. Bring the vehicles over and form a circle. Engines roared as pickup trucks and SUVs arranged themselves in a ring around the RV, completely blocking any possible escape route. It's averaging 50 degrees out here. Without the RV's air conditioning, no one can survive outside for long. Lin Mo's voice was hoarse but confident. If we can't break down the door, we'll wait them out. Once the owner dies in the desert, the door will naturally unlock, and this RV will be ours. Though the group had reservations, they eventually nodded in silent agreement for such a formidable mobile fortress. Some bloodshed was inevitable. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wasteland, after stepping into the scorching sand sea, Su Chun would first scope out any black marks he encountered along the way using his Barrett's 8x scope. High-threat targets got eliminated with a long-range shot, while ordinary small fry were dealt with up close using his crossbow or handgun. Less than an hour into his journey, he reached a sand dune 800 meters from the platinum treasure chest marker and dropped prone, steadying his rifle toward the target. Through his scope, the scene near the chest made his heart skip a beat. Standing rigidly beside the treasure chest was a humanoid creature wearing strange official robes and a black cap with red tassels. Its skin ghastly pale and lips tinged blue, unmistakably a zombie. Holy crap, there are zombies too? Su Chun cursed under his breath, cold sweat unconsciously forming in his palms. Zombies were impervious to blades and bullets. Felt no pain. Taking one on solo wouldn't be easy. He grabbed a handful of sand and let the grain slip through his fingers to gauge wind speed, then fine-tuned his breathing and locked onto his target. Bang! With the suppressor, the gunshot was reduced to a muffled thump as the bullet cut through the air. Thwack! The bullet pierced through the robed zombie's chest, but it only looked down in confusion, seemingly puzzled about what had struck it. It really doesn't fear bullets? Su Chun frowned, his heart sinking. He couldn't bear to give up a platinum treasure chest. Wait, I have peachwood swords. He suddenly remembered obtaining several peachwood swords from previous chest openings. At the time, he'd found them odd, but now they might prove useful. Peachwood counters zombies, worth a try. If I can't win, I'll just run. With that thought, he put away his Barrett sniper rifle and drew out a peachwood sword. After switching to the peachwood sword, Su Chun cautiously approached the target. When he got within about 50 meters of the zombie, he clearly entered its sensing range. The bronze-level yellow sand zombie suddenly turned its head, and though its eyes remained tightly shut, it lifted its nose to sniff the air before hopping toward his position. System scanning in progress. Yellow sand zombie. Grade: Bronze. Attack: 36. Defense: 48. Combat power: 120. The bracelet's fluorescent light flickered, displaying the creature's complete stats. Xiaoling's upgraded functionality exceeded Su Chun's expectations. He nodded silently, steadied his breathing, and raised his sword in preparation for battle. 20 meters. The zombie suddenly kicked off the ground and launched itself into the air, its rigid body hurtling toward him like a sandbag. Holy crap! Before Su Chun could finish his curse, the peachwood sword had already swept out horizontally. The blade touched the dried flesh and immediately began sizzling and smoking, releasing the smell of roasted meat. The zombie quickly retreated like a scalded cat, first hopping backward repeatedly, then slipping and simply rolling on all fours, bouncing across the sand like a spring ball. As expected, it's terrified of peach wood. Su Chun grinned broadly, raising his sword and shouting, "You corrupt official, where do you think you're going? Come and face your death." He gave chase, but two legs couldn't match a creature crawling on all fours. The zombie soon disappeared into the shadows of the sand dunes. However, the zombie's escape route revealed a platinum-level treasure chest, his true objective for this expedition. Su Chun approached and lifted the chest lid with both hands. Notifications appeared in succession. Initial resources: 1 corpse control talisman, 1 immobilization talisman. Chest opening complete. Gained 12,320 opening points. Triggered 12-fold critical hit. Corpse control talisman 12. Immobilization talisman 12. Corpse control talisman. Can forcibly control undead creatures below gold level for 1 hour. Talisman becomes ineffective when time expires. Immobilization talisman. Can immobilize creatures below gold level for 3 hours. If target exceeds gold level, duration decreases according to their strength. One type can serve as temporary minions. The other can directly immobilize enemies. Awesome. Su Chun stored all 12 corpse control talismans and 12 immobilization talismans in his storage grid. He pulled out 1 corpse control talisman to test it, but the bronze zombie had long since vanished, so he had to give up. As he turned to head back to his RV, his bracelet suddenly blared an alarm. The RV's durability had dropped by 3. This decline exceeded his warning threshold by 3 times. Su Chun's heart sank. Even 10 rifle bullets hitting simultaneously might not reduce durability by 1. Only bombs or grenades could cause this kind of damage. How dare they touch my RV? Su Chen's eyes flashed coldly as he broke into a run. Approaching a sandy hill about 1.5 kilometers from the RV, he dropped prone behind some weathered rocks, quickly set up his sniper rifle, and slowly aimed the 8x scope into the distance. Through the scope, dense black shadows appeared around the RV, constantly moving while using the vehicle's bulk for cover. There were many of them, at least 50 people. No wonder they dared to target my RV if he had this kind of backing. Su Chen sneered coldly, the dark muzzle locking onto the survivor who had exposed half his body, his finger gently squeezing the trigger. Bang! The first bullet pierced through the forehead, blood mist exploding as the body fell straight to the ground. Enemy attack. That guy's back. Damn it. He's got a sniper rifle that show your heads. Bang. The second gunshot delivered another headshot, blood splattering against the car door's interior. Everyone stay alert. He's hiding out in the wasteland and can't last long. We'll wear him down slowly. Lin Mo crouched in the driver's seat, ordering all personnel and vehicles to take cover on the RV's left side, positioning his men and the steel vehicle body in a tight line. In contrast, the circle of cars surrounding the RV on the right side became sitting ducks with no protection. Bang! Every 2 seconds, a bullet flew with deadly precision, claiming a life. In just dozens of seconds, over a dozen vehicles were destroyed, bodies lying in rows. Run to the left side of the RV. Everyone move together's just one person. He can't shoot us all at once. 34 vehicles ignited simultaneously, metal roaring as they charged toward the left side in waves. The odds were indeed reduced, but the cost remained brutal. In the first exchange, they lost nearly 30 men, almost 40% of their forces. Boss Lin, he's got a sniper rifle. What do we do? Yeah, the moment we lift our heads, they get blown off. We can't even see if he's getting in the vehicle. Even bulletproof glass can't stop it. Blue Xiao Fei's head clean off. Maybe we should retreat? What if he's special forces? We can't handle that. Hearing the words special forces, Lin Mo's budding thoughts of retreat instantly vanished. As a former drug lord, his entire family had been killed by special forces. He couldn't win against them out there, but here he had superior numbers. She would never surrender. Set it on fire. Melt the RV's tires so he can't drive away. We'll outlast him today. We're in vehicles. He's in the wasteland, won't last 2 hours. Yes, sir. His subordinates piled oilcloth and dry wood around the tires, flames crackling upward. Su Chen, watching through his scope from a distance, chuckled mockingly. Naive. Xiaoling, ram through and break out of their vehicle circle. Yes, master. The next second, the RV that Lin Mo's group had been using as a bullet shield suddenly started up on its own, roaring forward with a thunderous crash. The tires rolled through the flames, sparks flying as it plowed straight through the wall of people and vehicles, completely exposing Lin Mo's crew under the harsh wasteland sun. What the hell? Is there someone in that vehicle? They never expected that there were still people hiding in the RV, lying in wait until their companions returned to drive the vehicle away from its original position. As the RV's engine roared to life, the massive obstruction that had been blocking their view slowly pulled away, instantly exposing everyone hiding in the shadows to both sunlight and crosshairs. Bang! Glass shattered as a survivor didn't even have time to cry out before taking a headshot in the driver's seat. Shattered glass and blood mist exploded simultaneously as the vehicle spun out of control across the highway. Just 2 seconds later, another gunshot rang out, and a second survivor collapsed over the steering wheel. Run, get to the center of the highway, and zigzagged and give them a clear shot. Lin Mo immediately realized their plan had completely fallen apart. He screamed the warning to his companions while gripping the steering wheel with white knuckles, pushing his vehicle to its limits as it carved exaggerated curves across the highway, desperately fleeing toward the road's depths. Over 50 vehicles were forced to follow his lead in a chaotic retreat. Meanwhile, Su Chen wielded his Barrett heavy sniper rifle, his trigger finger barely pausing 1 second to aim, 1 second to fire, every shot a headshot. Within his 2.5 kilometer range, he was death incarnate. In just 1 minute, with shell casings clattering to the ground, he had eliminated over 30 survivors, leaving only a dozen or so vehicles struggling to escape his kill zone. Lucky you ran fast enough. But if you think you're leaving, you'll have to get past me first. Su Chen packed away the Barrett, leaped back into the driver's seat, turned the RV around, and headed back toward the battlefield. He believed in finishing the job and would never leave loose ends. Returning to the battlefield, he spent less than 10 minutes stripping every recoverable resource. Over 60 automotive hearts, most of them 1-star quality, plus 2 Browning pistols. While the haul was substantial, it was clear that their leader or high-ranking members had escaped. Su Chen dismantled all the captured vehicles, then got back in his RV and instructed the onboard AI, Xiaoling, to begin pursuing the remaining enemies. With the beast hordes surging behind them, the survivors could only continue forward, so he decided to conduct a full sweep of the highway. I recommend a serpentine search pattern with 100% coverage, though it will reduce speed by 40%. Xiaoling offered the optimal solution. That's fine. Su Chen glanced at the dashboard. After the RV's upgrades, its top speed reached 200 miles per hour. Even with serpentine maneuvering, he could maintain over 120 mph, while the enemy's remaining vehicles only had basic engines and couldn't possibly escape his grasp. After setting the radar to automatic scanning with alerts, Su Chen took the bag of automotive hearts back to the bedroom and fed them one by one to the dragon egg. As each automotive heart dissolved into points of light and was absorbed by the egg, new scales spread across its shell piece by piece. When the last one was consumed, the scale coverage reached 49%, nearly half complete. Excellent. Just a few dozen more, and it should activate it and disappoint me. He clenched his fists, eyes gleaming with anticipation. About half an hour later, the radar sent a clear alert through his mind. There was a cluster of vehicles ahead. Looking through the porthole, the numbers matched roughly with the convoy that had escaped earlier. Found you. Su Chen's eyes narrowed as he immediately gave chase in his RV, pulling an AK-47 from his storage ring and loading it with ammunition. He intended to make the enemy vehicles taste despair. If only he had unlimited magazines. He mused silently. That would give him endless firepower, far better than going strong for a moment, then fizzling out. The RV's engine roared as it carved a straight black shadow through the dust. When they were still 200 meters from the fleeing convoy, a lackey in the rear vehicle glanced through his rearview mirror, froze for half a second, then cried out in alarm. Boss Lin, they're catching up. How can such a massive RV run so fast? They caught up? Damn it. Lin Mo immediately turned around and saw the enormous armored RV behind them, wariness flashing in his eyes. Bullets couldn't penetrate it, and the enemy had sniper rifles. A direct confrontation would definitely put them at a disadvantage. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the driver's side window of the RV slowly rolling down. An opportunity. Lin Mo's spirits lifted, thinking the enemy wanted to stick their head out to snipe. As long as they exposed even the slightest gap, his team would have room to counterattack. However, the next second, his smile froze on his face. What emerged from the driver's seat wasn't a human head, but a cold metal helmet, and behind the helmet, an AK was aimed directly at them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Clang, clang, clang. Dense gunfire instantly enveloped them. Several vehicles in the convoy equipped with bulletproof glass barely held up, but the other half of ordinary cars were directly pierced by stray bullets, blood splattering across the windows. After emptying the first magazine, Su Chen seamlessly loaded a new one, and the barrel spat fire once again. Scatter. Anyone with guns, fire when he shows himself. Lin Mo roared his orders, but this also exposed those subordinates who rolled down their windows even more completely. Su Chen had originally been pondering how to deal with those bulletproof windows, but in the blink of an eye, he saw the enemy voluntarily lowering their glass and extending their pistols. Perfect for his purposes. Bang! An enemy bullet struck Su Chen's helmet, sparks flying, but was deflected by the metal. He raised his weapon and fired a burst, picking off each survivor who dared to show their head. Brother, show mercy where mercy is due. Lin Mo screamed hoarsely. You've already killed so many people, why must you exterminate us all? His answer came in the form of another burst of gunfire. Su Chen's approach was consistently simple. If others offended him, he would certainly retaliate. Moreover, he was driven by the need to devour automotive hearts. Moments later, only 6 vehicles remained in the convoy. Su Chen's lips curved upward as he lowered his barrel and strafed the tires. Rat-a-tat-tat. 5 cars' wheels simultaneously burst, their bodies spinning out of control across the road surface, leaving only one still desperately speeding away. He put away the AK and brought out his Barrett heavy sniper rifle. The 5 vehicles forced to stop had barely stabilized when he pulled the trigger repeatedly, cleanly and efficiently sniping each driver. The last vehicle was of the highest quality, its engine screaming as it accelerated straight to 200 miles per hour, yet in Su Chen's eyes it still seemed pitifully slow. He scoped in, locked on target, and fired. Bang! The bullet struck heavily against the bulletproof glass, leaving only a shallow mark without penetrating. Su Chen squinted and exhaled softly. Looks like this one's a big fish. He fired several more shots, all aimed at the exact same spot. If once wasn't enough, he'd try again. Su Chen locked onto his target and pulled the trigger decisively, muzzle flashes dancing at the barrel's tip. Several bullets struck the same location in succession, and the premium bulletproof glass finally gave way with a sharp crack before shattering with a loud bang. The bullet then cleanly pierced through his opponent's head, killing the target instantly. The out-of-control commercial minibus careened wildly across the highway, its body screaming as it flipped sideways, wheels spinning in the air, rolling several times across the asphalt before coming to a stop. The engine wheezed, gasoline fumes filled the air, and shattered glass and debris scattered everywhere. Su Chen jumped down from his RV, stepped over the scattered wreckage, and approached the overturned bus. He first thoroughly searched the dead man's belongings, then found a well-maintained M16 assault rifle beside the seat. Next, he discovered a 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprint in the corner of the cabin. The clues came together. This man was Lin Mo, who had been holding first place on the racing leaderboard. But Su Chen couldn't care less. Anyone who dared attack him wouldn't live to regret it. The vehicle contained plenty of basic resources, which Su Chun unceremoniously collected into his spatial ring. Finally, he removed the 2-star vehicle core, roughly sensing it contained the energy equivalent of at least 50 1-star vehicle cores. After clearing the scene, he went to loot several nearby vehicles as well, reaping substantial rewards and becoming quite wealthy. Even if the basic materials for the next vehicle upgrade cost 10 times more, he could afford it. Vehicle upgrades and dragon egg hatching need to proceed simultaneously. Let me prioritize the dragon egg first, he calculated silently. Returning to his RV, Su Chun placed Lin Mo's vehicle core into his own vehicle's core, then piled the remainder onto the dragon egg. Vehicle core, 3-star, 78300. Dragon egg, scale coverage, 58. Excellent. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his vehicle reached 4 stars and the dragon egg hatched. His RV was currently comfort class, and at 4 stars it would upgrade to luxury class. Thinking of those unknown luxurious features, Su Chun felt anticipation as he drove off. The following half-day felt like a rest period the system had granted all participants, with no sudden events. Everyone continued traveling while searching for supply chests. Su Chun's luck held, and he opened another gold-tier chest that dropped vehicle exoskeleton spikes, retractable spikes that could extend from the vehicle's shell at any time, dealing damage to approaching beasts or enemies. Since his RV lacked a proper weapon system, he immediately installed them to at least shore up his defenses. As night fell, the RV stopped in the middle of the highway. With headlights off and soft interior lighting illuminating Su Chun's profile, he sat on the bed reviewing the day's transactions. Business at his shop had been booming, with various materials filling nearly half his storage ring. After some thought, he decided to trade surplus supplies for absorption stones. He opened his private chat with Zhuge Xiaoyang and sent a list. Su Chun, I need absorption stones and can trade rare blueprints or various materials. Attached is my inventory list. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Shortly after sending the message, he received a reply. Zhuge Xiaoyang, I opened a platinum tier chest earlier and got 20 absorption stones. Could I trade them for a 2-star vehicle core blueprint? If it's blueprints, I'll offer 4 nether stones or equivalent materials in exchange for 1-star vehicle core blueprint. How does that sound? The price offered was within Su Chun's expectations. After all, these blueprints cost him nothing to produce, so trading them for resources he needed was pure profit. Su Chun replied, deal. If you're short on basic materials, feel free to contact me anytime. I've got plenty. After a brief silence, a new private message popped up. Zhuge Xiaoyang, how many nether stones would I need for 1 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprint, plus the highest grade upgrade materials? Clearly, this person didn't just want the blueprint, they were also testing how much it would cost to max out a 2-star vehicle. As a cooperative partner, Su Chun didn't hold back any information. Su Chun, 40 nether stones should be enough. The real money drain isn't the basic materials right now. 25 basic materials are only worth 1 bottle of water. The expensive part is electronic components, which have been inflated to dozens of times the price of regular materials. 1 electronic component can trade for 2 bottles of water. By that calculation, upgrading a 2-star to 3-star vehicle would cost about 600 bottles of water. Zhuge Xiaoyang, thanks. I'll trade for the 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprint first, then get more materials later if needed. Su Chun, sounds good. They completed the trade immediately. With 20 units of nether stones credited to his account, Su Chun upgraded on the spot, expanding his storage ring capacity by another 20 cubic meters to 625 cubic meters total. After expanding his inventory, he simply waited for more messages. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, Zhuge Xiaoyang came asking for help again. He was still short over 100 electronic components. He hadn't expected an RV to consume so many parts, far more than regular mechanical manufacturing. Despite preparing in advance, he was still way short. Ding. Zhuge Xiaoyang. Su Chun, I need 143 electronic components and 200 steel blocks. How many nether stones? Su Chun, friend's price 3 nether stones will do. Zhuge Xiaoyang, thanks. After the second trade, Su Chun's storage ring expanded again to 628 cubic meters. As night fell, Su Chun rewarded himself after a busy day. Steamed king crab, butter-grilled lobster, paired with a glass of 1982 red wine. The crab meat was sweet and fresh, the lobster meat firm and succulent. Every bite was a burst of flavor that made him cry out in satisfaction. After the feast, he relisted cigarettes, recovery potions, and other items on the trading market, then crawled into bed. That was enough for today. Tomorrow he'd continue working hard. What kind of monster would his vehicle become after further upgrades? With this anticipation, Su Chun quickly drifted off to sleep. In the deep of night, he had a bizarre dream, riding a giant dragon with Qing Lan in his arms, soaring through the clouds. Just as he was getting lost in the moment, Qing Lan in his arms looked up and kissed him gently, but it felt like kissing air with no sensation at all. Before he could react, both the dragon and Qing Lan vanished instantly, and he plummeted from the sky, jolting awake. Was that just a dream? And he'd actually felt attracted to a girl he'd never even met? Had he really become infatuated at first sight? Ding. A private message notification lit up, and the sender was none other than Qinglan. Qinglan. Su-chun, I just had the strangest dream. You were in it. What the hell? What's going on? This can't be leading to something crazy, can it? Huh? What did I dream about? Qinglan, I'm not telling you. After saying this, there was silence from the other end, leaving Su-chun standing there stunned. What was that supposed to mean? Leaving him hanging? He clicked his tongue, but didn't dwell on it. For a healthy 20-year-old guy, having those kinds of dreams was perfectly normal, especially when he'd even been kissed in the dream. Shaking off the lingering images from his mind, he went to wash up and get ready, then started the vehicle again, planning to continue scavenging for supplies on the wasteland highway. Meanwhile, on the other end, Qinglan sat on the edge of her bed in a daze, covering her burning face with both hands. In her dream, she and Su-chun had actually been riding a giant dragon, soaring through the sky, and she had even kissed him first. At this thought, the girl's cheeks turned crimson as she buried her face deep under the blanket corner. The RV roared past, its tires kicking up clouds of dust. When Su-chun took a short break, he suddenly noticed that sales of ice water and ice cream in his shop were skyrocketing. Frowning, he opened the regional chat channel and instantly understood why. Holy crap, why is it so damn hot today? Yeah, the temperature is at least 10 degrees higher than yesterday, and it's still climbing. Don't forget we triggered extreme heat weather. If you count the days, tomorrow's supposed to be the hottest. What? Today's this hot, and it's not even the worst yet. So hot. Even the AC isn't helping. God, you're out of ice watery stock quick. I need to trade for some. Holy shit. Everyone look at the horizon around us. Holy shit. Seeing this string of messages, Su-chun rolled out of bed and pulled open the window. A scorching wave hit him in the face, hot as someone breathing directly on him. He immediately closed the window and looked up toward the horizontal the left, right, and behind him, 3 suns were slowly rising. The intense light illuminated the vast sandy terrain, with the sand and stones reflecting blinding white rays that made everything shimmer in a dazzling array of colors. 3 suns hung in the sky as temperatures soared. Everyone tacitly stopped their vehicles, no longer searching for treasure chests, and began conserving resources, using what they had to endure the extreme heat. The regional channel was in chaos. Is this the chaotic era? I'm going to dehydrate. Better to dry up like jerky to survive, or we're all dead. No way, right? Are the legends true? Could we actually be on that planet? But we can't dehydrate and evolve. Enough nonsense. Let's figure out how to survive this first. My tire durability is dropping like crazy. It's got to be at least 60 or 70 degrees out there. Thank God I traded for ice cream from Su-god earlier, barely hanging on. Su-god, stock up more and save everyone. The outside temperature continued climbing, but Su-chun remained calm and collected. The ice-making speed in his refrigerator doubled, and he quickly restocked based on market demand, putting ice water and ice cream back on the shelves, which were soon swept clean again. Master, the outside temperature has exceeded 70 degrees. The predicted maximum temperature for today will reach 81 degrees. Would you like to activate the automatic adjustment function for the vehicle's air conditioning system? Once activated, it will automatically adjust the cabin temperature for the owner, maintaining the most comfortable temperature for human survival. Turn it on. Su-chun nodded and gave the command. The upgraded air conditioning unit immediately kicked into gear, blowing cool air from the vents. This new AC system had far superior cooling efficiency compared to the original version, but it consumed fuel at triple the rate. Its only yet fatal flaw. Yes, master, the AI voice responded respectfully. Outside, the scorching sun blazed down, and the asphalt road surface shimmered with a whitish haze. Su-chun decided to treat himself to a little break, dumped strawberries and watermelon chunks into the ice cream maker, and after a few minutes of mechanical whirring, the machine produced 2 basketball-sized scoops of creamy ice cream. He kept one to enjoy himself, slowly savoring it, while listing the other on the trading panel specifically for his friend Qinglan. Su-chun, made with your ice cream, blueprint guaranteed refreshing. Just trade me the materials and fuel directly. Qinglan, thanks, ordering right away. Shortly after the trade request appeared, a batch of miscellaneous materials that Qinglan had sourced filled Su-chun's storage. Over the past few days, he had been well prepared, stockpiling massive amounts of fuel before temperatures soared. From Zhuge Xiaoliang alone, he had traded surplus materials for a full 100,000 units of fuel, taking up 100 cubic meters of storage space. Now that temperatures were too high for anyone to dare venture out to open treasure chests, other survivors' fuel reserves were plummeting rapidly, making his stockpile a literal lifeline. His purchase price had been merely 1 bottle of water, 25 units of fuel, equivalent to basic materials. Su-chun calculated that when demand peaked, he could easily sell at double the price. Profiting from the price difference was perfectly reasonable. The regional channel was buzzing with activity. Holy crap, surface temperature is off the charts. I just tried to go out and open a chest, but my slippers melted the moment they hit the ground, and my feet got burned like pig's trotters. I actually envy you having pig's trotters to eat. All I can do here is lick plain pig's feet. I threw some meat slices on the ground, and they cooked through instantly saved me the trouble of grilling. Maximum efficiency. Are you kidding me? Suchin's 200 ice creams sold out in half a minute. Are you people even human? A kid just wants some ice cream. Is that too much to ask? Suchin scrolled through the messages while quickly gathering information. The regional channel had plummeted from an initial 100,000 people to just 15, 289, a reduction of 80%. Those who had survived this long were either running out of supplies or had figured out how to cope with the extreme heat. Water wasn't the issue. The real bottleneck was cooling down. They desperately needed frozen treats, and this was exactly Suchin's domain. Suchun, truly a great benefactor. Later on, considering the overwhelming demand, Suchun decided to put ice water directly on the shelves. He pushed the Dawn Shop's production line to its absolute limit, 200 bottles of ice water going online every 5 minutes, with profits pouring in while he harvested a substantial amount of goodwill. Suchin wasn't afraid of other survivors, but keeping them alive for a few more days and maintaining active trading meant he could continue harvesting profits. If too many died, his chances of obtaining high-grade resources would diminish. The moment the ice water went on sale, the regional channel exploded. Other players were also selling ice water, but their production and sales volumes were completely crushed by Suchin's dominanza, single-handedly controlled half the market. Thank you, Godsu. Without you, we'd probably die from the heat. Yes. Thank you, boss, for this cooling grace. If there's ever a chance in the future, we'll definitely help you in return. While flattering messages flooded the screen, sarcastic voices also emerged. These people were drinking Suchin's ice water while typing away their existential doubts. How does he have so many resources? Is he the game system's golden child? Could he be specially sent by the system to collect resources? Right. Even with treasure chests every 10 kilometers, you couldn't get this much stuff. We should unite and boycott Dawn Shop's products to drive the prices down. I think you're only half right. He might not be the golden child, but we can definitely unite in boycotting. Better yet, make him give away ice water for free. Those with fewer resources should get free handouts. Don't be so selfish. Exactly. We're all Chinese people and should help each other. If he's ever in trouble, we'll definitely help him too. Seeing these complaining while drinking types, Suchin couldn't help but sneer. He was all too familiar with keyboard warriors' tactics. When resources ran low, they'd wave the moral flag, fabricate conspiracy theories, and demand free handouts from others. Once someone showed weakness, they'd successfully freeload. Lacking ability themselves, they could only operate from behind the scenes, using some followers as pawns. The only way to deal with such people was to be firm. Suchun posted an announcement in the channel. I'm not as generous as you think. Anyone who slanders me, acts passive-aggressive, or tries moral blackmail will be blacklisted and permanently banned from purchasing supplies at Dawn Shop. Anyone who buys or sells on their behalf will also be blacklisted. Similar behavior in the future will be handled the same way. Once the announcement was posted, onlookers immediately reveled in the drama. Serves them right. Drinking Godsu's ice water while trying to morally blackmail him? This is a survival game where people die constantly, and they still dare pull this stunt? But don't forget the temperatures had been ridiculously high these past 2 days. Without enough ice and ice cream to cool down, they really could die from the heat. However, they never expected Suchun to handle things so decisively. In everyone's eyes, directly blacklisting those passive-aggressive players was equivalent to voluntarily giving up a whole batch of potential customers, which would inevitably hurt the shop's revenue. Just as people were sighing over this, another system announcement dropped, once again leaving the crowd speechless. Suchin posted several messages in rapid succession on the regional channel. Sigh, I really am petty. Being insulted put me in a bad mood. If anyone can teach those players who were being passive-aggressive toward me a harsh lesson, I'll give them a basketball-sized ice cream image for free, permanently valid. Oh, and don't kill them, just break their legs. Photos required. If anyone dares to trick me with fake photos, they'll get blacklisted and bounty hunted too. Think carefully, everyone. These few sentences were like sparks thrown into hot oil, instantly igniting the channel. That basketball-sized ice cream image wasn't just permanently valid, it looked like cream was overflowing and jam was spilling out, making people feel the cool sweetness even through their screens. Who wouldn't be tempted by the chance to escape hours of scorching heat? Thus, the batch of passive-aggressive players who were initially despised by everyone suddenly became benefit generators. In the channel list, every name that had posted sarcastic comments was clearly marked, and their chat records could easily confirm their identities. There was nowhere to hide. Many players immediately private messaged their targets. Don't worry, bro, I'm a good guy. Everyone else wants to catch you, so don't expose yourself. Quietly tell me your location and I'll come protect you. The words seemed caring and the tone sincere, but no matter how you looked at it, it sounded like kidnappers coaxing someone into a van. Keyboard warrior Fong Xin was one of the most active members of the passive-aggressive army. Accustomed to online flame wars, after exchanging his remaining resources for ice water, He had casually thrown a jab at Su Chun in the channel to assert his presence. He naturally assumed that since everyone was anonymous online, who could do anything to him through the internet. But Su Chin's bounty instantly made his hair stand on end. His private message window was flooded with greetings. Some people pretended to offer protection, while others simply offered to trade coordinates for a price. Fong Xin closed his private messages and was about to drive away when he saw several familiar SUVs surrounding his car in the window reflection. Huang Xin, Zheng Fei, and several other teammates from their group got out fully armed. Huang Xin shouldered his iron rod and showed an apologetic yet greedy smile. Fong Xin, I checked the channel. You're the one who was passive-aggressive towards Su Chun. We know you meant well for everyone, but you offended Su Chun, and we all want ice cream. Are you crazy? Fong Xin's voice trembled as his eyes quickly scanned for an exit. Who knows if he'll actually pay up? If we're really going to be harsh, we might as well put on a show. Before he could finish, Zheng Fei was already swinging his iron rod. We don't want to risk being counter-bounty hunted. Fong Xin floored the gas pedal, but his car was blocked by the SUV beside him. Huang Xin raised his hand and smashed the driver's side window with his iron rod. Crack. Glass scattered everywhere. Several people dragged Fong Xin out of the car like pulling out a sandbag, raining down punches and knees. Finally, Huang Xin raised his iron rod high and struck Fong Xin's shin hard. Snap. The crisp sound of breaking bone made the onlookers' necks go cold. Blame Su Chun, not us. Huang Xin dusted off his hands and posed with Zheng Fei, snapping photos of the screaming Fong Xin. They packaged the photos with location data and sent them to Su Chun. Huang Xin, Su God, here's the guy who slandered you. We broke his leg for you. About that ice cream. Receiving the message, Su Chun was slightly stunned. Hadn't expected someone to act so quickly. His intention had only been to intimidate, to make those people live in fear, but he hadn't anticipated anyone would actually treat the bounty as a mission. It was probably internal team conflict, he silently speculated. Su Chun, good, the photo checks out. The ice cream is yours. A trade window popped up, and the basketball-sized ice cream image floated to Huang Xin's account. Immediately after, Su Chun shared both the trade record and photos on the regional channel. Su Chun, very good. I can feel everyone's helpful spirit. The first brother is already enjoying ice cream. It feels great having someone stand up for me. Once the photo was posted, the entire regional channel erupted with excitement. This at least confirmed that Su Chin's promise was genuine. As word spread, the last traces of doubt vanished completely, and the onlookers immediately turned their attention to those unfortunate souls who had been blacklisted by Su Chun. Huang Xin and Zheng Fei clutched their freshly obtained ice cream cakes, still steaming with cold vapor, and excitedly rushed toward their car, ready to enjoy their sweet treats in comfort. Fong Xin lay nearby, his legs a bloody mess, cold sweat beading on his forehead from the pain. Yet a venomous gleam flickered in his eyes. Staring at their retreating figures, he spoke with chilling coldness. You broke my legs for ice cream just now, and soon enough you'll break each other's legs for the same ice cream. Strike first and gain the advantage. Hesitate and suffer the consequences. His words pierced their hearts like sharp thorns. Huang Xin and Zheng Fei exchanged glances, their eyes falling on the remaining half portion of ice cream cake in the car, both wondering, would the other really make a move? They had just broken Fong Xin's legs over half a serving of ice cream. Why wouldn't they do it again for the remaining half? After just 3 seconds of eye contact, murderous intent erupted simultaneously. Bang! Huang Xin swung his iron rod viciously at Zheng Fei's arm. Slash! Zheng Fei retaliated with his blade, opening a bloody gash on Huang Xin's calf. Screams echoed as the two grappled together, blood splattering across the gravel road. Within moments, both had collapsed, breathing heavily through bloodied noses, their eyes filled with venomous madness. Fong Xin watched with his mouth twitching wildly, enduring the pain to flash a triumphant smile. If you want to harm me for ice cream, you'll pay the same price I did. Soon, more Fong Xins appeared. Many people photographed their teammates' miserable conditions and uploaded them to Su Chun, desperate for that ice cream reward. As these photos appeared in the regional channel, the initial commotion gradually gave way to deathly silence. While watching the spectacle, people suddenly realized that the teammates beside them might not be trustworthy. With sufficient incentive, a knife in the back could come at any moment. Some teammates could be useful, others absolutely could not be trusted. All of this had nothing to do with Su Chun. At that moment, he reclined in his spacious massage chair, leisurely enjoying the pre-programmed back massage mode while spooning ice cream, the cool sweetness spreading through his mouth. The feeling of making money while lying down made him increasingly understand why some people willingly indulged in comfort. If it could always be like this, it wouldn't be so bad. But the highway survival game clearly had no intention of giving him a long vacation. Warning, warning, warning. Due to sustained high temperatures, the highway is experiencing critical failure. The road surface will continuously collapse, dragging everything on it underground. Vehicles caught in the collapse will result in immediate elimination of survivors. Players must not remain stationary. Leave immediately and begin your escape. This is a challenge of wisdom and courage. Good luck to all players. The system announcement instantly ignited the channel. What the hell is this situation? Can't deal with us, so they're just tearing up the highway. Only 2 days left, and they won't let us rest? I knew the system would pull something. Oh God, look in the rearview mirror. The road is collapsing like an earthquake. Stop talking and run. Brothers, let's chat again if we survive. After the barrage of messages flashed by, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Chaos erupted as players scrambled to escape the impending disaster, their previous conflicts forgotten as survival instincts kicked in. The once jovial mood was replaced with frantic panic, each player realizing the dire consequences of remaining idle. Huang Xian and Zheng Fei, still grappling with each other, abruptly ceased their fight and leaped to their feet, urgency replacing their earlier animosity. Forget the ice cream. We need to get out of here, Huang Xian yelled, adrenaline fueling his escape. Zheng Fei nodded, both forgetting their quarrel as they raced towards safety, the looming threat of the collapsing road uniting them in a fight for survival. Meanwhile, Su Chun remained oblivious to the chaos outside, still enjoying his treat, unaware that the game was about to escalate even further. The sense of danger heightened, and the players knew they had to rely on each other, albeit cautiously. Trust was a commodity more valuable than ever in this game of life and death. The screen displayed more urgent warnings, and as the ground shook beneath their feet, the only thought that echoed in their minds was survival. Thus, the real challenge commenced, where alliances would be tested, and true character revealed in the face of imminent peril. With the stakes at an all-time high, each decision from this point onward could mean the difference between life and death. Master, the road behind our vehicle has begun collapsing. I recommend immediate departure. Shall I start the engine now? Start it. Get us out of here immediately, Su Chen commanded without hesitation. He yanked open the car window, and cold wind rushed in, stinging his eyes. Behind them, the road looked as if it were being crushed by an invisible giant hand, with dense cracks spreading rapidly across the asphalt at a visibly alarming rate. Yes, sir. Vroom's engine roared to life, and the RV shot forward. In the rearview mirror, the road surface rolled and collapsed, with debris and dust scattered everywhere, resembling a gray tsunami in pursuit, consistently staying about 20 meters behind the vehicle. Su Chun floored the accelerator, pushing the speed to 200 miles per hour, but the gray tsunami matched their pace, surging forward at the same 200 miles per hour. Grass a plant. Su Chun cursed under his breath, though his mind was racing with calculations. Most survivors' vehicles remained in one-star condition with unmodified engines, maxing out at 110 fat. That speed differential, they wouldn't even qualify to flee for their lives. But he soon noticed something odd. The collapse maintained exactly 20 meters distance, neither approaching nor retreating. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he lowered his voice. Xiaoling, reduce speed by 10 mph, slow down a bit, then maintain steady speed. Understood, master. The speed dropped from 200 to 190 miles per hour. Simultaneously, through the rearview mirror, he could clearly see the collapsing road immediately close in by 5 meters. Su Chen's fingers tensed, ready to slam the accelerator again at any moment. After just 1 second, the collapse speed also slowed accordingly, settling back to 20 meters away. He guessed right. Su Chen exhaled deeply. Xiaoling, continue reducing speed gradually. After more than 10 consecutive commands, the RV speed was systematically reduced to 30 miles per hour. Just as Su Chen prepared to slow down further, the collapse behind them suddenly surged forward, instantly closing to 6 or 7 meters. Speed up quickly. Get it above 30 miles per hour. Yes, master. With speed stabilized at 35 miles per hour, the collapsing road was once again kept at 20 meters behind. Su Chen's palms were drenched in sweat. He reached a conclusion. As long as the vehicle maintained speeds above 30 miles per hour, they could safely clear this challenge. Having figured out the pattern, he finally relaxed. At this moment, most other survivors were flooring their accelerators, not daring to ease up. Who would dare reduce their speed to 30 or 40 mph in a life-or-death situation? After brief consideration, he opened the regional public channel and shared his discovery, but held back one detail, claiming the minimum safe speed was 60 miles per hour, a speed all vehicles could barely manage. He knew full well that many people currently had no time to check the channel, but once fuel became critical, they would inevitably be checking messages while keeping their foot on the gas. In a situation where treasure chests were unattainable, yet continuous driving was mandatory, what would be the scarcest resource? Fuel. Su Chun rubbed his nose vigorously, grinning like a sly fox. Taking advantage of this wave, his stockpiled fuel could finally come in handy. Soon, a new channel message appeared. Su Chun selling fuel, 100 units per package. Only requires 10 bottles of water or 3 portions of medicinal herbs or blueprints for exchange. Shop has 1,000 packages in stock. First come, first served. Soon, many people spotted Su Chen's message. Their first reaction was pure delight, so the collapse speed behind them was directly proportional to their driving speed. Someone tentatively eased off the gas pedal to below 60 mph, watching as the cracking asphalt seemed to slow down like footage in slow motion. The collapse rhythm instantly decelerated. Su the God was absolutely right. The tense atmosphere immediately relaxed a bit. Right after that, another fuel trading announcement popped up in the channel. What used to cost 4 bottles of water for 100 units of fuel now jumped to 10 Baht, whopping 2.5 times increase. The price was eye-watering. But considering Su Chun had just freely shared life or death intelligence, most survivors placed orders with gratitude. At this moment, Su Chun was the only one in the entire channel daring to sell fuel, and with no way to predict how long the collapse would drag on, they'd rather pay extra water than risk running on empty. By rough calculation, if the collapse persisted until tomorrow, even maintaining 60 mph throughout would require at least 2,000 units of fuel to reach the safe zone. If it ended before nightfall like before, the demand would be much lower, but nobody dared gamble on that. While others' nerves were stretched taut, Su Chun curled up in his massage chair, gently pressing the switch as the backrest hummed softly. He pressed a chilled cola against his forehead to cool down, then tilted his head back for a gulp. The crisp glug echoed in the cramped cabin, followed by a satisfying burp that reverberated through the narrow space. Several hours flew by in the blink of an eye. At 2:30 p.m., the three suns in the sky finally shifted westward, their scorching rays losing some intensity. The collapse zone behind them kicked up clouds of dust, but the distance between it and the convoy had clearly widened, and the collapse speed seemed to be losing steam. Everyone secretly wondered, was it almost over? The system announcement suddenly rang out. Due to decreasing temperatures, the road collapse is showing signs of relief and will completely stop in 30 minutes. This will directly transition into a new stage, the Road Obstacle Challenge. Survivors will drive through rough, uneven collapsed road sections. Please prepare accordingly. Additionally, to commend your outstanding performance in this escape round, basic survival rewards are now being distributed. Seriously? Not even a moment to catch our breath. Su Chun raised an eyebrow. He wasn't worried for himself, but thinking about those ahem, his dearest fellow countrymen who had already been baked half to death by the heat and just survived a death race. If they weren't given a breather soon, someone was bound to snap. The regional channel now showed only 13,670 people online, down by over 1,000 from before. The dead had either been dried out by the heat waves or had plunged car and all into the collapsed ravines. The system rewards arrived quickly. 1 bottle of water, 3 pieces of bread, and 200 units of fuel. Seriously? That's all this junk? Su Chun glanced at the mountain of bottled water piled up in his storage ring, reluctantly stuffed the rewards into the most inconspicuous corner, and leisurely waited for the next phase countdown. Before long, a private message from Zhuge Xiaoyang popped up. This guy was Su Chun's biggest trading partner, so naturally, he wouldn't be too casual about responding to his messages. Zhuge Xiaoyang, Boss Su, I've got a nice blueprint here. How about trading it for 1 2-star vehicle plus 5 1-star vehicle upgrade blueprints? Su Chun opened the attached image, and his eyes immediately lit up. The blueprint clearly read, solar power generator. One-time crafting materials required. 1. Special alloy X100. 2. Special plastic X100. 3. Electronic components X100. Crafting requirement. 3-star vehicle core. Staring at the blueprint, Su Chun made up his mind instantly. He had to get this. His RV still relied on fuel-powered generators. Burning nearly 60 units of fuel per hour just on standby consumption was staggering. If he could switch to solar power, he'd save more than half his fuel reserves. He checked his inventory. Those vehicle upgrade blueprints weren't particularly useful to him at the moment, so he decided to make the trade, though he still wanted to negotiate the price a bit. Su Chun, this requires a lot of high-grade materials from me. If you were offering the finished product, that would be about right. Zhuge Xiaoyang, Boss Su, this generator will still be useful even when you upgrade to a 4-star vehicle. It's definitely worth it. How about this? What materials are you short on? I can throw in 50 units of materials, and we can trade resources for the rest. Su Chun deal. The trade was completed, and the solar power generator blueprint along with 50 units of special metal landed in Su Chun's inventory. Special metal could only be obtained from platinum-level treasure chests, usually appearing as blueprint bonuses. By Su Chun's estimation, 25 units of special metal were roughly equivalent to 1 1-star vehicle upgrade blueprint. He was still short on the first 2 materials, so he traded 5 1-star vehicle upgrade blueprints for the missing special alloy and special plastic. Electronic components were what he had most. Ophi's warehouse was practically overflowing with them. With all materials gathered, Su Chun stuffed the blueprint and materials into the crafting station and hit the craft button. White light flashed, and a massive device took shape on the platform, its top neatly lined with retractable solar panels. Solar power generator specifications. Panels can extend freely. Maximum coverage area, 25. Maximum output, 1,000 units of electricity per hour equivalent to fuel. Storage capacity, 30,000 units of electrical energy. By simple calculation, 1 hour of power generation could support his current equipment for 20 hours, and when fully charged, the stored energy would last him a very long time. Su Chun felt relieved. Electrical freedom was temporarily achieved. He immediately climbed onto his RV, spread the panels across the entire roof, and connected the wiring to the generator's built-in storage unit. The power indicator light steadily glowed, increasing by 1 unit every 3.6 seconds on average. The numbers climbed slowly but steadily. With everything set up, he collapsed into his reclining chair. Cool air from the AC hit his face. The ice cream in his hand gave off wisps of cold vapor, and he quietly waited for the next challenge, highway obstacle race. Half an hour flew by in a flash, and the time reached 1500 hours. The highway survival system's notification sound once again thundered in every participant's ears, causing everyone to tense up with grave expressions. Congratulations to all players who survived this highway collapse incident. Due to the road collapse, the terrain has become extremely treacherous, filled with various obstacles. Accompanied by the system's clear and resonant notification sound, a detailed race announcement projected onto all vehicles' windshields. 1. Race name, Highway Obstacle Challenge. 2. Track conditions. The once smooth highway is now a devastated wasteland, collapsed sinkholes, cracks torn open by mudslides, boulders ready to tumble at any moment, abrupt cliff breaks, and water-filled ponds scattered everywhere. If you can imagine an obstacle, it's on this track. 3. Supply station rules. Only 2 supply stations are available throughout the entire race. The first supply station spawns randomly and may appear anywhere along the route. The second supply station is fixed at 100 kilometers before the finish line. Any supplies can be exchanged for points at supply stations, and points can be used to purchase equivalent or higher value items. It's a bartering system as long as you have enough points. 4. Completion requirements. Players may sprint at full speed or stay put and lie flat. There's no mandatory distance requirement. Simply surviving until the race ends counts as completion and earns you a starter resource pack. If you complete the entire track and reach the finish line, you'll receive an additional participation reward. 5. Ranking rewards. This event will feature global point rankings, with the top 10 receiving mysterious grand prizes, details to be revealed. 6. Additional note. May all survivors find their liberation soon. As soon as the announcement ended, the regional chat exploded. Awesome. This time we don't have to race like maniacs, just lie flat and save fuel and resources. Exactly. I can't compete for rankings anyway, but surviving to the end still gets me rewards. Easy profit. Wait, you guys really aren't going to the supply stations? Trade a bottle of water for points, and you might get something much rarer. Like what? Trade room temperature water for cold water. Think bigger. Trade for a whole refrigerator and stock it full of cold drinks now. That's profit. Guys, don't forget this is the system making these rules. You really think it's being generous? I smell a conspiracy. The chat scrolled rapidly. Su Chun reclined in his driver's seat, fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel, his brow slightly furrowed. Over the past few days, he had participated in nearly every highway activity and challenge, giving him a rough understanding of the game system's nature. It excelled at using high-reward bait to incite conflict between players. The obstacle race's allowance for lying flat seemed humane on the surface, but likely concealed an even harsher survival filter. In the last speed race, he claimed first place globally and earned a storage ring. Having tasted victory, he was determined to win this mysterious grand prize. In other words, if the speed race was already brutal, this obstacle race's difficulty would only multiply. The system assumed most players couldn't complete the entire track, which explained the relaxed survival equals completion condition. But how could it allow lying flat while still achieving massive elimination? How was this accomplished? Through player infighting? Or is it a high-temperature environment with no resource supply? Su Chun pressed his palms together under his chin, gazing at the desert beyond the windshield as he quickly weighed his options. If this really was one of those scorching hot segments with no food supplies, the risk would be higher than any previous challenge. Then he shook his head, pushing down all hesitation. Don't overthink it. The harder the challenge, the richer the rewards. With Xiaoling here, I can at least secure a top 10 finish. Aim to stay in the top 10 and fight for first place. With 3 minutes left on the countdown, he simply climbed into the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and decided to do a little warm-up first. Meanwhile, the public channel was flooded with player discussions, messages popping up like snowflakes. I think they set the entry threshold so low this time because both the difficulty and rewards are going to be explosive. At least I can grab a participation prize, right? Holy crap, that makes sense. I was the Drift King of Mount Akina in my past life. I've got to take on this challenge. Maybe I can even crack the top 10. Give me a break. In our zone, only Su Chun has a shot at the top 10. The rest of us should just watch from the sidelines. Just hearing the name of this track tells you it's deadly. One wrong move and you're toast. Exactly. If you can lay low, then lay low. Staying alive is what matters most. Laying low is fine, but you need resources first. Those without resources can only gamble everything on a long shot. Otherwise, who knows if there'll be any more treasure chest opportunities later. Easier said than done. If the system allows laying low, it means this level is truly hellish. Going might just be a waste of effort and resources. Opinions quickly split into two camps. One side advocating participation, eyeing the supply stations along the route and leaderboard rewards. The other insisting on conserving current resources and playing it safe first. Neither side would back down, and the comments were filled with tension, giving Su Chen the feeling of watching a flame war on a social media platform. He simply exited the channel, shutting out all the chaotic voices. As for the trading post, there probably wouldn't be much trading volume today even if half the players chose to lay low. Plenty would still hit the road and exchange supplies at the stations. But once people could get what they needed directly from supply stations, he wouldn't be able to profit from price differences. At this thought, his eyes narrowed slightly. What exactly is in those supply stations? It'd be best if I could clear them out. 5 minutes passed in a flash. When the system notification sounded, Su Chen floored the gas pedal and shot forward with a roar, his car's rear kicking up clouds of dust. In less than half a minute, a fork in the road appeared ahead, with a glowing sign hovering in the center, its blue fluorescence shimmering in the heat waves. Obstacle Race Extreme Cliff Obstacle Course. Total length, 66 kilometers. Track width, 20 meters. Left side hard mode. Point multiplier distance 3. Right side nightmare mode. Point multiplier distance 5. Note: complete your chosen difficulty and finish in the top 10 on the speed leaderboard to earn additional multiplier bonuses. First through 10th place receive additional multipliers of 10 to 1 distance respectively. Each player may only choose one difficulty level. After scanning the information, Su Chen's lips curved into a smirk. Holy crap, they're not even leaving a normal mode as an escape route. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. Play it safe and go left, giving up the 2-point multiplier, but with a better chance of making the top 10 and securing the additional distance bonus. Go aggressive and take the right path for higher base points. But if he dropped out of the top 10, he'd lose all additional rewards and might as well have taken 9th place in hard mode. If he went aggressive and chose the right path, while the base distance multiplier would increase, failing to make the top 10 would mean losing the additional distance bonus, equivalent to 9th place in hard mode. After only a moment's hesitation, Su Chen chose the nightmare mode on the right. With Xiao Ling at the helm, he believed this AI could handle most racetracks in the world. Yes, master. Xiao Ling took control, and the RV silently merged into the right lane. After just a few hundred meters, a glowing blue portal spanned the road like a flickering start sign in a video game. As the vehicle passed through, the smooth asphalt instantly fractured, transforming into a track that wound along the cliff's outer wall in an almost semicircular pattern nearly identical to the extreme cliff race they'd experienced before. Holy crap, don't tell me it's the same track, just a tiny bit wider. Su Chen muttered. Soon, he discovered the real difference. Massive boulders flanked the road, one on the left, one on the right, spaced about 10 meters apart and extending for dozens of kilometers like natural barriers blocking the path alternately. Even the steady Xiao Ling had to ease off the accelerator. The speedometer dropped from 200 to 160 km/h. No way, can we really get through at this speed? Su Chen's eyes widened. The next second, the first boulder loomed into view. Whoosh! The RV executed a perfect drift, skimming past the boulder's edge. Just as the rear straightened, the second boulder blocked the lane, and Xiao Ling immediately countersteered. The intense lateral force pressed Su Chen into his seat, and he reflexively gripped the armrest with a death grip. Report, Commander. This map bears extreme similarity to recorded maps. At the upcoming cliff turn, choosing not to turn and instead launching off the track to leap across the canyon will land on the opposite track, saving 6 kilometers, Xiao Ling reported calmly. What the hell? 6 kilometers? Are you sure? Xiao Ling cannot confirm with absolute certainty, but similarity is 88.6, success rate 95, classified as an acceptable risk event. Distance to cliff, 1 kilometer. The numbers ticked down like a countdown. 800 meters, 600 meters. Damn it, can't you give me some time to think? Su Chen roared, palms slick with sweat. Then he took a deep breath. Do it, just this once. The RV swept past the final boulders, entering the 200-meter straight before the cliff. The engine roared, the needle climbing wildly 160, 190, 220 km/h, without the slightest hint of braking. Confirmed, track detected 80 meters below, success rate increased to 99.9. Xiao Ling's voice remained steady. The air seemed to tear apart. The RV launched into the void, weightlessness hitting instantly. Through the windshield, Su Chen looked down into the bottomless canyon. Pure darkness. Would falling mean instant death or eternal descent? No one knew. This AI is insane, he cursed aloud. The RV traced an arc through the air, continuously dropping while gliding forward, drawing closer to the opposite track. Bang! They landed hard. The suspension compressed violently, the entire vehicle shaking like a leaf, sliding hundreds of meters before stabilizing. Next time you see a shortcut like this, Don't take it, stick to the original route. Su Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the adrenaline surge, and ordered Xiao Ling to continue driving normally. This way, he could rack up more mileage multiplier bonuses. It definitely wasn't because he was afraid of these canyon jumping stunts. Definitely not. Quietly wiping away the cold sweat on his body, Su Chen continued sitting in his seat, knowing the road ahead would likely bring even more thrills. At that moment, the air inside the RV seemed charged with gunpowder, and through his earpiece, Xiao Ling's crisp voice rang out like a death knell. Master, there's a 60-meter-long deep pit 500 meters ahead that cannot be crossed normally. Su Chen's entire body trembled as his gaze locked onto the windshield. The road ahead suddenly narrowed to just 4 meters wide, while this RV needed at least 5 meters to pass safely. He took a deep breath, suppressing the terror rising in his heart, and quickly asked, "Do you have a specific plan?" "Yes, Xiao Ling has completed the planning. You just need to. Don't explain, just execute it." Su Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly, speaking rapidly, clearly having no time for further consideration. The pit was less than 100 meters away, yet the RV's speed remained unchanged. In the next second, Xiao Ling pushed the throttle command to maximum, and the vehicle suddenly accelerated, shaking violently on the gray asphalt surface. Su Chen could feel the vehicle like an enraged beast being forcibly yanked to the right. 30 degrees right tilt. The left wheels lifted off the ground while everything inside the cabin crashed together with ear-piercing sounds. The two right wheels pressed desperately against the remaining 4 meters of road surface, tire treads grinding against asphalt and throwing up tiny sparks. In a split second, the RV skimmed past the edge of the deep pit, its chassis brushing the rim without falling. After crossing the pit, Xiao Ling immediately turned the steering wheel, and the left wheel slammed back to the ground with a thud. The vehicle shuddered violently but steadied itself perfectly. The entire maneuver was executed flawlessly, leaving Su Chen's heart pounding. Without Xiao Ling's control, he knew he could never have accomplished such an extreme operation. Still shaken, the RV continued weaving left and right along the cliff raceway. The speedometer needle remained locked above 160 miles per hour, the engine roaring like an angry beast. In less than half an hour, the finish line's light gate appeared in the distance. Su Chen took a deep breath, locked his speed at 220 miles per hour, and charged through. Congratulations, you have completed the extreme cliff obstacle course. Total distance, 66 kilometers. Total time, 22 minutes and 17 seconds. Ranking, first place. Estimated points earned, 915. Beyond the light gate, his name hung alone at the top of the leaderboard, with the empty rankings showing no second place. But before he could catch his breath, at the end of this new world's highway, continuous mountain ranges rose up desolate, barren, not a blade of grass in sight, with even the air distorting in heat waves. In the open space before the mountains, a massive stone monument stood alone. What is that? Su Chen maneuvered the RV slowly closer. 3 large characters were carved on the monument's surface: supply station. A supply station right at the beginning? Su Chen's spirits lifted. Supply stations allowed bartering, and he could exchange his excess initial resources for what he needed. With nothing else around, he approached with curiosity and placed his hand on the cold stone monument. A pale blue screen appeared, listing all available recovery and exchange options. Supply station resource recovery prices. Wood block recovery price, 1 point. Iron block recovery price, 1 point. Steel recovery price, 3 points. 1-star automotive heart upgrade blueprint, 1,500 points. Supply station resource exchange. Wood block price, 1 point. 1 unit of nano stone, 250 points. Realistic inflatable doll, 699 points. Note: human-like touch, 100 sensation, maximum experience. Su Chen. Before long, Su Chen found exactly what he was looking for at the supply station. On the bottom shelf of the stone tablet lay an epic-grade vehicle weapon system blueprint, priced at 99,999 points. He glanced at the item description. The quality tiers he'd encountered so far were common, fine, excellent, epic, and legendary. The stone tablet remained mysteriously silent about any higher grades. So expensive, yet so rare, it instantly ignited Su Chen's desire. A vehicle-mounted weapon system that could unleash firepower without leaving the car would be like a guardian angel for a lone survivor in the apocalypse. But that price tag of 99,999 points stuck in his side like a thorn, making him frown. It seemed as if the stone tablet had anticipated his urgent need and deliberately inflated the price. Fortunately, the stone tablet didn't just sell items, it also bought back all kinds of materials at fair prices. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief and began taking inventory. Wood, 11,640 pieces. Iron, 9,643 pieces. Glass, 8,464 pieces. Rubber, 8,346 pieces. Steel, 3,349 pieces. Cola, 2,469 bottles. Water, 1,846 bottles. Meat, 4,460 pounds. 1-star vehicle upgrade blueprints, various quantities. He estimated that his next vehicle upgrade would require about 2,500 units of each basic material. To be safe, he decided to keep 5,000 units and trade the rest for points. 1. Wood, 6,640 pieces, 6,640 points. 2. Iron, 4,643 pieces, 4,643 points. 3. Water, 846 bottles, 21,150 points. 4. Meat, 3,460 pounds, 34,600 points. After trading these basic supplies, his points jumped to 86, 400, still over 10,000 short of his goal. He couldn't touch the rare materials, so he turned his attention to the pile of currently useless common blueprints, ropes, manhole covers, and the like. Common blueprints were worth 100 points each. He pulled out 136 of them. 5. Common blueprints, 136 pieces, 13,600 points. Point balance, 100,000. Finally enough. Suchin reflected on how hard it was to earn money and silently vowed to harvest a few more rounds of easy targets later. Without hesitation, he made the purchase. Spent 99,999 points to exchange for epic-grade vehicle weapon system blueprint. The new crafting requirements appeared. Steel, 200 units. Alloy, 200 units. Rubber, 200 units. Special alloy, 100 units. Special plastic, 100 units. He had steel, alloy, and rubber in stock, but was short on special alloy and special plastic. Once again, he fed materials into the stone tablet, converted them to points, then exchanged those points for rare materials until he had gathered all 5 required components. Suchun carried the heavy material crates to the crafting station, took a deep breath, and raised his hand to press the start button. Begin crafting. The blueprints and materials were enveloped in a brilliant light at the same moment. Suchin couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. These were all resources he had spent considerable time harvesting bit by bit from countless players. It seemed he was still too merciful. He'd have to raise his prices just a tiny bit more next time. Fortunately, being able to exchange temporarily useless items for urgently needed equipment made it all worthwhile. As the white light faded, a semi-transparent beam that could be freely controlled hovered in front of the RV. The system indicated he could mount this device anywhere on the vehicle, though weapons had to be supplied separately. After a moment's consideration, Suchun decided to split it into 3 fixed points, positioning them at the front center, mid-left, and mid-right of the vehicle. He then opened a retractable heavy weapon port on the front roof, specifically designed for heavy armaments. The 3 weapon mounts were quickly installed, each defaulting to 2 protruding gun barrels that could swap firearms at any time. What pleased him most was the ammunition system. It had built-in auto-reload functionality, eliminating the need to change magazines during combat. Each ammunition bay held a full 1,000 rounds, and with just a press of a button after emptying, it would instantly refill. The drawbacks were equally obvious: mediocre firing rate and limited fire coverage. If he could get his hands on a big pineapple heavy machine gun to mount on there, the firepower would definitely double. After some thought, he replaced the default weapon on the front roof with a Barrett heavy sniper rifle, pulling the magazine to full capacity. This way, he could scope and snipe at any time from inside the vehicle. Theoretically, as long as he didn't get out, he'd be a mobile fortress. If only the RV were bigger, he could upgrade it directly into a steel castle. But as soon as the thought emerged, he shook his head vigorously, dismissing such premature fantasies. He hadn't even passed the first disaster yet. Thinking too far ahead would only make him lose focus. Collecting himself, he glanced at the supply station and decided not to make any more exchanges for now. There were still supply points before the finish line, and his resources were more than sufficient. Besides, as long as he could fleece other players once more, he could get whatever he wanted. As for the heart of the automobile, perhaps it was time to take the initiative in the apocalypse. Being soft-hearted equals death. Xiaoling, continue forward. Yes, master, the AI responded crisply. Suchin returned to the driver's seat, took a deep breath, and the RV roared to life, charging toward the distant mountains. The mountain range looked treacherous, but it couldn't stop his advance. Before entering the slope, he deliberately reduced his speed from 200 to 120 miles per hour, then gradually slowed further as the incline increased. When the RV crested the first steep rise, the familiar system notification suddenly rang out. Obstacle course: flaming mountain lava obstacle track challenge. Total distance, 66 kilometers, track width, 12 meters, default nightmare mode. Calculated at 5 times the initial mileage multiplier. Failure will result in experiencing a lava bath. As soon as the notification ended, the track scenery beyond the high slope appeared before Suchin's eyes. The entire landscape was a blazing red, dotted with volcanic craters spewing thick smoke into the air. The track had no guardrails on either side, with countless curves and obstacles scattered throughout. Some sections were completely buried under volcanic lava and ash. To get through, you'd have to find an alternative route. 10 meters ahead, A silver-gray starting line stretched quietly across the path. Xiaoling, analyze this for me. How do we get through the lava-covered sections of the track? Suchin asked, standing beside his RV and looking up. Yes, master, initiating scan. The onboard AI Xiaoling quickly began its analysis. Within seconds, the mechanical female voice responded, scan complete. I have 7 solutions for you. First, build an upward ramp before the lava section and use high-speed jumping to clear it. The drawback is that excessive speed could cause you to overshoot the track. Second, fight fire with water. Use enough ice to rapidly cool the magma. The drawback is that it requires massive amounts of ice and has low efficiency. Third, wait, let's go with those first 2 options and combine them. Suchin interrupted. He decided to use ice water to cool the lava first, then build a launch ramp. Without hesitation, Suchin went to the back of the RV, grabbed the ice blocks mounted on the external rack, and carried them along with several buckets of water to the roadside. Not only that, he also doused all 8 tires of the RV with water to minimize the temperature shock when they first contacted the scorching road surface. Once finished, he grabbed the door handle and leaped back into the driver's seat. Let's go. Yes, master. The RV's engine roared to life. The front end lurched forward, and they crossed the starting line, charging into the track. The first challenge was an almost vertical steep descent, with the road only 6 meters wide and boiling lava churning on both sides. As the vehicle plunged downward, gravity pressed Suchin deep into his seat, making him feel like he was on a weightless roller coaster. He couldn't help but cry out, "Ah, holy crap, this is intense." At the bottom of the slope was a narrow lava passage about 100 meters long. The RV reached peak speed at the lowest point and crossed the entire section in just 2 or 3 seconds. After bursting through the lava zone, it immediately climbed onto a sloped section that was low on the left and high on the right, tilted at about 30 degrees. The left side still bordered the raging lava, while the road surface was scattered with boulders ranging from fist-sized to tire-sized. Suchin's heart-tightened RVs had a high center of gravity and were prone to rolling over. Xiaoling precisely controlled the speed and executed continuous steering maneuvers, with the tires barely grazing the edges of the boulders and sending them bouncing away. The AI managed to navigate the 10-kilometer dangerous slope with heart-stopping precision. After clearing the slope, the scene ahead was even worse. Some sections were buried under thick volcanic ash that obscured the tire tracks. Other areas had half the road eaten away by lava, and the most challenging spot featured a 30-meter stretch where the road had collapsed into a deep ravine, leaving only glowing red magma churning below. Xiaoling brought the vehicle to a steady stop at the edge of the broken road, with scorching heat waves pressing against the windows. Suchin grabbed the water buckets and ice blocks and hurled them at the molten lava. The ice water hissed and steamed, sending up white vapor as the blazing magma rapidly solidified into a black, charred crust. Taking advantage of the sudden temperature drop, Suchin quickly constructed an upward-angled ramp made of wood and metal over the cooled section. Finally, he signaled for the RV to reverse several meters, slammed on the brakes to lock the vehicle in position, and took a deep breath preparing for the sprint. At that moment, Suchin suddenly heard the roar of a car engine. Only then did he realize that another vehicle was speeding and drifting across the lava-covered track behind him. The driver's movements were fluid and graceful, with a speed nearly matching Xiaoling's peak performance from earlier. This kind of speed was practically at the level of a legendary mountain pass racer. Suchin's heart tightened as he locked his gaze on the van that was rapidly closing in, his eyebrows first rising then furrowing. The van accelerated to about 160 kilometers per hour, charging straight toward the makeshift ramp he had just built, clearly intending to take advantage of his work. However, Suchin wasn't in a hurry to intervene. This was the perfect opportunity to use the other driver as a test pilot, letting them gather data for Xiaoling so he could avoid the risk of flying off the track later. Whoosh! The van roared past the RV. Through the glass, Suchin caught a glimpse of the player in the driver's seat, face flushed red with excitement, as if the thrill of racing itself brought him pure ecstasy. Rumble! The van charged up the ramp and launched into the air, briefly suspended before rapidly descending. When it was only 5 meters from the lava, the vehicle began its descent, with the tires making first contact with the scorching magma. In the next second, the tires instantly melted, causing a blowout that sent the vehicle spinning out of control with ear-piercing screeches across the track. Fortunately, the car body wasn't thrown off the track. Not enough speed, and the ramp isn't long or high enough, Suchin muttered under his breath. He then got out to adjust the ramp's angle and length before signaling Xiaoling to operate the RV. With the van serving as a cautionary example, Xiaoling felt confident as the RV accelerated up the ramp and easily cleared the steaming lava zone. Clang! The RV landed steadily, stopping beside the van with its tires and chassis completely destroyed. After confirming the driver was dead, Suchin got out to collect the car's heart and all resources. No point in letting them go to waste. Back in the RV, Xiaoling continued forward. The next several kilometers went smoothly, and Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to cliffs, volcanic lava presented the additional uncertainty of eruptions, making it even more dangerous, but he had managed to pass through safely despite the close calls. The system notification chimed. Congratulations. You have completed the Flaming Mountain Lava Obstacle Course, 66 kilometers total. Total time, 31 minutes, 18 seconds. Ranking, first. Estimated points earned, 990. After exiting the lava track, Su Chen checked the leaderboard for the previous Extreme Cliff Obstacle Course, where the top 10 had been finalized. Second place went to an international competitor. Second place, Adam USA total time, 47 minutes 12 seconds. Third place, Li Qingfeng China total time, 54 minutes 43 seconds. Su Chen wasn't familiar with the other names, but his performance still led by an overwhelming margin. Considering that others would certainly take even longer to get through the Flaming Mountain Lava course, he felt even more confident about maintaining first place. He had also discovered that collecting other players' car hearts in this stage no longer granted their accumulated mileage, further solidifying his advantage. Xiaoling steered the RV onward while Su Chen used the downtime to open the chat channel. With many players choosing to give up, the channel was bustling with activity, turning into a massive spectator forum. Truly worthy of being called God Su. He's literally twice as fast as second place. Did he fly through the sky, or something? He's in a completely different league. I seriously suspect Su Chen is a professional race car driver, top-tier level. Has anyone watched international racing events? Wait, guys, I just reached the supply station, and everything's available for equal exchange. They even have ultra-powerful rocket launchers. Nothing's out of stock. Holy crap, is it expensive? I'm suddenly tempted to start over and try again. Worst case, I'll just go slower and play it safe. For those who made it through, could you share some tips about what to watch out for in the first challenge? Wake up, brother. What's in it for me to tell you? At the very least, you've got to offer me something in return. In the dim vehicle, a tied-up man was still trying to negotiate. Come on, we're all compatriots here. Asking for favors over a bit of information? That's just hurtful. Get lost. Sure thing. Su Chen snorted coldly, kicked the man aside with one foot, and muttered to himself. Sure enough, when people get idle, they eat too much, and even their troubles multiply. The vehicle continued along the broken road. The detection radar's red suddenly flickered. Less than 200 meters ahead lay a canyon cliff 100 meters deep, with a makeshift steel cable bridge of similar length spanning across it. Jagged rocks surrounded the area, weeds swayed in the wind, and the air was thick with the smell of motor oil and dust. The moment they drove onto the bridge, an inexplicable sense of familiarity crept into Su Chen's heart. Just as the front of the car was about to leave the bridge, he suddenly remembered the source. I carved this mountain. I built this bridge. Kid, if you want to cross, you'd better honestly pay the toll. At the end of the bridge, several vans welded with steel plates blocked the road, their roof-mounted machine gun barrels gleaming darkly. 7 or 8 burly men aimed their guns at Su Chen's SUV, while their bald leader wore a mocking expression. But hey, it's just 100 bottles of water. Su Chen rolled down his window halfway, stuck his head out, and smiled faintly. Well, old acquaintances. Looks like your business has gotten more professional. The life-saving payment from that last battle royale still hasn't been settled with me. These people were exactly the group Su Chen had spared during the previous battle royale, who had stayed behind to collect tolls at the bridge. According to their agreement, they should have handed over their earnings as payment for their lives, but the resources had never materialized. Hearing Su Chen reveal their identity, several faces stiffened, and they exchanged glances. The bald man laughed nervously while bowing and clasping his hands. Boss, spare us. We honestly forgot your name before, and were afraid of giving it to the wrong person, so it got delayed. We'll give you all the resources from last time right now. Right, boss. We'll present them immediately. The others chimed in, their tone respectful but their eyes shifty. In the driver's seat, the AI assistant Xiaoling scanned the crowd with electromagnetic waves, its voice echoing in Su Chen's mind. Master, based on facial microexpression analysis, they harbor strong hostility toward you. There's a 78% probability they're lying. Please be cautious. Su Chen's lips curved slightly. He had given them a chance to accumulate resources, but they had gotten cocky the moment they got weapons. He had previously demonstrated his helmet's bulletproof capabilities, and these people clearly wanted to trick him into getting out of the car before making their move. In that case, let's see what kind of game they want to play, Su Chen whispered back. Xiaoling, stand by and be ready to activate the weapon system for strafing at any moment. Roger, master. The car door creaked open, and Su Chen jumped out as they wished. The moment his boots touched the ground, muzzle flashes erupted from all around. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets came from different directions simultaneously, all aimed below his head. These people thought Su Chen wasn't wearing protection, but his close-fitting bulletproof functional fabric instantly tightened, and the bullets struck the material one after another, sparking on impact. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets fired from multiple directions simultaneously towards Su Chen, but everything was within his expectations. He didn't dodge because he had already prepared himself for the possibility of taking a bullet Heaton. The bullet tore through the air with a sharp whistle that pierced his eardrums. The buffer layer in Su Chen's clothing activated instantly as the metal projectile slammed into the fiber, shock-absorbing material. The tremendous force was gradually absorbed inch by inch, though the impact still penetrated his muscles with a dull ache well within his tolerance. So this is what it feels like to be shot. He looked up with a slight smile, facing the armed thugs across from him. Seems like you're not very cooperative. Well, don't blame me then. Xiaoling, take them out. As his words fell, hidden panels on both sides of the RV snapped open with a click, revealing dark gun barrels that emerged in unison, all aimed at the bandits. Rat-a-tat. Muzzle flashes erupted as bullets transformed into a metallic meteor shower, tearing through the air and shattering the silence. On the canyon bridge, spent shells tumbled and clattered to the ground. Screams rose and fell, while blood mist scattered in the wind, filling the air with the thick scent of rust within seconds. When the last bandit was riddled with holes, the gunfire ceased abruptly, and the bridge returned to deathly silence. Su Chen stepped over scattered shell casings, collecting their weapons, supplies from their vehicles, and most importantly, their engine hearts. The haul from 6 people was more abundant than he'd expected. These habitual bridge blockers had already plundered many unfortunate drivers, accumulating spoils that formed small mountains. Among them were 3 engine hearts, just 1 step away from advancing to 2-star grade, and even a 1-star blueprint. Jackpot! He murmured with satisfaction, his hands never stopping as he broke down and recycled all materials, causing his resource panel to surge once again. Returning to his RV, he fed all the acquired engine hearts to the Dragon Egg. Brilliant white light suddenly converged, flowing like liquid around the shell. Dense dragon scales spread visibly across the surface, each gleaming scale layering upon the next, nearly achieving complete coverage. Almost there, almost there. He clenched his fists, his heart pounding in rhythm with the pulsing light. The next second, the glow gradually faded. The Dragon Egg's patterns fell silent, but the incubation interface showed. Dragon Egg scale coverage, 99.5. Damn it. Are you kidding me? Su Chen cursed under his breath. Just one short. Despite his complaints, he quickly composed himself, his anticipation growing even stronger. The RV roared to life as he continued racing along the glass walkway track. Congratulations, you have completed the glass walkway obstacle course. Total length 66 kilometers. Completion time 28 minutes 43 seconds. Ranking. First, estimated points earned, 990. Just as the system notification ended, another group of highway bandits appeared at the road's end. While others would flee from such a sight, Su Chen saw it as a welfare delivery, his eyes lighting up as he floored the accelerator and charged forward. The bandits looked bewildered, unable to get a word out before the RV's side cannons roared again, tearing them and their vehicles to shreds. As the smoke cleared, Su Chen retrieved several engine hearts from the wreckage and excitedly returned to the Dragon Egg, placing the final engine heart upon it. In the next moment, a brilliant, dazzling light flickered before him. The dragon scales covering the egg's surface lit up completely, and the hatching progress climbed precisely to 100%. Thump, thump, accompanied by blinding white light. A strong and powerful heartbeat echoed from within the egg. Su Chen's heart tightened suddenly, then filled with wild joy. It was finally about to hatch. The dragon egg swayed slightly, but showed no signs of cracking. Su Chen suppressed the urge to carry it to the wall and smash it hard, frowning in thought. The next second, he brought his index finger to his mouth, trying to bite it open, but failed. Left with no choice, he drew his dagger and made a light cut across his fingertip. Blood flowed out steadily. He quickly dripped the blood onto the eggshell. The blood was instantly absorbed upon contact, leaving no trace of red behind. Immediately after, fine cracks appeared on the shell's surface, spreading rapidly. Crack the fissures suddenly widened, and a chubby little dragon head poked out, followed by 2 short, stubby claws that forcibly broke the shell apart. With several crisp popping sounds, it actually chewed the iron hardshell fragments to pieces like snacks. Holy crap, those teeth are absolutely insane. Su Chen watched as the eggshell was crunched clean away, unable to help but marvel. Soon, the eggshell disappeared entirely. The creature inside finally revealed its full form, golden all over, round and plump like a little ball, with a smooth head lacking even a hint of horns, limbs so short it barely had a neck, and a little belly so swollen it looked ready to roll away. Those bright, watery eyes looked around in confusion, then suddenly locked onto Su Chen, immediately lighting up like stars. Daddy, the chubby little dragon called out in a sweet, childish voice, leaping towards Su Chen. Holy crap, don't! Before Su Chen could dodge, the little fat dragon crashed solidly into his arms. An astonishing weight hit him Heaton, sending him flying backward to crash onto the ground with a bang, pinned down by the round little dragon. Buddy, you're way too heavy. I wanted a cool and awesome dragon companion. So how did I end up with a little fat dragon that looks like it's bloated from drinking too much water? What species of dragon are you exactly? Su-chun pushed the little fat dragon away with effort, retreating several steps and raising his hands defensively. The little fat dragon patted its puffed-out chest, gesturing with its chubby claws. Daddy, I'm a five-clawed golden dragon. Just like Daddy. Five-clawed golden dragon. Who's going to believe that nonsense? Su-chun pressed his hand against the little fat dragon's forehead, keeping it at bay no matter how much it flailed. Look at yourself round as a ball, bald without horns, claws so fat they're just outlines. How does any of that relate to a five-clawed golden dragon? Daddy, want hugs? The little fat dragon's big eyes sparkled with innocent starlight as it lunged forward again. You're still asking for hugs a year ago, just born, so hugs are actually appropriate. My mistake. But don't call me Daddy. From today on, call me Boss. Okay, Daddy. You little, forget it. I won't stoop to arguing with a kid. You're so chubby. I'll call you Fat Dragon from now on. Su-chun said as he stepped forward and pinched the round little dragon's cheeks with both hands. They felt as soft as cotton candy, and he casually settled on the name. Woo woo woo, Daddy, you're bullying the dragon. Fat Dragon isn't fat. Fat Dragon is just not obviously skinny. The little dragon's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Its short claws covered its cheeks while its fleshy wings trembled violently. Feeling so wronged it wanted to fly away immediately. Yeah, and if you call me Daddy again, I'll smash your Dragon Balls. Su-chun smiled as he raised his fist and waved it around, his tone casual but his words menacing. Yes, boss. The little dragon immediately changed its tune wisely. It patted its own belly and pointed with its claw tip at the fist-sized, silver-gray object in Su-chun's palm, an automotive heart, with flowing mechanical patterns that flickered with light. Its eyes went straight. By the way, boss, I'm a bit hungry and want to eat that. This thing is useful to you. Su-chun didn't mind how many automotive hearts the little dragon might need and casually handed over the smooth, heavy metallic core. When the automotive heart was handed to it, Fat Dragon's eyes lit up like two searchlights. With his snap, it grabbed the object, its neck bulged, and gulp, the entire automotive heart went straight down its throat. Eating this stuff makes Fat Dragon stronger. It lifted its head, smacking its lips and smugly raising its eyebrows at Su-chun. Stronger? Then what abilities does Fat Dragon have now? Show your boss. Su-chun perked up, thinking that it was a dragon after all, even if it was chubby. Its abilities couldn't be that bad, right? I can breathe fire. Fat Dragon put its hands on its hips and puffed out its chest, waving its chubby little fists with great momentum, as if afraid others wouldn't know how awesome it was. Breathe fire? For real? Quick, show me. Su-chun patted its shoulder, signaling for an immediate demonstration. You got it, boss. Fat Dragon took a deep breath, its scales creating tiny sparks from friction as the surrounding air suddenly became scorching hot. Whoosh. It opened its mouth and breathed out a flame, less than a centimeter long and thin as a candle wick. Seriously, that's it. Su-chun nearly spat blood. Damn it, that tiny flame? A lighter could produce a bigger flame than you. You're a dragon, a dragon. Taking such a pathetic little flame out, there would be embarrassing. What's wrong with this flame? Dad, boss, isn't my fire breathing awesome? Doesn't it look good? The chubby little dragon tilted its head, its round big eyes blinking with complete confusion. Su-chun rubbed his forehead and took a deep breath. Beautiful, beautiful, your whole family is beautiful. Fat Dragon, do you have any other abilities? Other abilities? Fat Dragon has them. Fat Dragon has lots and lots of abilities. But Fat Dragon needs to eat lots and lots of those things to relearn those abilities. Fat Dragon licked its lips, its eyes full of longing for automotive hearts. Those things. Su-chun smiled bitterly. Looking at the little dragon's sparkling gaze, this was clearly a bottomless pit. His fists clenched slightly as he muttered under his breath. I really want to beat you up. You can, boss. Getting beaten helps Fat Dragon digest faster, so I can eat more automotive hearts. Fat Dragon stepped forward with its short legs and beat its chest thunderously. I'll tell you a secret, Boss Fat Dragon is super tough and has an indestructible body. Oh, really? Su-chun flexed his wrists and walked up to it. Let me be clear. I'm not doing this to beat you up, this is to help you digest faster, Haya. His punches and kicks landed on the dragon scales with dull thuds, only making Fat Dragon's fleshy body wobble. After several rounds of testing, Su-chun was completely convinced. This guy was thick-skinned and tough. When push came to shove, it could definitely serve as a meat shield. Boss, I'm done digesting. I can eat more of those now. Fat Dragon blinked expectantly. Su-chun rubbed his temples and sighed deeply. Be good and listen to your boss. No more eating today, maybe next time. Boss, this meat tastes amazing. Boss, when can we get some of that stuff? Huh? Boss, what's this? Shut up. Yes, boss. The chatter from his journey echoed through the vehicle as it continued forward, soon approaching another desert canyon obstacle course. Su-chun suddenly spotted a two-star vehicle parked right in the middle of the track entrance, motionless as a stone sculpture. Radar scans showed no other survivors in the area. Clearly someone was blocking the path. Highway robbery by one person? Su Chen muttered to himself, but still slowly drove toward the vehicle. When the distance closed to 20 meters, the car's window finally rolled down slowly. A clean-faced young man poked his head out and nodded slightly at him. Hey there, want a race? Race? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. That's right. On this track whoever gets through first wins. Loser gives the winner 10 bottles of water. How about it? The young man introduced himself. I'm Zhou Yu, a professional racer. I can give you a 1-minute head start. The guy was blocking the road just to drag race? Su Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he found himself intrigued. No need for a head start. Let's race fair and square. He rolled down his window as well, officially accepting the challenge. Both vehicles pulled up side by side at the starting line of the Desert Canyon obstacle course. Sand and gravel pelted their cars in the wind, while engines rumbled in succession. Su Chen took control of the wheel, wanted to use this duel to test how his current driving skills measured against a professional racer. Xiaoling, activate navigation. Yes, master. Only a fool wouldn't use intelligent assistance when available, but his opponent was a professional racer. After any carelessness could lead to disaster. The two men made eye contact and nodded, counting down in unison. 3, 2, 1, go. No flag girls here, just the roar of engines. Whoosh. Both cars shot forward simultaneously like released arrows, racing along the narrow road while dodging scattered steel spikes, rolling stones, and broken guardrails. Zhou Yu's professional skills immediately showed. Lightning-fast start, precise racing lines. He took the inside track from the beginning, completely blocking Su Chen's overtaking opportunities. Narrow turn ahead in 800 meters. Recommended speed, 160 kilometers per hour, Xiaoling announced. 160? Su Chen's lips curved into a slight smile. For greater maneuverability, he maintained a steady 130 km/h while secretly searching for an overtaking opportunity. The chance soon presented itself. He floored the accelerator, RPMs soaring as the RV roared up behind the lead car. As the turn approached, Zhou Yu instinctively eased off the gas to slow down. But in his rearview mirror, he saw Su Chen's RV not slowing, but accelerating, closing in fast. Is this guy suicidal? Or did he not see the turn? Zhou Yu's heart skipped a beat as he moved left to give him a clear view, unknowingly opening up the overtaking lane. Of course, Su Chen saw the turn. He pushed his speed to 160 km/h, eyes locked on the road ahead, waiting for the perfect entry point. His vehicle quickly pulled alongside Zhou Yu's, even edging ahead by half a car length. Almost there now. Reaching the optimal position Xiaoling had indicated, Su Chen yanked the steering wheel and tapped the brakes. The rear of his car swung out in an elegant arc, and amid the swirling dust, he initiated his drift a split second before his opponent. As they approached the curve, Zhou Yu finally initiated his drift, but it was too late. Su Chen had already executed a perfect tail-out entry, quickly straightened the wheel, and floored the accelerator. The engine roared as the RV shot forward like a beast breaking free from its chains, thundering out of the turn with a deep rumble. In an instant, the gap between the two vehicles widened dramatically. Awesome! The intense force sent adrenaline surging through Su Chen's veins. Collapsed rubble, fallen boulders, and jagged cliff faces flashed by in a blur. Nothing could stop his forward momentum. But his opponent was a professional racer after all. Moments later, Zhou Yu slammed the gas pedal and came roaring back with his engine screaming. Seeing Su Chen pull further ahead, Zhou Yu seemed provoked. Instead of slowing down, he accelerated even more, keeping the throttle pinned as he drifted tight against the inside line through the curves. Looks like he's finally taking me seriously, Su Chen thought with amusement. The next second, he chuckled softly. Xiaoling, you're up. With that, he released the steering wheel, surrendering complete control. Yes, master. AI Xiaoling's first move upon taking over was to accelerate. Under the system's control, the throttle pressed down steadily, the tachometer redlining as they hit 220 kilometers per hour. The RV shot forward like a missile, its taillights streaking crimson. Zhou Yu. He watched the RV suddenly surge ahead, his pupils contracting in shock. Is this maniac insane? 220 is dangerous even on a proper track, and this is an obstacle course. Gritting his teeth, he floored his own accelerator. Fine. What kind of racer would I be without this kind of guts? Over the next several dozen seconds, Zhou Yu began to question everything he knew about racing. Under Xiaoling's control, the RV glided through turns with effortless drifts, carving smooth curves and threading between obstacles like a blade, yet remaining as stable as if it were locked onto rails. One extreme technique after another showcased the vast gulf in skill between them. Despite Zhou Yu's desperate pursuit, he found himself falling further and further behind until even the taillights disappeared from view. When he finally crossed the finish line, Su Chen was already standing beside his vehicle with his hands clasped behind his back, his clothes rustling in the breeze, as if he'd been waiting there for ages. Not bad, only 3 minutes behind me, he said with casual indifference. Zhou Yu. He glanced at the timing board. Second place. First place, Su Chen. Most jarring was the enormous time gap between them. Recalling Su Chen's casual play attitude at the start, he instantly understood. Su Chen hadn't even been trying. Wait, you're Su Chen? Zhou Yu's head snapped up, shock written across his face. He remembered that name topping leaderboards on countless tracks, consistently leaving second place in the dust. Oh, forgot to introduce myself. Su Chen smiled. That's right, I'm Su Chen. Master Su, are you taking disciples? I want to learn from you. Zhou Yu practically tumbled out of his car and rushed to Su Chen, bowing deeply with utmost respect. Su Chen paused briefly, then shook his head. I don't have anything to teach you. Just remember this. The car's limits are your limits, you and the machine are one. Thank you for the wisdom, Master Su. Though disappointed, Zhou Yu quickly accepted reality. Then, can I follow you around? I'll do whatever you say. If I can't be your disciple, surely I can be your little brother, right? Su Chen paused slightly. This was the first time he'd encountered such a dilemma. Should he form a team? Going solo offered complete freedom to do whatever he wanted, but once responsibilities multiplied, fighting alone would inevitably leave him stretched thin. On the other hand, teamwork could share the burden, though it would mean facing the dual challenges of unity and loyalty. Boss, he doesn't have any killing intent or hostilities, a good guy. Fat Dragon, who had been tumbling around in the RV earlier and eventually passed out, shook his still dizzy head as he rushed out to report his findings to Su Chen. Oh, you have that ability? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, a flash of pleasant surprise crossing his eyes. Fat Dragon scratched his head sheepishly. This is the first time I've encountered other people, so I just discovered I can sense good and evil. Su Chen pondered silently. Since he would inevitably face more complex situations, perhaps he should consider a small squad approach. Few members would be easier to manage, and each teammate would need unique skills, absolutely no deadweight allowed. He looked up at Fat Dragon and Zhou Yu, his tone calm, but unquestionable. I only team up with strong individuals I recognize. You're welcome to follow, but I won't consider you a teammate for now. Understood. Thank you, Master Su. Zhou Yu nodded vigorously with determined expression. I'll definitely earn your recognition. He was quite confident in his abilities, believing himself to be in the top 10 of all survivors. Once Su Chen understood his capabilities, he would surely be admitted to the official team. Then work hard. I'm moving forward. Su Chen started the RV, glancing at the rearview mirror. The minibus followed steadily behind. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Qing Lan. If only she were in that vehicle. Qing Lan was his undisputed choice for chief teammate. Besides her, top-ranked players from the Huaxia region like Zhuge Xiaoliang, Li Qingfeng, and Fu Ling were also on his backup list, though they weren't familiar with each other yet and belonged to different zones, something to consider later. After passing through 2 more track sections, a new supply station appeared at the roads, and clearly the final supply point before the finish line. Su Chen exchanged all the materials he'd collected for points, totaling over 10,000, quite a windfall. He carefully selected items, spending most points on rare materials, special ores, special metals, and special rubber, 100 units each. The remaining points went toward tobacco leaves and various grains. Raw materials cost only half the price of finished products. The system clearly took its processing fee. After finishing his exchanges, he turned to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Master Su, I already spent everything at the last supply station. Su Chen nodded without comment and returned to the driver's seat. The RV roared into the final obstacle course before the finish line. Beneath the highway lay crisscrossing boulder fragments and dark, damp, narrow passages. This ultimate track was an extreme test of driving skills, but fortunately Su Chen didn't need to worry about visibility issues since Xiao Ling could scan and detect road conditions within a 1-kilometer radius. The ultimate track was only 8 meters wide. While it appeared spacious, every turn was like an open pair of iron pincers, posing a devastating challenge for large RVs. One wrong move could leave you completely stuck. Boss, I've got a grenade here. Want to trade for it? Before entering the track, Zhou Yu hurriedly put the grenade up for trade. Your RV is too big. If the path gets blocked ahead, use this to blast through the obstacles. Su Chen was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. Well, here comes the flattery? That's so like you. He rolled down his window and declined. No need. This level of difficulty won't affect me. I only rely on skill. With that, the window rolled back up, and the RV roared into the dark tunnel. Zhou Yu quickly followed, but before long he discovered that Su Chen had vanished like a ghost at the edge of his vision, leaving only the lingering smell of exhaust fumes in the air. Holy crap! His driving skills are incredible. I must become his apprentice, no matter what it takes. He gritted his teeth, weaving left and right through the pitch-black track, desperately dodging obstacles, completely unaware that 3 kilometers away in another RV, Su Chen was leisurely reclining on a sofa chair with his legs crossed. Fat Dragon, here, take this and hold it in your mouth, then breathe fire with it. Su Chen had a sudden inspiration and handed over a bottle of liquor. Fat Dragon took the bottle and tilted his head for a sip, his eyes immediately lighting up. Boss, this liquor smells great and tastes amazing. I told you to hold it in your mouth, not drink it. Su Chen's face darkened as he thought to himself that this dragon pet was not only fat, but also stupid. Could it be that the dragon egg had expired and damaged its brain? Fat Dragon sheepishly said, "Oh," and held a small mouthful of liquor while brewing fire elements. Boom. With a light explosion, the alcohol carried flames shooting upward, instantly expanding into blazing tongues of fire that were brilliant yet brief, flashing like fireworks before disappearing. Yes, that's the feeling. Again spray toward the other side. Su Chen clapped enthusiastically from his sofa chair. Fat Dragon grew increasingly excited, spraying one mouthful after another. The interior of the RV danced with light and shadow in a lively display. In the afterglow of the flames, Su Chen easily navigated the final sharp turn and reached the finish line. Congratulations, you are the 6th player to reach the finish line and have earned an additional 500 mileage points. Congratulations on completing the challenge. You have received a participation prize, 1 down code. Please keep up the good work. 6th place. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. His speed had been extremely fast, almost always finishing first with only the occasional 2nd place on regular tracks. Now someone had been faster. Did they choose easier tracks? He had always been confident in Xiao Ling's navigation speed. After the challenge ended, he discovered that the road beyond the finish line was identical to the original one, essentially returning to the starting point. The setting sun's afterglow scorched the ground, and the air remained stifling. After a brief rest, he saw Zhou Yu arriving late. How many tracks did you complete in total? How many did you choose in normal mode? Su Chen posed the question. None. I had only passed 2 tracks when I met you, boss. Including the one just now? That's 4 total, with only one being normal mode. As soon as Zhou Yu finished speaking, he suddenly widened his eyes. Boss, you completed 5 nightmare mode tracks. Yes. Boss, you're amazing. When will you take me as your apprentice? When you can go a whole day without saying a word. Zhou Yu. The two rested on the spot for half an hour as the obstacle race drew to a close. At exactly 6 o'clock, a system announcement appeared. The obstacle race challenge has ended. A total of 2,128 people in this region reached the finish line and will receive participation prizes. Remaining players will receive initial resource rewards. Su Chen glanced at the regional channel and noticed that the number of people had decreased significantly from the initial 11,238. Next, the grand prizes would be announced for the top 10 players on the total points leaderboard. First place, Su Chen, China. Total points 4,804. Rewards include 1 king tier draw, 2 diamond tier draws, 3 3-star engine hearts, and 10 luck points. Second place, Adam, USA. Total points 4,686. Rewards include 5 diamond tier draws, 1 3-star engine heart, and 5 luck points. Third place, Li Qingfeng, China. Total points 4,290. Rewards include 3 diamond tier draws, 1 3-star engine heart, and 3 luck points. Fourth place, Daniel, USA. Total points 3,960. Rewards include 2 diamond tier draws, 3 2-star engine hearts, and 2 luck points. Fifth place, John, Britain. Total points 3,630. Rewards include 1 diamond tier draw, 1 2-star engine heart, and 1 luck point. Sixth place, Fu Ling, China. Total points 3,300. Rewards include 5 platinum tier draws and 10 1-star engine hearts. Seventh place, Richard, Britain. Total points 2,890. Rewards include 4 platinum tier draws and 8 1-star engine hearts. Eighth place, Smith, USA. Total points 2,560. Rewards include 3 platinum tier draws and 6 1-star engine hearts. Ninth place, Lu Xinghe, China. Total points 2,230. Rewards include 2 platinum tier draws and 4 engine hearts. 10th place, Maya Fujinoya, Japan. Total points 1,800. Rewards include 1 platinum tier draw and 2 1-star engine hearts. The leaderboard flickered and scrolled on the light screen, with Su Chen's name proudly displayed at the top, though he only led 2nd place Adam by just over 100 points. If he had driven manually, he probably wouldn't have even made it into the top 10. Xiao Ling's intelligent driving system was far more stable and precise than his manual operation. Compared to the previous round, the rankings had been completely reshuffled except for the top 3 positions. Familiar faces like Zhuge Xiaoyang and Wang Chong had all dropped out of the top 10, causing such dramatic changes that gasps of surprise rippled through the audience. Zhuge Xiaoyang, the parts mogul, who frequently traded with Su Chen, had fallen to 27th place, but he didn't seem to care much about the obstacle race rewards, being more interested in hoarding trading materials. Sure enough, just as Su Chen received a congratulatory private message from him, his inbox was flooded with a long string of congratulations from friends. What's your ranking? Su Chen sent out a group message. Zhuge Xiaoyang replied with 27. Wang Chong was in worse shape, 729. What surprised Su Chen was that Qing Lan had achieved a ranking of 1314. Considering this was a global leaderboard, making it into the top 2,000 was already impressive, and now she was approaching the top 1,000, far exceeding Su Chen's expectations. Su Chen thought to himself that if Qinglan had a more powerful engine and chassis, her performance could probably climb even higher. Congratulations on winning first place in the obstacle race challenge. The system notification followed immediately, accompanied by brilliant golden light, as three-star engine hearts sparkling with starlight floated before Su Chen. He brought one close to his vehicle's core slot, and mechanical components immediately intertwined with light patterns, completing the fusion. In his peripheral vision, Fat Dragon was staring with round, pleading eyes. All right. Su Chen sighed helplessly and tossed the second engine heart over. Fat Dragon excitedly bounced up, caught it with his claws, then opened his mouth wide crunch. He swallowed the entire core in one gulp. Burp, he let out a satisfied belch, wagging his tail and dancing around gleefully. What a silly dragon. Refocusing his attention, Su Chen turned his gaze to the remaining 2 lottery draws, one of which was a king tier draw. Last time, he had pulled an epic grade storage ring from this tier, which was absolutely stunning. With this thought, he clicked Start Draw, without hesitation stop. Whoosh. The blazing white beam of light erupted once again. Fortunately, he had put on his sunglasses beforehand, so the blinding radiance only flashed briefly on the lenses before being blocked. As the light faded, a pale golden blueprint along with 100 spirit stones landed steadily in his palm. Spatial planting field blueprint permanent. Required materials: special metal X100, special wood X100, special ore X100, spirit stones X100. Function: creates a 100 independent space for plant cultivation with 10x base growth speed. Can be further accelerated through soil transplantation and fertilizer application. Additional features: portable customizable entry and exit points. Learning requirement: 3-star vehicle manufacturer, unlimited expansion possible with sufficient materials. Holy crap, another spatial type treasure. Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. With this thing, he could cultivate rare plants specifically and grow some materials he had been craving for ages. If I get an even higher tier draw, could I pull a catgirl directly? He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Pretty, and with a good figure, he could accept either. The joy was written all over his face. A portable planting field was far more convenient than stuffing seed plots in his vehicle's trunk, not to mention he already had all the materials ready. 100 square meters, almost the size of a complete residential unit, twice as large as his RV. I need to make this right away. He rubbed his hands excitedly, but immediately stopped himself. Wait, let me use up the remaining 2 diamond tier draws first. Maybe there's something I can use immediately. With his mind made up, he clicked Start again, then decisively pressed Stop. Another blueprint appeared, though of decent quality. Ice drill blueprint permanent. Required materials: iron blocks X100, steel X100, alloy X100, rubber X100, electronic components X50. Not immediately useful, but combined with the down jacket he'd drawn as a participation prize earlier, he had a vague feeling that the next wave of extreme weather would likely be freezing cold. Extreme heat followed by extreme cold made perfect sense. When that time came, this ice drill would be a lifesaver. Roughly calculating, the cost alone would be 74 bottles of water, with an even higher selling price. Not many people would be willing to buy it, but it was perfect as a premium market entry point. Su Chen pocketed the blueprint in good spirits and opened his final diamond tier draw. A flash of light, and a crystal clear material landed steadily on the ground. Premium bulletproof glass. Properties: sturdy and reliable, excellent thermal insulation, can withstand close-range TNT explosions. Though fairly standard, safety was priceless. He immediately installed the bulletproof glass on his RV, instantly boosting its defensive capabilities. After finishing up, he immediately learned the spatial planting field blueprint, then tossed the materials into the crafting station. Consumption: special ore X100, spirit stones X100. Crafting spatial planting field. Currently crafting, please wait. Creation successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a 100 square meter spatial cultivation field. Please select the current display mode for your spatial cultivation field. Portable mode cannot enter the field for observation, or stationary mode installed in a specific location, placed inside the vehicle, in the bedroom against the alloy partition wall, moving with the RV. As Su Chen uttered the word manifest, an arched spatial door silently appeared on the alloy partition wall of the bedroom. Standing about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, the doorway contained swirling streams of light that rotated slowly, causing dizziness if stared at too long. Su Chen stood before the door, stunned for only a moment before stepping through. A flash of white light, and he found himself on a barren landscape. Beneath his feet lay exactly 100 square meters of level, fertile soil, while the surroundings were filled with shrubs, weeds, boulders, and earthen mounds. In the distance, rolling mist surged like a curtain drawn across heaven and earth. Looking up, the sky was similarly veiled in thin fog, yet the blue sky and white clouds appeared no different from the outside world. Most remarkably, with just one breath, his entire body surged with an indescribable freshness and vitality. This energy must be what accelerated plant growth. He immediately returned to the RV and spent the night transplanting all the accelerated growth soil from those few square meters into the space, not wasting even the smallest remnant. Having obtained this field, he naturally wanted to maximize its use. Su-Chun first harvested all the previously planted tobacco leaves, grains, and medicinal fungi, then replanted everything. 30 square meters of tobacco, 30 square meters of grains, and 40 square meters of medicinal herbs and fungi combined, all neatly sectioned. Fat Dragon, I have a task for you. He brushed the dust from his palms and looked at the newly planted seedlings with satisfaction. Notify me when these plants are fully grown and mature. Boss, what are plants? What does fully grown and mature mean? Fat Dragon scratched his head, looking completely puzzled. Su-Chun was stumped by the question and pointed at Fat Dragon's round belly. Never mind, just tell me when they grow to your waist or neck height. Got it, boss. Suddenly Fat Dragon's eyes widened as he scurried toward the side with small steps. Huh? Boss, look at that. What is it? Su-Chun looked in the direction Fat Dragon indicated and saw a screen about half a person's height floating above the ground, its blue and white interface clearly displaying data. Spatial cultivation field can be named. Plantable area, 100 square meters. Space weather, sunny adjustable. Air humidity, 20 adjustable. Air temperature, 20 C adjustable. Current planting status, 30 SQM tobacco progress 0.1. 30 SQM grains progress 0.1. 40 SQM medicinal herbs fungi progress 0.1. Pest infestation, none. Space energy, 100 can be replenished through any materials and energy sources. Note, this field is for cultivation only and is not suitable for long-term animal survival or breeding. Such comprehensive information makes cultivation much easier. Su-Chun raised an eyebrow in appreciation, then focused on the weather section. It can even control weather? Let me try. How about some overcast skies? He said casually. Instantly, the blue sky and white clouds overhead retreated, transforming into a gloomy canopy. Perfect timing for rainlets. Have some light rain for just 3 seconds. Too much water can drown the seeds. As soon as he finished speaking, the light screen overhead suddenly flickered with pale blue ripples, followed by fine raindrops cascading from midair for exactly 3 seconds. Su-Chun stared at the control panel as the spatial energy bar dropped precisely 0.3 during those 3 seconds. At this rate, even at full capacity, it could only sustain light rain for 16 minutes. However, energy could always be replenished. Su-Chun casually pulled out a piece of wood and placed it against the supply slot, watching the numbers quietly tick up one notch, a mere 0.01. This meant that to fully charge this spatial field's energy, he'd need to invest 10,000 units of equivalent materials. Fortunately, as long as he didn't water frequently, the deficit wasn't severe. He did some quick calculations. At normal care frequency, the field would consume 33.3 energy daily, equivalent to the cost of 3,300 pieces of wood. For him now, this investment was completely within acceptable range. After all, overall productivity had increased tenfold from before, and future returns would be astronomical. Come here, Fat Dragon. Su-Chun beckoned with his finger. Boss is going to teach you how to read the panel. Learn something useful, or I'll beat you up. Fat Dragon trotted over eagerly, eyes gleaming. Really? Just like last time? That felt so good. So you're treating beatings like massages now? Su-Chun was both amused and exasperated, but still seriously taught Fat Dragon to identify the locations of the energy bar, rain gauge, and supply buttons. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He raised his wrist and called out, Little Ling, can you share data with the spatial cultivation field and control it remotely? Yes. Please install Little Ling's program into the control hub by placing your wristwatch against the screen, came the clear mechanical female voice. Su-Chun did as instructed, placing his wristwatch against the screen, which immediately lit up with blue light. Beep installing, please wait. In less than 10 seconds, the notification sounded again. Installation successful. Master can now check material inventory through the wristwatch and remotely control the spatial field. Fantastic. This saves so much trouble. Su-Chun breathed a long sigh of relief, patted Fat Dragon's head, and turned toward the RV. As for whether to set up a separate tea corner here to leisurely watch plants grow, he decided to consider it another day. While this place wasn't suitable for raising animals, spending an hour or two here occasionally was perfectly fine. Back in the RV, hot water washed away his fatigue. Su-Chun dried his hair, flopped onto the soft bed, and tapped open the chat channel. Regional channel messages were scrolling like a waterfall. Finally over. I got stuck in an underground ruins track. Lucky the time ran out and teleported me out, or I would have died. Holy crap. I just drove off a cliff, got calculated midair, and barely saved my life. You guys are lucky. I fell into a deep pit with my car stuck halfway down the wall column go up or down, and it was pitch black below. Someone joked, haha, we told you to just lie low from the start, but you wouldn't listen. Insisted on charging through. Now you know pain, right? Another chimed in, exactly. Only 1 in 10 completed the full race. Did you enjoy hitting that wall? Still better than you guys sunbathing in place, someone retorted. I made it to the first supply station in exchange for tons of food, fried chicken, cola, everything. Too bad you can't have any. Damn, Dad, your son was wrong. Spare a chicken leg. Get lost. I don't have such an unfilial son. The channel erupted with curses and laughter as everyone vented their stress in this moment of safety. Meanwhile, even more active were their trading messages fuel, parts, food, medicine, everything imaginable. Su Chun watched the dense stream of messages, a smile playing at his lips. With his current resources, he already had more chips for future main storyline competitions. At the same time, more trading was happening between them. They all had the basic survival supplies. Each person had a bottle of water, a piece of bread, and 100 units of fuel. But they all knew tomorrow would be the final day, and they needed to prepare in advance. Su Chun was taking inventory of his backpack when suddenly Wang Chong popped up in the trading channel. Wang Chong. Fellow players, after going through the obstacle course, your cars must have taken some damage. Now selling car repair kits 1,000 units of materials each. They'll instantly restore your car to perfect condition. What are you waiting for? This message caught Su Chen's attention. He didn't need the repair kits right now, but he had Zhuge Xiaoyang's contact information, and the other party might not have access to other channels. If he could act as a middleman, wouldn't that be easy profit? He immediately took a screenshot and sent it to Zhuge Xiaoyang's private chat. Su Chen, I have access to this item. Give me a price if you're interested. Attached image, car repair kit. The response came quickly, with a new message popping up on screen. Zhuge Xiaoyang, great stuff. You quote a price first. Or give me your bottom line, I'll trade at double your cost price. How about it? Su Chen smiled to himself and typed rapidly. Su Chen, sure, the cost is 1,000 units of various basic materials. Zhuge Xiaoyang, cough, that's a bit steep. How about a discount on the double price? 1,600 units of basic materials deal? Su Chen deal. Zhuge Xiaoyang, I'm running low on materials right now. I'll place an order with you later. Is there a quantity limit on your end? Su Chen, no limit. Zhuge Xiaoyang, great, I'll contact you soon. After closing the chat with Su Chen, Zhuge Xiaoyang immediately pulled up a specially marked buyer list and started mass messaging. Zhuge Xiaoyang, car repair kits, bulk friendship price of 2,000 units of basic materials each. Any takers, big shots? Attached image, car repair kit. Ding dong, notification sounds rang out one after another. Fu Ling, nice item, I'll take one. Li Qing Feng, free for me. In less than a minute, dozens of orders had piled up in his order queue. Zhuge Xiaoyang grinned at the jumping numbers. This wave easily nets me over 2,000 materials in commission fees. He mentally labeled Su Chen as a walking money bag, finding him more and more appealing. Su Chen also received 15 orders submitted by Zhuge Xiaoyang, his eyes immediately lighting up. This guy's loaded. He quickly contacted Wang Chong to secure the next batch, while planning to negotiate the price down. After all, he knew Wang Chong's actual cost was only 500 units of materials. Su Chen, car repair kits give me a good price. Seeing it was Su Chen, Wang Chong didn't dare show any negligence. After several competitions, Su Chen's displayed strength made it clear he was someone worth latching onto a golden opportunity if he could secure the connection. Wang Chong, no problem. Boss, I'll give you a 10 discount 900 units of materials. How's that? Su Chen, I need a lot, starting with 10 units. Go lower. Don't worry, I won't sell them on the exchange and steal your customers. Wang Chong, then 20 off. How many do you want? Su Chen, deal, I'll take 15. Wang Chong, no problem. But boss Su, can we do this in batches? I don't have enough materials to craft that many right now. Su Chen, sure. Let's do 5 at a time. Almost everyone would exchange for what they wanted at the supply station, so running out of basic resources was perfectly normal. So, Su Chen made his move and used items that didn't originally belong to him to play middleman, earning a profit of 1,000 materials per car repair kit. After selling all 15 repair kits, he clicked to settle the accounts, and his balance immediately increased by 15,000 basic materials equivalent to 600 500 milliliters bottles of water. It was pure profit. With the materials secured, he wasted no time moving on to his next money-making venture, cigarettes. Today's tobacco leaf harvest totaled 650 pieces. Yesterday's sales data showed him that when prices were equal, the Huazi brand sold fastest while other brands moved more slowly. Clearly, buyers prioritized value for money when prices were the same. In that case, let's allocate based on demand. Su Chen calculated quickly. He'd use 100 tobacco leaves for each of the other brands, while Huazi would get 250 leaves all to itself. System notifications flashed one after another. You consumed 100 tobacco leaves to produce 2,000 yellow crane tower cigarettes. You consumed 250 tobacco leaves to produce 5,000 Huazi brand cigarettes. He invested all remaining tobacco leaves into producing other brands, and the final count settled at 13,000 cigarettes total, enough for one per person in the entire regional channel. Following his usual routine, he opened a private chat with Qing Lan and sent her 1,000 Huazi cigarettes. To him, Qing Lan was a reliable secondary distributor and also served as a shill to drive up prices. After handling his distributor, he switched to the regional channel. People were already hawking cigarettes. They're mostly small-time vendors who'd reached supply stations and traded materials for small amounts of tobacco. Their quantities were limited, but their asking prices were higher than his, clearly trying to maximize their profit margins. Su Chen spoke up. Everyone's worked hard today and faced life-or-death situations. So I've produced some cigarettes for everyone to help you relax. Anyone who needs them can trade freely. With that, he listed 10,000 cigarettes all at once, then closed his stall and disappeared into the background. The channel exploded instantly. Holy shit, cigarettes. Quick, trade. I'll use the basic materials from the system rewards. I've been lying low all day. Being able to smoke would be perfect. Damn, I already traded earlier. Oh well. With dropping temperatures and many people reaching supply stations, this round sales moved noticeably slower. What used to sell out in 5 minutes took 10 minutes to clear half the inventory. But Su Chen wasn't worried. At Alan 2 more days, the tobacco leaves in his spatial growing field would mature, allowing him to mass-produce cigarettes at zero cost and rake in serious profits. After wrapping up, he returned to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Once he'd finished a simple but hearty feast, he thought for a moment, then packaged up a steak dinner and sent it to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu immediately responded with gratitude. Boss, please keep these materials. Su Chen waved him off. First meal's on the house. If you want more later, you'll have to trade with me. Zhou Yu's eyes reddened as he choked up. Boss, please take me as your apprentice. My driving sucks. Everything about me sucks. We'll talk after you pass my test, Su Chen said, then turned and walked away. Su Chen rolled his eyes at him and headed straight back to his own vehicle. After enjoying his dinner, Su Chen lay down on his bed. He exchanged a few casual words with Qing Lan in their private chat, maintaining that mysterious yet special emotional connection between them. Knowing that tomorrow's scorching heat would make most people suffer terribly, he reminded himself to get a good night's sleep and cherish this final moment of peace. With that thought, he closed his eyes and quickly drifted off to sleep. In stark contrast to his peaceful slumber, the regional channel was buzzing with activity. Players were praying while trading various resources, desperately trying to ensure their supplies would last through the final day of extreme heat and into their new beginning. After Su Chen said goodnight, Qing Lan didn't rest. Instead, she continued playing the role of a scalper, raising prices while demand was hot. Her stunning looks meant that even with prices higher than market rate, people still flocked to her just for the chance to chat with such a beautiful girl. Of course, they weren't complete fools. They knew survival was the top priority in this apocalyptic world, so all trades revolved around survival supplies. With no player daring to take tomorrow's extreme heat lightly, the final night quietly slipped away. Dream. In his hazy state, Su Chen found himself in a magnificent, golden palace. He sat at a long table, his gaze following a graceful figure dancing in the center of the hall. As her dress swayed, he caught a glimpse of a familiar face that made his heart skip a beat. He stood up and moved closer, but just as he was about to see clearly, his vision shattered. Daddy, time to wake up. Fat Dragon extended his claws to pull back the covers, shaking him vigorously and dragging him back to reality from his dream. Got it, but next time don't wake me unless it's something important. Su Chen rubbed his temples as he sat up, taking a moment to fully wake up. After yawning, he casually opened his chat panel. The regional channel was still bustling, and his private message inbox was nearly overflowing. Zhuge Xiaoyang, Wang Chong, Qinglan, everyone was asking him for supplies. Seeing this scene, Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. This feeling of money chasing after you was truly exhilarating. He played middleman again, easily earning a profit between Wang Chong and Zhuge Xiaoyang, and sold Wang Chong a batch of cigarettes at a friendly 5% discount. Meanwhile, Qinglan had acquired plenty of fuel, herbs, and other rare materials for him, and was messaging him for new stock, which he immediately responded to. Su Chen, thanks for all your hard work. I went to sleep right after chatting with you yesterday and slept really well. And also, he typed with feigned casualness. Last night, I dreamed about a very familiar figure, someone who looked a bit like you. This message, half joking and half confession, made Qinglan's cheeks flush instantly, her heart fluttering. She was stunned for quite a while before snapping back to reality. Seeing no immediate response, Su Chen didn't press further and simply packaged up the materials he'd acquired and the supplies he wanted to sell, sending them over in a trade. Today was the final day of the extreme heat, the peak of this disaster. The temperature would undoubtedly be unbearably high, but if they could just grit their teeth and endure it, they'd survive to enter the next phase. It was all about to begin. Su Chen shook his head and let out a heavy sigh before eating a simple breakfast. After swallowing the last bite of bread, he summoned his personal attribute panel. Health, 162. Strength, 8.1. Spirit, 8. Speed, 10. Endurance, 8.1. Burst, 8. Luck, 1,510. Skill, Sniper Mastery. The continuous training over the past few days had indeed brought improvement, though the numerical changes still seemed rather slow. Su Chun calculated silently. If he could enter the Highway Survival Games dungeon track and secure a ranking, he could accumulate another wave of free attribute points. The brief enhancement from last time had given him a taste of what it felt like to grow stronger. His current state was roughly equivalent to a qualified soldier. If he could push all attributes to 12 points, reaching twice the normal human level, that would approach Special Forces standards. While his combat power might not be explosive, his ability to protect himself would be greatly improved. Putting away the panel, he set down his dishes. Xiaoling, start the vehicle. Let's drive around and see if we can stumble upon a treasure chest. Yes, master. The AI system responded crisply. Just as he was about to depart, a soft voice called from behind. Boss, I'm hungry. Pang Long stared at him with pleading eyes, one paw pressed against his round belly while the other pointed to his wide-open mouth. What would you like to eat? Meat, fruit, or vegetables? Su Chen suddenly realized he'd been so focused on planning that he'd nearly forgotten about the big eater in his vehicle. Pang Long will eat whatever tastes good. Pang Long isn't picky. How about raw beast meat? Su Chen pulled out a large chunk. Pang Long shook his head repeatedly, his wrinkled face showing clear disgust. Raw meat doesn't taste good and might have worms. It must be grilled. Fine. Here's some wire and wood blocks. Light the wood, skewer the meat with the wire, and grill it yourself. Just don't set the vehicle on fire. Got it. Pang Long is going to grill meat now. The little creature grabbed the meat and ran to the open space enclosed by the alloy barriers. He breathed out a small flame from his mouth, igniting the wood pile with a hiss, then set up a makeshift grill and busied himself happily. Su Chun entered the spatial farming area. The crops that originally took a day to mature now ripened in half a day, doubling the efficiency. He swung his sickle back and forth as system notifications popped up continuously. You have harvested and obtained 880 tobacco leaves. You have harvested and obtained 160 portions of herbs and 160 portions of fungi. You have harvested and obtained 420 pounds of grain. Returning to the vehicle cabin, just as he was about to proceed with the next production step, the system announcement arrived as expected. Scorching heat disaster. The final extreme heat begins. Today's temperature will reach the highest level in 10 days, potentially causing wild beasts to lose their sanity. All players are advised to remain vigilant. Risk comes with reward. Today marks the beginning of the Airdrop Treasure Chest event. Random timing, random locations, minimum silver grade with no upper limit. Drop probability is random and may be influenced by player luck attributes. Survive and prepare to face the trials of the next disaster. Good luck. As the announcement ended, Su Chun immediately noticed the temperature gauge inside the vehicle climbing at a visible rate. Then, looking through the windows in all directions. At the same time, on the horizons to the front, back, left, and right, four brilliant orange-eared suns were slowly rising, each radiating dazzling light. What is this? For suns in the sky? Su Chun in the vehicle suddenly looked up, seeing four crimson suns reflected on the windshield, their scorching rays pouring down like molten iron. His expression quickly shifted from astonishment to gravity. 3 suns in the sky already meant irregular burning, but 4 suns meant extreme heat accumulating along a certain trajectory. Once the 4 suns aligned in the same direction, simultaneously targeting the Earth, the temperature would reach its peak, far beyond anyone's imagination. The temperature outside will probably break all limits, he muttered under his breath, then issued a command. Xiaoling, adjust the interior temperature as needed and keep it cool. Please rest assured, master. The AI assistant Xiaoling's voice remained calm. Even if the outside temperature briefly rises to 88 degrees Celsius, the interior can maintain comfortable conditions. What if it exceeds 88 degrees? Then master might need to endure a moment of heat, but it won't affect your health. Good. Su Chen nodded and simply walked to the refrigerator at the back of the vehicle. In that case, let the refrigerator help with cooling. A bit more energy consumption doesn't matter. With a click, the refrigerator door opened. Dense cold air rushed toward him, and he immediately felt a bone-chilling coolness. Although the 4 suns caused temperatures to soar, they also made the solar panels on the vehicle's roof frantically absorb energy, providing a steady stream of electricity to support the refrigerator's high-load operation. Thinking of this, Su Chen finally breathed a secret sigh of relief. At least in this fully enclosed modified vehicle, he didn't need to worry about being cooked alive. However, the outside world wasn't so fortunate. Images of those lambs and survivors flashed through Su Chen's mind after this wave of extreme heat. How many would remain? As soon as the thought arose, he casually opened the public chat channel. Holy crap, it's still morning. The sun just rose, and it's already 30 to 40 degrees. I used to mock novels about global warming being impossible. Now it's my turn to suffer. This is just the beginning. How are we going to get through today? So hot. Does anyone have ice? I'll trade resources for it. I do. I spent everything yesterday on an ice maker, just to help everyone get through this together. That's great, brother. Give me some. I'll definitely compensate you once we get through this. No resources? Get lost. Didn't you say you wanted to help everyone get through this together? Selling to you is helping you. Don't push your luck. The channel was completely ignited by the high temperature, with pleas for ice and curses layering upon each other. Su-Chun licked his ice cream, his gaze indifferent. His shop still displayed the ice water and ice cream he had listed last night, which surprisingly hadn't sold out this morning. Some people wouldn't spend resources until the very last moment, not to mention they had no way to store ice long-term. In comparison, his attention had already shifted to the supply drop that was about to arrive. The drop probability was linked to luck value, and he had a full 25 luck points, so he wouldn't necessarily lose to others. If the supply drop landed nearby, he'd stay put. If it wasn't in range, he could adjust his position later. While waiting in the vehicle, Su-Chun thought of Qing Lan, wondering if she could easily get through this extreme heat wave. He had already given her plenty of ice water and ice cream, and had told her she could eat and drink as much as she wanted, so she should be fine. The sun climbed higher and higher, and the temperature continued to soar. By 10 in the morning, the thermometer was stuck at 60 degrees Celsius. The air shimmered with heat distortion, making everything waver like reflections on water, and the earth felt like a giant sauna. Su-Chun dragged out a large barrel, filled it with ice water, and submerged his entire body in the bone-chilling coolness, letting out a satisfied sigh. The other players had long since stripped naked and huddled in the darkest corners of their vehicles. Even the air conditioning blew scalding hot air, so they could only keep chugging water and occasionally type messages in the regional chat to prove they were still alive. Whether they could survive until the end depended entirely on willpower and the supply drops that would soon appear. As long as they could grab a supply crate, they could exchange it for massive resources and trade for whatever they needed. Su-Chun waited patiently, waiting for others to grab the first batch of crates and accumulate surplus resources before he made his move to harvest them. Compared to others, his greatest advantages were his reputation and production capacity, which meant he was destined to dominate the market share. Soaking in the ice water, Su-Chun suddenly had a flash of inspiration and sat up abruptly. Wait. I could escape the heat by going into the planting space. I can control the temperature and weather there. It's like natural air conditioning. But he immediately shook his heat. If he entered the space, he wouldn't be able to detect supply drop coordinates, so he had to stay outside. Though he could pop in occasionally to cool off and check on his crops. With that thought, he lay back down in the ice barrel and continued enjoying the precious coolness. After some time had passed, a deep red-purple icon appeared on his radar screen, a platinum-level crate, 2 kilometers straight ahead. Finally, Su-Chun's face lit up with joy as he ordered Xiao Ling to drive the RV toward it. He hadn't opened a decent crate in 2 days, and his hands were itching for action. Through the window, he could see a silver gleam in the distant sky as the crate slowly descended. The RV's sudden movement startled Zhou Yu, who was eating ice cream. Zhou Yu endured the scorching heat and immediately started his engine to follow, quickly realizing that Boss Su had spotted a supply crate. Su-Chun noticed vehicle markers flashing on the highway 3 kilometers ahead. Clearly others had also spotted this airdrop. He simply stopped at the crate's predicted landing point, squinting toward the end of the highway as he waited for those vehicles to approach. Zhou Yu, those guys up ahead are yours to handle. If you can't deal with them, I'll collect your corpse. Su-Chun said with a laugh as Zhou Yu parked his car nearby. He didn't want any bleeding hearts on his team. Got it, I understand. Zhou Yu nodded with determined eyes, drove forward, and headed straight toward the approaching vehicles. In no time, the 2 vehicles came to a stop just over 10 meters apart. The window of the opposing SUV rolled down halfway, and a muscular man with a buzz cut poked his head out, his voice menacing. Hey buddy, what's your game here? We claimed this spot first. You've got 3 seconds to back off, or don't blame me for what happens next. Zhou Yu steadied the steering wheel and rolled down his window, his gaze cold and hard. First come, first served? You're being naive. This is Su-Chun's test for me, and I won't back down. A test? Huh. In a world where might makes right, there are no rules. Die. The muscular man suddenly drew a black pistol and pulled the trigger, aiming straight at Zhou Yu's window. The bullet tore through the air as Zhou Yu instinctively ducked, the shot whizzing past just above his head through the doorframe. He quickly rolled up his window, his heart pounding wildly. After the gunshot, both sides entered the most primitive and brutal confrontation, a heating collision of steel against steel. Engines roared, tires screeched against the pavement, and the 2 heavy vehicles crashed into each other like wild beasts gone mad. On the third impact, Zhou Yu's bumper shattered the headlights of his opponent's vehicle, sending glass fragments flying everywhere. If they continued this brutal clash, it would surely end in mutual destruction. The muscular man's face turned pale. He slammed the brakes, shifted into reverse, and floored the gas pedal, executing a skillful 180-degree spin that kicked up a cloud of dust before speeding away, trying to escape this makeshift battlefield. Inside the RV not far away, Su Chun watched the entire scene unfold through high-definition surveillance cameras and shook his head with a soft sigh. Zhou Yu's brute force approach still lacks finesse. He's barely qualified as a teammate, but he's not quite there yet. Before he finished speaking, he raised his index and middle fingers together and gave them a slight flick. Bang! The roof hatch of the RV popped open, revealing a hidden sniper rifle that immediately took aim, firing what appeared to be a special incendiary round from its barrel. The bullet traced a blazing path through the air and in the blink of an eye pierced through the rear windshield of the fleeing SUV. With a wet thud, it sent blood and debris flying as the muscular man in the driver's seat collapsed instantly. The vehicle careened out of control for about 2 meters before coming to a stop. After eliminating the threat, Su Chun stepped out of his vehicle and walked straight to the heavy airdrop crate beside the parachute, dragging it back to his RV. Opening this outside would be too conspicuous and risk exposing my critical hit ability, he muttered to himself as he placed the crate securely on the metal table. Platinum level airdrop crate note. Exclusive to Disaster Extreme Day. Before opening, choose A. Items related to the current extreme heat disaster. B. Items related to the next disaster. The moment he saw the note, Su Chun was momentarily stunned. This meant that the final day's crate actually allowed for advanced planning, giving players an advantage for the next phase. If this was true, those who seized the initiative in the first disaster would only widen their lead. Could it be that this game only intends to keep the true elite? The thought flashed through his mind, but he ultimately pressed option B without hesitation. The next disaster. The extreme heat was no longer a problem for him. The smarter move was to prepare for what lay ahead. A silver light flashed as he opened the crate. Starting resources, 1 blueprint for snow tire treads and 1 blueprint for sleds. Su Chun had just stuffed these 2 blueprints into his backpack when he pried open the treasure chest in one swift motion. The lid sprang open with a loud thud, followed by a cascade of system notifications flooding his screen. Treasure chest points 3,666. Critical opening triggered, multiplier 15. Congratulations. You have obtained 15 snow tire tread blueprints, 15 sled blueprints. The 15 blueprints stacked together looked like 2 thick piles of book pages. Su Chun glanced at the attribute panel, memorizing every detail. Snow tire tread blueprint. Materials required, 20 rubber, 20 alloy, 2 special rubber one-time use. Effect, superior anti-slip performance, significantly improves vehicle traction on icy roads, prevents skidding. Sled blueprint. Materials required, 20 wood blocks, 20 alloy, 20 rubber, 2 special alloy. Effect, high-speed snow travel, maximum mobility. Just looking at the material ratios, Su Chun could imagine the performance of these tires and sleds. This confirmed his suspicion the next disaster would definitely be an extreme freeze, with the entire world locked under heavy ice and snow. In fact, ever since the first extreme heat disaster appeared, many people had predicted that extreme cold would follow. The hot-than-cold combination perfectly fit the pattern of alternating natural disasters. Thinking about this, he silently mourned for the players. Today they were sweating in 80-degree heat like in a sauna, and tomorrow they'd be wrapped in tattered blankets freezing like popsicles. What a torment. After securing all the blueprints, Su Chun immediately opened the regional marketplace and put up all his ice cubes, ice cream, and pre-chilled watermelons. The first airdrop wave had just ended, and many players now had some resources. This was the golden moment to harvest the leaks. Su Chun's listing announcement. Ice water, ice cream, iced watermelon, limited time 20 off. Wishing everyone the best of luck staying alive. If you all die, who am I going to harvest next? The channel immediately exploded. Holy crap. Su God is still Su God, a lifesaver in the snow. I opened a silver chest and got some rare materials. Let me trade for 3 bottles of ice water to cool down. You even have iced watermelon? Amazing. I want 1 iced watermelon plus 3 bottles of ice water. Stay calm. Ice water has the best value. Don't indulge, survive first. Su God isn't price gouging at a time like this, and even offers discounts. Truly a benevolent soul. I've got Haidaleo hot pot base. Can anyone eat that in this heat? Trading it all for ice water. Bye. A stream of purchase requests made Su Chun's shop notifications flash nonstop. Large quantities of new resources and blueprints poured in, requiring him to price each item individually, which was more exhausting than usual. But since his current goal was to give the leaks a helping hand, he voluntarily reduced his profit margins, setting prices generally lower than normal. This drew even players who had planned private trades to his shop, attracted by the cheaper prices and convenience. With order volume skyrocketing, the thin profit margins actually led to increased overall revenue through volume sales. Su Chun had to restock every few minutes and was practically counting money until his hands went numb. He hadn't expected to become the biggest winner of this round thanks both to his resource advantages and the reputation he'd built through aggressive early advertising. Time advanced to noon. with heat waves in the air like boiling steam and the thermometer needle shooting past 80 degrees. At exactly 12 o'clock, as the system clock struck 12 o'clock, a sudden change plunged the entire regional chat channel into instant panic. Damn it, another beast tide, and this time they're charging straight at me. At the end of the highway, dust billowed in the air. A herd of frenzied wild elephants burst from the tree line, their massive hooves pounding against the heat-softened asphalt, making the entire road tremble. Over the radio, survivors' panicked voices echoed one after another. I want to run, but my car's out of gas. In this scorching heat, aren't they afraid of dying from the temperature? High temperatures drive wild animals insane. This is perfectly normal. Take cover. But some were puzzled. I only see one lone wolf on my side. I'm just blocked outside my car by a wild dog that keeps barking at me. No pack at all. In that moment, everyone realized this sudden beast tide seemed to vary from person to person. In the regional channel, more distress calls kept flooding the screen. Some were surrounded by wild animals, while others encountered only scattered individuals. Suchin shut off the channel inside his vehicle, his mind flashing back to previous dangerous encounters. Mad bears, venomous snakes, and even zombies that prowled at night. If this final day truly unleashed all the monsters that had appeared before, the survival difficulty of this extreme heat disaster would skyrocket. He raised his hand to activate the radar, where countless black shadows on the screen were converging toward his RV. Numbers were terrifying. Suchun narrowed his eyes. This was clearly a carefully orchestrated new trial by the system, designed to kill off more challengers. Since the system wants them dead quickly, I'll defy its wishes. Suchin didn't care about other regions' fate, but the crops in his own region were ones he had cultivated, and he still hoped to do business with these people. With this thought, Suchin's lips curved into a smile as he immediately posted a message in the channel. Suchun, selling pistols, bullets, grenades, and other lethal weapons. Also have crossbows and machetes available. Interested parties, message me privately. Normally, he never sold bullets. Lightly putting firepower in others' hands was equivalent to increasing his own risk. But now was different. Many people had gotten their hands on pistols, but lacked the crucial ammunition. Market gaps meant opportunities. Sure enough, within a minute of posting, someone sent him a private message. He didn't even need to check the username to recognize the sender, his old acquaintance Zhang Weihong. Zhang Weihong. Brother, I'll take all the guns and bullets you have. Name a fair price. We're surrounded by beast packs here. The more weapons the better. Suchin's fingers flew across the keyboard. Suchun, 18 pistols, unlimited bullets available. Price 1 existing blueprint for 1 gun. 3 basic materials for 1 bullet. Meanwhile, in another extended SUV, Zhang Weihong was half reclining in a leather seat with Li Shanshan in his arms. The girl's black-stockinged legs draped across his knees, but he had no mind to appreciate the view, his gaze fixed on the screen, eyebrows raised. Unexpectedly, Suchun actually offered bullet blueprints. This could be an extremely long-term business. While Zhang Weihong was contemplating how to negotiate the price, Li Shanshan, sitting on his lap, inadvertently glanced at the private chat interface floating before them. Seeing the new offer, she curved her lips into an almost imperceptible smile of contempt. She had indeed chosen the right side. Had she followed Suchun back then, she would certainly see him at the top of the rankings now. But Suchun remained a lone wolf, forced to sell supplies everywhere just to survive. As the leader of a 1,000-member team, Zhang Weihong only needed to speak, and resources would flow endlessly to him, wielding considerable power. With just a casual word from Li Shanshan, countless people would run errands for her. This intoxicating sense of commanding wind and rain was something she thoroughly enjoyed. However, depending on a man was ultimately inferior to becoming the one others depended upon. She could feel Zhang Weihong's physical desire for her, but sensed not a trace of genuine affection. At the end of the day, their relationship was more like an equivalent exchange. So why not simply make herself the puppet master behind this team? With this thought, she nestled coquettishly in Zhang Weihong's embrace, her mind already wandering far away. Zhang Weihong, I remember that Suchin once purchased Nashi stones. I'll trade Nashi stones with you 10 stones for 1 handgun. How about it? Of course, you'll need to tell me what these things are really for. A reply quickly popped up in the private chat window. Seeing the offer, Suchun raised his eyebrows in surprise. Hadn't expected Zhang Weihong to have Nashi stones as well. Deal. Let's trade first. I'll tell you the information afterward. The transaction was completed swiftly. Zhang Weihong's side exchanged 180 Nashi stones plus 30,000 basic materials for 10,000 bullets. While the quantity seemed substantial, it was still a drop in the bucket against the beast tide. After obtaining the Nashi stones, Suchun kept 100 for backup and invested the remaining 80 into expanding his storage ring, directly increasing the ring's space to 700 cubic meters. Subsequently, more purchase requests flooded in. Suchun completed trades with several other players, and the beast packs around the RV were drawn by the gunfire, beginning to converge tentatively. What might be a disaster for others was merely a minor inconvenience for Suchun. Xiaoling, prepare the vehicle-mounted weapons. Clear the area. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gun barrels spat tongues of fire, dense bullets tearing through the air and striking the wild beasts, splashing clouds of blood mist. Su Chen's gaze didn't linger on the distance. Instead, he pressed the communication button. Zhou Yu, come over here. I need to discuss something with you. Boss, what's up? Zhou Yu, having witnessed the beast pack being instantly suppressed, felt even greater admiration and hurried toward the RV, enduring the heat wave as he rolled down the window. Get in the vehicle to talk. Su Chun first stored Fat Dragon in the spatial cultivation field, then opened the car door. Cool air conditioning hit his face, and before Zhou Yu could settle in his seat, he couldn't help but exclaim. Boss, we're supposed to be surviving here, but your RV is like a vacation. This lifestyle is way too comfortable. Just good luck having a bit more resources than others. Still controlled by the game system like everyone else. Su Chun handed him a piece of chilled watermelon. Eat up, let's talk business. Thanks, boss. Whatever it is, just tell me straight. All right, I'll be direct. Su Chun organized his thoughts. Your current strength isn't sufficient to truly become a core teammate in my convoy, but I have something here that requires your help. After completing it, you're welcome to return anytime. Boss, I'm willing. Please tell me what it is. Zhou Yu's tone was resolute. I want you to join other large teams as a private individual and provide me with intelligence. The first target is Zhang Weihong. Go there and gather information. As the words fell, Zhou Yu froze in place, blinking as he stared at Su Chun. So you're saying, you want me to be an undercover agent? Absolutely. Sounds great. No problem at Ali love the thrill of being an undercover agent, and I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Zhou Yu agreed almost without hesitation, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Deep down, he understood there was still a gap between himself and the core teammates that he and Su Chun truly wanted to be. Acting as Su God's undercover agent was actually more suitable. It came without the heavy pressure of command while allowing him to maintain close contact with Su Chun. Su Chun nodded, his tone calm, yet filled with trust. Good. After this disaster ends, you'll join that group. If you need anything in the future, contact me anytime. I'll do my best to provide support. According to intelligence reports, Zhang Weihong's team had expanded to about 1,000 people in just a few days, making it a massive force in the current environment. His leadership was unquestionable, but precisely because of this, Su Chun had already sounded alarm bells in his mind. Once large teams changed their stance, they could easily become formidable enemies in the future. Sending Zhou Yu to infiltrate was like planting an insurance policy that could be activated when needed. After making the arrangements, Su Chun pulled out several bottles of clean water and canned food, stuffing them into Zhou Yu's backpack. Take these as startup capital. You have the ability to get more supplies on your own, so I won't worry about that. The two quickly established their communication method. If conditions allowed, each would find a safe corner every night to report once. If they encountered danger, they would deliver intelligence the next day, and so on. Watching Zhou Yu climb into the SUV and drive away with the engine roaring, Su Chun finally turned back to the trading channel. The screen continuously flashed with private message notifications, almost all requesting to purchase firearms. Domestic civilians lacked actual contact with guns, and in everyone's eyes, a handgun was a life-saving divine weapon. However, the supplies from the first round of treasure chests were limited. Those who could exchange for handguns at supply stations had already gotten ahead, leaving the rest to stare helplessly. So more players settled for second best, taking all their newly acquired materials to trade for bullets. Having guns without bullets made them useless decorations. Su Chun's listed price was 3 basic materials, 1 bullet. Trading became increasingly popular toward the later stages, with some people even approaching with blueprints in hand. Snow boot blueprint for 500 bullets from you, deal? Deal. Su Chun barely hesitated. While bullets were precious to others, his production costs were ridiculously low. This was pure profit. In just half an hour, several large boxes of bullets had been exchanged for a thick stack of materials and that snow boot blueprint. Looking at the steadily rising inventory in his storage ring, he sighed inwardly. No wonder they say arms dealers make the most money. Just selling bullets alone had multiplied profits countless times. If he could mass-produce handguns someday, or even AK-47s, prices would skyrocket. System, how about considering giving me a permanent firearm production blueprint? He smiled slightly, but his mind was seriously calculating. Mastering arms production would be like holding the key to wealth. Ideally, he'd be the only one with this capability. As for whether such big shots had already appeared in other zones, that still needed investigation. With this thought, Su Chun raised his hand, clicked on Zhuge Xiaoyang in his friends list, and quickly typed a chat message. If others had the capability to manufacture firearms, he could find a way to become their distributor, which would be a win-win deal for both parties. After Su Chun sent his message, he quickly noticed a detailed Zhuge Xiaoyang, who usually replied almost instantly, was completely silent this time. After a brief mental calculation, he understood that the other party was most likely trapped in the beast tide and couldn't spare any time to respond. The facts were exactly as Su Chun had predicted. At this very moment, Zhuge Xiaoyang stood at a temporary shooting position on the top floor of his warehouse, looking through a high-powered scope at an endless sea of densely packed beasts outside, their dark forms completely covering the ground. He had checked the regional channel and judged from the chat records that the more abundant the resources, the more likely one was to become a priority target for the wild beasts. When it came to stockpiled supplies, he confidently believed that if he ranked second nationwide, no one would dare claim first place after all. He served as a middleman among dozens of big shots across dozens of regions, making a fortune in his daily dealings. Today, however, his troubles had doubled. With the beasts less than 100 meters from the warehouse, he didn't hesitate to pull the pin on a grenade, flicked his wrist, and hurled it into the heart of the beast horde. A few seconds later, bang! The shockwave sent dozens of beast corpses flying, but even more monsters fearlessly charged forward over their fallen comrades' flesh and blood. Watching the smoke clear from the blast point without slowing the tide-like assault, Zhuge Xiaoyang's face turned completely grim. He raised his hands and drew two AK-47s, feeling their hefty weight as he lifted both arms and squeezed the triggers. Rat-a-tat. Bullets poured out like a weaving machine, striking the beast's flesh and sending up sprays of blood. In just 2 magazines, before he could even process his transformation from middleman merchant, he had become like a desperate outlaw, letting the deafening gunfire roar in his ears. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by wails, countless beasts rolled over and collapsed. When his magazines emptied, he smoothly pulled out 2 more grenades, pulling pins, throwing, diving for cover, and reloading in one fluid motion. Following 2 successive boom, boom sounds that shook the ground, he raised his AK again and swept the area, temporarily holding back the approaching beast tide. In comparison, Su Chun was much more relaxed. His modified RV's mounted weapon system automatically locked onto targets, with gun barrels constantly rotating and muzzle flashes spitting out, mowing down the charging beasts in waves. Su Chun stayed inside the vehicle, not even bothering to open the door. Zhou Yu, who was taking shelter beside the vehicle, watched in stunned amazement. 2 heavy machine guns extended like fortress turrets, providing absolute fire suppression. He silently marveled to himself. Worthy of being the boss, turning an RV into a battle vehicle at this rate. Next time it could probably be upgraded directly into a mobile fortress. Amid the hail of bullets, Su Chun suddenly noticed a brand new treasure chest icon lighting up in the center of his radar detection map. Its color was deeper than any of the previous gold or platinum ones, displaying a thoroughly brilliant purple. A diamond treasure chest? Could I really be this lucky? His eyes suddenly lit up. Theoretically, there was no upper limit to the grades of airdrop treasure chests, but the highest he had encountered before were only gold and platinum. This was his first time directly encountering a treasure chest of this grade. He hadn't expected that after the massive beast crisis, there would be such a tremendous treasure chest opportunity waiting. It seemed this highway survival game was indeed relatively fair, but the chest was falling right into the center of the beast horde. The only way to get it was to charge straight through. If Su Chun hadn't possessed the detection system, he never would have discovered this opportunity when he chose to retreat earlier. Risk and reward always went hand in hand. So he gripped the steering wheel tightly and decided to take the gamble. The machine guns on both sides of the RV kept spitting fire, unleashing a bullet almost every 2 seconds. This rate of fire had clear advantages against small-scale beasts, but today on this stretch of sand, wolves, leopards, and jackals were swarming and the gunfire seemed woefully inadequate. Under Shaoling's control, the RV maintained a slow retreat, keeping the beast horde at bay. Some jackals caught up first, slamming into the reinforced steel bumper with thunderous bangs that hammered the front of the vehicle, but only scraped off shallow damage. Su Chun knew that continuing to retreat would only lead to encirclement. He opened the navigation system and marked the coordinates of the detected treasure chest. Shaoling, stop. Prepare to charge through. The target is right here. Yes, master. The AI never questioned orders. The motor roared as the vehicle came to an abrupt halt before surging forward like a steel beast charging against the tide of animals. Zhou Yu, you retreat first. Not many are targeting you. Spread out their firepower. Call if you need anything. Su Chun rolled down the side window and shouted to the SUV beside him. Got it, boss. Zhou Yu didn't hesitate, turning around and speeding away. Just as Su Chun had predicted, as soon as his vehicle left, a group of beasts broke away from the main pack to pursue him, relieving significant pressure from the RV. The next second, the RV crashed hard into the wall of beasts. Wolves and wild dogs were crushed like rags under the vehicle, blood spraying across the windshield in a crimson mist. The left and right machine guns continued their deadly chorus, while Su Chun rushed to the roof shooting position, swapping out his sniper rifle for an AK-47 mounted on the vehicle bracket, loading 1,000 rounds in one go. With unlimited magazines and no recoil, he didn't even bother aiming, just held down the trigger and sprayed. 3 streams of firepower merged into a scorching rain of bullets, leaving trails of blood wherever they passed. Under the blazing sun, The blood splattered on the vehicle evaporated into white vapor before it could even flow, forming a dark brown crust that stuck to the body and windows, obscuring most of their vision. Suchin glanced around, thinking he'd need to give his beloved vehicle a thorough wash after getting the treasure chest. Fortunately, Xiaoling's autopilot had taken over everything. The laser radar precisely tracked obstacles ahead, and even with the windows sealed by blood, it steadily navigated around sand pits. Otherwise, if Su Chun had to drive himself, he might have ended up lost in the desert. Unlike Su Chin's reckless charging approach, most other players treated their vehicles as temporary fortresses, either hunkering down defensively or retreating while fighting. The most expedient strategy, when facing only one or two beasts with nearly empty fuel tanks, was to floor the accelerator and ram straight into them, killing the beasts while simultaneously destroying their own vehicles. For suns blazed overhead, scorching flames burning everything. As frenzied beasts rampaged in all directions, this was the final day of the extreme heat disaster. Qing Lan, who served as Su Chen's dealer, was equally miserable. She had stockpiled massive supplies, making her a target for the beast tide. A pack of rhinoceros was relentlessly battering her top-tier reinforced 2-star minibus. Fortunately, she had made comprehensive upgrades, and her vehicle could still hold out, though its durability was steadily declining. She clutched the vehicle repair kit she had bought cheaply from Wang Chong, ready to use it the moment durability hit critical levels for a full restoration. By then, the frenzied beasts would likely have dispersed. Meanwhile, Su Chen drove his RV on a killing spree. The air reeked of burning flesh and blood, while dried bloodstains splattered across the windshield. The vehicle's radar showed the airdrop crate's location rapidly approaching, with beasts swarming densely around. Su Chen suspected this type of crate wasn't meant for normal people to obtain. Even if discovered, it would be impossible to retrieve. After 15 minutes of intense combat, he finally reached the diamond tier crate. The chest radiated brilliant light, hovering quietly 1 meter outside the car door. Just open the door, step out, and reach for it, but the difficulty was anything but simple. Ahem, Fat Dragon. Your moment has come. Help your boss drag that crate up here, and make it quick. Su Chun summoned Fat Dragon from the spatial cultivation field, speaking with earnest gravity. Yes, boss, mission guaranteed. Fat Dragon puffed out his chest proudly, thumping it with confidence. Listen for my signal. When I shout go, you go. Su Chun pulled out several grenades to clear a large safe zone within seconds. Only this kind of area effect weapon would suffice. He pushed open the blood-filmed side window, pulled the pin with a click, and hurled the grenade toward the beast pack outside the crate, immediately slamming the window shut and gripping the door handle. 3, 2, 1, boom. Go. The explosion was deafening. Just 1 second after the shockwave passed, Su Chun yanked open the car door. Fat Dragon shot out like a cannonball, wrapped his arms around the diamond tier crate, and with a grunt, leaped back inside. Several grenades detonated in sequence around the crate, the shockwave scattering beast limbs and blasting open a clear space. Fat Dragon's timing was perfect, bringing the crate back safely. The door slammed shut as Xiao Ling automatically controlled the vehicle's weapons to continue slaughtering the surrounding beasts. Su Chun rubbed his hands together, standing excitedly before the diamond tier crate. You'd better give me something good. Click. The lid opened. Su Chun froze instantly, holding his breath, his widened eyes flooding with uncontainable ecstasy. Starting supplies, 1 adrenaline dose, and 3 first aid kits. You opened the treasure chest and gained 12,345 chest points. You triggered a critical opening and received an 11-fold multiplier. Congratulations, you obtained 11 adrenaline doses and 33 first aid kits. Adrenaline effect instantly heals all injuries and grants triple physical attributes for the next hour. Any non-fatal damage received will slowly heal back to normal. It possesses the ability to regenerate any part of the body and can heal any wound, even regrowing severed limbs. Practically invincible. In other words, having this item was like having an extra life. The first aid kit's effects were equally impressive. Instant repair of all injuries, including organ damage and severed limbs, which could heal completely in a very short time. As long as the severed parts remained nearby, they could be seamlessly reattached. After storing the 11 adrenaline doses and 33 first aid kits in his storage ring, Su Chun felt a wave of relief. These medicines could not only save himself, but also rescue Pang Long at any time. Compared to the healing potions he had previously traded from Wang Chong, these 2 items were practically divine medicine. The only regret was that each use meant 1 less in supply. It would be perfect if he had a portable healing spring. After confirming the diamond tier chest was completely emptied, Su Chen comfortably settled back into his massage chair, closing his eyes to enjoy the leisurely afternoon. Before long, his communicator vibrated, pulling him back from his relaxed state. Zhuge Xiaoyang sent a private message. Boss Su, do you still have car repair kits? I need many. Can you lower the price a bit? No problem with a price reduction. Su Chun was a trader at heart. As long as he could profit from the margin, anything worked. Make me an offer. Zhuge Xiaoyang immediately presented his terms. 1,500 materials per kit, and I want 30 kits. Su Chun pretended to consider for a moment before replying. Deal. He turned to contact Wang Chong, purchasing the goods at a cost of 800 materials each. It was an incredibly profitable business at a net gain of 700 materials per kit, totaling 21,000 materials for 30 kits. As the newly acquired 20,000 plus basic materials quietly piled into his storage ring, Su Chen finally understood why Zhuge Xiaoyang was content being a middleman. Pure passive income was simply too sweet. At this point, the Beast Attack event was nearing its end. The death rate in the regional channel had noticeably slowed, with the population stabilizing at 8,110, less than one-tenth of the original number. Glancing at the clock, it was 3 p.m. and temperatures were beginning to drop. Those who had survived this long either were at their absolute limit or possessed some means of self-protection, likely able to survive a bit longer through the next disaster. A sudden thought flashed through Su Chen's mind. Why not introduce a credit system right now? He could loan essential survival resources to qualified survivors and collect triple returns after the next disaster, having them provide triple compensation during the next catastrophe. This way, as long as he helped enough people, with a sufficient base number, as long as casualties didn't exceed 66, he would definitely profit. Su Chan worked his calculator, double-checking his formula repeatedly. Intervened to save people, and as long as the overall death rate stayed below 2/3, he'd make a guaranteed profit. Would others think he was taking advantage of their misfortune? What a joke without him. Most of these people would likely perish in this disaster anyway. For them, survival was the only thing that mattered. Besides, everything was voluntary whether they borrowed or bought. It was their own choice. After careful consideration, Su Chun confirmed his plan was sound. He opened the communication panel and began typing rapidly. Su Chun, friends, to help everyone survive today's extreme heat, I'm willing to offer credit services. You can put any needed items on account first, then repay triple the amount after you open your treasure chests. The message hit the regional channel and instantly exploded the comment section. Holy crap, I'm out of resources and fuel, thought I was dead for sure, but Su Chun is actually offering credit? Forget triple-I'd pay 10 times over. You must be a shill. Triple is already plenty. Even if half the people die, Su Chun will make a killing. You're the idiot. Borrowing only costs triple repayment. But if you're buying, you think he'll charge original price? You'd be lucky if he doesn't fleece you completely. Exactly. Plus the big shot is taking the risk that you might die and not pay back. How is triple unreasonable? Nobody's forcing you to take credit. You can try surviving on your own. How is this different from charity? Have you all been brainwashed by PAU or something? That's PUA, moron. Su Chun is a healer, saving lives, truly a great philanthropist of our time. Whether gratitude or skepticism, Su Chun didn't care. He only cared about how much profit this operation would yield and how many more sheep he could keep alive. But being called a great philanthropist over and over made him question his life choices. Wasn't he just a legitimate businessman? Had these people learned to gaslight themselves? Or was he really too kind-hearted and not ruthless enough? Maybe he should feed his conscience to Fat Dragon later. Achoo! Fat Dragon, sprawled in the corner, suddenly sneezed loudly and touched his barely visible nose in confusion. An hour later, the wild beasts that had been swarming in packs receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. They came quickly and left just as fast. Fear and helplessness dissipated, leaving only the sweltering heat. But compared to the morning, every player's mindset was now unprecedentedly optimistic. Finally made it through. Actually doesn't seem that hard, right? I thought I was dead for sure today, but somehow we pulled through. All thanks to Su Chun. Without him providing cooling supplies at the crucial moment, we probably would have lost thousands more. Was it really that dramatic? You know what? That might actually be possible. In just one day, Su Shin stall sold no fewer than 5,000 bottles of ice water, with ice-cold cola and ice cream piled up like small mountains. What did this mean? Combined with other players who had stockpiled supplies in advance, those precious cold resources helped everyone survive the first extreme disaster, scorching heat. The opening alone was so terrifying that everyone's fear of the future was instantly ignited, though they breathed a sigh of relief when the storm finally passed. Su Chun tallied today's sales. The shipment volume of various weapons, water, food, and medicine was 3 times higher than usual. Those numbers made even him gasp. If he hadn't been on the front lines providing supplies, today alone would have probably cost another 1,000 lives. The 8,000 plus people who had managed to survive until now were almost all veterans who had fought their way through from the original 100,000 newcomers. While they couldn't be called elite, they had at least shed their rookie status. Following the original trajectory, this disaster would have claimed at least half their lives. It truly lived up to its reputation. Su Chun secretly believed that all survivors would remember this day and treat it as a warning bell for future calamities. Time ticked by minute. The temperature dropped slightly, and survivors who had adapted restarted their vehicles. Because there were airdrop treasure chests today, they rushed onto the highways to search just like in the beginning. Except this time their eyes weren't fixed on the roadside, but looking up at the sky. Suchin also picked up a platinum-level treasure chest along the way, which yielded 13 two-star vehicle upgrade blueprints enough to trade for massive amounts of good stuff. It was absolutely exhilarating. At 6 in the afternoon, the four blazing suns completely sank below the horizon. A cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Scorching heat disaster has ended. All players enter absolute safe rest time. There is no danger during this period, and actively attacking others is strictly prohibited. The system will update shortly, please wait a moment. The notification sound echoed like heavenly music, and the regional chat channel immediately exploded. Only 8,040 people remained in the channel now. Finally over. I could barely hold on. It feels so good when the temperature drops. I feel like I just crawled out of an oven and had to down 10 bottles of water to come back to life. Great. I'm going to get a good night's sleep. Haven't slept well in days. I wonder if I'll survive the next disaster. The relief of surviving catastrophe, anxiety about the future, and determination to face challenges heat and wove together into complex emotions that surged through the channel. Only then did Su Chun allow himself to collapse into his massage chair with peace of mind. Even though he had abundant resources, he was still just barely surviving in this highway survival game. Temporary advantages didn't guarantee permanent ones. Moreover, their very advantages might end up costing them their lives. However, with this major disaster nearly coming to an end, shouldn't the system provide some decent rewards for players who manage to survive? Could it be that the so-called reward was just letting people catch their breath? Suchin muttered to himself, unable to help wondering if the game development team were absolute capitalists. With this thought, he decided to contact Qinglan. The two of them went over every detail of their day's experiences. The deadly scorching heat from the blazing sun, the panic when water supplies ran dangerously low, the relief of barely making it to nightfall. They discussed every single detail thoroughly. In the end, Su Chun generously traded over a 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprint. The moment Qinglan received the blueprint, she lit up like a beacon, her voice practically glowing with excitement. This is way too precious. She immediately handed over this snow mountain climbing gear she had just pulled from a supply box, afraid that even a second's delay would make her seem insincere. After completing their item exchange, the two didn't immediately disconnect, but continued chatting about everything under the sun: interests, hobbies, daily life, their respective quirky talents. Su Chun had even mentally prepared talking points for topics spanning vast distances, like what to name future children. Time slipped away quietly during their relaxed conversation. After about 15 minutes, the system's emotionless notification suddenly rang out. Congratulations to all survivors. You have passed the first disaster and successfully stayed alive. From now on, all main road regions will be ranked based on the comprehensive data of players in each area, with rewards distributed accordingly. Only the top 3 regional channels will be announced on the global frequency. These 3 brief announcements hit the channel like a thunderbolt. Everyone was initially stunned. Did this mean they would be ranked by region? Higher rankings meant better rewards? In other words, they could finally get a glimpse of their region's average performance level? Suchin looked up at the channel window, equally intrigued. The system continued its announcement. Now announcing the third-ranked regional highway Huaxia Region 298, main road area. During the extreme heat disaster, 5,928 survivors remained alive. Overall regional rating, rank. All players in this region receive 1 free attribute point, which can be freely allocated. This announcement was broadcast publicly to all regional main highways. Many regions looked at the survival number of 5,928 and were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't even keep 2 or 3,000 people alive. Yet Huaxia Region 298 still had nearly 6,000 survivors? If that's third place, how many people survived in first place? Free attribute points? Isn't that something only found in PC games? Countless regional channels instantly erupted in chaos. However, Su Chin's 369, main road regional channel, presented a completely different atmosphere. We still have over 8,000 people here, and third place has over 5,000, so doesn't that mean? How could so many people have died? Our challenge was tough, but it wasn't that hellish, was it? Could it be that our dungeon difficulty was secretly reduced? Discussions arose one after another, until the next system announcement interrupted all the chatter. Now announcing the second-ranked Regional Highway Eagle Region 19, main road area. During the extreme heat disaster, 6,425 survivors remained alive. Overall regional rating, rank. All players in this region receive 2 free attribute points, which can be freely allocated, plus an additional starter resource package. The Americans managed to keep that many people alive too? Who could first place possibly be? I hope it's one of our Huaxia regions. Second place gets an extra package, so first place must be incredibly rewarding. With the world channel still unopened, and even the Huaxia global channel temporarily locked, everyone's speculation could only float around within their own small circles. However, unlike the curiosity and commotion in other regions, at this moment, One major region's channel had fallen into complete silence. Everyone seemed frozen, as if under a spell, faces collectively petrified in front of their screens, as though they had all been struck dumb simultaneously. Wait, guys, the second place only had about 6,000 survivors? But holy crap, we've got over 8,000 people. Could it be? Haha, finally our time to shine. Someone shouted from the crowd, their voice trembling with excitement. I can't wait to hear we got first place. If the second place rewards are this generous, our first place prize must be incredible too. Regional champions were absolutely unstoppable. While other main zones were still chattering away in the channels, speculating about the final rankings, the survivors on Main Road 369 had already set aside their work. They threw back the awnings of their tents with loud flapping sounds and gathered in the center of the highway like they were rehearsing their victory celebration. For them, the ranking mattered, but what mattered more was finally being able to hold their heads high in front of players worldwide. That was the real source of their sense of achievement. Amid the rising and falling cheers, the crisp system notification suddenly rang out, hitting everyone's hearts like a hammer blow. The first place regional highway in the highway rankings goes to Huaxia Zone, Main Road 369. With 8,040 survivors who endured the scorching heat disaster. Overall regional score, SSS. All players in this zone receive 3 free attribute points and 3 basic supply chests. As the notification ended, the entire channel erupted. FCK, first and third place both go to Huaxia Zone. While we Americans only got second. This is so embarrassing. Damn it. We Japanese didn't even make the top 3. Next time we'll definitely show Huaxia our strength. If we get the chance later, we'll target Huaxia Zone and prevent them from taking first place. Meanwhile, the Huaxia domestic channel was flooded with comments. Haha, first place really is ours, so awesome. Unity is strength indeed, Huaxia rocks. Our zone got 33rd place. That's pretty good too. By the way, what are free attribute points? How do you check your attributes? So jealous. Wonder how they managed to keep over 8,000 people alive. Amid the exclamations and roars from various zones, the survivors of Main Road 369 credited their success to 2 people. Su Chun, who had been consistently providing supplies for fair trades, and Zhang Weihong and his team, who first proposed forming groups and had grown stronger over time. It was the power of teamwork combined with Su Chin's timely resources that created this safe and well-supplied survival path for everyone. Soon, the system rewards arrived in their inventories. Su Chun casually opened his 3 basic supply chests. His nearly depleted water bottles instantly transformed into rows of half-meter-tall cases of mineral water. As for the 3 free attribute points, he didn't hesitate to put them all into strength. The value immediately jumped to 11.1 points, and his health surged from 189 to 222 points. Just as Su Chun was flexing his wrists, feeling the solid and surging power in his muscles, the familiar electronic female voice rang in his ears again. Congratulations, you have achieved first place in the comprehensive survivor rankings for Huaxia Zone during the scorching heat disaster. You have earned 1 system lottery draw. The regional champion gets an extra reward? Let's draw immediately. Su Chin's heart raced as he clicked lottery on the panel. The spinning column of light suddenly stopped. Congratulations, you have obtained master-level combat skills. Instantly, Su Chun felt a burning current flowing through his blood vessels, as if the potential in his muscles had been ignited. At the same time, unfamiliar yet familiar combat techniques flooded his mind, as though someone had directly implanted a complete set of fighting experience into his memory, filling his body with boundless power. At this moment, he seemed like a martial arts master who had been immersed in combat for decades, possessing a unique aura about him. In just a few minutes, he had transformed from an ordinary player into someone who could at least hold his own in close combat. As the lottery beam of light faded away, the ding sound in Su Chin's ears fell silent, though the system's announcement wasn't truly over yet. Now announcing that the first disaster has completely ended. The second disaster is hereby declared frozen wasteland. Tonight at 12 o'clock, the world will officially enter the ice and snow phase. All players, please prepare accordingly. The crowd that had been gathered around gossiping about Su Chin all froze in unison upon hearing this. The relaxed and lively atmosphere that had just emerged was instantly shattered by the cold system notification. All attention shifted to focus on the 4 words, second disaster. The first round was extreme heat, and the second turned to extreme cold. This fire and ice approach wasn't particularly surprising. Many people actually found it quite logical. We survived all that heat, so extreme cold should be manageable too, right? Worst case, we'll just burn wood. In their view, with stockpiled lumber and maybe some additional fuel oil, they could get through it. The players who had survived this far were mostly the strongest among the survivors, and as long as no unforeseen accidents occurred, staying alive wouldn't be too difficult. They were quite confident in themselves. However, some people immediately began taking inventory of their supplies, their voices full of complaints even as their hands kept busy. This is ridiculous. Not giving us any rest time at all. Today just ended, and tomorrow brings the second challenge. Fuel oil, wood, cotton fabric, lighters, blankets, warm clothing. We need to stock up on everything. Anyone have warm clothes? I'll trade you my t-shirt. Your damn abacus is practically hitting me in the face. Trade my ass. Unlike these anxious people, Su Chen remained calm and didn't even put his warm supplies up for trade yet. He knew that prices always correlated with demand, and with several hours still remaining before the snowfall, it was too early to make his move. Returning to his bedroom, he sat on the edge of the bed, spreading out several brand new down jackets to compare colors and styles, finally shrugging. Whatever, I'll choose when the time comes. After a quick wash, Su Chen lay down to rest. As night deepened, the temperature gradually dropped. Though it wasn't yet midnight, torrential rain had already begun falling outside, with large raindrops pelting against the glass in a continuous splash. Perfect for washing. My car saves water, he thought contentedly as he closed his eyes, quickly drifting off to sleep. Tomorrow would bring a brand new world and a brand new disaster. Thinking of the unknown challenges ahead, he smiled slightly, his fighting spirit burning bright. At the stroke of midnight, clock chimes rang out like a biological alarm. A beam of black light swept across the earth, enveloping all vehicles within its embrace. At 6 in the morning, as dawn's first light crept over the horizon, everything around had changed. The system's unchanging yet perfectly timed notification sound rang out like a bell tolling in the bitter wind, suddenly echoing in Su Chen's ears. He sat up, and the first thing he saw through the car window was the scene outside. The once dry, straight asphalt road was now buried under thick, white snow, with heavy snowflakes still falling silently from the sky above. The trees lining both sides of the road had their branches bent low under the weight of accumulated snow, creating a vast, desolate white landscape stretching in all directions. Welcome, players, to the world of the second disaster. You will survive here for 10 days, experiencing a world of extreme cold. As time progresses, temperatures will continue to drop, so please take proper precautions. Resources are scarce in this frozen world, and the probability of finding treasure chests on the roads has been reduced by 70. Due to insufficient channel population, an automatic server merge has been completed during the update. 10 servers merged into one. Please take note. This system announcement rang simultaneously in the ears of all survivors, delivering their fate with the cold, hard finality of icicles. After the server merge was completed, Su Chen immediately noticed that the population in his channel had surged to an all-time high. Zone 1 Highway Channel, 36,420 people. Meanwhile, the other merged zones averaged only 2,000 to 3,000 survivors each. It was precisely because they had maintained their lead throughout the previous stage that Su Chen's Highway 369, ranked first, was designated as the core of Zone 1. The channel immediately erupted into chaos. Holy crap, Zone 1. Are these the people from Highway 369? Really? How did you manage to keep so many people alive? That's incredible. Feeling the admiration and amazement from survivors from other zones, the original Highway 369 players were filled with pride. Haha, you wouldn't know? It's because our zone has Su Chen, the legendary player. Exactly. Boss Su has been providing us with supplies and strategies all along. And of course, we also have leader Zhang Weihong. Soon, Zhang Weihong from Zone 1 Highway spoke up in the regional channel. Everyone, welcome to the Zone 1 family. I sincerely invite you all to join my team. Let's unite and cooperate to face our enemies together. Holy shit, the legendary Su Chen is in Zone 1? No wonder it's great to have a boss to rely on. Wait, everyone, this frozen wasteland is way too difficult. My tires are slipping, and my car won't move at all. Plus the highway is only 1 kilometer wide, and when you hit someone else, there's no way to avoid it. Can everyone please try to be more peaceful and friendly? While everyone was still caught up in their shock and complaints about the frozen world, Su Chen had already sprung into action. He checked his inventory and began crafting without hesitation. Consuming 10 units of fabric to craft 1 cotton jacket. Consuming 10 units of fabric to craft 1 pair of cotton pants. Consuming 20 units of rubber and 20 units of alloy to craft 1 set of anti-slip tires. After finishing the basic equipment, he removed all the ice water, ice cream, and iced cola that had been sitting in his inventory for ages, replacing them with room temperature versions. He then put large quantities of cotton clothing and anti-slip tires essential survival supplies up for sale. Before he could even advertise in the channel, someone had already noticed. Holy crap, everyone check the trading post. There's a shop called Dawn that's put up thousands of cotton jackets and pants, plus thousands of sets of anti-slip tires. With these, we might actually survive in this frozen hell. That's not all. 6,000 bottles of water, 3,000 bottles of cola, 1,000 bottles of liquor and wine, and medicine too. Excellent. The injury I sustained yesterday hasn't healed, and finally there's a way to recover. In the trading area of Highway 369, survivors gathered around Su Chen's temporary shop, their eyes lighting up. An outer zone player rubbed his hands together enviously. Look at you guys acting like you've never seen anything before. This is Su Chen's shop, often sells stuff that everyone desperately needs. So it's Su Shun. No wonder then. You all rely on Su Shun's materials to stay alive, don't you? Another person chimed in, exclaiming loudly. From further away, someone else shouted in amazement. Wait, there are bullets for trade too? I've used up all my ammo, finally I can restock. Under everyone's watchful eyes, players from other highways acted like country bumpkins visiting the big city, surrounding the shelves and letting out waves of astonished exclamations. Hearing their praise, the local survivors of Highway 369 felt an inexplicable surge of pride. Without Su Chen's continuous support, their situation would probably be just as miserable as these people's, maybe slightly better, but definitely not by much. As more outsiders arrived, the chat channel became increasingly chaotic and mixed. Some highways held Su Chen in awe, while others showed no respect at all. Soon enough, someone jumped out to openly provoke them. Bloodwolf Captain, hee, another batch of fresh lambs. Are you ready to die? Bloodwolf Captain and Su Chun, we've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. The rewards you've gotten before were pretty rich, weren't they? Soon all of that will belong to us. No matter how tough Bloodwolf Captain is, he's still human. Can he withstand bullets? Are you ready to die? As this string of provocations flooded the screen, Bloodwolf Convoy Captain Li Huiyan coldly interjected, completely shattering the lively atmosphere. Many Bloodwolf members immediately chimed in. Ha ha ha, we killed almost everyone on the entire highway before. Now we finally have new people to kill. No one can resist our Bloodwolf's offensive march. You better wash your necks clean and wait for us to come kill you. The Bloodwolf Convoy had grown strong through killing and plundering resources since its establishment. Under the naked rule of force, they gave survivors a choice, either join or die. Through this brutal expansion, Bloodwolf now had over 2,000 members, practically sweeping across the entire highway, even with a bloody record of annihilating entire convoys. On screen, players with Bloodwolf prefixes kept appearing. Although most onlookers didn't know what this prefix meant, it didn't stop them from lashing out, pointing at the channel and cursing the Bloodwolves. Ha ha ha, just impotent rage. No one can survive our Bloodwolf's conquest. Want to know why we all carry the Bloodwolf mark? That's because our boss upgraded to a level 4 vehicle and gained the ability to establish a convoy. Joining the convoy gives attribute bonuses, and we level up so fast because of he killed enough people. So tremble, haha. Bloodwolf's arrogant statements quickly dominated the entire regional channel. Many players, beyond their anger, secretly felt intimidated. With so many opponents, what if they really encountered them? Would they be completely wiped out? Seeing that many people in the channel were too scared to speak, Bloodwolf members became even more unrestrained. Just then, a resolute voice suddenly emerged. Zhang Weihong. Bah, you're nothing but scum. Don't let me run into you, or I'll tear you to pieces. Immediately after, he issued a rallying cry. Survivors who want to deal with them can join my team, let's take them on together. We probably won't encounter them anytime soon anyway, so why not take this opportunity to recruit some members? With Zhang Weihong's rallying call, others gradually found their courage as well. You're absolutely right, you're nothing but scumbags. I'm joining Brother Zhang's convoy to give you a proper fight. You can't even see Su Shun's shadow. What's there to be so arrogant about? The survivor's voice was aggressive over the channel. If Su Shen were here, he'd easily crush your convoy. However, everyone soon noticed that the legendary Su Shun had yet to make an appearance or statement. With Su Chun remaining absent, the Bloodwolf convoy's arrogance only grew stronger. Oh ho ho, Zhang Weihong, you just wait for us. Bloodwolf members kept spamming the channel. Where's your Su Shen? Why is he acting like a coward now? The #1 survival player? Acting like a scared turtle. The Bloodwolf players were acting cocky, but their confidence was steadily declining. After half a day of trash talk with Su Shen still nowhere to be seen, many began to have doubts. Could it be that Boss Su is really scared? Is he choosing to ignore this just because they outnumber us? If that were true, then joining Zhang Weihong seemed like the better option. This thought quietly began to sprout in some people's minds. Qinglan, who had been lurking silently, saw the overwhelming insults flooding the channel. Seeing Su Chen still remaining silent, she anxiously sent him a private message. Ding dong. Su Chen, who was busy synthesizing medicine, clothing, and anti-slip tires, heard the special notification sound and immediately recognized it was from Qinglan. He wiped his sweat, walked to the screen, glanced at her long string of messages, and replied with just 2 words, received. Setting aside the private message, Su Chen directly opened the public channel and quickly browsed through all the chat records. Level 4 vehicles can form convoys? Bloodwolf convoy, huh? He calculated silently. If it weren't for saving Xiaolong, I'd be around level 4 by now too. No rush, it's just a matter of time. Regarding Bloodwolf's method of killing and plundering resources, Su Chen felt it was like draining a pond to catch fish. He preferred letting numerous players open treasure chests, then earning long-term profits through trading. If Bloodwolf continued their killing spree in Zone 1, they were undoubtedly damaging his interests. These survivors were all his future trading partners. How could he let Bloodwolf harvest them at will? After pondering for a moment, he typed a simple name prefix in the public channel. Suchun. The channel instantly fell silent. A moment later, he added another line. Suchun, think of your last words. Thousands of words ultimately condensed into these two short sentences, and the Bloodwolf convoy members instantly exploded. Other survivors cheered. Su Shun had finally appeared. They had expected Su Shun to respond with several long paragraphs, but these few words were worth 1,000. One question mark and one, think of your last words, were enough to break Bloodwolf's composure. Su Chun, you just wait. If we run into you, we'll tear you to pieces. Curses continued flooding the channel. Su Chun calmly replied with a single word. Su Chun, oh. Su Chun, you fing. Su Chin's indifference hit their nerves again. Su Chun, have you thought of your last words? F you. Damn you. Chaotic profanity poured from the Bloodwolf members, showing their fury. But with Su Chun as their backbone, the survivors immediately became fired up and stood out to condemn Bloodwolf. Curses rose and fell, almost completely drowning out the Bloodwolf members shouting. Even though Bloodwolf currently had superior numbers, the survivors weren't backing down at this moment. Even if we run into them, can't we just flee? Their brutality won't earn us any mercy just by keeping quiet. Since conflict is inevitable, might as well curse them out properly. In the chat channel, Su Chun boldly tagged the Bloodwolf convoy. Bloodwolf Captain, you just wait. Anyone our Bloodwolf encounters will die. Bloodwolf Captain Li Huayan's avatar popped up, his sinister gaze seeming to freeze the air even through the screen. After coldly dropping this threat, he led his subordinates in leaving the group chat one by one. Outnumbered and outgunned, staying in the channel would only invite more trouble. They decided to take action and hunt down survivors. Instead, that was more the Bloodwolf style. Suchin wasn't bothered by these threats. Even if Bloodwolf could really mobilize 3,000 vehicles for an assault, as long as they weren't planning a suicidal mutual destruction strategy, he had nothing to fear. What interested him more was the structure of convoy mode and potential additional bonus if he could figure out the rules. He might be able to form an elite convoy himself. As soon as this thought emerged, he forcibly suppressed it. Scouting the environment was more important right now. Before taking action, he didn't forget to do business. Suchin's Dawn Shop is online. Cotton coats, cotton pants, blankets, anti-slip tires. Limit 3 items per person. Note: shop permanently closed to Bloodwolf convoy. His declaration target me? Then don't blame me for blacklisting you. Completely ignited the atmosphere. In the channel, many players quickly voiced their refusal to trade with Bloodwolf. Losing 3,000 customers still left 30,000 in the market. The loss was negligible. After leading by example, Suchin quietly left the group and returned his attention to reality. Confirming the area was safe, he put on his thermal suit and walked to the vehicle door. Click as the door opened. Bone-chilling wind carrying snow powder rushed in, instantly tearing through the warm cabin with cold. He immediately jumped out and closed the door behind him. Looking around, the world was a blanket of silver white. In the distance, thick snow weighed down the forest branches on both sides of the highway. The road surface had nearly 10 centimeters of accumulated snow, leaving deep footprints with each step. Suchan grabbed a handful of snow gold and piercing, then immediately returned to the vehicle. Proceed along the highway, he commanded the AI assistant Xiaoling. In this frozen world, treasure chest spawn rates were reduced by 30, making resources even scarcer. Suchin needed to stockpile supplies quickly and profit from other survivors. Xiaoling, maintain room temperature at 22°C and monitor fuel levels constantly. Alert me in advance if running low. The fuel tank held over 3,000 units, which seemed ample, but would only power the RV for less than 2 days. He needed to refuel soon, preferably at half the previous price. Warm air from the vents brushed his neck, dispelling the chill that had crept into his collar. Nearby, the chubby dragon lazily patted its round belly, silently urging that supply time not be delayed. After another 10 kilometers, not a single treasure chest had spawned. The probability reduction was real. Suchun mentally calculated the risks while remaining vigilant about the road ahead. Suddenly, the detection radar showed countless black shadows swarming through the dense forests on both sides, rushing toward the highway. Even as he accelerated frantically, the shadows continued closing in from front, back, left, and right. Suchun frowned deeply, turning to stare at the forest area on the right. Snow-laden branches shook violently, sending cascades of white powder tumbling down. Here they come. As those black shadows emerged from the pristine white forest and officially charged onto the highway, Suchun focused his gaze and instantly froze. What? With eyes rolled back, pupils dilated wide, their bodies contorted in grotesquely unnatural positions, they made gurgling sounds as they slowly shuffled toward the highway. In Suchin's enlarged pupils reflected those staggering humanoid figure zombies. Not only were resource spawn rates lower than before, but the danger had increased dramatically, pushing everyone toward a dead end. At this moment, Suchun wasn't the only one encountering zombies. The public channel had erupted into chaos. Zone 1 chat channel. Holy crap. Look at the forest beyond the highway. I see a humanoid monster that looks like a zombie. It really is zombies. Several have appeared here too. I need to get out of here fast. You guys are so lucky. I've got at least dozens, maybe even hundreds here. Am I doomed? No way. Zombies. Novels say their weak spot is the head. Try shooting the head. I tried it. Shooting the head with a gun really works. Hitting the body is almost useless. Wait, it's not just zombies. There's something else deep in the forest. I feel like that thing is commanding them. Otherwise, the zombies' movements couldn't be so coordinated. Don't scare me. Wails filled the channel, and Suchin also noticed something unusual. These zombies seemed to be following orders, their formation eerily organized. The vehicle's radar detected several dark shadows deep in the forest that remained motionless, apparently the controllers. Whatever they are, clear the zombies first. Suchin muttered. He signaled Xiaoling to take control of the RV's weapon system, prioritizing headshots. Bang! The first bullet cut through the air, breaking the RV's brief silence as 3 gun barrels simultaneously spat blazing tongues of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat, a metallic rain of bullets poured into the zombie horde. Hits to the torso only knocked zombies back a few steps, but those struck in the head instantly lost their driving force, trampled into bloody pulp by the zombies behind them. After the brief burst of gunfire, a large swath of the front ranks had fallen, yet the zombies in the rear kept surging forward. Focus fire on the right side. Don't let them get close. Suchin instructed. Xiaoling swiveled the gun barrels while Su Chun moved to the right window, opening a small gap and resting his Barrett sniper rifle on the windowsill. Through the scope, following the radar's guidance, he searched behind the zombie horde for the puppet master. In the lens, several figures suddenly appeared wearing ancient official robes and black gauze caps, their faces so pale they nearly blended with the snowy ground. These were the Jiangshi he had encountered during the extreme heat. So they really are controlling the zombie horde. Su Chen's heart jolted. Back then he had only seen Jiangshi, never these zombies that moved on command. Where had these zombies come from? Before Su Chun could think too much, he spotted a zombie through his scope that lifted its head and locked eyes with him across the distance. Bang! The rifle barrel jerked as Su Chen's crosshairs steadied on the zombie's forehead at this close range. There was no need to account for wind speed, trajectory, or temperature. He squeezed the trigger directly. The high-velocity bullet tore through the air, instantly piercing its target. The zombie's head exploded like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer, black and red chunks of flesh scattering in all directions as the rigid corpse toppled backward. Sweet. Su Chan cursed inwardly with satisfaction, then shifted his scope slightly to the right, targeting another zombie with an almost identical appearance, and pulled the trigger again. Bang! The bullet hit its mark accurately, but ricocheted off like it had struck a steel plate, disappearing into a distant tree trunk with a metallic clang. The zombie's forehead bore only a shallow scratch. It raised its gray-white eyes to stare deeply toward the RV's position, then bizarrely hopped and bounced away from its original spot. Bang! A third shot followed immediately, equally ineffective. Su Chun frowned and lowered his sniper rifle, his expression growing grave. The 3 machine gun barrels atop the RV continued their automatic fire, dense tongues of flame illuminating the windows, but he suddenly noticed the zombies' movement patterns had become chaotic. Some frantically plunged into the forest, others charged straight at the RV, while many collided with each other and instinctively began tearing and fighting, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Is this a loss of control? Su Chin closed the window and turned his head to ask, Xiaoling, when did they start becoming disorganized? Right after you fired your first shot, Master. The AI Xiaoling's voice remained calm and measured. I see. Su Chin's gaze darkened. Clear out all the remaining zombies first. I want to get a close look at them. Outside the RV, the 3 machine gun barrels erupted in frenzied bursts of fire. In just half a minute, all surrounding zombies were torn to shreds, and the dark shadows completely vanished. Xiaoling, activate external auto-cleaning. Xiaolong, come down with me to take a look. Su Chun donned his bulletproof helmet, pocketed his handgun, and called for Pang Long to get out of the vehicle. As the door opened, a night breeze reeking of blood hit them. The ground was nearly covered in corpse fragments, with sticky limbs, shattered skulls, and twisted faces forming a grotesque carpet. His chest tightened and his stomach churned violently, but after a few seconds he forced himself to adapt. This wasn't his first time seeing corpses, just never in such numbers. Huh? What's this? Su Chun discovered a crystal-clear object beside a shattered skull, about the size of a thumb and emitting a faint blue glow. He unscrewed a water bottle and carefully washed away the clinging brain matter, cradling the crystal in his palm. Evolution crystal. Possesses extremely special energy, purpose unknown. Holy shit. So what they write in those apocalypse zombie novels is actually real? Can humans eat this thing? The crystal was as transparent as a fine gemstone. Su Chin couldn't help but swallow, though he forcibly suppressed the impulse. Boss, this thing looks really delicious. Pang Long had somehow sidled over with eager eyes, his chubby face full of longing. This thing is useful to you. Su Chin raised an eyebrow. If Pang Long could consume it, then he probably could too. My body tells me it would definitely be useful. Pang Long cupped his hands to his face, looking like a greedy cat. Here, eat this one, and let me see what happens. Su Chun tossed it lightly, and the evolution crystal landed in Pang Long's hands. The chubby dragon's face immediately lit up with joy as he took the evolution crystal. He held the blue crystal, about the size of a pigeon egg, in both hands and grinned up at Su Chun. The next second, he swallowed it whole like a steamed bun, not even bothering to chew. How do you feel? Su Chun examined him, and seeing that he wasn't glowing or sprouting wings, couldn't help but ask. My body feels warm. The chubby dragon patted his belly, his tone confident but lacking conviction. That's it. Any increase in strength or abilities? Maybe yes, maybe no. His eyes darted around. Boss, maybe if I eat a few more, I'll feel something. He finished speaking while unconsciously poking his index fingers together, his face full of expectation. Su Chun glanced at him sideways. First, let's see how many crystals are left. Collect them all, and don't sneak any. We still don't know if these things have side effects. The chubby dragon sheepishly rubbed his nose and immediately dove into the corpse-strewn ground to search. Su Chun walked toward the nearby low, dense forest where a zombie's body lay half-sprawled against tree roots. When he pried open the zombie's skull, he found another crystal embedded inside, darker in color and larger in size, like deep blue light emanating from frozen ice. Wisdom crystal possesses extremely special energy, usable by intelligent beings. The description clearly appeared on his retina. It can be used by me, but evolution crystals can't. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He tucked it into his jacket, thoroughly searched the zombie's remains to ensure nothing was missed, then stood up and returned to the RV. The chubby dragon was crouched by the car door, pouring crystals onto the floor mat like presenting treasures. Boss, 17 evolution crystals in total. Su Chen nodded. With nearly 200 scattered corpses outside, the drop rate for evolution crystals was roughly 10%. But were evolution crystals and wisdom crystals really only different in terms of human consumption? The chubby dragon suddenly leaned closer, his eyes gleaming. Boss, what's that one in your hand? It looks even more delicious than these stones. Let me have a taste. In your dreams. Take one evolution crystal and go play with it. I need to study this first. Su Chun collected the remaining 16 crystals in his palm and walked to the heart of the car device, attempting to place a crystal into an empty slot. A white flash occurred, but the device remained unchanged. Su Chun frowned. Looks like it won't work as an energy source. He sat in the driver's seat and opened the chat channel to see if other survivors had made any new discoveries. The channel was bustling with activity. That scared me to death, but I finally killed the zombie after hacking away for ages. Bro, you're an idiot. Just drive straight into them, crush their heads with the tires, problem solved. That damages durability though. I just ran away. Guys, I found a crystal in a zombie's brain called an evolution crystal. Think it's like in apocalypse novels where eating it awakens superpowers. I'd advise against it. I have one too, but it doesn't seem meant for human consumption. Don't do anything rash. Fortune favors the bold. No need to convince May already ate it. Wait 1 minute for the good news. After the survivor sent that message, a profound silence fell over the channel. All survivors tacitly remained quiet, waiting for his outcome. 1 minute passed, and the public frequency interface remained empty with no notification sounds. After 3 minutes, the screen was still dead silent. Just when everyone was about to give up waiting, a new message suddenly appeared. Zhang Weihong, everyone, stop trying. 3 of our companions just volunteered to swallow the evolution crystals. Not only did they gain no power enhancement, but they all turned into zombies. The message hit like a heavy hammer dropped into still water, instantly shocking everyone awake. A survivor, holy crap. This thing turns people into zombies? Then why am I keeping it? Will prolonged contact cause infection too? Another survivor, stop talking. There must be uses we don't know about, but I don't want to risk it. Selling cheap. 10 bottles of water per crystal. Any takers? After all, killing a zombie isn't easy. Third survivor, damn. You're smart. I'll sell for 9 bottles of water each. Random guy, you guys are overthinking this, right? Since quite a few people can get them, their value isn't ridiculously high. Who would pay premium prices for something with unknown uses? While the channel erupted into chaos, Su Chun had quietly tossed an evolution crystal into his spatial cultivation field. Evolution crystal energy absorbed, gained 200 energy points. The system notification made his eyes light up. It worked as expected. After quick calculations, he reached a conclusion. 50 crystals would keep the cultivation field running for 3 days. Since the current market price was around 8 bottles of water per crystal, and most people were eager to sell, he could definitely take advantage of the chaos to buy low. However, if he appeared personally, it would easily expose that he knew the crystal's purpose. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen returned to his RV and opened his private chat with Qing Luan. Su Chen, help me out. Buy evolution crystals in bulk. Keep the price within 100 basic materials or 4 bottles of water each. Less than 10 seconds after sending the message, she replied with a resentful question mark. Qing Luan, do you only remember me when you need help? Su-chan was drinking water and nearly choked. Her tone clearly indicated displeasure. Su-chan, of course not. I'm planning to form a convoy later, and we'll travel together. By the way, what are your measurements? I'll make you a special thermal outfit for the ice world. After asking this question, the chat box fell silent for several seconds. Qing Lan's avatar flickered on and off, as if she was hesitating. Then, a string of numbers appeared. Qing Lan, 90, 60, 90. Su-chan drew in a sharp breath. These measurements were absolutely perfect. No wonder she had quite a following during her streaming days. He immediately got to work, cutting fabric and sewing at the crafting station according to his design. A pure white down jacket with matching thick pants. A high-neck white wool sweater. Finally, a set of highly elastic black lace lingerie. After finishing the items, Su-chan couldn't help but touch them. The texture felt excellent, and they should be very comfortable to wear, perfectly suitable for providing support. After completing the entire set, Su-chan immediately opened Qing Lan's interface and traded the items to her, along with some additional supplies for trading. The down jacket, underwear, turtleneck sweater, and other items instantly appeared in Qing Lan's inventory. She held the down jacket in her hands, examining it from every angle. The glossy fabric shimmered under the light, with a fitted cut that accentuated her curves like a movie star's battle outfit. When her gaze fell on the intimate undergarments, her ears flushed slightly, and she quickly ducked behind the curtain by her bed to change. The silky fabric felt smooth against her skin, warmth spreading from her spine to her hands and feet. The turtleneck sweater was soft and fluffy, and finally, she put on the down jacket. The cold was completely shut out. I suppose you do have some consideration, Qing Lan muttered under her breath, then opened the public channel to post an advertisement for Su-chan. Qing Lan purchasing evolution crystals. Price: 2 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water per crystal. Interested parties please message privately. At the same time, she listed various supplies available for evolution crystal exchange on the trading platform, making it clear to everyone that she meant business. As soon as the advertisement appeared, the channel erupted. Wow, the goddess has set her price. We must support her. Even though I don't know what evolution crystals are for, if the goddess wants them, I'll give them to her. Oomph, fool, you're just being a typical simp. It should be at least 10 bottles per crystal. Everyone, let's drive up the price. Right? The goddess is strong. She ranked high in the last battle royale. If she's making a move, there's definitely something to it. I won't sell for less than 8 bottles. I think the price will keep rising. Better hoard them for now. Amid the chaotic bidding, Qing Lan still managed to quickly acquire over 30 evolution crystals. More people chose to wait and see, hoping for prices to continue climbing. Meanwhile, on the snow-covered highway, Wang Chong was using his bayonet to extract several translucent crystals from zombie brains. Unsure of their purpose, he was pondering when he spotted Qing Lan's purchase announcement on the public channel. If Qing Lan is buying, then Su-chan is buying. Wang Chong immediately concluded they were working together. Since Su-chan dared to offer this price, he definitely wouldn't be taking a loss. He immediately posted his own purchase offer on the public channel. Wang Chong purchasing evolution crystals, 2 bottles of water per crystal. He didn't dare price higher, wouldn't have the nerve to compete with Su-chan's business. Elsewhere, Zhang Weihong also noticed the movements of Qing Lan and Wang Chong. Both had achieved high rankings in the previous battle royale and were considered elite among the survivors. His team had just repelled a wave of zombies, with thousands of undead falling and yielding about 100 evolution crystals. Zhang Weihong held the crystals in his palm, feeling energy pulsing within them. His instinct told him these things could likely enhance personal abilities. However, consuming them rashly would be too dangerous, so he decided to conduct experiments first. He packaged the crystals as mysterious crystals that might enhance physical capabilities and recruited volunteers from his team. Volunteers would not only be the first to try this unknown power, but would also enjoy additional benefits, and he mentioned that these brave souls would gain priority in choosing girlfriends. Under such brainwashing, naturally many hot-blooded young people would rush out to become test subjects. As expected, they all became sacrificial victims. But since someone was making large-scale purchases, it meant the price would definitely not be low, could completely ride this wave of profits, hoarding at low prices and selling high. He didn't believe evolution crystals would become worthless. After making up his mind, he immediately called Li Shanshan over and had her post on the public screen on his behalf, forcibly undercutting with a price of 3 bottles of water per crystal. Compared to the goddess Qing Lan's vague quote of 4 bottles or 3.5 bottles of water, Li Shanshan's offer was lower, but crystal clear. No matter how beautiful a goddess might be, water you can't actually drink is useless. Qing Lan soon discovered that the supply of evolution crystals had plummeted, and reluctantly raised her price to 4 bottles of water per crystal. On the other side, Wang Chong also followed up to 4 bottles, maintaining market position with his chat and training companion appeal. Weihong, Qing Lan is offering 4 bottles now. Should we raise our bid? Li Shanshan frowned, muttering quietly. 4 bottles of water could keep an adult alive for 3 days. If the crystals were useless, wouldn't it be a complete waste? If others can offer 4 bottles, It means the real value far exceeds 4 bottles. Zhang Weihong pushed up his glasses, calculation gleaming in his eyes. Go straight to 5 bottles, beat them by 1. After all, the water belonged to the entire group even if they lost money. It wouldn't hurt. But if the crystal's effects were proven, they could turn their fortunes around overnight and live comfortably. When the 5 bottles of water per crystal post appeared, those holding evolution crystals all waited and watched, expecting Qinglan to raise her price further. However, she only reiterated maximum 4 bottles, without any increase. The hesitant sellers immediately switched to Li Shanshan, and a series of transaction notifications rang out continuously. Seeing only 69 evolution crystals remaining, Qinglan somewhat sheepishly opened Su Chen's chat window and sent him all the crystals in a bundle. Qinglan, there's someone called Li Shanshan offering 5 bottles of water to grab the market. I can't compete with her. Su Chen was slightly stunned. Li Shanshan. The name sounded formal, and he suddenly remembered, wasn't this the person who traded black stockings and long legs photos for liquor blueprints? The photos were still in his album. Su Chen, don't panic. Continue purchasing at 4 bottles of water. Hold on. The other party will soon come to you to sell. When that happens, we'll buy all their goods at 4 bottles of water, then make them throw in blueprints or other supplies as compensation. Qinglan, okay. Can I know what this thing is actually for? She wondered why Su Chen was so confident the other party would come back. Su Chen weighed his options for a moment and decided to continue concealing the space cultivation field, only mentioning the safest part, revealing the fat dragon wouldn't matter. Su Chen, of course I can tell you. I obtained a beast companion, and these crystals are its favorite food. As for other effects, I haven't figured them out yet. A beast companion? And it likes to eat them? Qinglan's eyes widened. For a pet, Su Chen was actually willing to spend precious drinking water? If she became his partner, would she also receive the same level of treatment? She recalled Su Chen's invitation to form a convoy and become teammates, and a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps it would be a very good choice? No, that's not right at all. She didn't just want something as simple as being teammates with him. Qinglan looked down at the brand new cold weather gear she was wearing, her fingertips gently stroking the soft fleece surface. Warmth seeped through the fabric into her skin, and she smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the vehicle, Su Chen wasn't distracted by Qinglan's sudden disconnection. He instructed the AI, Xiao Ling, to continue cruising along the frozen highway, then settled back into his seat, focusing on the nail-sized, crystal-clear wisdom crystal in his palm. Previous experiments had proven that this thing could serve as both a snack for Fat Dragon and energy for the spatial cultivation field like evolution crystals, but whether it could directly enhance him remained a question mark. Let's take a gamble, he encouraged himself mentally. The information panel clearly stated, provides energy for intelligent beings, different usage from evolution crystals. Theoretically feasible. Su Chen took a deep breath and tossed the thoroughly cleaned crystal into his mouth. The cool sensation vanished instantly as the crystal slid down his throat into his stomach. There was no foreign object sensation, but his heart began pounding wildly. Wisdom crystal consumed, random attribute 0.1. His strength value increased from 11.1 to 11.2. The improvement wasn't huge, but it was enough to validate his theory. Su Chen clenched his fist. A week of intense training only increased it by 0.1, but now swallowing 1 crystal achieved the same result. The efficiency was incomparably higher. But remembering how even sniper rifles couldn't penetrate that zombie earlier, he grimaced helplessly. If he had to face it head-on with just a peachwood sword, his chances of winning remained a mystery. Never mind for now, he muttered while pulling out the remaining evolution crystals, first replenishing the spatial cultivation field's energy, then tossing them all to Fat Dragon as extra meals. After finishing this, he moved to the driver's seat, ready to personally experience driving in snow. But just as he was about to take the wheel, a bright golden notification suddenly appeared on the display, golden treasure chest refreshed, with a flickering shadowy figure beside it. Danger level unknown. The first chest in this ice world, better be careful. He had Xiao Ling park the vehicle steadily next to the target and observed carefully through the window. Wind and snow howled, the surroundings eerily quiet, with danger seemingly buried beneath the thick snow. Su Chen bundled up, fastened his bulletproof helmet, loaded his AK-47, and with a click, pushed open the door and jumped out. Boss, wait for me. The rear door was pushed open by Fat Dragon. The little guy had been cooped up too long and flapped his small wings as he jumped into the snow. The highway had about 10 centimeters of accumulated snow that crunched underfoot. Fat Dragon grabbed a handful of powder snow, rolled it into a ball, and excitedly threw it at Su Chen. Splat! The snowball hit Su Chen's helmet dead. Fat Dragon, play later. There might be danger around here. Before he finished speaking, he caught sight of a snow pile behind Fat Dragon. Suddenly, having a snow bear, nearly 6 feet tall, rose from the ground, its massive frame blocking half the sky. As soon as it steadied itself, it roared toward the heavens, then clenched its fists and beat its chest. Hey now, you're not a gorilla, what are you beating your chest for? Wait a minute, Chest pounding isn't exactly a gorilla's exclusive privilege. While the creature was still roaring, Fat Dragon stepped forward and approached the snow bear, curiously poking at its fur with his finger. Boss, this really isn't snow. Su Chen was also stunned. Fat Dragon, standing nearly 2 meters tall with his round build, actually appeared considerably larger than the snow bear. Standing before him, they looked like an adult next to a child. Sensing the massive presence, the snow bear wisely stopped its roaring, staring sharply at Fat Dragon with a hint of fear flickering in its eyes. When the curious stranger touched him, he felt his dignity had been insulted. He immediately swatted the hand away and retreated several steps, seemingly afraid of provoking the giant's anger. Fat Dragon, having his hand knocked away, felt a tremendous force hit him. His body became unsteady, and he staggered back several steps before losing his balance and falling to the ground. Seeing this, the snow bear seemed to regain its confidence. It stood up and roared toward the sky, beating its chest with its arms to display its dominance. Watching this display, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle as he raised his AK-47. Firepower supremacy, that's a man's true romance. Rat-a-tat-tat. After a few bullets, the snow bear's head exploded like a flower. Su Chen immediately harvested it. You have collected, for bear paws, 1 bear hide, 1 bear heart, 1 bear penis, 1 bear gallbladder. Seeing that one snow bear had provided so many materials, Su Chen felt pleasantly surprised. He'd heard bear paws were among the most delicious ingredients they'd make perfect lunch today. As for the bear penis, he wasn't sure what it was good for, but he'd save it for making medicinal wine later. After collecting everything, Su Chen approached the golden treasure chest and opened it directly. Initial resources, Snow Goggles Blueprint X1 permanent. You opened the treasure chest and gained 688 opening points. You achieved an opening critical hit with 13x multiplier. Congratulations, you obtained 13 Snow Goggles Blueprints. Snow Goggles Blueprint permanent. Required materials, 1 plastic, 1 glass. Learning requirement, 2-star vehicle. Not bad at all. His shop now had another item to sell. With these goggles, people could look at snow for extended periods without eye strain. The only issue was that each blueprint was permanent, and having so many seemed excessive for his needs. If he sold them all to Zhuge Xiaoyang, would it expose his abilities? After a moment's hesitation, Su Chen decided to sell them 2 at a time, pretending he'd gotten duplicates and opened 3 blueprints at once. After all, Zhuge knew he was actively buying golden treasure chests. Returning to his vehicle, Su Chen contacted Zhuge Xiaoyang directly. Su Chen, selling 2 extra blueprints. Just need 1 golden treasure chest in exchange. Image attached. Ding. Hearing the special notification sound for marked private messages, Zhuge Xiaoyang immediately knew business had arrived. Reading Su Chen's message about trading 2 blueprints for 1 golden chest, his eyebrows raised. Opening the image, his eyes lit up immediately. These were permanent blueprints. This was definitely a profitable deal. Under the right conditions, he could potentially trade these 2 blueprints for 2 golden chests. Zhuge Xiaoyang, no problem. Thanks for the business, Boss Su. He sent a trade request immediately, having inventory on hand, but Su Chen declined. Su Chen, I want a golden chest from the ice world. You can have the goods first. Items from the extreme heat disaster were mostly heat-related and might not suit the current situation. To be safe, Su Chen preferred a chest from the ice world. Zhuge Xiaoyang, that might take some time, but I'll work on it quickly. Does Boss Su have any other needs? After thinking, Su Chen replied directly. Su Chen, if possible, help me buy evolution crystals. Price shouldn't exceed 4 500 milliliters water bottles. Evolution crystals? Zhuge Xiaoyang deal. Zhuge Xiaoyang responded cheerfully in the public channel. I'll sell the evolution crystal to Boss Su for the price of 3 bottles of water. May I know what this thing is specifically used for? Su Chen replied calmly. Of course. Feed it to wild beasts, and it can enhance their strength. Feed it to wild beasts. So wild beasts can be tamed into beast companions. Zhuge Xiaoyang immediately connected the dots and excitedly promised. Thank you for the information, Boss Su. I'll definitely help you collect them with all my effort. Su Chen chuckled inwardly. Smart people are so easy to communicate with. Just a little hint, and they can figure out the rest themselves. After ending the conversation, he immediately picked up the newly acquired goggles blueprint and chose to learn it. After some quick calculations, Su Chen decided to make 100 pairs of goggles as a test run, 100 units of plastic, 100 units of glass, all fed into the workbench. Moments later, the first batch of goggles was ready, and he immediately put them up for sale in the trading channel. Su Chen, selling goggles, effectively protects eyes from light reflection damage in the snowy world. Only 3 bottles of water each, limited quantity, first come first served. The channel instantly became lively. Great stuff. My eyes are strained from driving and looking at snow for too long. Boss Su is truly Boss Su. Got another good blueprint. Grab them quick. I was offline for just 2 minutes. How are they all sold out already? In less than a minute, all 100 pairs of goggles were sold out. Su Chen simply produced another 1,000 pairs and put them up for sale. Thinking this batch would last longer, then set off to continue his journey. For the next 2 hours, he was nearly driven to despair by the empty snowfield. Not a single treasure chest appeared, as if his luck had been completely drained. Fortunately, in the third hour, a familiar glowing dot finally appeared in the distance, and he rushed over to open it. New blueprint. Fur hat. Could be made with any animal fur plus thread, another essential for warmth. Suchin quickly crafted 1,000 fur hats, put them back on the trading post, and advertised in the public channel, trying to reclaim some market share. After listing everything, he turned his attention to satisfying his appetite, his own bare paws. Premium ingredients often taste best with the simplest preparation. Thinking of cooking talents, Suchun immediately sent 2 bear paws to Qinglan, asking if she was skilled at cooking them. Qinglan said she could steam them and had all the necessary ingredients. Suchun immediately entrusted her with the steamed bear paw task. Just bear paws for lunch seems a bit monotonous. How about some shark fin to go with it? He casually searched the trading post, and indeed found 2 portions of shark fin, 10 bottles of water each. He exchanged for them without hesitation. Seeing some bird's nest, he glanced and skipped over. I'm not Xiao Yu. I have no interest in swallow saliva. With various appetizers ready, he still needed a bottle of 82 Qinghong wine to pair with them. By the time Su Chen finished preparing the other dishes, Qinglan had also completed the steamed bear paws and traded them over. He casually gave the remaining shark fin to Qinglan. Steam rose with an enticing aroma, and Su Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. He picked up a piece with his chopsticks, took a small bite, fragrant and tender. The meat was rich and juicy, melting in his mouth. This taste is absolutely incredible. Su Chen bit into a large piece of scalding hot meat, his mouth filled with spicy and savory flavors. He couldn't help but reach his chopsticks back into the pot for more. Meanwhile, Qinglan, who had just received a whole serving of shark fin, had eyes shining like 2 light bulbs. Bear paws, shark fin, strong liquor, everything was there. The feast was so abundant it made her breathing quicken. The aroma rolled freely through the cold air, and she could no longer contain herself, quickly raising her chopsticks. Waiting even one more second to eat would be disrespectful to the food. Wow, oh, this is so delicious. While Qinglan buried her head in the feast, Su Chun was already planning to share the wealth. He laid out his supplies in a row: 1 alloy pot, 1 package of Haidaleo hot pot base, 10 bottles of purified water, plus chunks of beast meat and cleaned wild vegetables. A standard hot pot meal set was born. On such a cold day, being able to eat a hot pot meal once would make me die without regrets. Su Chun shouted loudly in the chat channel. To fulfill everyone's wishes, hot pot meal sets on special offer. Not 3,998, not even 1,998, just 998. 998 basic materials for 1 meal, a winter blessing, limited to 50 sets, first come first served. The message hit the channel like a bomb. Holy crap, hot pot meal sets. I'm still gnawing on hard bread here, and this big shot is already having hot pot, and selling it too. I want hot pot so bad. I used to take 3 girls for hot pot all the time, then head straight to the hotel after eating. Su God, can you give me a 90 discount? That's all I can afford. Dream on. Just the 10 bottles of water are worth 250 materials. Everything else adds up to at least 500. This price is reasonable. Suchin, big brother, give me one for free. I can video chat. I'm very obedient. Bro, ignore the one above. She's a scammer. I'm different. I've already sent you a video in private chat. Remember to check it. Su, big shot. Don't eat it all yourself. Girl, I've got hot pot too. Why don't you send it over first? Get lost. Su Chun remained unmoved by these freeloaders, simply listing his 50 meal sets for sale. Take it or leave it. But several sincere girls immediately sent him private video messages. Out of curiosity, he clicked through them one by one. Most were suggestive. A few were completely explicit, making him feel like he was scrolling through short video apps from his previous life. Ding dong. A message from Qinglan popped up. I don't want you watching those women's videos. Holy crap, does she have psychic powers? Su Chun immediately deleted all the little videos and replied. I thought they were here to discuss business. I've blocked them all. There was no reply from the other side. He guessed Qinglan was jealous, so he decided to let her cool down. After eating and drinking their fill, the group continued on their journey. At exactly 12 noon, the system notification sounded right on time. Congratulations to all players for completing the basic 6-hour adaptation period and experiencing the ice and snow world. Next, we will be opening a little activity for everyone: Fearless Battle Royale. All players in this mode will have a new SAN value added. When players experience significant emotional fluctuations due to intimidation, fright, fear, despair, and other factors, their SAN value will decrease based on their individual circumstances. When the SAN value reaches 0, the player will completely lose their sanity. During this challenge, you will encounter various pursuers whose speed and weapons will be no weaker than yours. Do not let them catch you. The challenge duration is 6 hours and will end at 6 p.m. Survive and hold on until the end. An additional SAN value? Don't tell me we're going to encounter ghosts and such? As soon as the system notification finished echoing in his ears, Su Chen's brow furrowed tightly. Player fear emotion detected, SAN value fluctuation, 1. Damn, that counts too. He cursed under his breath, immediately forcing himself to calm down, then pulled up his personal panel. Health, 224. SAN value temporary, 99. Strength, 11.2. Mental, 8.0. Speed, 12.0. Endurance, 8.1. Burst, 8.0. Skills, Sniper Mastery, Master Level Combat. Vehicle, 3-star RV 171300. Next stage, 4-star Luxury, RV. Items, Storage Ring, Spatial Farming Field. The updated interface now included 2 new categories, Vehicle and Items, along with the brand new SAN value. Su Chun keenly noticed the change in his attributes. Just that brief moment of worry had cost him one of his SAN value. With the challenge lasting a full 6 hours, this mechanic would clearly cause many players to break down completely during this so-called fearless battle royale. But why call it a battle royale? Would there be a poison circle like before? While pondering, a deep vroom 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 engine sound suddenly came from behind the RV. The RV's power system was quiet, and Smoot Hit could never produce such motorcycle-like roaring. Even stranger, the radar showed no threat signals, yet those real and dense engine sounds were getting closer and closer. Su Chen quickly moved to the rear window and looked through the glass to see several motorcycles emerging from the snowy curtain. The riders wore trench coats, their skull masks gleaming coldly in the frigid night wind, casually wielding revolvers, steel pipes, and spiked hammers. Vroom vroom vroom. The engine roars grew more urgent as the Ghost Riders twisted their throttles hard, their headlights cutting sharp beams of light that bore down directly on the RV's rear. Xiaoling, accelerate. Shake them off, Su Chen commanded in a low voice. The AI driving system beeped in response, and the RV's engine instantly roared to life, its tires churning up walls of white snow. The speed shot up to 120 miles per hour, wind noise rushing through the cabin, but the motorcycles behind matched the acceleration, gradually closing the distance. Keep accelerating. Yes. Warning, prolonged high-speed driving may cause vehicle loss of control. Xiaoling still executed the command, and with the mechanical warning, the RV surged forward again, climbing to 160 miles per hour. The icy road surface began to vibrate, and slip this was the absolute limit the RV could handle on this snowy terrain. As the RV picked up speed, the ghostly riders behind them matched their acceleration, maintaining the same distance. Looks like we can't outrun them. Su Chun pressed the communication button. Xiaoling, slow down and let them get closer. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his shield tightly, preparing to face the enemy heat-in. Player experiencing mild anxiety detected. SAN value fluctuation, 1. Holy SH bang. A thunderous crash erupted from the rear of the vehicle, catching Su Chun completely off guard and making him jump. Looking back, he saw a ghostly rider wielding a massive spiked hammer had hurled it at the rear bumper. The iron hammer struck the titanium alloy body, sending sparks flying everywhere. The premium-grade chassis proved its worth, remaining completely intact, though Su Chen's heart was now racing from the shock. Player experiencing mild fright detected. SAN value fluctuation, 2. Damn it, are they messing with me? The system notifications kept coming, making him curse under his breath. My SAN value is dropping this fast, others must have it worse. If it hits 0, I'll literally become an idiot. The thought made him worry whether other players could survive this chase. Engines roared ahead as several motorcycles suddenly accelerated. 2 riders flanked the RV on both sides, each raising revolvers and aiming at the side windows before pulling their triggers. Huh. This is high-grade bulletproof glass. You think you can. Bang. Bang. Crash. The gunshots and shattering glass sounded almost simultaneously as the side window exploded into fragments. Su Chen's expression darkened instantly. Player experiencing mild fright detected. SAN value fluctuation, 2. He raised his shield defensively while shouting orders. Xiaoling, activate the vehicle weapons. Return fire. Yes, master. The dual-mounted machine guns on the sides and the AK-47 on the roof swiveled into position, their dark barrels spitting flames. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets poured out in a deadly stream. The ghostly riders immediately ducked low as bullets struck their motorcycle shells, producing only scattered sparks unable to penetrate that strange bulletproof armor. What the hell? Even the motorcycles are bulletproof. Su Chen frowned. Regular bullets won't work. Time to switch to sniper rounds. He rushed to the left weapon port, removed the original barrel, and mounted a Barrett heavy sniper rifle. Dropping to one knee, he locked onto his target through the scope. The thick, bulletproof glass stood in front of him, but he couldn't care less. At this range, sniper rounds should do the trick. His aim was rock steady, like a seasoned battlefield marksman. Bang! A massive muzzle flash erupted like an angry dragon's breath as the bullet tore through the air with a piercing whistle, heading straight for one of the ghostly riders. Crack! The high-explosive sniper round penetrated the bulletproof membrane and slammed into the rider's forehead, punching clean through the skull. However, it seemed the attack hadn't caused particularly severe damage. The motorcycle was merely forced to slow down effective, but limited. Su Chun raised an eyebrow and pulled a grenade from his storage ring, taking a few steps to the side window. He pulled the pin and counted silently 1, 2, 3. He suddenly pushed open the window and hurled the grenade toward the motorcycle pursuing closely behind the RV. Boom. Fire and debris exploded at the front of the bike, instantly twisting the handlebars. The entire motorcycle lost control and flipped over, sliding across the icy road surface trailing sparks before being left far behind. Eliminated 1 Ghost Rider, earned 100 points. With this promising start, Su Chen's confidence soared. Following the same method, he grabbed a second grenade and threw it at the motorcycle on the right side. Another explosion rang out as the rider and bike tumbled away together, and his points jumped again 100 more. Though he didn't yet know what the points were for, they were certainly valuable. Now only a few Ghost Riders remained directly behind the RV, frantically hammering the rear with steel pipes and meteor hammers, making the vehicle body ring with loud bangs. Su Chen's initial shock had long since faded. While grenades couldn't land precisely among them, that didn't mean he was out of options. Since you're clinging to me, let me show you why the flowers are so red. He stepped back to the driver's seat and briefly took control of the RV. He eased off the gas, slammed hard on the brakes, and jerked the steering wheel hard left. The heavy RV executed a sharp U-turn in the snow, its rear end sweeping sideways like a dragon's tail, slamming heavily into the motorcycles. Crash. Several motorcycles were directly swept away, rolling several times in the snow before stopping, their wheels still spinning in the air. Farewell. Su Chun grabbed 2 grenades, pulled both pins with his teeth, pushed open the door, raised his hand, and sent the grenades arcing toward the fallen motorcycle cluster. Boom. Boom. 2 explosions in quick succession instantly blasted the 4 motorcycles into metal fragments. Eliminated 4 Ghost Riders, earned 400 points. Congratulations, you are the first to single-handedly eliminate all Ghost Riders, earned 1,000 points. Seeing all the motorcycles extinguished and destroyed, Su Chen smiled, closed and locked the door, finally relaxing. Xiaoling, drive over and let's see what these things really are. As his words fell, the RV turned around and headed back, its tires carving an elegant arc in the snow before stopping steadily in front of the scattered wreckage. Su Chen didn't get out, only observed through the glass. The Ghost Riders wore skull helmets, their bodies nothing but white bones. They were clearly long dead, yet still maintained mechanical-like mobility. Is this the power of the game system? People are obviously dead, yet they can appear so realistically before me. Su Chen mused to himself. Just then, a black shadow suddenly enveloped the motorcycles and fallen Ghost Riders, completely wrapping them, then vanished on the spot. If Su Chen hadn't witnessed their disappearance with his own eyes, he would have doubted himself and wondered if he'd just experienced some kind of hallucination. But this clearly wasn't the time to dwell on it. He pressed the gas pedal, keeping the SUV moving at a steady pace, then slid back into the driver's seat, casually resting one leg against the door as his fingers quickly opened the chat channel. After such a scare, he needed some entertainment to calm his nerves. The channel was buzzing with activity as expected. What the hell? There are 2 motorcycles pushing me from behind, and they're hitting my car with metal plates. They seem incredibly strong. Don't even mention it, I've got 3 of them here. I'm terrified. My sanity has dropped to 90. I really can't control myself. I don't want to be scared either. Brothers, don't panic. Stop the car now, get out, and fight them head on. You can still leave with dignity. Come on, why are you being such a coward with that crowbar? Just take them on. The damn motorcycles behind me are shooting too. One shot shattered my bulletproof glass, but it seems like nothing actually penetrated. Their guns can apparently only damage the car's surface. Stop being afraid. Haven't you all noticed that the car's durability isn't dropping that fast? Huh? Now that you mention it, you're right. Do these things not deal much damage to cars? The flood of messages made Su Chun raise an eyebrow, had a vague premonition of what was coming next. Sure enough, a familiar name popped up in the channel. Wang Chong. Brothers, those black-clad motorcyclists aren't actually that scary, and their attacks aren't that frightening either. We just need to maintain our car's durability to stay safe forever. Now selling car repair kits at a low price, originally 1,000 basic materials. Now only 998. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Well, there we go. Su Chun chuckled softly, shaking his head as he placed his phone on the dashboard. As expected, this guy never missed any opportunity to make money. Right now, players were probably even more desperate to buy repair kits than before anyone with the means would make a purchase. He sent a brief message to Qing Lan, asking about her situation, but the channel remained silent for quite a while. Su Chen figured Qing Lan was still being harassed by those motorcycle-riding men in black. After thinking for a moment, he simply traded her a few grenades with the suggestion. Try ramming them with your car to stop them, then throw grenades. A few minutes later, Qing Lan replied with just 2 words, "Thank you." Then she fell silent again, presumably following his method. Compared to the others, he had already cleared his pursuers first. If he could leverage this advantage to create a gap, he might be able to secure greater benefits. Su Chan was calculating how to maximize his gains when suddenly a system notification sounded in his ear. Congratulations, you have successfully eliminated 4 pursuers and earned the opportunity to participate in a hidden challenge. The pursuer's strength and weapons will be enhanced, and upon successful elimination again, you will receive a unique hidden reward on a first-come, first-served basis. Once other players successfully complete the challenge, you will automatically exit hidden mode. Please choose. Do you wish to participate in the hidden challenge? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.